Ling Lan hadn't even waited for 2 minutes when the instructor said, "Ling Lan, it's your turn." Under the instructor's guidance, Ling Lan touched the portal. Her hand had barely touched the portal when she felt a tremendous sucking force pulling her entire body into it. Of course, this was just what Ling Lan felt. From an outsider's perspective, Ling Lan had only walked through the portal and disappeared. I hope this child can receive his inheritance. This notion suddenly rose up within the young soldier's heart. However, very soon he had received news from the secret monitors that that child had also been rejected and had been sent back to the login point. Even such an exceptionally talented child had been denied. Ling Xiao, exactly what kind of inheritor were you looking for? It couldn't be denied that the young soldier was a little disappointed deep down, for he had really thought highly of that child. Perhaps there would be a chance in the future for him to help that child. The staff who were monitoring in secret had tracked Ling Lan's movements in the virtual world from the very moment she entered the portal. Only when they saw her walk into the library from the login point, where she then proceeded to sit and study, looking as if she had no intention of moving, did the staff ease their monitoring. The young soldier didn't know that these monitors, who were led by him in name, actually had another mission. The higher-ups had instructed that whenever a child named Ling Lan attempted the legacy mission, the child should be monitored closely every step of the way. The moment Ling Lan entered the specialized space of the legacy mission, she actually found little Four tucked away in a corner waiting for her. Surprised, she was just about to ask him what was going on when little Four mysteriously pressed a finger against his lips and made a loud "shoo," signaling Ling Lan not to speak. Ling Lan glared at little Four irritably. If he was really trying to be stealthy, would he have made such a loud shushing noise? Still, Ling Lan didn't interrupt little Four, merely waiting patiently for him to explain. "Boss, someone is monitoring this space." Sure enough, little Four gave her some momentous news. "What exactly is going on?" asked Ling Lan in confusion. "This space is not yet the real legacy mission space. It is just a transit station that the virtual world has specially set aside for this legacy mission, which is why it can be monitored," explained little Four. "I've tracked it, and it's connected to the military." Ling Lan frowned, "And you still dare to stay here? Wouldn't the other side discover little Four and cause them trouble?" Little Four rolled his eyes at Ling Lan, extremely displeased that she didn't trust him. "Who am I? I am the god of the virtual world. They can only see what I want them to see. Like right now, all they can see is an image of you standing in front of that diamond-shaped crystal, investigating it." Seriously. Little Four was very smug about this. Now who was it who acted as if a great enemy was upon us, telling me to not make a sound? Ling Lan glared coolly at little Four, instantly smothering his budding self-satisfaction. Sensing that things were veering off track, little Four immediately adopted an obedient look, eager to please. This made Ling Lan annoyed and amused in equal measure. In the end, Ling Lan could only let it go, turning to focus on a more important question. "About this legacy mission, how much do you know?" Since little Four had come so early, he should have already gotten some understanding of the situation. But reality wasn't as simple as Ling Lan had assumed. When little Four heard this question, his entire face fell. With a greatly stricken look, he said dejectedly, "Sorry, boss, I can't get into that place." Little Four pointed to the front where the diamond-shaped crystal was hovering in the air, slowly turning on its axis. "What is it? A portal?" Ling Lan walked over to the crystal to peer at it curiously. Little Four said gloomily, "It is also a type of portal, but this crystal is some strong person's solidified spiritual essence. I believe that the test space is right inside. Originally, I wanted to go inside to find out more, but I had just gotten close when I was repelled by the spiritual force around the crystal. It almost injured me," said little Four as he patted his little chest in remembered fear. If he had gotten hurt, his mental faculties would have been disrupted, and it might have been a very long time before he could have appeared in front of Ling Lan again. "Oh. Then what should I do?" Hearing little Four's words, Ling Lan became more cautious. "You just need to touch that crystal." "That's what I saw many of the students do," said little Four. "After they touched the crystal, they disappeared from this virtual world, and then 1 or 2 minutes later, they reappeared in the virtual world again, but they were already back at the login point. Where we first logged in. Disappeared from the virtual world. Could it be a new space? Ling Lan understood what Little Four was saying. In other words, they hadn't been transported to another area in the virtual world, but had disappeared directly from this virtual world itself. Little Four thought for a moment before saying, I have some incomplete data here. It seems that there is a theory that when a person's strength reaches a certain level, a realm will emerge. And every individual's realm is an independent space. Hearing this, Ling Lan couldn't help but think of Tao. The essence of Tao can weaken an opponent's abilities. Was it then also a type of realm, except that this realm was not yet complete? The notion came and went, and Ling Lan moved on to her next question. Did all those students fail the mission? Of course. Otherwise the next person wouldn't be able to enter. This legacy mission is really very interesting, only allowing one person to enter at a time. Only when the person inside has failed can the next person go in. Luckily the testing time is quick, the results are typically out within 2 or 3 minutes. There was even one student who didn't even manage to last 30 seconds before being sent to the login point. How stupid, said Little Four with clear schadenfreude. Perhaps I won't do much better, said Ling Lan disapprovingly. Who knew what things would be tested inside? No one could guarantee that they would definitely be able to pass. Boss will surely do fine and take down this legacy mission, said Little Four with a pout. In his mind, Ling Lan was the smartest. Little Four, thank you. Ling Lan was very touched by Little Four's faith in her. She stroked Little Four's small head, while her mind was working through her next options. With some doubt, Ling Lan said, Little Four, I want to give up on this mission. You know why? I don't want the military to notice me. It would be fine if she didn't manage to complete it, but if by chance she really managed to complete it, it might result in some negative repercussions for her. Puzzled, Little Four said, even so, you don't have to give up, right? I can create an illusion, so no matter whether boss succeeds or fails, I can make it look like you're chased out after 3 minutes. Little Four, you can create illusions? Ling Lan was extremely surprised. But then, she recalled that Little Four could alter human brainwaves, so of course he could also mimic human brainwaves to make an illusory Ling Lan appear in the virtual world. However, if I stay inside, it will still be useless when the next person finds that they can't get in, said Ling Lan with a sigh. That's easy. I'll just make a new space and let the children after that enter that new space. And then, I'll set it so that they'll be sent back to the login point at a random time between 1 to 3 minutes. Little Four didn't see the problem. And what about the contents of the test? After all, quite a few students had already entered the real legacy mission space to take the real test. If by any chance it was discovered that the test contents were different, it would be bad. TCH, boss, you really have too many questions. Wouldn't you already be inside the real test by then? As long as you're inside, when you take the test, I'll be able to find out the test contents then. At that time, I'll just copy it over. Also, if by any chance boss fails and gets thrown out, I won't even have to make a new space anymore. So, boss, just go in and leave everything to Little Four. Little Four couldn't stand it any longer and nudged Ling Lan impatiently to go in. Although Little Four could give those monitors an illusion, he couldn't just let Ling Lan continue to just stand still in front of the crystal, that would be suspicious. Ling Lan finally relaxed. She put her hand onto the crystal floating in the air. For some reason, when she touched the crystal, she felt an indescribable sense of kinship, warming her deeply from the inside. Then, she was enveloped by the warmth of this spiritual energy and was brought to a place shrouded in fog. There was nothing at all in her surroundings other than semi-transparent fog and mist. Just as Ling Lan was wondering what she should do, the mist suddenly condensed to form a gray figure. This figure was short and small, roughly the height and size of the present Ling Lan. And then, the little figure started to go through a set of combat arts. Ling Lan took a close look and found herself speechless. Was this the test? Wasn't this just a little too easy? It turned out that that little figure was going through one of the basic combat arts that all students learn from the academy in grade 1. Scout Basics Combat Arts. Ling Lan tentatively gave her answer, but found that the little figure was still going through the motions without stopping. So it wasn't testing her for the name of the art. A thought flashed through Ling Lan's mind, and she struck a pose and begun following the gray figure to go through this set of basic combat arts. However, Ling Lan started from the very first stance. She wanted to prove her hypothesis. Sure enough, Ling Lan found that the moment she started, that little figure restarted to follow Ling Lan as she went through the movements. As she had guessed, it was indeed a test of body language. Of course, it wasn't impossible for it to also be a test of combat art names, so Ling Lan decided to cover all her bases to make sure that she would pass safely. Ling Lan called out the name of each move as she performed them, until she and the gray figure were moving completely in sync. When Ling Lan finally finished going through the entire set of combat arts, the gray figure disappeared, leaving Ling Lan standing alone in the space once again. She hadn't been thrown out, so it looked like she had passed this first round of testing. Ling Lan let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she had guessed correctly. That one set of combat arts had taken up roughly 2 to 3 minutes, which meant that most students had failed in the second round. What in the world was this second round testing for which would cause all of the students to fail? Ling Lan's heartbeat became a little erratic just thinking about it. At this moment, the mist once again condensed into a human figure, but the figure this time was no longer a small child, but a bulky adult. This figure proceeded to go through yet another set of combat arts, but this particular set made Ling Lan's facial expression change drastically. Ling-style killing arts. That was one of the Ling family loyalists' specialized combat arts. Why would it appear here in this mission space? Doubt rose in Ling Lan's heart. If it could be said that she wasn't particularly concerned about this legacy mission at the start, now that she had seen this set of killing arts, Ling Lan had no choice but to take it seriously. Ling Lan did not hesitate. She quickly followed the figure's lead to go through every punch and kick of the Ling-style killing arts perfectly. Having grown up practicing these arts in combat training with the Ling family loyalists, Ling Lan had long had it ingrained in her memory. Once Ling Lan had gone through the full set of the killing arts perfectly, the gray figure dissipated once again. At the same time, Ling Lan felt as if the surrounding fog and mist were gradually melting away, and soon, she could clearly see the scenery before her. She was standing on a lush and green lawn. In the distance, there were the highs and lows of mountain ranges, circled by clouds and mist. Nearby, a stream was trickling, and the air was filled with birdsong and the scent of flowers. A lovely and tranquil mountain valley scene had just appeared so abruptly before Ling Lan's eyes. Ling Lan had never seen scenery as beautiful as this, which caused her heart to become unbelievably quiet in an instant. At that moment, a sheet of white paper suddenly descended from the skies, drifting down leisurely to float miraculously at her eye level and unfurled itself. On it was a line of writing. It was a request. This is a beautiful mountain valley, but unfortunately, till now it still has no name. Please give it a nice name now. Ling Lan had just finished scanning these words when an exquisite Chinese writing brush appeared beside the white paper. That's strange. Why would such an ancient thing appear in this modern place? Ling Lan's brows furrowed. Her gaze was fixed on the writing brush. The more she looked at it, the stranger it seemed. This was because the design of the brush actually seemed somewhat familiar to her, but she just couldn't recall where she had seen it before. The Academy? Ling Lan silently shook her head, eliminating this possibility. The Academy was too advanced. If you told her that there were some things that defied reality there, Ling Lan might still believe you, but for an almost extinct antique such as a Chinese writing brush to appear there was almost impossible. In that case, the only possibility was her house. When and where would she have seen a writing brush like this one in her house? A writing brush would typically appear in a study room, but the study in the old Ling family mansion belonged to her father. Thus, the writing brushes in there were all bold and simple in design. There was no such elegantly exquisite writing brush there, which was clearly meant for women. For women. The study? Ling Lan suddenly recalled an incident. That was back when she had first started learning how to read and write. She had been dragged into the study by her mum to practice calligraphy. Her mum had said that this was a Ling family tradition. Every descendant of the Ling family must learn how to do it well. Back then, Ling Lan had been miserable. Her tiny fingers hadn't been able to hold any of her father's large writing brushes in the proper grip. In the end, she could only pretend to be clueless and innocent, and just grip the writing brush as if it were a mop. Seeing Ling Lan's put-out expression, Lan Luofeng had been giggling with amusement. However, she also knew then that she had been careless, not having prepared a small writing brush more appropriate for Ling Lan. In the end, in order to let Ling Lan grip the brush correctly, she had taken out a small writing brush that she treasured dearly, lending it to Ling Lan. She had also told Ling Lan with a tender look that this was a love token given to her by her father Ling Xiao. She remembered that she had reflexively complained right then that her dad was really such a cheapskate, while her mum was just too gullible. Lan Luofeng hadn't known whether to laugh or cry, and had knocked her smartly on the head. Still, that little writing brush had really been so pretty and exquisite that Ling Lan had played with it curiously for a good long while that day. But starting from the second day, that delicate little writing brush had once again been secreted away by Lan Luofeng. In its place was an extremely common small writing brush. From then on, Ling Lan had never again seen that love token writing brush. 5 years had passed since then, and Ling Lan had almost entirely forgotten that event as well as that brush. Ling Lan suppressed the emotions roiling within her. Carefully, she picked up the exquisite writing brush before her and twirled it in her palms. A phoenix with its wings outstretched in flight was carved on the shaft of the brush. It was exactly like the one she had seen in the past. Sure enough, this brush was the one from her memory. Could it be that this legacy had something to do with the Ling family? Something to do with her dad? Or perhaps this legacy was from her dad? Ling Lan felt as if she were going mad, otherwise why would she even have these kinds of thoughts? Legacy missions could only be issued by someone at the level of an imperial operator or beyond. And anyone at that level would undoubtedly be a terrifying existence, almost a symbol of immortality. How could that short-lived dad of hers fall into this category? But what if it were true? Ling Lan's heart started pounding violently. Right then, another line of writing suddenly appeared on the paper. You still have 1 minute to think. The countdown begins now. 60, 59, 58. F***CK. Ling Lan's emotional feelings fled instantly. She started thinking hard on what name she should give to this valley. At this moment, Ling Lan was somewhat regretful that she had gotten distracted by the writing brush, and had not used her time wisely to think about this problem. A beautiful valley, an exquisite brush. What exactly is this legacy mission trying to tell me with this imagery? The CPU of Ling Lan's little brain was whirring at full speed, trying to find any hint she could from her surroundings. The writing brush was her mum's love token. In that case, could this lovely valley also have something to do with her mum? Ling Lan began scouring through the conversations she had had with her mum, hoping that she would be able to find some clue there. 43, 42, 41, time continued to slip away bit by bit. Ling Lan's forehead began to beat up with sweat. God damn it, if only Little Four were here. Boss, looking for me? Little Four's voice suddenly rang out from within her consciousness. Ling Lan was startled. Little Four, you're here. Yup, I've been watching all this time. It's just that I was sealed by an energy force and couldn't talk to you. But when you thought of me just now, that energy just disappeared, replied Little Four. Enough about that for now. There's still about 30 seconds left. Quick, help me think. When I talked with my mom before this, did she ever mention a place like this? Ling Lan was burning with anxiety, throwing out the question hurriedly. That's a bit too broad. Are there any more hints? Little Four also became anxious, and his core processing chip started running in overdrive. Whatever location for my parents' engagement, dating, or proposal, or perhaps a marriage spot or a honeymoon destination, or maybe some country that she has a deep impression of, or even an ideal country to build a home. Ling Lan ran through anything she could think of. All she could do now was gamble. Dating spots, other than the Ling estates, it was military camps. Your dad is really unromantic, muttered Little Four. How in the world had Mama Lan been wooed by this? Engagement? Proposal? Marriage? Honeymoon? Huh. The family estates. military camps. Hells, did your dad only know how to run between the family grounds and the military camps? Did he never even consider exploring other places? Little Four was infuriated. No matter how hard he looked, Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng's romance history only went back and forth between military camps and the old Ling family estates. There was nothing at all connected with this beautiful valley before them right now. Then what about dreams? Or ideals? Didn't my mum have any places which she really wanted to visit? Ling Lan saw the number on the paper dropping from double digits into single digits, and couldn't help but yell. I've got it. It's Belief. Mama Lan most wanted to go to Belief. Little Four finally located the place that Lan Luofeng missed the most. At this point, the countdown had already reached 3. Ling Lan didn't hesitate, quickly writing down Belief. The moment the final F was written, the countdown timer hit 0. Ling Lan stared blankly at her answer. She honestly had no idea what kind of place Belief was, so she didn't know if this answer that Little Four provided was right or not. Whatever the result, she had already tried her best. The words on the paper slowly faded away, including Ling Lan's answer, and the paper turned back into a completely white sheet. Ling Lan took in a deep breath and waited for the final determination of the legacy mission. You pass. 2 words in bold and vigorous cursive writing emerged on the paper. When Ling Lan saw the 2 words, the tension in her heart eased, and she soon started to feel fatigue settling into her body and mind. The intense pressure and anxiety within that short 1 minute had really taken a toll on her mental resources. When the 2 words disappeared once more, new questions appeared. However, these questions were not at all difficult, because they were clearly a type of self-introduction. Name, Ling Lan. Father, Ling Xiao. Mother, Lan Luofeng. Age, 7 years. What does your father like best? The 5th question made Ling Lan pause. She stopped the brush in her hand, thinking back on what Lan Luofeng had said. Baby Ling Lan, do you know what your father likes? Lan Luofeng was hugging Ling Lan, showing her a photo of her and Ling Xiao together, as she asked Ling Lan this. Ling Lan rolled her eyes mentally. If her mum didn't tell her, how would she know? Your father really likes Mecha. You could even say that, in his life, besides Mecha, there is still only Mecha. Mummy was sometimes jealous of his Mecha, but your daddy was the coolest when he was piloting his Mecha. No one else could compare. Mama Lan was starting to get lost in her fantasies again, her face dreamy with recollection. This made the 1-year-old baby Ling Lan whack Ling Xiao's charming smiling face in the photo with a small hand. You menace, scolded Ling Lan internally. The moment her dad was brought up, her mum would become unsteady. Still, what your dad loved most was me. Did you know that? Your daddy told me once, if he had to choose between me and Mecha, he would abandon Mecha without question, and choose me. At this point in her story, Lan Luofeng blushed. Wait till I meet him again. I will definitely make him throw away his Mecha, and accompany me forever, like he promised. Ling Lan felt a faint sense of melancholy from these words. Loving so deeply that she just could not accept the other's death, whenever Lan Luofeng mentioned Ling Xiao, she spoke of him as if he were just on a long journey away, as if he hadn't truly departed. Wasn't Mum the one Dad loved the most? This was probably also what her mum wished for. Ling Lan sighed, and behind the question of what does your father like best, she wrote down Lan Luofeng. However, the next question gave Ling Lan yet another headache. Why were the questions of this legacy mission so bizarre? Your mother's sleeping habit. Ling Lan's face couldn't help but twitch at this question. Without hesitation, she put down, grinding her teeth. When Ling Lan stopped writing, a final question appeared on the paper. Do you need to modify your answers? Ling Lan resolutely wrote no. At the final stroke, the brush in Ling Lan's hand instantly turned into black mist and dissipated into the air. The words on the paper also disappeared once again. And then, very quickly, a new line of writing emerged on the paper. Congratulations on advancing to the next round. At the appearance of this line of text, the beautiful valley before Ling Lan's eyes shattered like glass and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, a new scene unfolded before Ling Lan's eyes. She was now in some luxurious hall, a hall which Ling Lan could not be more familiar with. It was the hall of the home she had lived in for a full 7 years, the Ling family mansion. Ling Lan's gaze revealed a trace of surprise at this unexpected scene. The cautious Ling Lan did not choose to walk around randomly, but instead stood still where she was. She tapped lightly on her own head as she thought, was this originally set up this way? Or had the legacy mission extracted this image from her memories to create an impromptu illusion? She needed to figure this out, otherwise she might make a wrong choice in the upcoming round of tests and fail the mission. Although she had already gone further than any of the other children before her, Ling Lan was still unwilling to accept failure down to her very bones. Ling Lan decided that she would first investigate the details of this great hall. If this scenery was the original setting of the legacy mission, then it was very likely related to her father Ling Xiao. If that was the case, this mansion drawn from Ling Xiao's memories would most definitely have some differences in comparison to the current mansion. Her father had already been dead for almost 8 years after all. On the other hand, if this illusion was born from an extraction of her memories, then she shouldn't be able to find any differences in her surroundings. Ling Lan took a careful look around, and very soon, she had found something different. There was an additional woolen army coat on one of the armchairs in the hall, and on the wall behind it, the space beside her parents' wedding photo was empty. It was missing a portrait of herself. Every year, Lan Luofeng would choose one of Ling Lan's newest photos to convert into a portrait, and then hang it beside their wedding photo in the Great Hall. The portrait had already been changed 7 times without skipping a year. According to Lan Luofeng, she wanted Ling Xiao to keep watching Ling Lan as she grew up. But in Ling Lan's opinion, Lan Luofeng was clearly just too free and needed to find something to do. Still, to keep her mother happy, Ling Lan was glad to oblige. From this, it looks like this scene is definitely not drawn from my memory. From the time I was born, my picture has always been hung here. Ling Lan's lips quirked up in a small smile. Since she had gotten her answer, her following choices would be much easier. When Ling Lan took her first step, a clear and resounding voice rang out in the hall. Please choose a room as you wish. The test content of every room is different. Some are easy, while some are difficult. The corner of Ling Lan's lips quirked upwards. This was probably a trap. Ever since she had entered this legacy mission, she had not seen any task that depended purely on luck. This was obviously abnormal if it really was as she thought. As if sensing Ling Lan's thoughts, the clear voice continued to say, this has nothing to do with being fair. Sometimes, luck is also a type of strength. Of course, it didn't change the fact that, whether you liked it or not, this was how it would be. The clear voice had barely faded when the doors of all the rooms facing the hall swung open in unison with crisp sounds. The open doorways seemed to beckon Ling Lan to enter. Isn't this just a misleading trick? Ling Lan already had an answer in her heart. If this were someone who didn't know the Ling family mansion, they would definitely be tricked by this scene before them. This mission had been silently eliminating all candidates who weren't from the Ling family from the very beginning. This was probably why all the children before her hadn't been able to pass, they were all not Ling Lan. Were you waiting for me? Oh, father. By this point, Ling Lan could pretty much confirm that this legacy mission had been created by her father Ling Xiao. Oh dad, what kind of person are you, really? Ling Lan smiled wryly. She really regretted not having looked up information on Ling Xiao, causing her to be floundering in confusion right now. Ling Lan settled her emotions and then began walking determinedly across the hall. She ignored the stairways curling off to the sides, walking directly to the center of the corridor. There were rooms along both sides of the corridor. Right now, all the room doors were already open. As Ling Lan walked down the hallway, she could see the decorations and contents of the rooms. Some of them were the same as their current counterparts, while others were completely different. Was this how it was in her father's memory? She walked over to stand before a full-length mirror. The mirror was very tall and large, reaching up to 2.5 meters tall and spanning 4 meters wide. Without any hesitation, Ling Lan pushed her palms against the mirror and something unexpected occurred. The mirror actually broke apart from the middle, folding in on itself in 4 different directions until it finally disappeared to reveal a hidden passage. At the end of the 4-meter-wide passage was a spacious staircase draped with a shaggy white carpet. Ling Lan had just stepped into the passage when the mirror reassembled itself behind her, returning to its original appearance in the blink of an eye. It was once more a flawless full-length mirror, its fine cracks imperceptible to the naked eye. Modern-day technology was already able to achieve this flawless perfection. The Ling family mansion was split into 2 independent areas. The front section was for entertaining guests, though it naturally included a master bedroom for the master, along with studies and other common rooms to fend off spying. Meanwhile, the hidden back area was where the Ling family head truly resided. Besides the Ling family head, this secret was only known to a few old loyal servants who frequently visited the mansion. Therefore, even if other students had passed the previous few rounds by chance, once they got here, they would still be unable to find the correct room. Furthermore, even if someone accidentally touched the mirror, it still wouldn't open. This was because the force necessary to open the mirror corresponded to the position touched. If the position touched was different, the force needed to trigger the mirror to open would also be different. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility of someone being phenomenally lucky, being able to pass every round of the test by sheer luck. This sort of person would obviously be someone favored by the heavens, a destined winner in life, the main character of a story. Ling Lan would have no regrets losing the legacy to such a person. It was stupid to try and match an abnormality. Ling Lan slowly walked up the staircase. For some reason, her heart started pounding dramatically and her palms started oozing sweat. Would Ling Xiao, her father in this life, really appear in that room? Ling Lan finally arrived at the study. Her mum Lan Luofeng had once said that this study belonged to Ling Xiao. Flipped around, it meant that Ling Xiao also only existed within that study room. The moment Ling Xiao walked out of that study, Ling Xiao was no longer Ling Xiao, but Lan Luofeng's hubby. Ling Lan had always felt that her mum was rather domineering, she just hid it very deeply. In particular, her soft-touch methods were on a level of its own, tears especially, were one of her sure-win tactics. Many times Ling Lan had surrendered to these methods, and she believed that her father would also have been powerless against them. Thus, Ling Lan chose the study. Since this was a legacy mission set by Ling Xiao, then he would only be able to pass on the legacy when he was truly Ling Xiao. Ling Lan took a deep breath and placed her right hand on the door handle of the room. With a strong push, the door easily swung open, and everything within the study was revealed before her eyes. Abruptly, silent tears fell from Ling Lan's eyes. Behind the study desk, a handsome young man was smiling gently as he looked at her. And that man was her father, Ling Xiao. Only then did Ling Lan notice that, over the span of these 7 years, under Lan Luofeng's daily nagging and bombardment of stories, she had already subconsciously accepted this man before her as her father. It was only because Ling Xiao wasn't physically around that these affectionate emotions had been deeply buried within Ling Lan's heart, and had never been discovered by herself. And now, really seeing her father standing before her, Ling Lan could no longer control the emotions in her heart. The tears could not be stopped as she involuntarily began to cry. The current Ling Xiao should be a memory entity from 8 years ago. He was utterly unmoved by Ling Lan's emotional turmoil, only giving her a slight nod before saying, "Being able to get here, you should be my child Ling Lan." However, he quickly scoffed at himself and said, "Well, not definitely. I believe that the military will not let go of this legacy so easily. Perhaps you all really managed to crack this mission. After all, the previous rounds and questions weren't that difficult." With these words, a cold glint suddenly flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Lan abruptly felt a crushing wave of pressure sweep towards her, almost flattening her to the ground. Fortunately, Ling Lan had already been fashioned by the learning space into a little anomaly. She immediately leaked a little essence of Tao to bear the burden of this endless pressure. Still, just this small taste had told Ling Lan that her father was, as expected, very strong. Anyone who could issue a legacy mission was no ordinary person. It seemed that Ling Xiao only wanted to posture a little, and he may also be wary in case the one who passed was really his child. Very quickly, he had retracted the pressure emanating from his body. If the one inheriting my legacy is not my child, I have only one wish. After you have learned it, look for my child, and pass these things on to him. Ling Xiao's words made Ling Lan's tears fall even more fiercely. This legacy had really been left for her by her father. Ling Xiao's attitude gentled abruptly, and he said, if you want to receive my legacy, there is one more mission you must complete. Find me something I need. With those words, Ling Xiao said nothing further, only looking straight at Ling Lan with a smile. Ling Lan hurriedly wiped away her tears. This wasn't the time for her to mope and be melancholy, she had to finish this mission first. Ling Lan asked carefully, could you give a little more detail? All that answered Ling Lan was still just Ling Xiao's smile. Ling Lan tried a few other things, beating around the bush, but unfortunately, Ling Xiao just smiled at everything. Ling Lan was rather put out by this, a little resentful that her dad had made this legacy mission so complicated. With no other choice, Ling Lan could only observe the study room closely in hopes that she would be able to locate some kind of clue. Sadly, Ling Lan was quickly disappointed. She noticed that this study was almost identical to the study in her memory. Other than Ling Xiao sitting behind the desk, all the decorations and furniture in the room were exactly the same. It was clear to see how much Lan Luofeng had treasured Ling Xiao's study, unwilling to change any bit of it after his death. Ling Lan was frustrated. What should she do? What thing could her old dad need? Ling Lan could only take a closer look at Ling Xiao, and hope that she would be able to discern something from his facial expressions and body language. At that moment, Ling Xiao looked as if he were enjoying the show. His jaw was cradled in his left hand, which was leaning artlessly against the arm of the chair. His right hand was tapping lightly on the surface of the desk as he looked at her with a half-smile. Damn it, this heartless old man of hers, actually tormenting his own child so. Ling Lan was full of complaints. Although Ling Lan understood deep down that the Ling Xiao before her now was the Ling Xiao of 8 years ago who knew nothing of the person standing before him now, and that this sort of irritating attitude was definitely not targeted at her specifically, she just couldn't help but feel annoyed. Also, why did he have to keep tapping his fingers? Didn't he know that all that noise would interfere with her thinking process? Wait, tapping noises? Ling Lan suddenly recalled something Lan Luofeng had mentioned before. When her mum had first met her dad, she had been attracted by the noise her dad had made by tapping on a table. It was because of that they had gotten to know each other, and their love story had taken off and became unstoppable. Back then, her mum had been a fresh-faced 16-year-old maiden who had just graduated from a scout academy. As she hadn't been particularly talented and didn't have good potential, she hadn't managed to get into any of the major military schools of the Federation. However, Lan Luofeng had dreamed of being in the military since young, so she had decisively signed up to serve as a foot soldier, finally succeeding in becoming a common starship JMC-1 female trooper. After 3 months of training for new recruits, her mom had been assigned to the starship fleet belonging to her dad, finally becoming the second main ship's JMC. Subsequently, whenever Lan Luofeng had gone out to eat with the other female troopers of the same rank, she would find that no matter where they sat, some mecha fighters would appear by their side. Among them was a young man, who seemed to be their team leader. He appeared especially handsome and powerful, drawing the admiration of many of the female troopers. However, the sense of hierarchy within the military camps was very strong. Even the most average mecha fighter held the military rank of second lieutenant, not to mention one at captain level. Meanwhile, they were merely some common female troopers of the lowest possible rank. They just didn't have the right to initiate conversation with a mecha fighter. They could only fantasize every day that these mecha fighters would one day greet them first. Many girls had been willing to become soldiers, largely for the purpose of reeling in a rich and promising husband. Lan Luofeng was the only girl who didn't think anything of this. She was still very young and hadn't become interested in love yet, which was why she was rather slow when it came to these things. However, even so, Lan Luofeng had also been surprised sometimes, wondering why she would run into that mecha officer so often. No matter where she sat, she would bump into him. Back when she had first heard the story, Ling Lan had known right away that it was because her dad had already started crushing on her mom. That's why he was using this sort of serendipitous meeting method to increase her mom's impression of him. He had really been quite desperate. Just like that, a month had passed by in fits and starts. Then one day, Lan Luofeng had unfortunately ended up alone. The other JMCs in her class had been sent out to carry out various competition missions for the various divisions of the Federation, because the Mecha Fighter confrontation event had been drawn by the second main ship. Consequently, the second main ship had sent out the main force of their Mecha battle squad, and the JMCs in charge of those Mecha had to go with them. In the end, only 3 JMCs were left on the second main ship. Every class of JMCs had had to leave a member behind on duty. Lan Luofeng's class had left the youngest member of their class, Lan Luofeng, behind. And so when it was time to eat, Lan Luofeng could only go eat by herself. Just as she had sat down to begin her meal, someone suddenly sat down across from her. It was that young and handsome Mecha officer who kept bumping into her, whom she still didn't know. Lan Luofeng found it strange that the other would choose to sit at her dining table when there were so many other empty seats and tables around. However, they were in a public canteen, anyone could freely choose where they wanted to sit. Despite the strangeness, Lan Luofeng didn't think too much about it and just continued to eat her food. Naturally, Ling Xiao, who had worked so hard to create this opportunity, was unwilling to retreat without attempting anything. Let it be known that for the sake of getting some time alone with Lan Luofeng, he had cracked his head to squeeze out every ounce of ingenuity he had. He had purposely volunteered his unit for the Mecha confrontation event mission, just so he could send away all those annoying JMCs hanging around. Yet, he had never gotten to know a girl before, so he was at a loss on what to do next. In the end, he had clumsily chosen to attract Lan Luofeng's attention by making noise. So, Ling Xiao had used his fingers to knock on the surface of the table lightly. 3 long 2 short. Pause. Followed by another 3 long 2 short. Just like that, he started tapping out a consistent rhythm. At first, Lan Luofeng had found it strange, and then her attention had been captured, curious. When she saw that no one else was looking, she quietly asked Ling Xiao what he was doing with this rhythmic tapping. Smiling, Ling Xiao told Lan Luofeng all the information he had prepared beforehand. Apparently, this kind of knocking was a type of code, called the Duomo code. It was a type of secret code shared between a JMC and the Mecha fighter they were responsible for. Back during the warring period, there had been an incident where the communications channel connecting a JMC and their Mecha had been hacked and deciphered. In the end, the enemy had used the information gained from this hacking to set up an ambush, resulting in the complete destruction of an entire Mecha troop. Later, a JMC named Duomo had thought up this method of communication. Using the code he thought up, he had helped his Mecha fighter to escape the enemy's ambush again and again, completing their mission successfully to return safely. From then onwards, every JMC would create their own unique Duomo code, to prevent a similar situation from happening ever again. As a JMC, Lan Luofeng was naturally very interested in this sort of code. She sincerely requested to learn more about this code, but Ling Xiao seemed rather reluctant to say more. However, under Lan Luofeng's repeated pleading, he finally agreed, making Lan Luofeng feel extremely grateful. Listening to the story up till this point, Ling Lan could only sigh at her mum's naivete. Her dad had obviously been putting on an act to reel her mum in. Still, her mum couldn't be blamed for getting hooked so easily. Her dad had clearly grasped her mum's vital point. Any dutiful JMC with ambition would not be able to resist this temptation. All she could say was that her old man had just been too shameless. Whenever Lan Luofeng told the story, at this point, she would hold her face in her hands and sigh dreamily. She would marvel at the fact that Ling Lan's dad and her were just so meant to be, because, in their following conversations, she had found out that Ling Xiao was also a Mecha fighter of the second main ship, and on top of that, he was one of the Mecha fighters she was responsible for. But Ling Xiao later told her that he had known she was the one from the very beginning. Her voice had been different from anyone else's, soft and sweet, so very comfortable to listen to. His heart had imprinted on it from the very moment he had first heard her speak. When Lan Luofeng told Ling Lan this, Ling Lan couldn't help but stifle a grin. She just knew that her dad had harbored impure intentions, and it looked like he had a voice kink as well. After spending time alone together, just the two of them, for about half a month, the temperature of their feelings rose quickly. The two of them then agreed to become an exclusive JMC and Mecha fighter pair, and together they created a Duomo code that belonged only to them. Of course, this Duomo code hadn't yet found its way to the battlefield when, after the other JMCs returned, it had begun to be used frequently by them in daily life. Because they were afraid the other JMCs would find out about the two of them, it was primarily Lan Luofeng who was shy, who asked her to be the youngest and yet be the first one to get a boyfriend, so every time they wanted to date, Ling Xiao would sit at the table beside Lan Luofeng's during meal times and rap on the table with his fingers. In their code, he would tell her where and when to meet, and regardless of whether Lan Luofeng was free, she would always rap back in their code to tell Ling Xiao if she would meet him or not. At this point of the story, Ling Lan was really speechless. Could this still be considered dating? Why did it seem more like undercover spies trying to meet up? Still, Ling Lan was glad for her mum. Her first love had been so perfect that she had directly gotten married to her dad. It was just unfortunate that her dad had died young. This should be blamed on this current world, full of war and strife, no peace in sight. In order to make her mum happy, Ling Lan had expressed great interest in their Duomo code and said that she wanted to learn it. Hearing this, Lan Luofeng had been overjoyed, and had passed everything about this Duomo code belonging to her and Ling Xiao on to Ling Lan. Thinking back on this, Ling Lan began listening closely to Ling Xiao's tapping sounds. 1 long 2 short, 3 long 1 short, 2 long 1 short, for continuous short taps. Ling Xiao's tapping was very systematic. For distinctly different sound sections, representing 4 syllables, pose pro kento. Kento pose pro. Token propose. It was proposal token 2. Ugh. Dad, how much did you love Mum, really? Ling Lan thought back on all the tests she had gone through thus far. They all had something to do with her mother to some extent. Frankly, Ling Lan was wrongly blaming Ling Xiao. Even before Ling Xiao had left for the death tunnel, he had had a premonition that something would go wrong. However, a military order was absolute, he couldn't not go. So, before he had left, he had condensed his spirit energy to create this legacy mission, in hopes that his child would be able to obtain his legacy. Still, he knew very well that the upper ranks of the military were greedy for the way he had managed to advance to legendary operator status. Thus, he had not given the legacy mission directly to Lan Luofeng, but had chosen to submit it to his direct superior instead. He had been afraid that Lan Luofeng and Ling Lan would have gotten into trouble for the treasure they possessed, and be targeted and killed by those avaricious people who would do anything to get their hands on his legacy. However, Ling Xiao had also known that submitting it to his superior might mean that this legacy would never reach the hands of his child either. Thus, he had made further arrangements. He left a message for the old dean of the Central Scout Academy, hoping that once his child Ling Lan entered the Scout Academy, the dean would submit a request to the military on his behalf to get the legacy back. So that the old dean would put his back into it, Ling Xiao had agreed to release this legacy to the entire Central Scout Academy. Any child who could pass his tests would be able to obtain his legacy. Ling Xiao had worked so hard to arrange all this, naturally, he didn't want anyone else to obtain his legacy. So, when creating the contents of the test, he had used a progressive advancement method, which would slowly eliminate any outsiders. In the first round of tests, he had used the foundational combat arts of the Scout Academy, to give the impression that he was judging all the children equally. Although this set of combat arts was pretty much general knowledge, this round could successfully exclude all adults. He had set it to be a mirroring test, not just for testing purposes, but also to immediately chase out anyone whose body size exceeded 1.6 meters, eliminating almost all adults. This had caused all the fighters of the military who attempted the mission to fail in the very first round. Of course, if Ling Lan had grown up before making contact with this legacy mission, she would also have been chased out and wouldn't have been able to obtain the legacy. However, Ling Xiao's legacy was only effective when practiced at age 10 and below. After the age of 13, there was basically no chance of training according to the legacy anymore anyway. Ling Xiao could only hope that Ling Lan would be able to enter the legacy tests before she exceeded the age limit. After ensuring that only children would be able to proceed, Ling Xiao had revealed his true intention from the second round onwards, by using the killing arts of the Ling family loyalists. This move pretty much killed all chances of any other children entering the following rounds of testing. Of course, if the military really wanted to, they could still find a way to get hold of the Ling family loyalists' killing arts and assist other children to enter the third round. Therefore, in the third round, Ling Xiao had chosen to use a secret base only known to him and Lan Luofeng. Only Lan Luofeng would know how that lovely valley came to be. Within the military camp, when did they ever have the chance to go out and see those beautiful sceneries? Even if they had entered the virtual world, they would have been stuck inside the 7th Division's world. In order to make Lan Luofeng happy, Ling Xiao had brought her into his mecha and let create an immersive holograph of that lovely valley scene. In her great delight, Lan Luofeng had playfully named it as the World of Belief. Ling Xiao believed that Lan Luofeng would definitely tell Ling Lan about how they had met and fallen in love, and about his mecha. On the second point, he was mistaken. Lan Luofeng hadn't told Ling Lan about his mecha, since Lan Luofeng believed that it was still a bit too early to tell Ling Lan about things to do with mecha. Fortunately, Lan Luofeng had once revealed that the place she most wanted to visit was the World of Belief, which had been recorded down by Little Four, allowing him to find the correct answer to that earlier question. It had to be said that Ling Lan had passed that test by the skin of her teeth. Still, even if Ling Lan had failed, she could have still gone home to ask Lan Luofeng for the correct answers and attempt the mission again later. Ling Xiao had not restricted the number of times someone could take the tests, for he himself was afraid that his questions were too left field, that even Lan Luofeng might have forgotten about some of the answers. Ling Xiao was also afraid that someone would succeed by pure chance, blurting out his mecha's name on a lucky guess, so he had set up another obstacle. If a candidate randomly entered any of the rooms from the main hall, Ling Xiao would let the candidate know the Ling family training methods. If the candidate trained hard with that, he or she would still be able to achieve Imperial Operator level. His father had trained with that set of methods back in those days. It was truly a pretty good training method. In this manner, Ling Xiao would be able to pull the wool over everyone's eyes and continue to wait for his child to enter the mission for testing. Because, only his child would know that the Ling family mansion was split between the front and back sections, and be able to find the correct room. Of the rooms in the back section, such as the bedrooms and other studies etc., it wasn't as complicated as Ling Lan had assumed. Ling Xiao only existed within his study. In other words, even if Ling Lan had gone into any of the other rooms, there would be no one there to assign any tasks. Only when she entered the study would she see the holographic image Ling Xiao left behind. But in the end, Ling Xiao had still been uneasy. After all, the military strength was truly formidable. He had no way to guarantee that those loyalists from the Ling family mansion wouldn't betray him and leak the mansion's secrets to the military. So, he finally decided to add one last test. The content of this test was truly a secret belonging only to him and Lan Luofeng. Mind you, Ling Xiao and Lan Luofeng's exclusive Duomo code had never been used on the outside before. In other words, this code was only known to the two of them. As such, the only people who would be able to answer this test would be Lan Luofeng, and one other, who was naturally the person who had personally learned the Duomo code from Lan Luofeng. Without a doubt, this other person could only be his child. Just as Ling Xiao predicted, Ling Lan used the Duomo code to crack the final test. Having thought of an answer, Ling Lan decisively turned and left the study. She went to the master bedroom and headed straight for the dressing table to find her mum's jewelry box. Inside the jewelry box were some luxurious and exquisite accessories. Ling Lan casually pawed through them, but didn't find what she was looking for. She quickly cast it aside and changed directions. She walked to the singular large bed within the bedroom. Ling Lan was very familiar with this bed. She had been sleeping on it from birth. She had only said goodbye to it after she had been able to speak coherently enough to ask for her own bedroom. During that time, she had found out that Lan Luofeng had a secret compartment to hide her precious things in on this bed. Ling Lan carefully felt along the edges of the bed, touched a spot, and then a small plasma screen suddenly emerged on the smooth headboard of the bed. There was a selection keyboard of 10 number keys displayed on it. Without having to think, Ling Lan directly entered the number code she knew by heart. If Lan Luofeng had never changed it, the code shouldn't be wrong. After entering the code, it didn't take 5 seconds before the screen suddenly popped out, and an approximately 30 cm by 50 cm drawer appeared just like that before Ling Lan. As expected, this secret compartment had long been here. The compartment was empty, nothing at all within it, except for an extremely exquisite little box. Ling Lan took out the box and opened it. A large, glittering diamond ring appeared before Ling Lan, shining radiantly under the lamplight. It was the wedding ring that her mum had cherished all this while. Ling Lan's lips quirked in a slight smile, knowing she had found her target. She closed the box, and holding it in her hand, she made her way back to Ling Xiao's study. Seeing her return, Ling Xiao asked with a half-smile, "Found what I want?" Ling Lan just opened her right hand and showed Ling Xiao the box. Without saying a word, she peered intently at Ling Xiao. The smile on Ling Xiao's lips grew wider. "This is the thing I want." Ling Lan still said nothing, only opening the box to reveal the large diamond ring inside it. "This is your answer," said Ling Xiao with a raised brow, waiting for Ling Lan's verbal confirmation. "Lan Luofeng's wedding ring." "You gave it to her," replied Ling Lan calmly. Ling Xiao laughed uproariously. Then, his expression was admiring as he said, "Not bad. You actually found the answer. Could you tell me, how exactly did you figure out that this ring was the answer I wanted for this mission?" "I only said that this was a wedding ring. I never said that this was the mission answer." Ling Lan's words stopped Ling Xiao's laughter in its tracks. He froze, stunned by Ling Lan's unexpected response. This time, it was Ling Lan's turn to laugh. Hells, she had finally managed to give her heartless old man a taste of his own medicine. All this while, she had only been helplessly toyed around with by her old man. Ling Xiao's awkwardness only lasted for a moment. He quickly collected himself, and said with some amusement, "In that case, why did you bring it here to show me?" "Because, you needed to open the door to get the thing you need." Ling Lan took out the ring and waved it at Ling Xiao. "Oh. I really don't know what thing I need other than this ring. I'm very sorry, you've failed the mission." Ling Xiao's smile turned cold, and he mercilessly declared Ling Lan's failure. His clearly disappointed expression seemed to tell Ling Lan that she had really been mistaken. "This is just a proposal ring, not a proposal token. Although it's only different by one word, what's wrong is wrong. Right? Oh, father of mine." Ling Lan mercilessly tore apart Ling Xiao's lie. "Stop faking. If I were to really choose this diamond ring as my final answer, then the mission would truly be a failure." Ling Xiao seemed utterly unmoved. He only sighed softly and said, "You've already come so far. If you fail just like this and go back, you'll probably be unable to accept it either. Let's do this. I'll give you one chance. I hope you'll be able to convince me." Ling Lan knew that this was likely a part of her dad's test as well, and so did not bother being polite. She walked directly to stand behind her father and poked him with a finger, saying, "Dad, please move aside for a moment." With an indulgent expression, Ling Xiao stood up, cooperatively giving up the study desk. Since he had already chosen to give the candidate a chance, let him do as he will. Ling Lan brazenly sat down in the chair Ling Xiao had just vacated, and pulled out the middle drawer of the study table. She reached into it with an open palm first, to lay her hand flat against the underneath of the desk surface. After waiting for 3 seconds, nothing changed. Ling Lan abruptly realized that within this memory of Ling Xiao's 8 years ago, the Ling family's safe hadn't yet been programmed to recognize her fingerprints. Moodily, Ling Lan stood up and said to Ling Xiao, "Lend me your palm." That said, she pulled over her father's palm and placed it against the bottom of the table surface, holding it there for 3 seconds. Then, a soft, almost imperceptible click could be heard coming from a bookcase to the side. Ling Lan walked right up to the 4th bookcase. The bookcase was already filled to bursting with all sorts of paper-based reading material. This sort of ancient reading method was rarely found anymore in this modern generation. Now, in this world, all existing paper-based reading material were old texts inherited from several centuries up to even a millennium ago. Whenever a typical person saw this type of old texts, they would feel respect well out from within. They wouldn't dare to move around the texts recklessly, much less even try to touch these precious artifacts. However, Ling Lan's following actions were barbaric. If her actions had been seen by any lovers of old books, she would most certainly be mobbed and critiqued to death. Ling Lan savagely grabbed hold of one particular book and pulled harshly. The book was torn and a round-shaped hole with many facets was revealed. It turned out that Ling Lan had only torn off a protective back cover onto the book. Of course, if she hadn't used her father's palm print to unlock the cover first, even if Ling Lan had used all of her strength, she still wouldn't have been able to peel off this protective covering. Ling Lan lined up the diamond side of the ring against that multifaceted round hole, and it fit perfectly. This time, the wait was longer. After about 6 seconds, a clack came from within the bookcase. The book Ling Lan grabbed this time was just right beside the book with a hole. This time, Ling Lan didn't pull, but pushed it forwards. Following that, the entire shelf of books abruptly disappeared, revealing a square safe about 30 cubic centimeters large. Apparently, the diamond ring was only the key to open the safe. However, the diamond ring itself was also a test. If a candidate randomly lucked out during the search and found it, he would be tricked by Ling Xiao's earlier words and really take the diamond ring to be the real answer Ling Xiao wanted. In that scenario, what the candidate would receive in the end would still be that set of Ling family training methods and not Ling Xiao's true legacy. Of course, if this were the real world, Ling Lan wouldn't even have to take the extra step to find the ring. Many times before this, when Lan Luofeng hadn't been around, Ling Lan had let Little Four communicate directly with the AI of the safe, opening it easily that way. However, right now, they were in the mission world, so Ling Lan had no choice but to be a little more careful. She didn't know what the consequences would be if she skipped this step. What if her old man was a stickler for tradition and required everything to follow its proper procedure? If she tried fooling around with any shortcuts in that scenario, she would just be tanking her own chances. Ling Lan decided that it would be better to play it safe. She would rather spend a little more time and make sure this mission was completed properly. Ling Lan skillfully entered the code to open the safe. Lan Luofeng had never changed the passcode, so the code she knew was the same as the one used here. Inside the safe were plenty of antiques, along with many strange and rare odds and ends. They had all been collected by the many generations of Ling family heads, including some cool stuff that Ling Xiao himself had found, such as the exquisite writing brush Ling Lan had once used. Ling Lan desultorily pawed through the items and picked out 3 from the pile. She placed them in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Dad, this is the proposal token you wanted." All 3 of them. All 3 items looked exceedingly common: a white sheet of paper that could be bought from any roadside stall, a chip that couldn't be more common, and a keychain shaped like a mecha. That sheet of white paper was already filled with writing. It held the marriage vows Ling Xiao had written for Lan Luofeng. Every vow on the paper just proved that Ling Xiao was totally henpecked one. The chip was the control chip of Ling Xiao's wealth. With this chip alone, Lan Luofeng would be able to forcefully transfer all of Ling Xiao's worldly possessions to someone else's communicator without having to get Ling Xiao's approval. Meanwhile, that keychain was modeled after Ling Xiao's mecha. What this really represented, or if there was any deeper meaning to it, Lan Luofeng had never told Ling Lan. She had only told Ling Lan that of these 3 things, the most valuable was actually this keychain, but now it had become just a souvenir. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 items before him with a complicated expression, but he was clearly moved. However, he very quickly managed to calm his almost overflowing emotions and raised his head to smile blindingly at Ling Lan. "Congratulations, Ling Lan, you've passed. You shall receive Ling Xiao's legacy, my child. I'm so very happy today." Ling Xiao's smile caused Ling Lan to become awestruck. Now she finally understood why her mum would always lose her mind in fantasies whenever she talked about her dad. Her dad's sincere smile was just too stunning. Even in this future world where one could find beautiful men and women everywhere, her dad's looks were definitely still of the godlike legendary level. Ling Xiao made Ling Lan stand before him. At this moment, he was silent. After a long while, a light trace of loss appeared on his expression, and he said, "Honestly, I don't wish for this legacy mission to appear. Because, its appearance would mean that I'm really gone. If possible, I really want to accompany my wife, and be by your side as you grow up. I can't bear to let you both go. My child, I don't even know if you're a boy or a girl. I really wish I could see for myself how you look like, whether you resemble me or your mum." Ling Xiao's loss of composure lasted for only a split second. He soon regained his equilibrium and said self-mockingly, "What's with this sentimentality? Is this the result of the wavering of belief? What a terrible feeling." Ling Xiao recovered his usual smile once more and looked at Ling Lan. The nameless tenderness in his gaze caused Ling Lan's heart to spasm, as all sorts of emotions rose up within her heart. Ling Lan knew very well that Ling Xiao was definitely not looking at her right now. This Ling Xiao was a manifestation of spiritual energy from 8 years ago. Perhaps this affectionate gaze was meant for Lan Luofeng, and maybe included some anticipation for his then unborn child. But for some unknown reason, this scene just tugged at Ling Lan's heartstrings, making her heart ache. She didn't know if it was because she had merged with this body completely, causing her to be unable to control her emotions when faced with this body's biological father. Ling Xiao said, "I believe that my child is the strongest child. I will entrust your mum to you. You must definitely make her happy. I'm an irresponsible husband, and also an irresponsible father. I've failed you both." Ling Lan tried to speak, but Ling Xiao made a stopping motion, "Don't speak. Let me hold on to my fantasy a while longer. You will call me, Daddy, earnestly, and then say, 'I love you.'" That said, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said hoarsely, "Isn't that just a useless daydream? An irresponsible person like me, if I get a scolding, it would already be too easy on me. What right do I have to ask you, my child, to call me Daddy, too?" Ling Lan's mouth twitched, but she did not call out, "Daddy," in the end. Although she knew that Ling Xiao was her dad of this life, and Ling Xiao was extremely familiar to her due to the constant reminiscences of her mum. The address of "Daddy" was really quite difficult for the mentally mature Ling Lan to voice out. Ling Lan could only put the blame on this man across from her. He was just too young, causing her mind to inexplicably rebel against the very idea. Dejection flashed through Ling Xiao's gaze. Those words of his were actually an indirect plea for his child to call him Daddy. He didn't dare to ask directly, because he felt he had wronged his child. Sadly, the truth was really just as he had feared. His child truly hated him and was unwilling to call him Daddy. This reality made him feel very hurt. The Ling Xiao of 8 years ago had imagined many possibilities of this encounter, and this was one which he had most hoped not to see. Regardless of how dejected Ling Xiao felt, he still began to teach his first lesson. Ling Lan thought that the first lesson would be Ling Xiao's exclusive physical skills or something along those lines. Mind you, the very first lesson she received when she first entered the learning space, and also when she first entered the Central Scout Academy, was physical skills, other than theoretical studies. After all, the basics were the most important. "Are you wondering why we aren't starting with physical skills?" asked the Ling Xiao of 8 years ago, having predicted Ling Lan's puzzlement. Since Ling Xiao was the one to ask, Ling Lan naturally nodded without any hesitation, and waited for Ling Xiao to explain. Smiling, Ling Xiao told Ling Lan that the Academy's basic physical skills set was the accumulation of the efforts of countless talents over tens of thousands of years. It was definitely one of the best foundational physical skills set available, so before Ling Lan fully mastered that set of physical skills, he would not teach Ling Lan any other physical skills, including his own exclusive physical skills. Many people, before their basics had been built properly, would already attempt to learn physical skills or spiritual skills of a higher level. This was completely wrong. Think about it. If you try to build a building when your foundations haven't even been settled yet, how would you be able to build a tall building? Ling Xiao was unsure how the other legendary operators had advanced to their level, but Ling Xiao's advancement was closely tied to his foundations. Back then, Ling Xiao had only wanted to prove himself to his father his own way, and so had refused to learn the Ling family's secret physical skills. Instead, he had trained in the Academy's foundational physical skills until he mastered it to its extreme. In the process, he had touched on the most profound meaning of foundational physical skills, which showed him a path to advance to legendary status. What does it mean to fully master it? Asked Ling Lan, puzzled. She already knew the foundational physical skills by heart. Could it be that she still hadn't been doing it right? When you can execute this set of physical skills without having to think about it, no longer limited to the stances, about then, you will naturally understand, explained Ling Xiao briefly. He didn't want Ling Lan to be impatient, she was still young and had plenty of time. Now, what I can teach you is how to improve your eyesight and hand speed. These are things that you cannot lack for either combat or operating mecha, said Ling Xiao. They are both things that require hard work to train, especially finger speed. That needs to be trained beginning from youth, while the bones of the fingers haven't fully grown yet and are still extremely flexible. Only then can you develop your personal limits to its maximum. That said, Ling Xiao suddenly lifted up a palm. A clear and translucent round bead was clamped between two of his fingers. And then all his fingers started to dance, causing the bead to tumble freely amidst the 5 fingers. It started out slow, but the speed gradually became faster and faster. In the end, Ling Lan, who took pride in her eyesight, couldn't even see a shadow of the bead anymore. Ling Xiao's fingers had become mere afterimages in the air, so quick that she couldn't even tell which finger was which. Just as Ling Lan was staring as if in a trance, Ling Xiao suddenly folded his fingers to make a fist. The abrupt shift from movement to stillness disoriented Ling Lan's eyes, making them ache, extremely uncomfortable. Your vision hasn't reached the level of my hand speed, which is why you feel the strain. Close your eyes and rest for a bit. Ling Lan did as Ling Xiao said, and soon found that her eyes no longer felt stretched and achy. Only then did she open her eyes again. That's where the limit of your eyesight is. You feel it now. From now on, you must train your hand speed. At the same time, you must get your vision up to the level of your hand speed. This requires slow and steady training. There is no shortcut, said Ling Xiao to Ling Lan. Legacy missions weren't as miraculous as most people thought. There is no way for someone to ascend to the heavens in one step. To succeed, it all still depended on your own effort to earn it. The legacy mission would only show you how to do so more efficiently, that's all. I understand. Ling Lan nodded, heart filled with gratitude for Ling Xiao's mentoring. As he trained her hand speed and vision, Ling Xiao had indirectly been telling Ling Lan that, to become strong, she needed to rely on her own efforts. No one else could do it for her. Just now, was that already your fastest speed? Ling Lan, who was in a great mood, finally displayed the curiosity a 7-year-old child should have. Ling Xiao only smiled silently, but spread out his fingers once more. In his palm was no longer just the one crystal bead from before, but a whole 9 beads. Ling Lan found herself tongue-tied with astonishment. Before she could find her voice to ask, Ling Xiao's fingers started moving once more. The 9 crystal beads collided with each other within his palm, emitting clear and reverberating bell-like sounds. As they collided with one another, the beads started bouncing irregularly. This was the hardest thing to control, because you had to predict where each bead would go. Ling Lan was sure she could control 1 bead with no pressure, 2 if the speed wasn't too fast, but 3 would be tricky. However, Ling Xiao easily controlled all 9 beads, his fingers flying swiftly to block every single one before they could fall, only allowing them to roll around in his palm. Gradually, Ling Xiao's speed became faster and faster, until finally, the sounds of the beads colliding meshed into one solid sound, no gaps between collisions. At this point, Ling Lan could no longer see what was going on in Ling Xiao's hand, everything was just a blur. Ling Lan thought that this was already the limit, but unexpectedly, something even more astonishing happened. Gradually, Ling Lan couldn't even see the blur of shadows anymore. It was as if Ling Xiao had spread open his palm like a lotus flower, but there was no sign of those beads within it. Ling Lan knew this was a false impression. Ling Xiao's speed had just reached a frightening level, enough to fool the eyes into registering this illusion, defaulting back into the original setting. This was a misperception, an illusion born of sheer overwhelming speed. Before Ling Lan could regain her senses, she heard several consecutive clacking noises, 9 in total. Following these sounds, Ling Xiao abruptly stopped the motions of his fingers. At this moment, Ling Lan felt a throbbing pain in her eyes, and tears began to spill over from them in a flood. They had been working too hard to try and see a speed too far beyond their limits, and had finally incurred the backlash. It took a while, but Ling Lan finally felt comfortable again. She opened her eyes and saw Ling Xiao standing before her with a smile, his right hand in a loose fist. "I'm all right now," said Ling Lan embarrassedly. She focused her attention on Ling Xiao's right hand. Ling Xiao slowly opened his right palm. In the middle of his palm, the initially solid crystal beads had been turned into a heap of powder. Ling Xiao shook his fingers lightly, and the fine powder scattered, sifting through his fingers to drift slowly to the ground. Under the refraction of the light, the crystal powder sparkled, sending out countless glimmering rays, immersing the two of them in an illusion of a magical realm. Ling Lan wasn't bedazzled by this magical scene, her expression changed slightly in awareness. Although Ling Lan hadn't been able to see what was going on in Ling Xiao's palm earlier, she could tell that Ling Xiao's fingers hadn't been exerting much pressure, he had just simply been blocking the paths of those crystal beads to prevent them from falling off his palm. But it was precisely this sort of forceless pressure that, under the workings of extreme speed, had shattered the crystal beads from the inside out. It was clear to see just how much destructive power it had. "Looks like, you've understood." Ling Xiao was very pleased with Ling Lan's reaction. He had thought that he would have to explain in further detail, but unexpectedly, Ling Lan had actually grasped the deeper meaning already. "Yep, when anything reaches a certain limit, a great energy will be created," said Ling Lan carefully, summarizing her thoughts. Ling Lan was very excited internally, because she had finally met someone she could discuss these things with. In the learning space, her instructors only let her feel things out for herself, never ever telling her much about Tao, causing Ling Lan to feel extremely lost. "That's right. I didn't expect you to notice that point. I call it Shi-1, and there isn't just one type of Shi, but many. However, Ling Lan, you must remember not to bite off more than you can chew. More Shi is not always better." Ling Xiao glanced coolly at Ling Lan, rapidly cooling down her initially bubbling excitement. Ling Xiao's reminder caused Ling Lan to become thoughtful. After that, Ling Xiao didn't let Ling Lan remain for long in the mission space. He only told her that in future, she could access this place directly to find him by using his spirit crystal, with no need to take the test again. Then, Ling Lan was immediately sent back to the login point of the Academy's virtual world. "You finally appeared, boss." When Little Four saw Ling Lan, he burst out in tears and pounced on her, clearly upset. Ling Lan reflexively caught hold of Little Four, and cautioned him saying, "You coming out like this, won't it be suspicious?" Little Four sniffled, "It's no problem, boss. This is a special space I created. We can see outside, but they can't see us." "Right, in the mission space, why did you become silent after I arrived at the Ling family mansion?" Ling Lan had thought it strange. If she hadn't been afraid that her dad wouldn't acknowledge it, she would really have liked to just let Little Four open the safe directly. She had originally thought that Little Four would jump out straight away to critique her dad's pedantry, but Little Four had been surprisingly silent and non-reactive. Back then, she had been too caught up with the mission, so although Ling Lan was puzzled, she didn't have the mind to go ask Little Four about it. But now, Ling Lan's curiosity was back. Ling Lan's words caused Little Four to recall his misery, and he started crying once more. Under Ling Lan's consolation, he managed to tell her the reason in between sobs. Apparently, when Ling Lan had entered the study and seen Ling Xiao's smiling face, what greeted Little Four had instead been Ling Xiao's sharp and cold gaze. That piercing gaze had scrambled Little Four's operations, kicking him right out of the legacy space. This was also the reason why Little Four had been unresponsive. He had been kicked out by Ling Xiao at that point. Ling Lan frowned, a little worried. Did this mean that anyone with strong spiritual strength would be able to discover Little Four's existence? Little Four sensed Ling Lan's anxiety for him, and his core chip actually started to heat up. However, this heat was warm and very comfortable, cheering him up immensely. He said then to Ling Lan, "Boss, don't worry. I've met other people before with great mental and spiritual energy, but they never noticed me. Perhaps it was because I entered your dad's legacy space, which is equivalent to entering his spiritual self, that's why he noticed me. Yup, what you say makes sense. Still, please be careful after this. Don't simply go into other people's spiritual self. Let's avoid the risk. Ling Lan felt that what Little Four said made sense, but still cautioned Little Four to be more careful in the virtual world from now on. He shouldn't get too caught up in thinking he was a god. The two of them talked for a little bit longer. During this time, Little Four was multitasking. He was also controlling the fake Ling Lan he had created to walk out of the library and slowly make its way to the login point. Then, he made the fake Ling Lan go through the motions of logging out. Due to expending so much brainpower during the legacy mission, Ling Lan was somewhat fatigued. So, she logged out of the virtual world together with Little Four and went off to take a good long rest. Meanwhile, due to Little Four's thorough arrangements, neither the monitoring military nor the other students entering for the test noticed that Ling Lan had already sneakily obtained Ling Xiao's legacy. To create the false impression that the legacy mission was still uncracked, Little Four left the virtual pocket testing space up. Until one day, it disappeared along with Ling Xiao's legacy mission, throwing the military into disarray, unable to figure out what had happened. After Ling Lan received her father's legacy, she began practicing the bead exercise every day with both hands at the same time. Of course, Ling Lan did not practice with those precious crystal beads, but with sturdy steel beads instead. Qi-Long and the others, who had been hanging out with Ling Lan all this while, saw Ling Lan forever carrying around 2 steel beads to fiddle with, and was overcome with curiosity. So they asked Ling Lan why she was doing so. Ling Lan felt that this was not any special training method that she needed to keep secret. Ling Xiao himself had said before that this was just a small technique to train up hand speed, the key was whether one had enough determination to keep working on it without giving up. Thus, she generously told them what she was doing, and explained what benefits the training would bring. When Qi-Long and the others heard this, they immediately had stars in their eyes. Hand speed had always been a troublesome issue for fighters and mecha operators. Even though the Federation had also tried to develop some training methods to increase hand speed, the effectiveness of those methods was limited, yielding only slight improvements. The moment one hit a bottleneck, there would be no more effect from then onwards. The others in the group rushed to follow Ling Lan and train together, and so a trend swept through the Central Scout Academy. Several bored students of the second grade Class A, no matter if they were reading, eating, or chatting, would always be seen fiddling with a small steel bead in their hands, rolling it round and round in their palms. Just like that, they trained steadily for several months, and Ling Lan abruptly found that she had not experienced any improvement in an entire month. Every night, using 3 steel beads simultaneously, her training would break down at the 3.0127-minute mark. For a whole month she struggled and hovered on this time frame, and Ling Lan just knew that she had encountered her first bottleneck. Ling Lan really wanted to break through this bottleneck, so she specially increased the practice time for hand speed, but the more impatient she was, the worse the effect. Ling Lan found that after several consecutive days of forceful extended training, her hand speed actually deteriorated to a certain degree instead. She knew then that she couldn't continue this sort of self-punishing training anymore, otherwise, not only would there be no effect, she may even cause some unnecessary problem to appear in her 2 hands. Ling Lan decided to rest well for a bit. Besides the missions from the learning space which had never stopped, whether it was in reality or within the virtual world, Ling Lan chose to stop everything. Her typically busy life abruptly became free, causing her to feel a little out of sorts. Seeing his boss's clear discomfort, Little Four thought of a good way to kill time and relax at the same time. He prepared an adult appearance for Ling Lan to use in the virtual network so that she could go explore the virtual world outside and expand her horizons. Little Four's suggestion touched Ling Lan deeply. After all, she had never been to the real virtual world. The virtual world of the Central Scout Academy, at the end of the day, was just a platform for the students to familiarize themselves with the virtual world. Immediate action is better than anticipation. That very afternoon, Ling Lan made Little Four get everything ready, and then she logged into the virtual world, prepared for her first foray into the outside world. Ling Lan entered the login point. It was still the same hall she had first logged into, no changes whatsoever. At first, Ling Lan thought Little Four had forgotten about modifying her appearance, so she said moodily, "Little Four, why didn't you help to change my appearance?" Sigh, a kid was still a kid after all, easily dropping the ball at crucial moments. Speechless, Little Four made a floor-length mirror appear in front of Ling Lan, presenting Ling Lan's current appearance to her. He. Giggled Ling Lan in embarrassment. It turned out that Ling Lan's appearance had already been changed. When Ling Lan had logged in, Little Four had immediately modified her brainwaves, helping her into her virtual disguise instantaneously. Ling Lan's current form was that of a girl around 16 years old, in the flower of her youth. Her looks bore some resemblance to the Ling Lan of her last life, with a steam-bun face too and a pair of big lively eyes, extremely alert and adorable. This appearance, isn't it just too kawaii? 3. She looked like a total lowly 4. Ling Lan felt a little awkward. To be honest, she had already gotten used to her Shota 5 face of this life that leaned more towards the boyish side. This way, no one will ever suspect that you're Ling Lan. Little Four was perplexed. He had gone to so much effort to create a human appearance that was completely different from the current Ling Lan. Why would boss have any complaints? That's true. Ling Lan finally got with the program. If they had fashioned an appearance that had similar qualities to her current self, though the probability of being discovered was still very low, there was always the slight chance she would be discovered. Little Four had really considered everything very thoroughly. Ling Lan didn't hold back her admiration, showering Little Four generously with praise, sending Little Four straight into a happy daze. When he heard Ling Lan request to go to the capital, still hazy with pleasure, Little Four didn't look at the name of the planet, choosing a capital quickly and beginning their transportation. Cough cough, who asked every planet to have a capital? Little Four had just sent Ling Lan off when he noticed the problem. However, Little Four didn't dare to say anything. He had just received Ling Lan's praise. If he revealed his mistake now, wouldn't that just be slapping himself in the face? Besides, Planet Azure's capital was still a capital. His boss hadn't really specified that she wanted to go to the capital of Planet Doha. At this point, Ling Lan had no idea that her current position was already no longer on the planet of Doha where she lived. Instead, she was now on Planet Azure, a planet on the fringes of the Federation several hundred thousands of light-years away. Ling Lan stood at the transfer point, looking around in shock and surprise at the vintage scene before her. She could almost believe that she had returned to the olden times. I thought that the capital should be even more advanced and futuristic than the city we live in. Who knew it'd be this traditional? Every city's setting is different. The capitals here all have more traditional settings. Little Four secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead, at least that excuse had sounded somewhat plausible. That's true. But compared to a modern science fiction type setting, I like this better. Ling Lan smiled. The familiar architecture and the familiar surroundings made her feel at ease instantly, sweeping away the tiredness that had been accumulated over several months of high-intensity training. When Little Four heard that Ling Lan liked it here, all his nerves and anxiety fled. Now wasn't this just a fortuitous mistake? Thinking of this, Little Four started to become a little smug. As I thought, I'm really the smartest intelligent bioentity. Even when I make a mistake, I make it in such a perfect way. Leaving Little Four's private celebration aside, Ling Lan brought Little Four along as she toured the entire capital city. Of course, she was only window shopping. For one, this identity didn't have a corresponding central bank account, and so had no way to pay with credits. Although Little Four could have found a way to handle it, Ling Lan was of the mind that they should avoid doing unnecessary things to avoid trouble. Most importantly, she was afraid that the central bank would run scans at irregular intervals. If anything was exposed, it would be troublesome for both her and Little Four. Secondly, this identity also didn't have any safe dummy mailing address. Was she supposed to get the stores to deliver anything she bought to the Ling family estates? Then what would be the point of going to the trouble of making this fake identity? Ling Lan was just like an imprisoned bird which had been set free. She was full of enthusiasm no matter what she saw. Being able to freely walk the streets and browse was fulfilling a dream of hers which spanned both her lives. In her previous life, she had always been confined to her sickbed. She dreamt every day of having the chance to go out and explore the streets, but unfortunately, till the end, that dream had never been realized. And then, since she had been born in this world, she had always been restricted to her home. And after that, she became restricted to the Scout Academy. Although the virtual world of the Scout Academy also had shops, the items they offered were extremely monotonous, all having something to do with learning. Furthermore, the shops were all too science fiction-y, so Ling Lan just couldn't experience any of the enjoyment of regular shopping there. However, this capital was completely different. The classical buildings, as well as the decorations of the stores were all very similar to that of the stores in her previous life, giving her the satisfying feeling of flattening a road. Her mood was endlessly buoyant. If it weren't for the fact that every time she entered a store introduction would pop up right before her eyes, Ling Lan might have believed that she was actually browsing a real street. The capital truly lived up to its status as the capital. Whether it was in terms of fashion, food, activity, or accommodation, the sheer variety was dazzling. Just as Ling Lan was engrossed in her sightseeing, the people around her, who had also been busy with their shopping, suddenly stopped walking, as if receiving some unknown signal. On their faces were expressions of excitement. Some of them even yelled out involuntarily. Very quickly, they changed their personal plans, all of them heading mutually towards the same direction. What's going on? Ling Lan was a little bewildered by this, and hurried to ask Little Four. Without delay, Little Four immediately began a search. Then, with a surprised expression, he said, "There's actually a mecha combat tournament happening here. And it's a cross-level J6 challenge against a J8, can this be real?" Ling Lan, who knew almost nothing about the world outside in this life, said dumbly, "J6? J8? What's that?" Little Four slapped his forehead, only now did he remember that he had forgotten to supplement Ling Lan's knowledge on this front. So, he quickly gave a general overview of what mecha combat tournaments were all about. In the virtual world, this mecha combat tournament was actually a type of combat game that was open to all members of the public. Any citizen could participate in the combat game as long as they were 13 years old and above. Meanwhile, the students of the Scout Academy could get rid of the seal of the Scout Academy once they turned 13, and enter the real virtual world. In other words, if they followed the normal schedule, Ling Lan would only be able to come here after she turned 13. Regardless of age, any newbie who just started the game would be at level J0. They needed to learn how to operate mecha and go through related combat training before unlocking the newbie arena. After earning 100 points, they would successfully move forward into level J1, and after accumulating 1000 inch points, they'd enter level J2. Calculating forwards from this, you can just imagine what an astronomical number of points was needed to achieve level J9. Little Four told Ling Lan that very few mecha operators managed to advance to level J9. Of the billions of people in the entire Federation, there were only about 3,000 to 4,000 people who had done it. Of course, there is also a level higher than J9, but those people who could achieve it would not bother with this sort of mecha combat game for the masses. Little Four didn't elaborate much on that, for he felt that these things were still a little too far off for Ling Lan to worry about. It's lucky then that cross-level challenges are allowed. Otherwise, going according to the regular flow, slowly accumulating points bit by bit, who knows how many months and years it would take to enter J9. Ling Lan felt a little dizzy just looking at the countless number of zeros behind that extrapolated number. It's allowed, but the conditions for a cross-level challenge is very strict. If a challenger fails, the punishment may make the person regret it so much that they'd kill themselves, said Little Four in a flat tone. Advantages are not so easily obtained. For a cross-level challenge, winning one fight isn't enough. You would have to consecutively defeat 3 randomly selected high-level opponents over the course of 3 days before your cross-level challenge is considered successful. Only then will you really enter the ranks of that level. But if you lose, the point deduction is extremely harsh. Take that J6 for example, he might very likely lose so many marks that he would fall directly back to level J3, maybe even J2. Little Four explained the rules and punishment related to this cross-level challenge. Well, it still seems worth it. Even if he falls down to J2 or J3, he can just challenge a J7 or J8 next time. As long as he can manage 3 wins sometime, won't he be right back up, said Ling Lan, disagreeing. How could it be that easy? Each person only has 3 chances to initiate a cross-level challenge every year. Unless he wins all 3 times, otherwise, if he loses just once, he would have to start over and accumulate points again. As everyone knows, points are extremely hard to collect in the mecha combat tournaments. It requires a lot of time and matches. More importantly, the so-called cross-level challenges are actually just a cross-1 level challenge. A J2 can only challenge a J4, a J3 can only challenge a J5. So even if he waits a whole year, he still wouldn't be able to return to his original position. Boss, do you still think this kind of cross-level challenge is worth it? Little Four's words stunned Ling Lan. So that's how it is. Then, isn't the cross-level challenge just for show? Probably very few people would choose to try a cross-level challenge, right? It looked like the creator of the game really hated people who took shortcuts, actually posing such imposing restrictions and obstacles. Of course, otherwise the people here wouldn't be so worked up over this current challenge. There might still be many cross-level challenges in the lower levels, but a high-level cross-level challenge is very rarely seen. Especially this type of J6 versus J8 challenge, I've heard that you might not even see one within 100 years. Boss, you're really quite lucky. Little Four reported everything he had learned from his searches to Ling Lan, telling her that this upcoming mecha fight was really very uncommon. Then let's go take a look. Ling Lan's interest was thoroughly piqued by Little Four. They moved along with the crowd towards their destination, a 7-story tall pagoda. Drats, we need to buy tickets. Ling Lan was about to walk through the entrance when a line of text suddenly appeared before her. Her mood fell, apparently tickets were required to enter. This was also the first time Little Four was entering a battle stadium to watch a mecha fight, so he hadn't known they had needed tickets either. Hearing Ling Lan's words, he said, "Wait one moment," and disappeared. Ling Lan thought that Little Four would be away for some time, but surprisingly, it had only been a few seconds when Little Four returned. He made a victory pose with his hands and said smugly, "Boss, everything's settled." As Little Four was speaking, another person completely covered up in a black windbreaker was just about to buy the ticket number he was interested in when a notification popped up on his communicator. "Sorry, the ticket number you've selected is no longer available. Please make a new selection." Weird, someone was actually faster than me. "It's been taken," muttered the person to himself. He had no choice but to choose the seat right next to the one he had wanted. Seeing the words, "Purchase successful," appear, he closed his communicator and walked into the battle stadium. At this moment, Little Four was extremely pleased with himself. He had finally gotten the chance to show off his skills as an omnipotent underling in front of Ling Lan. For a godlike existence like him, sneaking Ling Lan in without a ticket was nothing. No, Little Four was an obedient babe, he would never do this sort of underhanded thing. He was just, doing a favor, doing a favor by showing up to watch. Receiving Little Four's confirmation, Ling Lan walked towards the entrance of the battle stadium once more. This time, the words that appeared before her was no longer a reminder to buy a ticket. Instead, the words were a welcome, "Thank you for your patronage, your seat number is XX section XX row. XX number." Ling Lan sighed in wonder yet again. Little Four was truly very useful. Whether it was in the real world or in the virtual world, she just couldn't get by without Little Four's help. Ling Lan stepped through the gates and felt the scenery twist before eyes. And then, she found herself standing at the entrance to a random passage, rows and rows of seats before her. "Could you please give way?" An icy voice rang out from behind Ling Lan. She quickly turned and saw a man in a windbreaker standing there. What surprised Ling Lan was that the man's face was almost wrapped up completely by the large hood of the windbreaker, only his lower jaw and slightly quirked. Thin lips could be seen from within its shadow. Sorry." Ling Lan ducked her head apologetically, and hurried to give way. Her head lowered, Ling Lan did not let the other discover her shock. She clenched her fists tightly, annoyed at herself for being careless. Just now, Ling Lan actually hadn't sensed the presence of anyone behind her. This was the first time someone had been able to get close to her without her noticing. If the other had had any bad intentions and ambushed her, she would definitely have been KO'd directly and become deader than dead. And when she had faced the man, a pressing sense of danger had risen from her heart. This was the first time she could actually feel danger emanating from a person's body. The man did not say anything, only nodding at Ling Lan lightly to signify thanks before moving past Ling Lan. It looked like he was also an audience member who had come to watch the match. Ling Lan did not follow after him right away. She was still a little wary of that man, and decided that it would be a better idea to keep some distance from him. The man finally walked off into the distance, far enough that Ling Lan could no longer see his silhouette. Then, she heard Little Four say, "Oh crap, that fellow is a hacker. No, he's very likely one of those rumored specters." "Little Four, by Spectre, do you mean those beings capable of wiping out a person's consciousness in the virtual world?" "Of course. The aura of that person is very similar. It's a type of spiritual mutation that belongs to a Spectre hacker," confirmed Little Four. Even within the virtual world, Ling Lan could feel cold sweat breaking out on her forehead at these words. No wonder she had sensed so much danger from the man. It turned out that he was a being who could kill someone without a trace. Boo-hoo-hoo, this virtual world was really very dangerous. Even if Ling Lan could KO a person like this 100,000 times over in real life, in the virtual world, she still needed to give these people a wide berth. Translator, Ryuxinji Editor, MJN0898. Boss, do you want to know that person's real identity? I can go find out. Little Four's eyes were sparkling, as if he had found some great new toy. Ling Lan was just about to agree when she suddenly grew cautious and asked, "How are you planning to find out?" Little Four said excitedly, "Of course by infiltrating the other's spiritual self. Then I'll be able to see the other's true identity." "Not allowed," barked Ling Lan fiercely inside the mind space. Ling Lan had not forgotten about what had happened within her dad's mission space. Little Four had said then that a strong person's spiritual self would be able to discover him, and may even take control of Little Four to harm him. Who knew if this hacker-evolved Spectre would be able to cause some catastrophic damage to Little Four? Why? Little Four was taken aback by Ling Lan's sharp rebuke. Mind you, even when Ling Lan had been applying domestic violence in the past, she had never before treated him so sternly. That scary expression and tone of voice didn't just shock Little Four but also hurt him. He wilted, a depressed expression on his face. He started to wonder if Ling Lan didn't like him anymore, treating him this way. First off, we have no conflict with him. Why poke a sleeping tiger? If we anger him, and he decides to come after us, we'll be in a lot of trouble. Little Four was just about to say that he wasn't at all afraid of that, because he could handle everything just fine, but Ling Lan pressed down on his little shoulder at that moment. She said earnestly, "Most importantly, I don't want you, Little Four, to be in danger. If anything happened to you, I would regret it for the rest of my life. So, Little Four, you must promise me. You must protect yourself well, so that you can stay by my side forever and ever, until the day I leave this world." Hearing this little speech by Ling Lan, all of Little Four's sadness and resentment disappeared. He felt as if his CPU was overloaded. Not just that, his core chip was starting to heat up, becoming hotter and hotter, almost reaching critical levels. He should have been frantic and panicked, and tried to find a way to cool his core chip down rapidly, but, god damn it, he just didn't want to. He even felt that the existence of this heat was truly wondrous. He loved this feeling so much he could die. Ling Lan saw Little Four's slack and unresponsive face and was afraid he hadn't understood what she had been trying to say. So, with emphasis, she repeated again, "Little Four, listen, I forbid you from going off on your own from now on to investigate the spiritual selves of anyone strong or dangerous. As long as the other leaves us alone, we'll leave them alone too. Remember, you must protect yourself. Didn't you want to be my #1 follower? If you don't listen to me, I'll take away your precious #1 follower position." Ling Lan decided that a threat was necessary along with the warning to show just how serious she was about this. At this point, Little Four had already lost all ability to think, but that grand goal of being the #1 follower had always been a top priority in his heart, so when he heard Ling Lan's warning threat, he hurriedly nodded obediently, giving up any thought of checking out that man. He could lose anything else, but that #1 follower position must not be lost. This was Little Four's only major ambition ever since he had become aware. In that case, he would let that man go this time. Still, Little Four finally returned to normal. His CPU was no longer running on overdrive, and his chip was no longer in danger of shorting. He looked towards the direction where the man had vanished and fiercely swung his fist into the air. He was determined to not let that man hurt his boss, otherwise, even if he had to go against his boss's words, he would still give that man a piece of his mind. After obtaining Little Four's promise, Ling Lan could finally relax. She waited for a few minutes, then slowly made her way to the designated eating area at the front to look for her seat. It should be said that looking for a seat in the virtual world was extremely easy. The moment she entered the seating area, a chart of the seating layout automatically appeared before her eyes. A red light was blinking on one of the seats on the chart, while a green dot was gradually moving forwards. Yup, that green dot was herself. Very quickly, Ling Lan had followed the chart to find her seat. Once she sat down, the chart before her eyes disappeared, and she regained her usual vision. Ling Lan looked around curiously at the audience around her. A familiar outfit caught her eye, rendering her speechless instantly, curse words pouring out in a torrent inside her mind. Why was she so unlucky? Actually meeting up once again with this dangerous fellow. It turned out that Ling Lan's neighboring seat was occupied by that dangerous man with a mutating mentality who was evolving into a spectre. However, the man's attitude was not bad. When he saw Ling Lan approaching, he nodded slightly in greeting. Hello. Ling Lan squeezed out a weak smile before turning away moodily. Even so, Ling Lan wasn't really all that scared inside. Although the other was very dangerous, the two of them were just passing strangers with no bad blood between them. It was unlikely that the other would harm her for no reason. Furthermore, although Ling Lan had forbidden Little Four from exploring, she knew that if the other tried to do something bad to her, Little Four would definitely counterattack and protect her from getting injured. In addition, Ling Lan was very confident in her own abilities. As long as she could hold off the other's sneak attack at the start, it wouldn't be that easy to harm her afterwards. She was mostly unrivaled within the Central Scout Academy. Although she was a little weaker within the virtual world, she wasn't so weak that she would be completely helpless against attack. In short, Ling Lan felt prepared no matter what happened. Just like that, Ling Lan regained her equilibrium once more and turned to coolly survey the battle stadium. The battle stadium was large, so large that it was rather frightening. It was a lot like an enlarged version of the basketball stadiums of her previous world, just that the rectangular court in the middle had been changed into a huge circular ring. On all sides were audience stands, packed tightly one level after another. Ling Lan carefully counted and found that there were actually as many as 12 levels from top to bottom. By her estimations, this stadium could hold up to 500,000 audience members. If compared to her previous world, this venue would definitely be considered one of the more massive stadiums. If this building existed in reality, what an enormous structure it would be. Ling Lan sighed. The architecture of the future was heading more and more towards massive sizes, it seemed. Currently, Ling Lan didn't know that this Mecha battle stadium that she found so massive was actually just a small venue in this world. Planet Azure was a third-rate planet, so its capital was also considered a third-rate city. It could only have this sort of small Mecha battle stadium. The capital of a second-rate planet would be able to possess a medium-sized stadium, which could hold 800,000 people. Meanwhile, a first-rate planet could have a large stadium, which could hold 10 million people. As for the capitals of capital planets like Doha, they could have giant stadiums. These stadiums could hold up to 20 million people. Now that's what you would really call an enormous structure. All we can say is that the current Ling Lan was really a country bumpkin, having seen very little of the real world thus far. It wasn't long before the entire stadium was filled with people, a crowd of heads all packed together. Soon, the sound of a bell rang out beside their ears. The sound of this bell was very melodious, sounding more like the tinkling of water than a metal bell. Following this sound, warm applause broke out across the whole stadium. At the same time, two mechas slowly descended from the skies, making their way down slowly to land on the ground. One of the mecha was entirely red while the other was a sheet of silver. When Ling Lan focused on any one of the mecha, the image before her eyes would reveal that mecha's basic information. From this, Ling Lan found out that the red mecha was the J6 Challenger, while the silver mecha was the J8-inch. Recipient of the challenge. The two mecha belonged to two different categories of mecha. The red mecha was a wing transformer type mecha. Its advantage was optimum flexibility in the air, and it could switch freely between a humanoid shape and a pure aviation model, considered a mecha suited for both land and air. Its right arm was equipped with a beam gun, while its left hand was left empty for general use. The sides of its two legs each held one high alloy dagger, and below its wings were several high-efficiency guided missiles. Of course, this was just standard regulation equipment. As for whether there were any hidden secret weapons, no one could tell. Concealed weaponry was also a type of strategy in these mecha combat fights, so all mecha would typically have something up their sleeves. Meanwhile, the silver mecha was a land-based humanoid mecha, extremely agile on land. On its back was a radiation gun, which was a specialized anti-aircraft weapon. In the mecha's right hand was a beam saber and its left hand was similarly empty on standby. All its other equipment were just like the red mecha's, standard regulation weapons. The two mecha faced each other from a distance, both moving their limbs as they liked. They seemed to be warming up. Right then, a strange scene suddenly occurred on the match grounds, causing Ling Lan to yell out in surprise. On the field, the scenery suddenly changed, the normal floorboards swiftly turned into an endless desert. The audience was also whisked away from the stadium into the middle of this desert. Ling Lan could even feel the scorching heat of the sun on her body, as well as the limitless heat reflected by the sand beneath her feet. Ling Lan quickly understood that this must be a type of simulation method, creating a realistic desert environment in an instant. Ling Lan still hadn't shaken herself out of the shock of finding herself in a desert when she was blindsided again. Apparently, the red-wing transformer mecha had switched into aviation mode while the background was changing into this desert. Now, it was zooming off into the distance, directly becoming a small black dot before disappearing from sight completely. The silver mecha was equally fast, with a few great bounds. It had also disappeared into the dunes in the distance. How was she supposed to watch the match if she couldn't see the mecha? She asked Little Four, but Little Four was just as clueless. He quickly rushed to search for a solution, but just then, a cold voice abruptly rang out from beside her, almost scaring Ling Lan witless. First time watching a match. Ling Lan turned her head. Sure enough, it was the mysterious man with his hidden eyes, ears, and nose who had spoken. Ling Lan was a little startled. She had obviously sensed that the other was very cold, so why would he take the initiative to speak to her? Still, Ling Lan wasn't so foolish as to refuse someone who was willing to help. Yes, it's my first time watching this kind of match. Focus and say, selection, in your mind. A menu will appear, the man instructed Ling Lan. Ling Lan did as he said, and a line of text appeared before her eyes. Please choose the viewing angle you want. 1. God view. 2. Challenger view. 3. Defender view. Ling Lan didn't know which viewing angle was better, and so decided it would be wiser to ask an old hand at this. Thus, she unreservedly asked the man beside her, which viewing angle should I choose? If you want to see an exciting match, choose God view. If you want to know how to operate a mecha or ways to counter, you can choose the other two options. The man was not as aloof and hard to get along with as Ling Lan had feared. He patiently responded to Ling Lan's question. Ling Lan thought for a moment. She did not know how to operate mecha at all, so it would be a waste to watch from the other two perspectives. She might as well watch the two mechas fight, perhaps it would spark some inspiration for her own combat skills. Thus, she decisively chose God view. Thanks. Before making her selection, Ling Lan politely thanked the man beside her. After giving her thanks, Ling Lan no longer paid any attention to the man or his response. All her focus was now on the mecha combat match about to begin. This caused the man beside her to throw a speechless glance at her. Well, that was rather perfunctory. Shouldn't she be more sincere when thanking someone? Ling Lan was oblivious to the internal grumbles of the man beside her. After choosing God View, the image before her eyes shifted instantly, revealing two very different images. One image was focused on the red mecha, while the other showed that the silver mecha had already hidden itself underneath one of the sand dunes. The color of the mecha was gradually changing to match the color of the dune. Ling Lan found this rather interesting, and put her attention on the silver mecha's image, silently saying in her mind to zoom out. Unthinkingly, she had stumbled upon the correct controls. The image zoomed out, showing that the hiding place of the silver mecha was completely invisible from a high bird's eye view. Using the same method again, Ling Lan zoomed out the image of the red mecha as well. Only then did she find out that the red mecha was actually not that far away from the silver mecha. It was just that the red mecha had been circling around without getting close to the other's hiding spot. Now, the whereabouts of both mecha had been observed. On the lower left corner of the image, there was a number counting down. Ling Lan guessed that this was probably the official start time of the match. The number was now already at 73, so the match would probably start about a minute or so later. Moreover, Ling Lan also noticed that after she chose a viewing angle, it was as if she had entered a separate space. She couldn't feel the presence of anyone around her, it was as if she was the only one watching this battle, all disturbances screened away. Ling Lan was comfortable with this, at least that man with the dangerous presence would not be able to disrupt her from enjoying the mecha fight. Meanwhile, on Little Four's end, not only did he search out all kinds of control systems for mecha fighting games, he also looted all the information about other control systems that could be found within the virtual world. After he returned from his pillaging, Little Four told Ling Lan that this kind of low-level mistake would never happen ever again. Little Four's mood was actually terrible right then. He had never expected that the virtual world would have a game directly implanted inside it, and that every game would have different control systems. This threw him, a virtual god, for a loop, causing him to lose face greatly in front of his boss this time. He still remembered how he had proudly proclaimed himself as the god of the virtual world to his boss once. Who could have expected that there were things a god didn't know? It was such a slap in the face. Ling Lan had no idea Little Four was tying himself up in knots over this. Right now, she was patiently waiting for the countdown to reach 0. Finally, when the clock displayed a string of zeros, the initially circling red mecha abruptly changed directions and flew straight towards the silver mecha's hiding spot. Ling Lan supposed that it was very likely that, to avoid wasting time with hide-and-seek, the system had directly informed the red mecha of its opponent's general position. Ling Lan believed that, for fairness' sake, the system wouldn't give specific coordinates on the other's location to either side. Sure enough, the red mecha's subsequent actions proved this point. In the air, while still about 5 kilometers away from the silver mecha's position, the red mecha suddenly launched a guided missile. The moment the missile was fired, Ling Lan felt ripples pass through the image. Little Four jumped in with an immediate explanation. This is a NEMP-1 missile. It can disrupt the radar scanning of a mecha. It looked like in order to make the audience feel the scene better, the system had added in these visual effects to represent these originally invisible interactions. What is the furthest distance that a mecha's radar scanning can reach? Asked Ling Lan thoughtfully. Depends on the mecha's radar model. A common mecha will typically be able to scan up to 2,000 meters, an intermediate mecha up to 2,500 meters, and an advanced mecha up to 3,000 meters. Of course, there's still special class mecha which can scan up to 4,000 meters. Could the silver mecha be a special class mecha? At J8 level, it's very likely to possess a special class mecha. But for a special class mecha, not only must the mecha operator's operational skill be up to level, the operator must also have gathered a certain amount of meritorious exploits, explained Little Four to Ling Lan as he browsed through the information he had found. Ling Lan nodded. Now she understood why the red mecha had fired the NEMP missile from 5 kilometers away. It was probably afraid the opponent was a special class mecha, whose radar was capable of sensing 1,000 meters further than his own mecha. It was a reality that the red mecha couldn't afford to lose, so he couldn't gamble on this possibility. The red mecha had just fired the NEMP missile when it transformed into humanoid shape in mid-air and slowly descended to land on the ground. Next, the red mecha's color slowly faded to match the color of the desert. This is the chameleon system only equipped on advanced mecha and beyond. It allows a mecha's external color to change according to its environment. Little 4 continued to clarify things for Ling Lan. Originally, all this information would be taught to Ling Lan in the Scout Academy before she turned 13, however, since Little 4 had let Ling Lan come into contact with the virtual world and mecha fights prematurely, Little 4 had no choice but to become the transmitter of knowledge. A ring-shaped object slowly emerged from the shoulder area of the red mecha which had turned into the color of the desert. Then, the object slowly and carefully snuck towards the position of the silver mecha. The ring-shaped object is an IE Type 2 heat detector, the newest model on the market. It's considered a type of retrofit, not an original component of mecha. This model of heat detector can sense heat up to a distance of 1,500 meters. Little 4 was quick to react, introducing this new item that had appeared to Ling Lan immediately. Ling Lan nodded silently. Even if the K8 mecha also had an IE-type heat detector equipped, the red mecha would not be disadvantaged. The two mechas had initially been set apart greatly by their long-range sensing capabilities, but with this move by the red mecha, the playing field had been leveled. Of course, if the other side didn't have the newest heat detector equipped, this move would have given the red mecha the upper hand. A well-timed and well-used NEMP missile, it looked like the red mecha had come fully prepared for this cross-level challenge. It hadn't issued the challenge recklessly, and had come armed with meticulous strategy and tactics to handle the J8. It seemed like this match wouldn't be a quick one-sided battle. If the J8 wasn't careful, an upset might really be possible. Ling Lan felt her enthusiasm surge. Ling Lan wanted to know how the silver mecha would react after facing the loss of its radar. She turned her attention to the silver mecha's side and was promptly shocked still by the other's decision. Apparently, when the silver mecha had seen its radar fizzle out, it had stopped to think. After about 1 minute, the operator chose to submerge the mecha's entire body into the sand dune and shut down the mecha. The scene truly became deathly silent. This action naturally stunned Ling Lan. Even though Ling Lan didn't know much about mecha, she still knew that shutting down a mecha would also remove the defensive shield originally shielding the outside of the mecha. In other words, the defensive ability of the mecha currently would depend solely on the strength of the metal it was made of. If it was coincidentally shot by the opponent's laser gun, it would definitely take heavy damage. Ling Lan knew very well that doing this on the battlefield was pretty much a suicidal act. However, in this one-on-one fight, it worked wonders. This move by the J8 mecha made the J6 mecha's heat detector become utterly useless. In other words, the J8's choice leveled the playing field once again. To discover the other, they could rely on nothing else but their eyes. No external force or gadget could be borrowed. At this point, Ling Lan thought of another question. The mecha is inactivated, losing its defenses. Our human bodies naturally produce heat, won't that be picked up by the heat detector? Little 4 answered, because the protective clothing that mecha operators wear have heat-shielding properties, so the heat detector won't be able to pick up their body heat. Ling Lan understood now. No wonder the J8 mecha had chosen to shut down without any hesitation. He had this to fall back on. The J6 mecha which had already changed color to merge with the desert sand began to walk across the desert. Ling Lan thought that the weight of the mecha itself would make it very difficult for the mecha to move, but unexpectedly, the mecha walked on the sand as if it were normal flat ground, as if it took no extra effort whatsoever. She took a closer look at the mecha's feet, and found that only its sole would sink into the sand, as if its big and heavy body did not exist. Could it be that this virtual world wasn't able to simulate realistic effects? Ling Lan was doubtful. Little 4 sensed Ling Lan's puzzlement, and hurried to clear it up. It's not like that. These mecha come with their own levitation system, which can decrease the mecha's body weight. Here, the J6 mecha is still not being operated to its maximum capabilities. If a top-notch mecha operator were controlling it, its feet wouldn't sink at all into the yellow sand. Now that would truly be a display of walking on firm ground. So that's how it was. Ling Lan felt as if she had become more knowledgeable. She found that things related to mecha couldn't be viewed through the lens of normal logic. Right now, her interest towards mecha was rising in a vertical line. The long-slumbering mecha dream of hers began to stir and flare up once more. God damn it, she really wished she owned a mecha right now. Ling Lan's heart throbbed with excitement and impatience. Boss, if you want mecha, please get over your fear of heights first, whined Little Four with a pout. The main reason he still hadn't given Ling Lan any sort of mecha training till now was that Ling Lan was still afraid of heights. Little Four's words caused even Ling Lan's thick-skinned face to turn red. Although her fear of heights had indeed gotten better under forceful training over this duration of time, she wasn't sure if she was really over it yet. And so, Ling Lan pretended not to have heard anything, looking away from Little Four's accusative stare. She turned her attention back to the images before her. The red mecha carefully approached the silver mecha's position. However, all he knew was the other's general position and not the actual position, so when he found that the heat detector wasn't picking anything up, he stopped moving and began to consider what to do next. By now, the J6 mecha must have probably figured out that the heat detector was useless. The J6 mecha seemed to become a little nervous now. Ling Lan saw that, with every step he took, he would look around warily. After many close brushes, he finally got closer and closer to the sand dune that the J8 was hiding in. Who would discover the other first? The J8 was hidden within the sand dune, making it very difficult for the J6 to discover it. On the other hand, the J8 had shut down his mecha, and was in a blinded state. Both sides were not able to see the other. Was this match destined to be a game of hide-and-seek from beginning to end? Right then, Ling Lan saw the J8 mecha move. Some color suddenly appeared on the entirely gray mecha. This is emergency activation. Now it all depends on what mecha it is. The emergency activation time of special class mecha is between 4 to 7 seconds, while in advanced mechas is between 7 to 9 seconds. Little Four also began to feel a bit nervous. This would determine which mecha would gain the initiative. For a heat detector to detect heat and relay its findings back to the mecha's cockpit, there would be a 2-second delay. From this point onwards, this mecha battle would become a match of fighting over time, to see which mecha could react faster, and which mecha operator could respond quicker. 2 seconds after the J8 activated, the J6 mecha found that a red heat spot had appeared on the screen connected to its heat detector. The J6 mecha, whose back was to the red spot, spun on one leg to turn around swiftly, and aimed precisely at the coordinate position indicated by the flashing red dot. But there was nothing there. Even so, the J6 mecha did not hesitate. It swiftly pressed down on the trigger of the laser beam gun in its hands. Energy from a clip of the gun's energy storage unit was converted into beam rays, and the rays shot out in a torrent towards the sand dune before the mecha. This round of intense firepower actually turned the dune into a pit in an instant, but there were no mecha remains to be found inside. Besides yellow sand, there was just more yellow sand. Emergency activation 5.537 seconds. That J8 mecha is most certainly a special class mecha. Its luck isn't bad, managing to finish activation within 6 seconds, remarked Little Four. If the mecha had finished activating just half a second slower, it would have been impossible for the J8 mecha to evade the J6 mecha's beam gun attack. Not good. The J6 mecha, which had been attacking the dune, abruptly leapt into the air. In mid-air, it pointed the laser gun in its hand straight down towards the ground below it and pulled the trigger, sending a wave of energy pouring out once more. At the same time, a beam saber shot out from the sand, heading straight for the J6, while a sturdy beam shield emerged to block off the J6 beam attacks. Seeing that its beam gun attacks wouldn't be able to fend off the other, the wings on the J6 back spread open to reveal 6 high-efficiency guided missiles and fired them immediately. The J8 mecha had intended to pierce the J6 mecha with its saber, but seeing the 6 missiles headed towards it, it knew that it wouldn't be able to hold them off with just a beam shield. It quickly reversed directions in mid-air, and under the combined screeching of the mecha's thrusters, it forcefully pushed its own large frame several hundred meters away from the missile's trajectory. At the same time, the mecha's arms crossed behind it, and the J8 took out a beam laser cannon in an instant, keeping away its beam saber on its back. The mecha lifted the laser cannon with a strong left arm and steadied it with its right hand. It turned to face the 6 guided missiles coming after it, and the operator decisively pulled the trigger. An immense surge of energy spewed out from the mouth of the cannon, rushing up into the sky. When this energy surge made contact with the missiles were blown up one after another. These consecutive explosions shook Ling Lan's entire body violently, making her feel as if she were really on a battlefield. The J-8 mecha had finally wiped out the 6 threatening guided missiles, but the J-6 had also regained the attacking initiative. It flew up high into the air, aiming its laser beam gun at the J-8 on the ground and fired once more. Meanwhile, the J-8 had no means to retaliate at the moment, and could only scurry all over the ground to dodge the J-6 attacks. However, Ling Lan didn't think the J-6 had the upper hand. Instead, she felt that the J-8 was already slowly reclaiming the initiative in this match. This was because Ling Lan could see very clearly that the J-8 steps had never become disorganized. It was obviously using the most widespread and most adaptable footwork, split steps. Although the J-8 looked like it was being forced to flee helter-skelter like a mouse, every step it took was calculated to be on the most advantageous position, neutralizing every attack from the J-6 in the air. The J-6 seemed to also have figured out that it wouldn't be able to hit its opponent just by relying on its laser beam gun. It lifted its wings once more, and a new round of high-efficiency guided missiles were launched. The 6 new missiles descended upon the J-8 mecha below in a horizontal line. The J-8 mecha didn't choose to retreat. It lifted its laser cannon again, and this time, it fired 3 laser beams simultaneously. What was surprising was that the 3 shots were timed in such a way that they also created a horizontal line, flying forwards to meet the 6 missiles head-on. When the first missile was set off, the following 2 missiles exploded as well. The concussive force from the explosion of the 3 missiles and the laser beams then set off the remaining 3 missiles. Once again, the J-6 attacks were a bust. Besides that, due to the violent tremors from the explosion, yellow sand filled the air, obscuring the vision of the J-6, preventing him from seeing what was happening below. Without thinking about it, the J-6 shot downwards desperately with the beam gun in his hand. In the meantime, he was anxiously looking over the indicators from his heat detector, worried that the opponent would take advantage of his momentary loss of vision to fire its laser cannon. Right then, he suddenly noticed a beam of light shooting towards his lower belly without a sound. This attack came too swiftly, he had no time at all to defend, the body of his mecha was already out of time to dodge the attack. Quicker than words could say, the J-6 decisively threw the laser beam gun in its hand onto the coming light beam. There was a loud boom as the 2 collided and the J-6 laser gun was utterly destroyed by the beam. Still, the J-6 was thrown back by the resulting force, away from the path of the light ray, narrowly avoiding the fate of being pierced clean through the stomach. That area was where the cockpit was. If it were hit, even if the operator didn't die, he would still lose control of the mecha. Either way, the J-6 would have lost. It was then when everyone could finally see what was happening. It turned out that after swathes of yellow sand had been blown into the air, and while visibility was poor, the J-8 mecha had sprung upwards and, working with the power of its thrusters, it had flown up into the air in a split second. It had gotten close to the J-6, and then, the J-8 had purposefully discarded its laser cannon in favor of stabbing its beam saber at the J-6. A laser cannon shot produced heat, which would have been captured by the mecha's defensive systems, taking out the element of surprise from its attack. Thus, the J-8 had chosen to use its beam saber, which was formed from cold light, because it was undetectable. However, the J-6 had reacted extremely quickly. It had sensed danger within that split second and decisively surrendered its weapon in exchange for a chance at survival. Still, having lost its beam gun, the J-6 could only fight with the J-8 in melee combat. The moment they clashed, Ling Lan knew that the J-6 mecha was definitely going to lose. In terms of combat instinct, the J-6 was clearly weaker than the J-8, they were on completely different levels. Of course, the other audience members did not have Ling Lan's vision and couldn't tell. After all, the 2 mecha were both fighting passionately, no clear winner or loser between the 2 of them. The fight looked like it was neck and neck, extremely exciting. The reason why Ling Lan could tell at a glance was completely due to her innate talent, profound insight. From the very beginning, she had identified the J6's weakness, and had also noticed that the J8 was not yet fighting with its full strength. Thus, Ling Lan knew that the difference between the J6 and J8's melee combat skills were actually very large. As expected, a cross-level challenge was not that easy. She lowered her head and sighed, choosing to withdraw. A mecha fight was actually not that much different from a real physical fight. With just a glance, Ling Lan could tell that quite a few of the moves had been inspired and based off of real physical combat. It was just that these moves were much swifter and more incisive in real combat, while they looked obviously clumsier when executed with mecha. Ling Lan had just withdrawn from the scene of the fight when she sensed something strange. The entire battle stadium was eerily silent and still. Everyone was sitting in their seats, unmoving. It looked like their attention had been completely captivated by the game fight in the other space. Still, she was a little creeped out by the stillness of the silent scene. She couldn't help but twist her neck around, just moving a little to prove that she was still a living person. "You didn't watch till the end?" The man beside her suddenly spoke up. Caught unprepared, Ling Lan was almost scared witless. Still, Ling Lan was still Ling Lan after all. After going through the insane torments of the learning space for so long, Ling Lan's little heart was unbelievably strong. "Yes, aren't you doing the same?" asked Ling Lan reflexively after collecting her wits. "The J6 is losing for sure. What else is there to see?" The man didn't seem to be in a good mood. "You chose the J6 viewing angle?" asked Ling Lan, tone almost certain. "I had wanted to see how a weaker person would be able to beat a stronger opponent. Unfortunately, that J6 wasted his own advantage." The man seemed to have a lot to complain about the J6's performance. What advantage did the J6 have? His combat instinct was obviously off, so Ling Lan really couldn't think of a way the J6 could win. That J6 is a famous marksman, but unfortunately, he didn't show any of that skill in this match, said the man regretfully. It looked like he was very familiar with the J6 skills. Marksman. With beam shields, there shouldn't be much a marksman can do though. Right? Ling Lan was recalling how the J8 mecha's beam shield had pretty much withstood the power of the laser gun. The J6 should have chosen to snipe. Melee combat is the J8 specialty. The man knew both combatants well. Ling Lan thought back to the attack when she had first started school. It had been so troublesome to be targeted by snipers, and nodded in agreement. Sniping was the best ambush, impossible to guard against absolutely. After all, a beam shield could only protect a specific spot and not the entire body. Moreover, sniping was undetectable. If the J6 had chosen to snipe from the very beginning, the outcome of this match might have been harder to tell. Seeing Ling Lan agree with his opinion, the man's mood took a turn for the better. But an upset is still a very difficult thing after all. Even if the J6 had scraped a win in this match, he would still lose the next match. The outcome would not change. Ling Lan understood what the man meant. If the J6 had sniped his way to victory in this match, his opponent in the next match would definitely be prepared with anti-sniping gear. In other words, the J6 sniping advantage would only be effective once. In the end, he would still have to rely on his own physical skills to pass. Perhaps the J6 understood this, and so decided to try a ranged attack where both sides could see one another. "I think that if he won 2 times in a row, he would definitely use his trump, sniping, in the third match," commented Ling Lan, putting herself in the J6's shoes. If it were her, she also wouldn't have used her pocket ace right at the start and let the opponents figure out a counter-strategy. The man was silent, a little taken aback, before he made a low noise of agreement. Yet, Ling Lan could clearly sense that the other's mood had gotten worse somehow. This wasn't looking good. If the other's emotions became so terrible that he lost control, wouldn't she be in danger? Ling Lan had not forgotten that the other was a spiritual mutant turned spectre that was capable of killing her consciousness. "I have to go now. Bye, big brother." That should be right, right? Even though she couldn't see his face clearly, just based off that lower jaw and those upturned lips, the man was clearly an adult. Ah. Big brother. Goodbye. The man seemed to be rather taken aback by Ling Lan's address, pausing for a beat before responding. Ling Lan did not notice this. She was anxious to get as far away as she could from this dangerous man. After she heard him say goodbye, she hurriedly walked off, quickly leaving the man behind as she distanced herself from the Mecha battle stadium. The man muttered moodily to himself, could it be that I really look that old now? Calling me big brother? In a dark mood, he chose to exit from the battle stadium and then left the virtual world. In a private manor on planet Azure, an old man was staring anxiously at a closed login pod to the virtual world. Soon, he saw the lights inside the login pod turn off and the pod's door suddenly opened. An androgynous, pretty child of about 11 or 12 years old was lying inside the pod. His face was pale and his entire body was currently drenched with sweat, as if he had been through some strenuous exercise. After several seconds, the child slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the old man before him, he smiled weakly and said, Major Domo, why are you waiting here? Are you still planning to fool me? Young master, your body is not well. Didn't your grandfather tell you not to go online? The Major Domo's eyes held a trace of remonstration, but was mostly heartache. The pretty child continued to smile and said, no matter what, I still have to go online a few times. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up with the pace of studies at school. The Major Domo held back and said nothing more. He could not tell his young master not to study after all. He could only walk up to lift his young master out of the login pod, and put him into the prepped recovery pod at the side to rest. Looking at the sleeping figure of the lovely child before him, the Major Domo heaved a heavy sigh. His heart was filled with affection and heartache for the child. It wasn't that easy to be the first in line to inherit. The young master excelled in every way, but his physical body was just too weak. His spiritual self-mutation was just too much of a burden on the body. Meanwhile, Ling Lan, celebrating for finally leaving the dangerous person behind, continued to browse the streets of the capital. It had taken so much trouble to come out this once, she should make full use of the chance and see her fill. Unknowingly, she found herself on yet another mecha street. This mecha street wasn't made up of mecha stores selling toys and figurines like those in the Central Scout Academy, but actually had stores selling real mecha, the strongest weapons of the Federation. Ling Lan took a cursory look as she walked down the street, and then chose to enter the Anji 1 mecha store at random. The moment Ling Lan entered the store, she saw several shop assistants chatting behind the store counter. The men and women were about to come forward to offer their assistance, but seeing Ling Lan walk in on her own, they stopped. Little Four pouted and complained, not coming forward to serve us, do they think we have no money? In contrast, Ling Lan wasn't too surprised. My current appearance is that of a 16-year-old, with no accompanying guardian. Would you think that I'd be able to afford mecha? It's perfectly normal for them to ignore us. Besides, without them following us around, won't it be easier to browse as we like? Even more fun. Little Four seemed to come to a realization, that's true. But I must still make sure they know in the future that boss is a wealthy person. Buying the best mecha here is not a problem. Little Four's expression was proud and cocky. Ling Lan's glanced at him. Looks like you've earned quite a bit in the virtual world. It's alright, not that much, probably about several 100,000 billion. This world may be lacking in some things, but it was certainly not lacking in people, especially bored people. He had just randomly posted several novels online, and they were now all doing very well. Just the monetary awards from fans alone had contributed several 100 billion to Little Four's account. Ling Lan smiled and said, good job. Keep up the good work. Receiving Ling Lan's praise, Little Four was extremely happy. He was even happier over this than when he had conquered this virtual world. In his heart, he was more determined than ever to get all the Federation's money into his wallet. Let us give a round of applause for Little Four's grand goal, and let us wonder when Little Four will find out that the Federation's money will never ever run out. Right then, from among the shop assistants, a cheerful young man stepped out voluntarily. He approached Ling Lan and greeted her politely, hello, I'm Assistant 017 of Anji Mecha Store. May I know if you require any assistance? Thank you, but I'm just looking around. Ling Lan was a bit startled, but she demurely refused 017's offer of service. When Assistant 017 heard Ling Lan's response, he did not reveal any sign of disappointment. He just continued to smile brightly and said, "Customer, this should be your first time getting close to Mecha, right?" This customer with eyes full of curiosity, this should be the first time she is stepping into a Mecha store. This scene made him recall his nervous excitement the first time he himself stepped into a Mecha store. Back then, he had not known where to start and had really hoped someone would help him out. Perhaps this girl would also require some guidance like him did. It was this feeling that made 017 ignore the other shop assistants jeering and come over voluntarily. Ling Lan nodded firmly in answer to his question, for this was the truth. Assistant 017 smiled at this and indicated for Ling Lan to walk with him. He then brought Ling Lan to a section filled with basic mecha. This area was a place suitable for novices to purchase mecha. Inside was various models of basic mecha, totaling about 10 different types. Ling Lan took a quick look and couldn't help but frown. These 10 or so mecha all had differing shapes, but could overall be split into 3 categories. One category was bestial mecha, another was avian mecha, and the remaining category was the most commonly seen humanoid mecha. The reason Ling Lan was frowning was that these mecha models were much cruder than the 2 mecha she had seen at the Mecha Battle Stadium. Whether it was in terms of coloring, form, or even in terms of weaponry and equipment, these mecha here were completely incomparable. If the 2 mecha she had seen at the Mecha Battle Stadium were considered adults, then these mecha here were undoubtedly toddler level. This made Ling Lan feel rather disappointed. Ling Lan's displeasure was clearly seen by Assistant 017, but he wasn't at all surprised by this. He explained kindly, "Customer, all the mecha in our federation are actually variations evolved from these 3 categories of basic mecha. If you want to become an outstanding mecha operator, you'll need to master the controls of these 3 types of basic mecha. If you do this, no matter what type of advanced mecha you try to operate in the future, you'll be able to pick it up quickly." Hearing this, Ling Lan was moved. She packed away her initial scorn. She would never forget the importance of basics. Both the learning space and her father Ling Xiao had strongly emphasized the importance of basics. It played a large role in determining the final outcome of an individual's personal growth. A warning flag rose up in Ling Lan's heart. She couldn't believe that she had actually made the low-level mistake of judging by appearances. It looked like the previous period of smooth sailing had made her forget to be humble and cautious, and actually become as arrogant as Yelang too. Ling Lan's shift in attitude made Assistant 017 nod internally, his impression of her becoming even better. He continued to say, "Actually, I don't recommend you to buy a mecha right now. In fact, the virtual world has mecha training halls that specialize in teaching the controls of the basic mecha. Customer, you can first go there to learn more." Ling Lan thanked Assistant 017. If it weren't for his help, she wouldn't have known that the virtual world had these things. After she asked Assistant 017 how to get to a mecha training hall, she left the Anji Mecha store. Assistant 017 sent Ling Lan off with a smile, and returned to the counter. He was welcomed back by the scornful jeers of the other shop assistants. "Wasted your energy, didn't you? I told you that that girl had no money. At that age with no guardian along, she was definitely just here to look around. She would never have bought something as expensive as a mecha. 017, you just wouldn't believe it and still wanted to go forward. See, you've got nothing to show for it. Even if you wanted to gain more sales to earn a higher commission, you still need to find the right targets." Assistant 017 did not get angry, only replying with a smile, "I wasn't doing it for sales. I just felt that she naturally belonged with Mecha." Assistant 017's words caused the other shop assistants to burst out into uncontrollable laughter, all of them mocking him and asking him when he had become a fortune teller. Mind you, girls, due to biological reasons, very rarely advance to become high-level mecha operators. So, among the millions and millions of mecha operators in the Federation, just having 1,000 female mecha operators was already considered a lot. 017 was unperturbed by the mass mocking, only smiling and shaking his head in response. This carefree attitude of his soon sapped the interest of the others in mocking him, and they all left to do their own things. All of them did not know what 017 was thinking. The closer he got to that girl, the more he had sensed it. The future of that girl on the path of Mecha was boundless. 017 smiled again. It's also a good thing to build up some good karma. Very quickly, Ling Lan had found the Mecha training hall. The moment she neared the entrance, a line of text appeared before her eyes. Do you want to formally enter Mecha combat? Oh, so this here is also a Mecha fighting game. Little Four exclaimed when he saw these words. Ling Lan understood then that the Mecha training was most likely connected to the Mecha fighting game. Ling Lan would naturally have to join the game, or else how would she be able to learn and train in the Mecha controls? The moment Ling Lan made her choice, she was transported straight into a large hall. Inside, there stood a handsome soldier, and there were 3 hulking basic Mecha standing beside him. Ling Lan walked to stand before the soldier, but before she could say anything, the soldier asked, "Recruit, do you want to first understand more about the combat styles of the 3 Mecha, their controls, or do you just want to choose a Mecha directly?" Ling Lan was a cautious person. She did not understand much about Mecha yet, so she of course chose to first learn more about the 3 Mecha's combat styles and controls. Very quickly, 2 images appeared before Ling Lan. One of the panels was playing a video of the movements of the Mecha from the outside, while the other panel showed the movements of the Mecha operator inside the cockpit which caused that movement. Ling Lan saw a pair of hands flying rapidly within the cockpit, and following the motions, the Mecha in the other panel made a reactionary movement. For just one basic movement, the fingers in the cockpit had to make over 10 motions. For instance, just taking one step involved the Mecha's pelvis, knee, ankle, balance, as well as the energy distribution between its 2 legs. Ling Lan had counted, and just such a simple movement required 18 control motions from the cockpit in an instant, and this was still considered an easy movement. It's very challenging, actually being all manually controlled. There's a lot of pressure on hand speed. Ling Lan was very surprised. She had always thought that operating a Mecha was just like driving, with a control stick or something similar. Aren't these things what Daddy has been teaching? If it weren't for the fact that boss you were having trouble with it, we wouldn't have come out to sightsee. I wonder if you mix your training with operating a Mecha, would the effect be better? If we could just break past boss's bottleneck in one go, that'd be great, suggested Little Four. By now, Little Four was already calling Ling Xiao Daddy. This was because Ling Lan had once heard Little Four say boss's daddy something blah blah blah, and felt that it sounded somewhat awkward. Besides, she had always considered Little Four, who had traveled along with her to this future, as her little brother, so she decided to just ask Little Four to call Ling Xiao Daddy alongside her. Perhaps the learning space had tweaked Ling Lan to become more boyish in personality, for her interest towards Mecha was at an unprecedented high. She not only looked over the controls of all 3 basic Mecha, but also eyed all the basic Mecha models greedily. She found that she really liked every single type of Mecha she saw, so much so that she really wished that she could own all of them. Sensing Ling Lan's greed, the soldier told Ling Lan steadily that all recruits were only allowed to choose one Mecha to start. If she wanted to own more, she would have to rely on her own efforts to earn more points to redeem new Mecha. The soldier's words caused Ling Lan to calm down instantly. She began to consider which type of Mecha she should choose as her initiate Mecha. Ling Lan was a little uneasy, afraid that she would choose wrongly. Still, Ling Lan was a good child, she just loved to ask questions, a habit trained up in the learning space. So, she asked the soldier, as a beginner, which Mecha was best suited for her. In fact, the first person Ling Lan asked was Little Four, but unfortunately, Little Four also didn't know which of the 3 Mecha before them was best or most appropriate for her. His familiarity with this world's Mecha was not much better than Ling Lan's. Ling Lan had no choice but to go to her second option and ask the soldier. Unexpectedly, Ling Lan really struck the nail on the head. The game system had indeed arranged it so that the soldier would be able to answer this type of question. When the soldier heard Ling Lan's question, he gave a straight answer. The Mecha with the easiest controls, which are the easiest for beginners to learn, is the Bestial Mecha. I recommend you begin training from Bestial Mecha. Since the soldier who was familiar with Mecha had already said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Ling Lan immediately selected the bestial Mecha without any hesitation. She had barely spoken when with a wave of the soldier's hand, a large spin wheel appeared abruptly before Ling Lan. On the spin wheel, Ling Lan could see countless images of bestial Mecha. There was a ferocious cheetah and lion, and an ugly spider and giant ant, and of course, right in the middle of the wheel was a large compass needle pointing at those images of bestial Mecha. What is this? Ling Lan stared at it all blankly. Then, shocked realization stole over her face. Could it be that obtaining a mecha also depends on luck? A beginner's mecha is gifted by the system. So, a beginner has no right to choose the mecha. Which mecha model they get will be determined randomly by this spin wheel, explained the soldier. Luck is also a form of strength. You should anticipate your luck and hope it brings you a strong and powerful mecha. In Ling Lan's eyes, the soldier's current smile was filled with schadenfreude. Ling Lan didn't know what the other beginners felt during their first time here, but Ling Lan's teeth were currently aching from holding back her irritation. She really wished she could just send a punch flying, and blow that despicable smile off the other's face. Of course, Ling Lan could only think about it and not actually do it. After all, she still had to rely on the other to get her mecha. Ling Lan spun the spin wheel forcefully. The spin wheel spun frenetically, and then gradually slowed down as time went by. Finally, it got slower and slower, and just as it was about to stop on a panther-type mecha, the needle jumped unexpectedly. Ling Lan hadn't even managed to take a good look at which mecha model the needle was pointing at when with a pop, confetti swirled through the air. Then, an extremely cute giant rabbit abruptly appeared before her. Ling Lan was gobsmacked. A rabbit? Why a rabbit? Even an ugly spider or ant would be more fearsome than a rabbit. With some difficulty, Ling Lan calmed herself down. Then, she saw the weapon in the rabbit's hands, and Ling Lan found herself utterly lost for words. Damn it, this nonsense system. You're really shameless. Actually equipping a rabbit mecha with a carrot, do you really think this rabbit here is a real rabbit? Within the mind space, however, Little Four had stars in his eyes. With his hands framing his face, he wriggled his butt and shouted, "Boss, this mecha is so pretty and cute. I like it." When the soldier saw the rabbit mecha appear, the smile on his face grew even wider. Congratulations, recruit, on obtaining our Federation's newest rabbit mecha model. That said, he reached out a hand to pass a white item that resembled a remote control to Ling Lan. Ling Lan took the item. It was obvious that this was the activation key of the rabbit mecha. She said sullenly, "If you don't congratulate me, I think I might be happier." The soldier seemed oblivious to Ling Lan's sour mood. His expression suddenly turned grim, and he issued a command, "In that case, recruit, get into your mecha immediately. We'll begin training in the basic controls now." Yes. Ling Lan stood at attention to receive the order, and then pressed a button on the remote key. The door to the cockpit on the belly of the rabbit mecha swung open. Ling Lan leapt up in one big stride, and then with several consecutive hops, she smoothly made her way into the cockpit. Lying down, she pressed the button once again and the cockpit door closed, turning the rabbit into a whole rabbit once again. Ling Lan had just finished doing this when the soldier waved his hand, and the rabbit mecha with Ling Lan inside it disappeared from this login point. They reappeared in a room specially for training the basic movements, such as jumping and running. At this moment, Ling Lan chose to activate the mecha. Of course, she chose regular activation. After approximately 3 minutes, the rabbit mecha completed its activation. Just as Ling Lan was about to turn on all the screens, she noticed that a line of text had appeared on the main screen before her eyes. Basic control instructions for the rabbit mecha. Following these instructions, Ling Lan finally understood the functions of the buttons before her. She had initially thought there was no control stick, but in fact, there was. It's just that the control stick was located among a sea of buttons. Back when Ling Lan had been watching the demo operations, because she had been dazzled by the hand speed, she hadn't noticed it. As those fingers had flown over the control panel, the control stick was actually the item that was used most frequently. Who knew mecha controls are actually this complicated? In the past, when I watched the mecha fights, I thought it would be as simple as physical combat. Looks like I've underestimated mecha operators after all. Just trying to understand and remember the array of buttons before her, Ling Lan felt the onset of a minor headache. Relax, boss. As long as the mecha's AI is evolved, it won't be as complicated to operate anymore. Little Four had been looking over the mecha's AI closely, considering how he could improve it to help his boss save some energy. But Ling Lan stopped Little Four, saying, "Little Four, don't improve the mecha's AI." Little Four was puzzled, why not? I came here to learn, so I should do it like the other children and start from the basics. The instructors in the learning space and my dad all repeatedly stressed the importance of the basics. I cannot just avoid them because I'm afraid of trouble, explained Ling Lan. Besides, this is the virtual world. Not only is there systemic monitoring, there are also those dangerous figures with mutated spiritual selves. No one knows whether this area is being monitored. I don't wish for you to be in any danger. Ling Lan's concerned words made Little Four unable to protest, so he could only nod obediently and promise not to do anything to help Ling Lan with this. However, as a result, Little Four wasn't in a very good mood, because he found that the areas where he could help his boss were really just too few. Seeing this, Ling Lan quickly changed the topic. Little Four, what do you think was the mecha type our dad used when he first started learning? If it was a bestial type, was the mecha he received also very silly? The more Ling Lan talked about it, the more curious she was. As expected, Little Four's attention was pulled away by Ling Lan, and he found he had something new to do. Excitedly, he told Ling Lan to wait for a moment, and he then scampered off to collect all the information he could find on Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's data was labeled as S-Class, who was Little Four? He was a virtual god. There wasn't anything that couldn't be done as long as he wanted to do it. Previously, it was just that he hadn't thought to collect Ling Xiao's data, which was why he didn't have any on him right now. But now that boss had indicated interest, as his boss's follower, he would definitely satisfy his boss's curiosity. Very quickly, Little Four returned. Face filled with excitement, he said, boss, do you know who our daddy is? Oh wow, he's just too incredible." Ling Lan's curiosity was instantly ignited by Little Four. After some thought, she said, "Dad's military rank is Major General, could it be that he's a special class mecha operator?" Ling Lan vaguely remembered that Little Four had mentioned special class mecha before, the associated operator. Rank should be special class mecha operator, right? Little Four shook a finger as he said proudly, "Nope. Mecha operators are not categorized that way." Following that, Little Four gave a breakdown on the levels of mecha operators in this world. Mecha operators are also called Mecha Warrior Masters. From the name alone, you can tell that there are two titles included. One is Mecha Warrior, while the other is Mecha Master. Operators of Advanced Mecha and below, inclusive of Advanced Mecha themselves, are collectively called Mecha Warriors, while those who operate Special Class Mecha and above are called Mecha Masters. Mecha Warriors are then further divided into Trainee Mecha Warriors, Junior Mecha Warriors, Intermediate Mecha Warriors, and Advanced Mecha Warriors. The corresponding mecha they pilot are Trainee Mecha, Junior Mecha, Intermediate Mecha, and Advanced Mecha. Meanwhile, Mecha Masters are divided into Special Class Mecha Masters, Ace Mecha Masters, Imperial Mecha Masters, and God Class Mecha Masters. Special Class Mecha Masters and Ace Mecha Masters both pilot Special Class Mecha, though an Ace Mecha Master would have a higher level of control over their mecha. Imperial Mecha Masters pilot Imperial Mecha, while God Class Mecha Masters naturally operate the Federation's ultimate weapons, God Class Mecha 1. But this is just the military's internal categorization. For the public, the distinctions are not that discrete. All the Mecha Warriors and Mecha Masters are just called Mecha Operators. Generally speaking, Imperial Operators and above will not be deployed in cases of war. This is because these type of Mecha Operators are beings that can decide the outcome of a war. As such, each country has agreements binding them, which will not be broken unless under special circumstances. God-class operators are an even more fearsome and threatening existence. The Federation can possess such a vast expanse of land and distant boundaries all because the Federation has the highest number of God-class operators among the neighboring countries. Boss, now take a guess. Which level of operator does our dad belong to? Little Four's brows and eyes were all scrunched up in a line from his exuberant smile. It was clear that he was in an excellent mood. Seeing you so happy, our dad must be pretty well ranked. Could it be that he had already become an ace operator? Ling Lan thought back to her dad in the legacy mission. He was so unbelievably young. If he had really managed to achieve ace operator status, he would definitely already be among the best and brightest. No, that's wrong, that's wrong. Little Four glared at Ling Lan with contempt, somewhat miffed at Ling Lan for underestimating their dad. Ling Lan was shocked. Could it be that our dad had already reached imperial level? Heavens, their old man was just too abnormal. Little Four's expression was sullen. Couldn't boss take a more adventurous guess? The moody Little Four did not answer Ling Lan directly, but merely read the contents of a military report he had found to her. The Federation originally had 12 God-class operators, but 8 years ago, they unexpectedly lost one of them, the youngest God-class operator of the Federation. That God-class operator had lost his life in a death tunnel on the evening of the day he was deployed to the enemy nation. 8 years ago. Death tunnel? What a coincidence, dying on the same year and the same place as her old man. Ling Lan's brows furrowed. Little Four wouldn't have brought up unrelated things in their conversation. Could it be that this had something to do with her dad? Before Ling Lan could figure it out, Little Four tacked on a sentence that made Ling Lan blank out. The Mecha of that God-class operator is named. After a long while, Ling Lan asked shakily, "You're saying that God-class operator is Ling Xiao?" Little Four nodded. Yes, the only person to have advanced to God-class operator status in the Federation in the last 10 years, also the youngest ever in history to achieve that status. This person is Ling Xiao. Lies, yelled Ling Lan suddenly. Little Four was taken aback. He had not expected that Ling Lan's reaction would be so dramatic, even outright rejecting this news. If he really were a God-class operator, then how could he have been deployed? Didn't you say that Imperial levels and above were not allowed to be deployed randomly? Plus, aren't God-class Mecha the Federation's ultimate weapons? Such a formidable weapon, how could the person who controlled one die so easily? Seated within the rabbit Mecha, Ling Lan involuntarily clenched her fists tightly. If Ling Xiao had been weaker, Ling Lan could still have accepted him dying just like that. But the Ling Xiao being described by Little Four was just too strong. Such a powerful man dying so simply, she just found it a little hilarious and unbelievable. According to the top-secret files I found within the military, our dad only used 6 years to ascend from ace operator to God-class operator status. Successfully advancing to Imperial operator status in star calendar year 4725, then successfully advancing to God-class operator status in star calendar year 4728. However, from the moment Dad became an Imperial operator, this information had been sealed by the military. Around that time, the military probably already had plans to hide Dad's real status and deploy him to fight the enemy nation. So, that year when Dad was deployed, he did so under the identity of an ace operator. This was also why Dad only had the military rank of Major General. If he had gone as a God-class operator, he would at least have gotten the military rank of General. Little Four's tone was regretful. If Ling Xiao had passed away with the rank of General, the resources Ling Lan inherited would have been much more substantial. The innocent and simple-minded Little Four didn't consider the fact that if things really panned out as he thought, the people who would set their eyes on those resources wouldn't just be the small Ling elite family. It was highly likely that greater forces would be drawn as well. At that point, Ling Lan may very well have lost the right to inherit completely. Little Four's regrets only lasted for a moment. He moved on to say, the Federation was initially planning to pull a fast one by deploying Ling Xiao into battle, hoping to uproot our historical enemy, the Twilight Empire, in one stroke. However, for some unknown reason, the upper ranks of the military sent down the order for Ling Xiao to lead a fleet through the Death Tunnel to sneak behind the enemy nation, in preparation for a pincer attack. Unexpectedly, the fleet encountered violent energy turbulence from deep within the death tunnel and lost their lives. It's really so coincidental. At this moment, a trace of an ice-cold smile hung on Ling Lan's lips, causing chills to run through Little Four's heart. It turned out that, subconsciously, Ling Lan had begun to emit the killing intent she had amassed in the learning space. Yup, it's so coincidental that it's suspicious. In fact, there was indeed something wrong with the military command, and the energy turbulence within the death tunnel wasn't formed naturally as well. Little Four centered himself and continued to tell Ling Lan what he had found. Little Four's searching capabilities were undoubtedly powerful, proving that he was truly the virtual god he claimed to be. Of course, Little Four was also putting in so much effort because Ling Xiao was now his daddy as well. He had to find out all he could about his daddy so that if anyone asked him about it in future, he would be able to give a proper answer. Still, he had not expected that this serious search of his would actually turn up some problems. Looks like, this was a plot targeting my dad. Ling Lan fully believed in Little Four's abilities. If Little Four said there was a problem, then there must certainly be a problem. Moreover, Ling Lan too had thought from the start that all these coincidences stacking up together was unlikely to truly be coincidence. Yes, I can confirm that, our daddy really did die from a sinister plot, said Little Four decisively. Originally, the complete annihilation of Ling Xiao's fleet had struck a heavy blow on the morale of the Federation. However, the military acted quickly. They immediately announced Ling Xiao's status as a God-class operator, along with the reason for his death. They claimed that he was killed by a plot of the Twilight Empire. This caused the fighting between the Federation and the Twilight Empire to escalate immediately, until it truly reached the point where there wouldn't be peace till one side was defeated. Now, the fighting has been going on for 8 years, and there are still no signs of stopping. There have already been countless deaths and injuries of the military on both sides. Ling Lan was rather surprised. Why would Dad's death cause such an outcome? Little Four sighed, "Boss, you don't understand the position God-class operators have within the hearts of the Federation soldiers. God-class operators are like gods to military staff, and Ling Xiao was the youngest one. His victory spurred the excitement of all the soldiers. It could be said that Ling Xiao was the idol of the entire military. Also, because Ling Xiao was the youngest of the God-class operators, he had much more potential and room to grow than the other God-class operators. It was almost certain that he would have become the guardian deity of the Federation for the next 40 to 50 years. Think about it. Their guardian deity was sacrificed to an underhanded plot of the enemy nation. How could the soldiers of the Federation just let it rest? So they could only continue to fight endlessly until one of the countries no longer has the ability to fight. Listening till this point, Ling Lan descended into deep thought. She recalled how when others had fought over her right to inherit, the military had chosen to just stand by and watch. Then she thought about when she was ambushed on her way to school. And then, there was her father's legacy mission. He had set up so many obstacles and tricks, just so he could narrow down the selection and find her. She felt like she understood things a bit better now. The people within the upper ranks of the military who had caused Ling Xiao's death had not loosened their monitoring of the Ling family. It seemed that they did not want to see anyone from the Ling family appear in the military world. Little Four, looks like we need to find the people in the upper ranks of the military who killed my dad, said Ling Lan with an icy smile. Ah. Why? Little Four didn't understand. For one, Ling Xiao's blood flows within this body of mine, and I am also learning from Ling Xiao's legacy. Whether it's a life debt, or a mentorship debt, I need to avenge Ling Xiao. I cannot just allow him to die senselessly. Secondly, in these 8 years, I believe the other has been monitoring us all this while. The moment we stand out a little in the military world, the other will definitely not hesitate to kill us off. I don't wish to live with this hidden knife hanging over our heads. Ling Lan's words drew Little Four's bitter anger towards a common enemy. He immediately said, "Don't worry, boss, leave the virtual world to me." Little Four recalled the monitoring of the legacy mission, and reminded himself again and again that he needed to be more careful than careful. He must not reveal any openings that could bring the threat of death to his boss. Right after that, Little Four tacked on worriedly, "But, that person still hasn't been exposed till now." Being able to kill Dad without anyone finding out about them, they must be a skilled schemer. Can we beat him? Little Four didn't think his boss was the type that plotted well. If I can't do it alone, I'll just have to find a few helpers. Ling Lan smiled coldly. Initially, she had not wanted to be a boss, but reality was forcing her to become one even if she didn't want to. How could she go up against some military bigwigs without having some helpers on her side? That's right, Ling Lan's sights were now set on Han Jijian. Ling Lan had full confidence in her fighting skills. If she just worked at it, though she couldn't guarantee she'd reach God class level, getting to ace or imperial level was still possible. However, when it came to plotting and scheming, Ling Lan was at a loss, while the opponent was a master at it. Therefore, she could only seek external help. Now, of the few followers by her side, only Han Jijian's intelligence was clearly a head above the others, and recently, that intelligence was gradually moving towards the side of cunning and slyness. It looked like she would have to push things a little more, and make Han Jijian become even more sly and cunning. That's what Ling Lan was thinking. After making this decision, Ling Lan pushed the matter aside. After all, it was still too early to look for the opponent. Ling Lan wouldn't rush to seek out the others' tracks now while her own wings were still developing. Temporarily setting the matter aside, Ling Lan started to study the controls of the rabbit mecha seriously, slowly experimenting with making the mecha walk. After all, this was the very first step of controlling mecha. Have you ever seen a mecha that couldn't walk, but which could hack at someone with a knife? Alright, the walk of bestial mecha was more like jumps and leaps, especially for a rabbit. The hind legs were designed to be much stouter than the forelegs, so Ling Lan would first have to learn how to get the hind legs to spring. Luckily, Ling Lan need only control it with her fingers, so there was no discomfort in trying to adapt. After stumbling and faceplanting a couple of times, Ling Lan finally grasped hold of the ability to move the rabbit mecha. Of course, she still could not get the mecha to hop in a straight line just yet. Watching as her mecha jumped left and right, but never in a straight line, Ling Lan's sweat dropped. Just like that, Ling Lan immersed herself in mecha training. By the time Little Four nudged her back to awareness of her surroundings, it was already time to log off. Because Ling Lan had Little Four to cover for her, she logged off directly at the mecha training hall. Strolling out of the login pod, she took a quick shower and then went downstairs. In the dining room, Lan Luofeng was humming as she set out dishes on the table. Of course, these dishes were all prepared by the servants. Lan Luofeng was a young mistress of a noble family who had led a pampered life. The most she could do was fry an egg, and even then the quality was not guaranteed. It could very well be undercooked or overcooked. Seeing Ling Lan come down, Lan Luofeng smiled. My baby, if you still hadn't come down, I was about to go up and call you. There was nothing Ling Lan could say in response to this. Previously, there had been several times when she had been forced offline by Lan Luofeng's persistent pestering. Her mum was the type of person that wouldn't give up before she achieved her goal. Trying to match her in terms of patience, Ling Lan didn't think much of her odds. Ling Lan and Lan Luofeng ate together as usual. Ling Lan had only taken a few bites when she could not help but ask, Mum, did you know that Dad was a God-class operator? Lan Luofeng nodded, I knew. Why? Why didn't you tell me? Asked Ling Lan moodily. Translator, Ryuxinji Editor, MJN 0898. Why should I have told you? Would his being a God-class operator affect your life in any way? Lan Luofeng cast a confused glance at Ling Lan. Not to mention he has already left us, and even if he were by our side, whether or not he is a God-class operator, what does that have to do with us? Ling Lan thought about it and felt that what Lan Luofeng said was correct. Knowing if Ling Xiao was a God-class operator or not really didn't have much impact on her life at all. Lan Luofeng picked up a mouthful of Ling Lan's favorite side dish with her chopsticks and placed it in Ling Lan's bowl, and continued to say, also, Ling Xiao is just Ling Xiao. He's a normal person, and also my husband, your daddy. Whether he's a God-class operator or not, he's still my husband and your daddy. These two identities will never change. Lan Luofeng's words caused Ling Lan's body to jerk in realization, and the restlessness she had felt after finding out that Ling Xiao was a God-class operator abruptly disappeared. Also, baby Lan, don't let your daddy's status influence your choices in the future. You must remember, you are you. You just coincidentally have a father named Ling Xiao, that's all. Lan Luofeng was somewhat worried, afraid that her daughter would choose to do things she didn't like just because of Ling Xiao, like try to become a mecha operator or something. I hope that you'll choose what you like to do in the future, and not choose out of some obligation or whatever other reason. Lan Luofeng's words caused Ling Lan to look at her mum with new eyes. She felt as if she was getting to know a new side of Lan Luofeng. Ling Lan reckoned that among all the females that her dad had encountered, her mum was the only one who didn't treat her dad as someone overwhelmingly strong or an idol or perhaps even as a long-term food provider. She had very simply and purely seen him as a regular person to live an average life with. And so, her dad had chosen her mum, decisively making a move even before her mum had become an adult. "Thanks, Mom," said Ling Lan sincerely. She finished off all of the side dishes that Lan Luofeng had given her and then lifted her head from her bowl to ask, "Mom, do you think Dad could still be alive?" Lan Luofeng's lips bloomed with a radiant smile, and she nodded decisively and said, "Yes, I think your daddy wouldn't die so easily. He's a god-class operator." Her tone concealed none of her admiration and pride for Ling Xiao. Ling Lan smiled too then. Since her own mum wished for this, then she would also hold on to this hope as well. Besides, it was just like her mum said, a god-class operator wouldn't just die that easily. Ling Lan finished eating and then went with her mum to the field outside to walk off the meal. After that, she returned to a training room to practice several sets of physical skills. In particular, Ling Lan ran through the Scout Academy's foundational physical skills set at least 10 times, because Ling Xiao had mentioned that this set of physical skills was not as simple as it seemed. It may even be a great help when operating mecha and advancing in the future. At the end, she took a shower and lay down to sleep. Entering the learning space as usual, she saw Little Four sitting on the ground. There were countless papers piled high beside him, and he was flipping through several more sheets of paper in his hands. Ling Lan asked curiously, "Little Four, what are you doing?" Perhaps Little Four had been too engrossed in what he was doing. He was so frightened by Ling Lan's voice that he flung his arms out, the papers in his hands were thrown into the air, and one of them landed on his head. Little Four quickly pulled down that piece of paper. Seeing Ling Lan grinning at him, as if amused by his panicked performance, Little Four said grumpily, "Boss, why did you have to sneak up on me? You almost scared me to death." "Scared you to death? Why? Were you doing something bad?" teased Ling Lan. Unexpectedly, Little Four's face paled. He quickly reached out and gathered the papers in front of him, pulling them close. Ling Lan looked at him suspiciously and said, "Don't tell me you really were doing something bad." Little Four choked out a nervous laugh. "No way. I was just gathering some information, things about Dad and also stuff about Mecha." When Little Four mentioned Mecha, he was mumbling somewhat unintelligibly, but Ling Lan's attention had been fully captured by things about Dad. She cautioned Little Four, "Gathering the information may be important, but make sure you stay concealed. Don't let anyone discover you." Little Four smiled and said, "Relax, boss." Still, Ling Lan pointed at the pile of paper in front of Little Four, "Is this necessary?" Frankly, Little Four could just absorb the information directly into his system procedures. He really didn't have to materialize the information onto these sheets and sheets of white paper. "Boss, don't you feel that words on paper is classy?" asked Little Four, expression dreamy. "Reading from paper, doesn't it make me seem very intelligent?" This troublemaking brat, so he's just trying to show off. Ling Lan said huffily, "In that case, you can continue being intelligent. I'm going into the learning space to learn now." Ling Lan's unimpressed attitude made Little Four feel that there was now a generation gap between him and boss. Thus, he sulkily waved Ling Lan away, indicating for her to not disturb his work. Ling Lan could only shake her head silently at Little Four's heartlessness. She sighed to herself, mourning the fact that little brats nowadays were just too spoilt and pampered. She was just about to push open the doors to the physical skills learning area when from the corner of her eye, she noticed a large door to the side. A word had finally appeared on it, Mecha. Could it be that because she had encountered Mecha, the learning space had also activated a Mecha course? Ling Lan's heart heated up and she decisively turned away from the physical skills doorway. Tentatively, she prodded the door labeled Mecha and felt it move slightly. It wasn't like before when the door was fused to the wall, completely immovable. Ling Lan gave the door a hard shove and the door swung open with a bang. She walked inside and saw an endless space. In the near distance, a rugged soldier with a full beard was guffawing boisterously as he watched her approach. "Haha, Ling Lan, you're finally here." The soldier's energetic greeting made Ling Lan glance at him cautiously. Could he be a new instructor? The personalities of the instructors Ling Lan had met so far were all different. Number 1 was cold and cool to the extreme, and meant every word he said. Number 5 liked to laugh, but was sly and manipulative to the extreme, and was unbelievably perverse, capable of chilling others to the bone. Number 9 was very strict and looked very cold and aloof, but was actually a woman with a soft heart. Ling Lan had received much care from her since the very beginning. As such, Ling Lan wasn't afraid of stern-faced teachers, but was fearful of those with smiling faces and passionate appearances. She had been traumatized by Number 5's torments. So, seeing the other's enthusiasm and wide smile, she was instantly on her guard. If by any chance this was another instructor like Number 5, she would definitely be toyed with most terribly. Don't think so much. I'm not Number 5. I have no interest in torturing people. Right, I'm your Mecha instructor, Number 3. In fact, when you turned 6 years old, I had already wanted to activate the Mecha course. But, due to your real-life situation back then, Big Brother Number 1 refused my request. I had thought that I'd have to wait for another 5 to 6 years before it came up again. Unexpectedly, you activated it yourself after just 1 year, ha 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 ha, that's great. Number 3 laughed up at the sky, as if immensely pleased with Ling Lan's choice. Looks like he had really become impatient with waiting. The laughter finally stopped, but before Ling Lan could ask any questions, Number 3 snapped his fingers. A rabbit mecha dropped from the sky, landing directly in front of Ling Lan. Ling Lan could only stare blankly at its familiar appearance. Why is it this mecha? Number 3 replied helplessly, can't help it, our mecha's controls are somewhat different from those in your world, so we had to let the space assistant gather all the mecha models and controls of this world. So far, the space assistant has only sent in the data for this one mecha. Of course, this is also because you selected this mecha. Ling Lan finally understood why Little 4 had had that dodgy look in the hall of the learning space. It turned out that he had secretly sent the stats of the rabbit mecha into the learning space, making it the initiate mecha for her mecha training. Damn it. He knew that she didn't really like the rabbit mecha. Couldn't he have changed things a little and brought in some other models? Of course, Ling Lan was most upset at her own luck. If she had managed to draw a more formidable mecha to begin with, then she wouldn't have to take Number 3's mocking gaze. Regardless of how gloomy Ling Lan felt, she still had to listen to Instructor Number 3's commands. She got into the cockpit of the rabbit mecha. As expected, the control buttons were the same, no changes whatsoever. Ling Lan activated the mecha, and the mecha quickly booted up successfully. She then opened the mecha's screen to display the situation outside, but found that the initially vacant and open space had now become an extremely narrow tunnel. By Ling Lan's estimation, the tunnel was just 1.5 times the width of the mecha itself. To successfully make her way through the tunnel, it would require very fine control of the mecha's movement. Additionally, there were also some irregular obstacles within the tunnel, on the floor, and on the walls on both sides, which were probably designed to test a mecha operator's ability to handle the controls to adjust to circumstances. Firstly, you'll need to go through obstacle course training. Can you see the numbers on the bottom of the screen? Number 3's voice rang out beside Ling Lan's ear. Ling Lan looked at the screen as Instructor Number 3 said, and sure enough, on the lower part of the screen, the numbers 03.00.00 were flashing at her, reminding Ling Lan of their existence. This is a countdown timer for 3 minutes. You'll need to complete this obstacle course within 3 minutes to pass. And your deadline to complete this mission is just 1 week. Number 3's tone was tinged with obvious schadenfreude. F***ck. Teaching her nothing and giving her a mission right off the bat. Instructor number 3, you're a mecha instructor, not a mission distributor, isn't what you're doing too shameless? Before Ling Lan could give voice to her complaints, the flashing numbers on the lower half of the screen began to count down rapidly. Ling Lan's eyelid twitched. Abruptly, she found that with the speed of her mecha's jumps, 3 minutes weren't long at all. At this moment, number 3's gleeful voice rang out once more, "Oh right, every time you fail an attempt, the system will dole out punishment. You hang in there now." Hearing this, Ling Lan frantically operated her mecha. Her fingers flew, actually blowing past the speed limits she had managed to achieve before this. The system's punishment was not pleasant at all, she really didn't want to experience it ever again. However, dreams are beautiful but reality is cruel. Ling Lan slammed into a wall for the nth time, and after repeatedly embodying the rabbit in the tail, waiting for a rabbit by a tree stump, the timer finally hit 0. Overall, she had only managed to jump forward a few meters. Oh, tragic rabbit. Ling Lan had yet to finish bemoaning the poor rabbit when a wave of numbing pain swept over her body. Damn it, I just knew this would happen. Ling Lan swore loudly. She could almost see the faint smoke rising from her mouth. Ugh, she was about to be completely cooked by electricity. Unfortunately, before she could get over the pain and numbness left by this electrocution, the scene before her shifted abruptly. She was brought along with her mecha back to the start of the obstacle course. And then, the learning space did not give Ling Lan any time to rest, immediately restarting the 3-minute countdown once more. Seeing this, Ling Lan finally couldn't help but curse silently. Fuck. After that, it was another flurry of frantic movements to control the rabbit mecha, to send it lunging out desperately. Perhaps tragedy likes to repeat itself, for Ling Lan had only taken a few hops when she once again slammed into a wall. And then she bounced back, and hit the wall again, and bounced back, and, in the end, she still hit the wall again. The image before Ling Lan was a constant loop of falling and rolling around. The result of all this wall slamming was a dizzy head and spinning eyes. Once again, Ling Lan was experiencing the feelings of the unfortunate rabbit in the folktale of waiting for a rabbit by a tree stump. Failure, followed by yet more failure. Electrocution after electrocution, restart after restart. Ling Lan had no idea how many times she had restarted this mission anymore. She estimated that she hadn't even managed to get 50 meters into the tunnel so far. And what's worse, she didn't even know how long this blasted tunnel was in total. The reason to blame for Ling Lan's constant wall slamming was that the tunnel was really just too narrow. There were times when Ling Lan clearly felt she had not made any mistakes with the controls, and even the screen display was telling her that her jump coordinates were in a straight line, but unfortunately, the mecha still somehow ended up slamming into the wall. This caused Ling Lan to become rather discouraged, frustration rearing up within her heart. God damn it. This tunnel just did not allow for any bit of error in her controls. Was this the standard a newbie should have? Ling Lan, having been electrocuted to within an inch of her life, was filled with simmering indignation. Hells, it was like she thought, nothing good ever came from men who liked to smile. After God knows how many failures, Ling Lan's spirit was worn down to the brink. After one last electrocution, she was summarily thrown out of the mission space, and Ling Lan blearily found herself in the great hall of the learning space once again. The hall was no longer as messy as when Ling Lan had first arrived. Little Four had tidied up the floor. When he saw Ling Lan appear suddenly before him, he was startled by her appearance and yelled, "Boss, you were electrocuted?" Ling Lan's head was heavy, she only stared uncomprehendingly at Little Four in response. Seeing this, Little Four couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. With a sympathetic flick of his finger, a large full-length mirror appeared before Ling Lan. In the reflection of the mirror, a completely black figure looked out blankly at them. There were even wisps of black smoke still wafting off the figure, the only break in the black being the whites of the figure's eyes. Oh, right, the figure's teeth were still white too. Ling Lan bared her teeth at the mirror, revealing her set of straight white teeth. Contrasted with the black, her teeth gleamed even whiter than usual. Not just that, Ling Lan's hair was all standing up, puffed up in curls. They reminded Ling Lan of the instant noodles of her past life. Really, her appearance was as bizarre as one could imagine. Number 3, I want to kill him. This horrible state of hers made Ling Lan scream out in frustration. Right now, she did not look one bit like the cute Mo Shota that she usually looked like. She was a total black phantom that had crawled out from the hearth. Little Four smothered a laugh with his hand. Boss, so you've met number 3. Hee, don't be fooled by his brash and forthright-looking face, he actually loves to play pranks on people. Ling Lan was stunned. You know them, Little Four. She had always thought that Little Four belonged to a different system than the instructors, and so would not meet each other. Looks like that wasn't the case. Of course. There are many things I don't understand which require their help, like with those well, I just know them. Little Four had almost let the truth slip. It turned out that those moves he had helped Ling Lan modify and appropriate was actually the hard work of the instructors. Little Four had just shamelessly claimed the credit for himself. Sensing something amiss with Little Four's words, Ling Lan stared at him suspiciously. Little Four's heart started pounding erratically, afraid that his deceit would be discovered by his boss. He quickly changed the topic, saying, Boss, how did you end up this way? At Little Four's question, Ling Lan was in no mood to think more about the holes in Little Four's speech. She sighed softly and said tiredly, Instructor number 3 gave me a mecha control mission. She scratched her head, musing up her instant noodle hair into a bird's nest, and then shouted resentfully, Arg. He didn't teach me anything. Just told me to get through that crazily narrow beyond narrow tunnel within 3 minutes. How would that be possible? Ling Lan's words instantly made Little Four raise his little fists in anger as well. With sympathetic indignation, he said, Yeah, how could number 3 be so unreasonable? No matter what, he should give boss some time to adapt. Actually, he did in fact give me a week's time to finish it, admitted Ling Lan awkwardly. Then, boss, how did you end up so messed up? Wasn't it just training? Why did it look like she had to go through a mountain of swords and swim through a sea of flames? Gloomily, Ling Lan said, though it was training, every time I failed, I would be electrocuted. Little Four's eyes popped out in disbelief, and he muttered, How can that be, electrocuted just for failing in training? When did the system become so strict? That said, he cast a pitying glance at Ling Lan. Boss, you're in big trouble. If you fail the mission this time, I think you'll lose a layer of skin even if you don't die. Hearing this, Ling Lan's spirits drooped even more. Yeah, I didn't expect to be electrocuted so badly just for failing in training, if I can't pass this mission a week later. Ling Lan shuddered violently, the sense of doom in her heart becoming even heavier. The learning space's punishments came in many bizarre forms, but every type would stay with you for the rest of your life. No one would be willing to go through it again if they could help it. Ling Lan had failed n times under Instructor number 5's tutelage, and so had experienced a multitude of mind-breaking punishments. All in all, she really never wanted to experience them ever again. But it's really odd. Little Four sat on a step, face cupped in his hands as he said in a confused tone, Since you were given a time limit for completion, why would you still be punished after failing during training, boss? This doesn't seem to match up with the system's settings. Little Four was the most familiar with the system of the learning space. Although the system was very strict, its every step would be executed strictly according to the guidelines of the learning space. Could there be some other reason for this deviation in behavior? Hearing what Little Four had to say, Ling Lan couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Instructor number 3 was intentionally messing with me? Little Four threw a disdainful glance at his boss. The instructors are only in charge of assigning missions. They don't have the jurisdiction to give out punishment. But Ling Lan persisted, then what's up with Instructor number 5's punishments? The degree of perversity involved is absolutely a sign of his work. Little Four explained, that's because boss had already failed the mission. Among all the punishments offered by the system, the instructor has the right to choose which one is implemented. Ling Lan understood then. However, this just deepened the mystery. why would the system punish her for no reason when she only failed in training? Little Four searched through the rules of the learning space, and finally found a regulation that somewhat fit this strange scenario. Boss, when you were training, did you do anything against the rules? During training, if the host did anything the system viewed as breaking its rules, the system would implement appropriate punishment according to the severity of the violation. Ling Lan gave it some serious thought, and felt that other than controlling the mecha to jump and slam into walls, she really had not done anything else. Could it be that the system considered her wall slamming as the terrible sin of vandalism, and assigned punishment for it? Ling Lan told Little Four her guess, and Little Four thumped the table in agreement. His boss's assumption made sense. However, Little Four was extremely curious. Boss, why did you have to jump and slam into the wall? Wouldn't it be fine if you just walked slowly? Ling Lan said with some embarrassment, isn't it all because of that 3-minute countdown timer? I wanted to speed up and quickly complete the mission, but the faster I went, the harder the mecha was to control. And once I hit a wall, the mecha would bounce around like a rubber ball, making it impossible for me to control. Ahem. In the end, I could only become a dizzy rabbit. When a mecha receives a concussive force, 30% of it would be realistically reflected upon Ling Lan's body. Even if Ling Lan's body was as strong as an ox, the consecutive impacts and tumbles had still been too much for Ling Lan. Disoriented and unwell, she had thoroughly experienced what it felt like to be a rabbit slamming into a tree. Boss, you know very well that you won't be able to complete this mission within 3 minutes with your current ability level. So, why are you rushing it? Why don't you first familiarize yourself with the controls to get the rabbit to walk? Slow down as much as possible and work hard so you don't hit the wall. Take your time and walk through the tunnel slowly and familiarize yourself with the path. Wouldn't that be better? Little Four just could not understand Ling Lan's decision. After all, didn't she have an entire week to figure it out? Why was she so impatient? Ling Lan said moodily, it's not that I don't want to. But Instructor Number 3 said, if I fail there would be punishment. Also, once the time is up, I'll be brought back to the starting point. How am I supposed to get used to the tunnel? Suddenly, Ling Lan jerked, thinking of something. Her gaze brightened instantly. Thank you, Little Four. Before Little Four could react to this outburst, Ling Lan had pulled Little Four into a hug and dropped a smacking kiss onto his soft and pink little cheek. This sudden affectionate action immediately crashed Little Four's thought processes. His 2 eyes were wide as saucers, and his entire body froze up. Ling Lan did not notice that Little Four's spirit had been sent flying off by her unexpected kiss. She took a few large strides to stand once more before the doorway of Mecha, and purposefully pushed it open. She needed to test her hypothesis to see whether she was right. Entering the doorway, she saw Instructor Number 3 still standing beside that rabbit mecha. Seeing Ling Lan return, Instructor Number 3 said with an expression of surprise, I thought you were only coming back tomorrow. How do you still have strength to train? Ling Lan said coldly, I'm not that weak. If it really was as she thought, Instructor Number 3 was really just too sly. Instructor Number 3 seemed not to see Ling Lan's dark expression. With a hearty laugh, he said, that's great. Get into the mecha then. Ling Lan smoothly leapt up into the mecha's cockpit, and then swiftly closed the door and activated the mecha. After 3 minutes, on the lower right corner of the display screen, the 3-minute countdown timer appeared once more. As before, the numbers flashed at her, a constant reminder of their presence. This time, Ling Lan only took one glance at the numbers before looking away. This was not because the string of numbers made her nervous, but because she wanted to focus on the final image being displayed on the screen. Sure enough, the image on the screen changed, and Ling Lan was once again at the entrance of the test tunnel. The learning space did not give Ling Lan much time to prepare, the numbers on the bottom of the screen began to roll, the countdown had begun. This time, Ling Lan did not rush, she did not try to increase her hand speed desperately to push the mecha out as fast as she could, instead, she chose to decrease her hand speed. Her current speed was definitely not fast, with some pauses mixed in at times. She worked hard to coordinate her 2 hands, and facing the small and narrow tunnel, she controlled the rabbit mecha to hop lightly into it. This hop was very short, not even 2 meters, not even the length of her rabbit mecha's body. However, this caution guaranteed that she made no mistakes this time. Slowly but steadily, she hopped her way to the center of the tunnel. There were still no mistakes. Ling Lan did not rush to make the next jump, only after properly calculating the distance needed did she flex her fingers and operated the mecha to jump. Having calmed down, no longer affected by the 3-minute countdown, Ling Lan now noticed that this seemingly straight tunnel actually had a slight curve to it. However, it would not be noticeable with the naked eye when moving at fast speeds. Right then, Ling Lan finally understood why she had kept slamming into walls previously. Having been unaware of the curve of the tunnel walls, even if she had used the coordinate data provided by the mecha and jumped to the marked coordinates, it would not have helped. Because in reality, she had already made a judgment error, all that awaited her was a crash into a wall. 3 minutes time wasn't very long, but it also wasn't very short. Ling Lan had just made her way through roughly 30 or so meters of the tunnel, avoiding several obstacles along the way, when her time ran out. However, Ling Lan was not aware of this. Because this time, strangely enough, the learning space did not impose punishment the moment the countdown hit 0. The electrocution did not happen, and Ling Lan also was not chased back to the starting point. Instead, after the timer hit 0, it did not stop, but continued to count down, going into the negatives. All this happened silently, so Ling Lan, who was thoroughly focused on operating her mecha, noticed nothing. Only after she had jumped a few more times, going about 10 meters deeper into the tunnel, did she remember to turn and look at the countdown timer. Ling Lan was wondering why the 3 minutes seemed to stretch on for so long this time. Ling Lan glanced at the timer and saw that the timer was still moving, but this time, the numbers were not getting smaller, but getting larger and larger. In fright, Ling Lan abruptly stopped her hands, and the rabbit mecha immediately froze and lay down on the ground. Looking closer, Ling Lan finally saw that the countdown timer was now displaying negative numbers. In other words, she had long gone beyond the allocated 3 minutes. Ling Lan started to think. Before this, she had been too anxious, desperately increasing her speed to charge and slam her way through the course, so much so that she completely ignored her surroundings. Thus, she had slammed into the walls repeatedly, and the final outcome was getting electrocuted after the timer ran out and being sent back to the beginning. Why did the learning space not react this time, seemingly content to let her do as she pleased? Ling Lan thought back to when she had pushed open the Mecha door, and her conversation then with Instructor Three. She recalled how she had so easily fallen for Instructor Three's misdirection and believed that there would be punishment if she did not finish the mission after the 3 minutes on the timer ran out. She thought about how she had become overwhelmed with panic and frantically tried to make her mecha run forwards recklessly. She had really been so bloody stupid. She had actually forgotten that, in the learning space, before a mission's deadline was up, there would not be any punishment for failing in training. She had had 7 full years of learning experience, and she had completely forgotten everything in that split second. No wonder the learning space had gotten mad. It had to be said that, ever since she had managed to obtain Ling Xiao's legacy from right under the military's noses, Ling Lan had become a little cocky. This made her lose her initial sense of caution. Ling Lan mocked herself, how shameful. I actually neglected such an obvious clue. And this trap would have been discovered easily if I had just stopped to think, is this because I've lost my mental balance? Because I thought I was stronger than most other people, so I became too proud? Was the learning space trying to tell me through punishment that I still don't have the right to strut around with my tail up one? Ling Lan had the realization that this electrocution wasn't punishing her for failing, but was punishing her for her recklessness and carelessness, as well as her loss of mental balance. This was a warning from the learning space. Ling Lan's lips curved up into a slight smile, her eyes glittering. Although the learning space was somewhat offbeat at times, it would always step in to prevent her from making mistakes at key moments. She really felt that she was extremely fortunate to have received the learning space. Having thought things through, Ling Lan's mind was at peace. She no longer worried about the so-called countdown timer, but merely focused all her attention on operating the mecha to slowly maneuver her way through this tunnel. The start of the tunnel was so narrow that it only allowed one mecha to squeeze through at a time, and though the tunnel gradually widened out, the number of obstacles also increased. There were even sections where there were obstacle piles, which required several consecutive hops to clear. Ling Lan overcame each and every one of the challenges of the tunnel, but then, a new problem appeared. A huge boulder appeared before Ling Lan, and there just was not enough space on either side of the boulder for the large rabbit mecha to pass through. Moreover, there were several rocks of uneven height below the large boulder as well. This completely prevented any challenger from passing through the bottom of the boulder. It only took one look for Ling Lan to determine the path she should take. Right at the top of the boulder, there was a coincidental gap with just enough room for the rabbit mecha to leap through. Note that she said leap through. In other words, this time, she needed to make sure the rabbit mecha jumped high enough to reach the gap and moved forwards enough to clear the boulder, otherwise it would be all too easy to slam into the rock. Ling Lan let the rabbit mecha's AI analyze the path she needed to take for this jump, along with the controls necessary for it. She then visualized it over and over in her mind, and only after she felt somewhat confident about it, did she get ready to move. She controlled the mecha to retreat around 10 meters, the boulder was too tall, so she needed to use a run-up approach to build up momentum. The first time, Ling Lan sprinted up to the rock, but when she reached the jumping point, she felt that there was a deviation in her positioning and hit the emergency brakes. The mecha only managed to stop at a distance of 0.01 meters away from the rock, scaring the cold sweat out of Ling Lan. The second time, she got the jumping position right, but she did not use enough power to reach the required height. Luckily, Ling Lan reacted quickly. At the moment she was about to hit the rock, she controlled the rabbit to kick out with its limbs at the rock, sending the mecha into a flip. She then controlled the mecha to land safely, avoiding the tragedy of slamming into the boulder. These two failures gave Ling Lan a better idea of what to expect. On her third try, with a steady grasp of all the key points, Ling Lan successfully got her mecha to leap swiftly through the gap at the top of the boulder. At this moment, Ling Lan was still unaware that making her way through the various obstacles in the course had steadily built up her proficiency with the rabbit mecha's controls. From being flustered at the beginning, till being able to handle unforeseen circumstances with ease now, Ling Lan's improvement was truly phenomenal. Meanwhile, Ling Lan was still adjusting. In order to handle all sorts of scenarios, she had subconsciously begun slowly merging the combat moves she had learned in real life with her mecha control process. And this was truly the ultimate objective of this tunnel mission. Within the learning space, the passing standard for mecha operators was that a mecha operator had to be able to control a mecha as if it were their own hands and feet, just as if the mecha were an extension of their own bodies. And this wasn't something many people could do in the real world. So, if Ling Lan wanted to pass, she still had much training to do to hone her mecha control. This also gave Ling Lan the false impression for a while that her mecha control was terrible. After overcoming several more obstacles, Ling Lan finally arrived at the finish line, completing a full run of the tunnel. The time she used was slightly less than 32 minutes and 13 seconds. Of course, this duration was worlds apart from the mission requirement of 3 minutes. Still, Ling Lan wasn't particularly worried. This was because she knew that she had limited her hand speed for this run, keeping it at a normal level. Besides, this first full run was just to map out the tunnel and get to know the situation inside it, so she had wasted a lot of time at every obstacle. The second time would be different. Reality proved that it was indeed as Ling Lan had expected. The second time, Ling Lan directly shortened the time used to 23 minutes, and her third pass was infinitely close to 20 minutes. However, this time became her current limit. In the following 4th, 5th, and 6th attempts, she maintained this result, never being able to break past the 20-minute barrier. To ensure that she did not make a mistake and slam into the wall again, Ling Lan still did not unleash her hand speed. She continued to use the hand speed she used at the start to control the mecha. But after testing out several different ways of jumping without being able to break past the 20-minute barrier, Ling Lan decided to increase her hand speed by 1 level. However, after raising her hand speed, Ling Lan started making mistakes. Although she was still extremely careful, she still could not help but lose control at a particularly sharp turn, slipping out of her intended path to careen towards the wall. But Ling Lan reacted quickly, no longer allowing herself to slam helplessly into the wall like before. Instead, she used all 4 limbs of the mecha to kick off from the wall, and riding the rebound, she moved her mecha back on the correct path. Of course, this was also due to the fact that her speed was not yet at the maximum, and so was still within the limits of Ling Lan's control. Just like this, she shuffled and stumbled her way through the tunnel. She then found that her time had not gotten any better, and had in fact gotten slower than before, clocking in at around 21 minutes. However, Ling Lan was not discouraged. This new speed would require some adjustment, and in the process of adjustment, it was perfectly normal to make some mistakes. As such, the time delay was within her expectations. When she managed to fully get used to the new speed, Ling Lan was sure that she would be able to shorten the time to below 20 minutes. And so Ling Lan maintained this speed, and went through the tunnel again and again, making adjustment after adjustment. The night passed without conversation. Ling Lan did not even know when she was kicked out by the learning space. From early the next day, aside from the classes that she had to attend, Ling Lan spent all her time in the learning space training to pass the mission. Of course, to reassure her mum, Ling Lan pretended to be in the virtual world by lying in a login pod. Ling Lan naturally also did not forget to instruct Little Four to fake her appearance in the virtual world to collect information from all the major subject halls. She had not forgotten the threat within the military. It would not do to let that party notice anything amiss. Ling Lan stood once more at the entrance to the tunnel. She had never stopped challenging it. She closed her eyes and counted the seconds, and then abruptly opened them again. Her eyes blazed with a vibrant light, and her fingers flew in a coordinated dance. With a strong push of its hind legs, the rabbit mecha bounded into the tunnel. At this moment, Ling Lan's entire body and soul were immersed in the mecha. She already knew the situation within the tunnel like the back of her hand, so there was no need for her to even think about how to overcome the obstacles. All of it was already a steady flow within her mind. The rabbit mecha leapt and soared nimbly within that small and narrow space. At times it crawled, at times it leapt, at times it moved rapidly, at times it slowed to turn, quite a few times it narrowly scraped by a wall, where just a hair's breadth closer would mean a forceful crash and a violent tumble. This time, Ling Lan did not hit the wall at all, successfully making her way through the tunnel swiftly. She looked down at the time. As expected, she had finally broken past the 20-minute barrier. In fact, she had improved her time by a whole 5 minutes, ending the course within 15 minutes. Compared to her first time, Ling Lan had undoubtedly reduced her time by half. However, to achieve the 3 minutes required to complete the mission, Ling Lan still had a long way to go. Still, Ling Lan was very happy. This progress proved that her control of the rabbit mecha had improved by a substantial margin. Ling Lan wasn't anxious to raise her hand speed further at this point. Instead, she continued to work on stabilizing her current hand speed. She practiced over and over again. Running the same obstacle course repetitively was very dry and boring. Making the mecha jump and leap and run to break through obstacles may have been new and exciting for the first run or two, but after the 10th time and beyond, all that was left was boredom. Fortunately, Ling Lan was a very tolerant person. The dry monotony and boredom of the exercise were not enough to turn her off and make her choose to give up halfway. In this manner, she stayed in her house for 3 to 4 consecutive days. Then, Ling Lan was dragged out of the learning space by Little Four over an unexpected occurrence. Back then, Ling Lan had been focused on her training in the tunnel to try and apply a higher hand speed. Just as she had been running, the scene in front of her eyes suddenly twisted and spun, becoming blurred and unfocused. By the time Ling Lan could see clearly again, she had already been brought to the great hall of the learning space. Little Four was waiting for her there with an anxious expression. Seeing Ling Lan come out, Little Four immediately rushed over as he shouted, "Boss, hurry! Qi Long and the others are looking for you." During this time, Little Four had been substituting Ling Lan to enter the virtual world. So, he was also responsible for reporting anything of note that happened there. "Can't you handle it?" Ling Lan automatically assumed it was something to do with the virtual world. That's why she was rather surprised, because Little Four had patted his chest and guaranteed that he would be able to handle anything in the virtual world back when he had first taken on this duty. It's a real-world issue. They were just trying to contact you online, and it looks urgent. They want you to go to the combat hall immediately. It looks like something major is happening, explained Little Four in a hurry. Ling Lan was rather bewildered, unsure what could have happened to make Qi Long and the others so anxious. With a worried heart, she quickly left the learning space and climbed out of the login pod to the virtual world. She took a moment to change into a clean uniform, and then immediately set out for the combat hall. The moment she arrived at the entrance to the combat hall, Ling Lan found that there was an unusually large crowd here today. She took a swift look around, and found that there were not just students from her grade, but also quite a number of students from the other grades. There were younger juniors who had just started school here, as well as seniors from a grade or two higher. Among the groupings of blue and green, Ling Lan could even see some white and red. Looks like there were also quite a few students from the special classes. Ling Lan grew even more curious. What in the world had happened to make the students of the lower division gather here? Although the Scout Academy had 10 grades, these grades were in fact split into 3 different divisions. Grades 1 to 4 made up the lower division, 5 to 7 was the intermediate division, and 8 to 10 was the upper division. The students of every division had their own circles, and aside from those with intent, very few people were willing to cross these circles to get to know the students of the other divisions. Just take Ling Lan's group for example. They may know about the matters concerning the lower division students, but they only knew vague details about things to do with the intermediate division, and the upper division was completely out of the consideration of these lower division children. Ling Lan immediately contacted Qi Long, and finding out that the others were at Arena 3, she hurried over. On the way there, Ling Lan's ostentatious red uniform drew the admiration and envy of the surrounding merit class and regular class students. Although Ling Lan kept a rather low profile within the academy, there were still quite a few people who recognized her. These people were talking in hushed whispers to the people beside them who didn't know Ling Lan. "Do you know who that person in the red uniform is?" said one of the informed grade 1 students excitedly to a student beside him whom he had just met. "A special class A student? From which grade? I don't think I saw him at the cross-grade challenge matches." Some of the people who had no acquaintances in the upper grades naturally did not know much about their seniors. "You should at least know about Qi Long, right?" Qi Long had obtained the top rank of the special classes multiple times in succession, and so had often appeared at the cross-grade challenge fights. Thus, even the new students knew him. "Of course I know. The leading person in the second grade, I've seen him in the cross-grade challenge matches. I get excited just speaking of him. In the last challenge, he actually managed to challenge all the way up to grade 4 before losing. He really makes us lower grades proud." It looked like this new student was a fan of Qi Long's. His face was filled with idolization. "Hee, let me tell you, that person just now is Qi Long's boss. He's also in the second grade." The informed one was very smug. He actually knew about the strongest hidden boss. "No way." Shocked cries rang out one after another. Eavesdroppers drawn by their discussion all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Qi Long was the high-profile academy star of the lower grades. How could a superior being like him submit and acknowledge another person as boss so easily? And someone from the same grade at that, with a lower ranking. "Humph, you really think Qi Long dominates the second grade? If my elder cousin sister wasn't in that grade, I may not have known about this secret." The ones who paid attention to the internal grade rankings were basically those in the same grade. Very few students from other grades would bother with the rankings of another grade, which was why most people from the lower grades and the upper grades would not know the internal matters. "What secret? Tell us quick." Those who loved uncovering the truth all began urging the informant to hurry up and reveal the secret he knew. "My cousin's sister said that, every time that person encountered Qi Long, he would automatically forfeit, never ever choosing to attack." "Why?" Everyone wondered. "Is it because he knew he couldn't win, so he chose not to fight?" "That doesn't mean that person is stronger than Qi Long though," someone objected. "I have proof. You all know that in the grade ranking matches, what's the least number of moves Qi Long took to defeat his opponent?" "Yup, I remember someone mention it once. I think it was 3 moves, against the weakest opponent in the first round. Qilong's combat skills are amazing. He's not just agile, his strength is also greater than others his age by too much. On top of that, his foundations are very solid, and I heard he has some sure-kill moves as well. But as the opponents get stronger, Qilong also can't defeat them that easily anymore. From around 10 moves to over 10 moves, even using up to several hundred moves. That's why I say, Qilong is strong, but he still hasn't reached the level of domination, said the informant airily, nodding as he heard what everyone had to say about Qilong's abilities. You can't say that. Anyone who can enter the special classes in our academy is a talent from the cream of the crop. Qilong being able to press down everyone his age already proves that he is extremely outstanding. The other people felt that the informant was being rather unreasonable with his comments. Once, that person managed to defeat an opponent in, guess how many moves, asked the informant coldly, in response to the others doubting his words. What's his strength like? You can't just ask us to guess blindly without any comparison point. That opponent was also from the special classes. Qilong managed to defeat that person in roughly 50 moves. The informant provided a comparison point. About 50 moves. Could it be less than the number of moves Qilong needed? Seeing the informant's impassive face, everyone was shocked. 40 moves. Or maybe 30 moves. The informant just smiled but said nothing. Everyone there drew a cold breath. 20 or so moves. Maybe about over 10 moves. Everyone felt that their guesses were already very bold. Sadly, the informant did not seem to agree. He shook his head, sighing, and said, "Can't you all be more daring with your guesses?" Within 10 moves. In a sea of silence, a wavering voice piped up quietly. This guess made everyone hold their breath, waiting for the informant to respond. Within 10 moves. You're all wrong. He only used 1 move. Revealed the informant proudly, just as if Ling Lan was his own boss. Whoa, that's strong. There was a cacophony as everyone exclaimed in shock. If this were true, then that person was definitely the reigning champ of the 2nd grade. I predict that, if they really fought, even Qilong wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The informant finally gave his hypothesis. Then why would he choose to forfeit? If he became the top rank, then he would be able to participate in the cross-grade challenge. Some people felt it was a shame, because they had not been able to see that person's awesomeness in defeating his opponent in 1 move. Who knows? Perhaps he prefers to keep a low profile. An Oracle of Truth one presented himself. Right, what's that person called? Those with superior strength would always garner respect. The surrounding students were eager to find out the identity of their new idol from the informant. Ling Lan, the true number 1 of year 4738-2. Ling Lan deeply mourned the fact that her hearing was so sharp. She had actually heard every single bit of gossip loud and clear. She had already tried her best to keep a low profile. Who knew that someone had still found her memorable? Still, Ling Lan wasn't really bothered. This gossip would probably just circulate among the lower division. The upper division would have no interest in following the gossip within their circle. So, no one outside would care or recognize her. Very soon, she had rushed to Arena 3, and she immediately saw Qilong and the others waiting in front of the stage. Ling Lan walked over quickly and asked, "Qilong, why did you call me to come over in such a hurry? What exactly is going on?" Subconsciously, Qilong glanced at Han Jijian, cluing Ling Lan in that it was probably Han Jijian's idea to call her here. Sure enough, Han Jijian received Qilong's signal, and spoke up, "Boss Lan, I was the one who asked Qilong to call you here. Actually, calling you here this time is to discuss the matter of Lin Zhongqing." Him. Is there any connection to us? Ling Lan was too busy. She did not have that much time and effort to go worry about the other students in her class who she was just on regular terms with. Of course there's no connection right now, but there'll soon be one. The corner of Han Jijian's lips quirked up, and there was actually a trace of deviousness in his smirk. Han Jijian's words made Ling Lan very curious. With a slight quirk of her brow, she waited for Han Jijian to continue explaining. Earlier, Lin Zhongqing contacted me urgently in the virtual world. He hopes that we can help him out, because he has been blockaded by Li Yingjie. What? That punk Li Yingjie hasn't given up on making Lin Zhongqing submit? Ling Lan was rather speechless to hear that. This Li Yingjie was really too stubborn. Starting back in the first grade, ever since Lin Zhongqing had refused to be his subordinate, this brat had been determined to pick a bone with Lin Zhongqing. He kept finding opportunities to make trouble for Lin Zhongqing, trying to make Lin Zhongqing submit to him. As luck would have it, Lin Zhongqing was also someone who was open to persuasion but not to coercion. The more Li Yingjie tried to force the issue, the more he refused to submit. Thus, the two of them had become locked in a never-ending feud. It can't be helped. Li Yingjie is now stuck riding the Tiger One. Ever since he hit a dead end with Lin Zhongqing, he thoroughly lost all credibility to become the boss of the special classes. Many students in class are now just agreeing in words but not in mind, some have even mocked him behind his back, saying that he should handle Lin Zhongqing first before doing the talking. So, this year hasn't been easy for Lin Zhongqing. There was one more thing Han Jijian didn't say. Another reason why Li Yingjie couldn't become the undisputed boss of year 4738 was the existence of their group. Compared to Lin Zhongqing, Li Yingjie actually hated them even more for blocking his way. It's just that Qi Long alone was already hard for him to handle, not to mention Ling Lan, who was stronger than Qi Long. So, Li Yingjie, who was unable to take his anger out on them, could only go after the vulnerable Lin Zhongqing who had no one backing him. At the heart of the matter, Lin Zhongqing was actually collateral damage of Li Yingjie's dispute with them. Han Jijian sighed deeply. Although the academy tried its best to minimize the influence of family background among the students, setting up lots of regulations preventing students from possessing special rights due to their backgrounds, was there any child who was stupid among those who could enter the Central Scout Academy's special classes? A full year of time and more had been enough for them to seek out the loopholes in these regulations. With that, they managed to artfully avoid the rigid external protection of the academy, using other methods within the boundaries of the rules to force some children without reliable backgrounds to become their attendants, subordinates, or even gophers. In Special Class A, most of the children came from some sort of weighted background. After all, genes determined everything. It was much more likely for a powerful and wealthy elite family to produce an outstanding child. So, in the Special Class A of year 4738, there were only 3 or 4 people from more common family backgrounds. Besides Lin Zhongqing, who stood his ground to keep his independence, the others had all chosen to rely on other classmates with stronger abilities and backgrounds. Among the array of wealthy and powerful backgrounds present in the class, Ling Lan's background, leaving aside Ling Xiao's identity, was considered insignificant, but no one dared to bother him. In the academy, background wasn't the most important thing, might was the foundation which truly allowed a person to stand their ground. Though Lin Zhongqing, who had come from a poor district, had been gradually increasing his strength, the top 5 of the class could still handle him easily. In other words, Lin Zhongqing was the easiest to handle among all of the Special Class A children. Who else could Li Yingjie target if not him? However, Lin Zhongqing himself knew that he would not be able to stand up against Li Yingjie. So he had chosen to tolerate, no matter how much Li Yingjie taunted him or insulted him, he had taken it and refused to react. This made Han Jijian admire him greatly for his ability to restrain himself for a greater purpose. Hasn't he been targeted before all this while? Didn't he manage to resolve it all himself so far? Why does he want our help this time? Ling Lan was curious. She knew very well that even though Lin Zhongqing was a poor commoner, he had a prideful heart. Unless there was no other choice, he wouldn't have reached out for their help. What could have happened? What could be grave enough to corner Lin Zhongqing? Ling Lan stroked her jaw absent-mindedly as she thought about it. Han Jijian replied, "It's like this. Lin Zhongqing told me that the opponent invoked the rule of nemesis combat, and challenged him to an arena battle. The one who loses will have to recognize the other as boss, and become his subordinate. A nemesis combat match cannot be avoided. The moment one chooses to refuse the fight, the Academy AI will see that as a forfeit and automatically declare it as the loss of the side which refused." This time, Li Yingjie was smart. He used the combat rules of the academy. How did Lin Zhongqing fall for it? Hasn't he always been careful? To avoid Li Yingjie's taunts and challenges, Lin Zhongqing had learned all he could about the academy's rules. He was always careful to stay away from things that wouldn't benefit him, but it looks like he had been set up this time. Yes, well, in the virtual world, Li Yingjie recruited a regular class student and sent him to offend Lin Zhongqing. You know how all the students of Special Class A have their pride. They would never permit someone else to trample over it easily. So, Lin Zhongqing chose to teach him a lesson, and then, this was the result. The other boy recorded a video of himself being beaten up and submitted it to the school AI to request for a nemesis combat match. After it was approved, he challenged Lin Zhongqing. Under nemesis combat mode, Lin Zhongqing cannot refuse, so he had no choice but to accept. Ling Lan naturally knew what was going on instantly. Looks like Li Yingjie really invested a lot of thought and effort to trap Lin Zhongqing. For this plan, he had to complete the team formation mission in the virtual world. He's most likely the third person of our second grade to succeed in building a team. Only teams would allow the members of the team to substitute amongst themselves freely. And so, in the end, the one Lin Zhongqing had to fight was no longer that regular class student, but Li Yingjie. That fellow is really willing to pay to get Lin Zhongqing, actually willing to waste a team member slot. Each team only had 6 member slots, and after the members had been chosen, the team members could no longer be changed. The existence of teams was a way for the academy to foster cooperation and team battle sense among the students. It was also a way to cultivate lasting bonds among team members, so that the team members would be able to learn more responsibility by watching out for each other, lending each other a hand, and progressing together. The growth and strength of each individual member of the team would also be a determining factor in when they'd be able to enter the real virtual world. Once students reached the age of 13, they would have the right to challenge for the right to exit. If successful, the Central Scout Academy would remove the restrictions on those children, and give them free access to the virtual world. Mind you, only in the extended virtual world would they be able to experience mecha controls, and this was the dream of all the students of the Scout Academy. All the children dreamt of the day they could operate mecha. Thus, every team was very particular about its members. They wouldn't take in just anyone, unless a team member accidentally becomes incapacitated. That's why, the members of a team were definitely the best of friends, steadfast comrades that one would be willing to fight beside till they graduated from the Scout Academy. What does Lin Zhongqing want exactly? Ling Lan had an inkling of what Lin Zhongqing's objective was, and her brow furrowed slightly. He wants to join us. Sure enough, Han Jijian gave voice to the answer Ling Lan had thought of. I don't find him promising. Ling Lan didn't really like Lin Zhongqing. She felt that Lin Zhongqing was just too tolerant. In contrast with Ling Lan's voluntary self-restraint and tolerance, Lin Zhongqing's brand of tolerance was forced by external pressure. As a result, he was very moody and somber, and his gaze was always dark with murky shadows. Letting this kind of person join them may very well bring an unstable element into their team. Ling Lan was totally preparing to lead Qilong and the others to beat the exit challenge the moment they all turned 13. As such, she didn't want there to be any surprises. He stated clearly that he wants to become boss's subordinate, and that he's willing to serve you loyally, added Han Jijian. It looked like he really favored Lin Zhongqing's addition to their team. Ling Lan still wasn't moved. She had the Ling family loyalists, who were way more reliable than Lin Zhongqing. Actually, Lin Zhongqing is not a bad addition. In my opinion, he chose us only after thinking it over very seriously. He probably wouldn't betray us. You should know that right now, in Special Class A, there are only 2 teams which can match up with Li Yingjie's group. One would be the Wu Jiongyi Su team, and the other is our team, explained Luo Lang, chiming in. But the Wu Jiongyi Su team is aligned with the federal military system, and Lin Zhongqing really dislikes this sort of authoritarian elitism. So, he doesn't really want to join them, which is why he chose us. And we're not aligned with the federal military system, asked Ling Lan in confusion. She cast a doubtful glance at the boys standing before her, poking fun at their backgrounds. She had learned about their family backgrounds after over a year of hanging out together. Qi Long, Han Jijian, and Luo Lang were all descended from upper-ranking federal military families. The three boys couldn't help but laugh. Still chuckling, Qi Long retorted, "But boss, you aren't. Whether or not we are aligned with the federal military system depends on your identity as our leader." Ling Lan scratched her face in embarrassment. She wasn't sure whether she should tell them now that she was actually aligned with the federal military system after all. In the past, she had thought that with her father's death, that her family was just an extremely normal martyr's family, which would definitely have nothing to do with the federal military system. Therefore, she had told Han Jijian and the others that she came from a middle-average family, and that her father had just been sacrificed in battle before she was born. And so, back when Ling Lan had just discovered her father Ling Xiao's true identity, she had been very conflicted. She just didn't know how she could re-explain her identity to her companions now. "You all want to accept Lin Zhongqing." Ling Lan wasn't a self-opinionated person. Although she didn't particularly like Lin Zhongqing, she still decided that she would listen to what everyone had to say. Yeah, Lin Zhongqing's potential is great, and he puts in a lot of effort into studying. His improvement is obvious. In the most recent ranking tournament, he managed to make it into the top 15. His future results shouldn't be too much off the mark. "Boss, taking him in as a follower should bring us no disadvantages," analyzed Han Jijian. "But we'll just have to go up against Li Yingjia's group." Ling Lan considered whether it was worth it to take on this troublesome issue for Lin Zhongqing's sake. "Isn't that pretty interesting? With no rivals, no competition, our improvement will be much slower," said Han Jijian with a smile as he looked to one side. It was Li Yingjia and company. Right then, Han Jijian's gaze was somewhat piercing, a little different from how it was usually. A notion passed through Ling Lan's mind. While the innate talents of Qi Long, Luo Lang, and herself were geared towards combat, Han Jijian's wasn't. His innate talent belonged to the intelligence stream. In other words, he could not rely solely on book learning or fighting to increase his abilities, but had to clash wits often with others. Ling Lan thought of her future plans. Han Jijian was definitely one of the most integral links in the chain. Only if Han Jijian became more capable would she be able to accomplish what she wanted to do perfectly. So Ling Lan nodded and said, "All right, I agree." Ling Lan's agreement caused the smile on Han Jijian's face to deepen, and his gaze brightened even more. Perhaps Han Jijian had found a game he wanted to play, and so his spirits were running high. When Han Jijian wasn't paying attention, Qi Long nudged Luo Lang lightly with a shoulder, and asked quietly, "Did your initiate instructor arrange some sort of mission?" Luo Lang was startled, somewhat unable to wrap his mind around how sharp Qi Long's instincts were. This was because Qi Long always gave off a brash and forthright vibe, and seemed like he would be extremely careless. However, Luo Lang very quickly gathered his thoughts and nodded almost imperceptibly with a subtle dip of his chin, telling Qi Long that he had guessed correctly. Qi Long grinned. Only he knew that he had guessed so easily, not because he was intuitive, but because his initiate instructor had also given him a mission. So, seeing Han Jijian suddenly become so proactive, his mind connected the dots to his own situation, which was why he had jumped to this assumption so quickly. How about this? Let's leave Qi Long in charge of this matter. Ling Lan currently intended to cultivate Qi Long as the spokesperson for their team, wanting to put him in charge of representing their public image. This was because Qi Long's appearance was bright, lively and extremely positive, easily gaining the trust of others. In the future, no matter what mission they accepted, this disposition of his would be an unexpected boon when cooperating with others. As Ling Lan had been trolled multiple times by the smiling faces of instructors number 3 and number 5, she believed that people who smiled like they were kindly gentlemen were often representatives with black innards, bellies filled with murky waters of deceit and evil intentions. Therefore, she wasn't particularly fond of that kind of smile. In addition, she had the utmost respect for instructor number 1, and held instructor number 9 in high esteem, and these two people were classic, slack-faced representatives. This led her current expressions and speaking tone to gradually shift infinitely closer towards the behavioral patterns of those two instructors. In Little Four's words, right now was the developmental phase of the slack-faced Shota. Ah! Ling Lan's arrangement boggled Qi Long. What was he supposed to be in charge of? I'm saying that Lin Zhongqing will be your attending follower. You'll be responsible for him. Since she would be pushing Qi Long to take center stage, then it made sense for her to assign a lackey to him, right? Besides, Ling Lan had way too many secrets, which made it unsuitable for someone to keep following her around. Later, when you fight in the arena, you need to do your best, alright? Otherwise, you'll lose your follower. Ling Lan patted Qi Long's shoulder in encouragement, and then washed her hands of the responsibility. Yet, Qi Long didn't care about Ling Lan's unexplained transfer of duties to him. He was in excitement mode. As a battle freak, the moment he heard the words, arena, and fight, his blood boiled, and he just wished he could rush over immediately to the stage to satisfy a little of his battle lust. Although that punk Li Yingjie was somewhat iffy in the way he handled things, his personal combat ability was not bad. Good enough to be Qi Long's opponent. Meanwhile, Han Jijian had already got hold of Lin Zhongqing via communicator, and told him to meet them secretly in a small room they opened for private arena combat. As this type of combat was set as private, no one would be able to get into the room without entering the correct password. Since Han Jijian was prepared to let Lin Zhongqing join the team, he would have to teach Li Yingjie a lesson no matter what. In the process, he wanted to reap more benefits from Li Yingjie, so he couldn't let Li Yingjie find out that Lin Zhongqing had already joined their team. Very soon, Lin Zhongqing entered the private combat room. When he entered, Lin Zhongqing couldn't see anyone, but just as he was wondering if he got the wrong room, he saw Ling Lan and the others waiting for him in a corner of the room that had been in his blind spot. Out of worry that Lin Zhongqing could have been followed, Han Jijian had arranged it so that everyone was located within a blind spot when someone first enters the room. This would eliminate any chance of them being discovered by an unintended audience. Seeing the door close, Ling Lan and the others walked out of the corner. Lin Zhongqing carefully glanced at Ling Lan, who was standing in the middle of the group, and waited for the final verdict. Being able to join Ling Lan's team would undoubtedly be the best outcome for him. Ever since Ling Lan had helped him previously without even batting an eyelid, Lin Zhongqing had been extremely grateful towards Ling Lan. Back then, he had already been conflicted, wondering if he should lower his head and ask to join Ling Lan's group directly so that he could be under their protection. But at that time, he had just qualified for the Central Scout Academy and had also managed to become a special Class A student in one go. His pride and personal drive was high, he didn't want to become someone else's tag-along. Moreover, he was confident that he could evade Li Yingjie's pressuring, and so the thought of joining Ling Lan's group came and went. However, reality was cruel. His relationship with Li Yingjie became increasingly worse, until it reached the point where they were almost archenemies. Meanwhile, although he continued to improve, the more he learned, the more he could feel the distance between himself and the top 5 of Special Class A. Ling Lan, Qi Long, Li Yingjie, Wu Jiong, and Yi Su were the ironclad top 5. Their strength exceeded the other Class A students by a significant margin. It could be said that no one was even close to threatening their positions. Of the 5, Yi Su was the weakest. And while Li Yingjie and Wu Jiong were about equal in strength, Qi Long was overall stronger than them by a head. Needless to say, Ling Lan was the uncontested number 1 in the minds of all the students of their year. Although he had never truly obtained the top rank, the fact that his follower Qi Long had successfully earned the top rank 3 years in a row just proved how fearsome he was. In the intragrade ranking fights, Lin Zhongqing had fought against Yi Su and Wu Jiong before. Against them, he had only managed to hold out for 50 to 60 moves. Deep down, Lin Zhongqing knew that if the other had really used their sure-kill moves, he would never have been able to hold out for that long. He could perhaps hold out for half that number of moves. The sheer pressure brought on by the gap between their levels let Lin Zhongqing lose without any resentment. Compared to the other 4 people, Lin Zhongqing was actually much more curious about Ling Lan. In fact, you could even say that he was brimming with questions. Before this, he had asked around in a roundabout way to find out more about Ling Lan's family background. He found out that Ling Lan was from a middle-class family, and was also a posthumous child. While he had still been in his mother's womb, his father had lost his life in one of the Federation's battlefields. Aside from having a slightly better background, Ling Lan and he had rather similar conditions, they didn't have any additional combat skills, and didn't have access to any battle experience from their elders, then why did Ling Lan have such formidable battle power? Could it be a genetic issue? But they were just lower than Ling Lan by one level, so logically, the difference shouldn't be that large. Lin Zhongqing had also studied Ling Lan's fights before, and found that his battles were clean, precise, and efficient, never dragging things out. With only just one move used, there really was nothing to drag. Furthermore, his every attack was neither so strong that it was unstoppable, nor so fast that it was invisible. A simple straightforward move, without any extraneous frills or flourishes, directly aimed to strike at his opponent's biggest weakness. Of course, he himself was very familiar with those attack moves Ling Lan had used. They were all sourced from the basic physical skills set of the Central Scout Academy, with only some being sure-kill techniques appropriated from other students. Originally, Lin Zhongqing hadn't known this. But then one time, he noticed Qin Yi's sure-kill technique being executed perfectly by Ling Lan's hands, letting him defeat Yi Su in one move. Then, he had known that Ling Lan had the unbelievable ability to rapidly mimic and absorb others' sure-kill techniques. This had also given him some insight on how Ling Lan could have become so strong. Ling Lan didn't have a formidable family background, nor did he have any additional combat skills, or so he thought, yet another poor babe being kept in the dark. And yet, he had become the number one of their year. Lin Zhongqing truly respected and admired Ling Lan from the heart. He felt that Ling Lan had brought honor to all the students from common family backgrounds. The only regret he had, was that Ling Lan was very aloof, not seeming to care very much for the students around him. Aside from those few people from the start, after a whole year, it was still those few people who were close to him. Then, this time, he had unexpectedly fallen into a trap and was now forced to fight against Li Yingjie directly. Lin Zhongqing knew that he was no match for Li Yingjie, but he was unwilling to just roll over and become Li Yingjie's subordinate. And so, he had thought of Ling Lan. If he really had to submit and become someone's subordinate, then he would much rather become Ling Lan's subordinate. Even though Wu Jiong was also a good candidate, Lin Zhongqing wasn't as keen to submit to Wu Jiong. Thus, he had taken the initiative to contact Han Jijian online and put forward his request. He had thought that he would feel horrible doing it. After all, he had fought hard for independence for over a year, but still couldn't escape the tragic outcome of becoming a follower. The only consolation he had was that at least contacting Han Jijian to submit to Ling Lan was his own choice. However, unexpectedly, the moment the words left his mouth, he had actually felt at peace. His heart seemed lighter, as if shedding a heavy weight too. Perhaps he had already been thinking about this for a long time subconsciously, but his pride and ego had not allowed him to consider it consciously. Now, Lin Zhongqing had come to face the person that could determine his future destiny. His initially steady heart actually started fluttering in panic. God damn it, he was actually nervous. And there were also feelings of fear. He was really afraid of being rejected. Lin Zhongqing, I have agreed to your request. But I'm used to acting alone, so, after this, you can just follow Qilong and the others. Ling Lan's words brought both joy and pain to Lin Zhongqing's heart. The joy was because he could finally join Ling Lan's team and receive their protection. The pain was because he had heard Ling Lan's rejection. Ling Lan wasn't taking him on as a follower personally, but handing him over to Qilong and the others. Who knew there would come a day where he would be dismissed by another as a follower? Lin Zhongqing didn't know how to feel. He merely nodded his head in a daze to indicate that he understood. Only the team leader could request the addition of a team member. An individual wasn't able to randomly search for a team and request to join on their own. So, when Ling Lan saw Lin Zhongqing nod his acceptance, as the team leader, she used her communicator to connect to the academy's mainframe. And submitted the request form for Lin Zhongqing to enter her team. Once the request was approved, the AI would contact the team member listed on the form. Next, the team member need only enter the password of his communicator to complete the process and join the team. The AI very quickly checked Lin Zhongqing's information to confirm that he was currently a free agent. Then, it forwarded Ling Lan's invitation to Lin Zhongqing's communicator. Lin Zhongqing took a deep breath. He then resolutely pressed on the confirm button and entered his password. When he saw the congratulatory message confirming his addition to Ling Lan's team, Lin Zhongqing let out a large breath. It felt to him as if the dust had truly settled and he was back on solid ground. He hit it well though, no one else in the room noticed. Qi Long, I leave the arena battle to you. Ling Lan had simultaneously received a notification informing her of the successful addition, along with a copy of all of Lin Zhongqing's data. As a team, they were considered as one entity, so all the team members' information was publicly available within the group. Meanwhile, any grudges on Lin Zhongqing's shoulders would also be extended to encompass the whole team. In other words, any of the other team members could substitute for Lin Zhongqing in the upcoming fight. This logic was exactly the same as the one behind Li Yingjia's plot to trap Lin Zhongqing into a fight. This was the first time in the last couple of years that a nemesis combat match was to be held in the Central Scout Academy. Lin Zhongqing and Li Yingjia's wager on their futures created an uproar among the lower grades. This was also why there were so many people here in the combat hall today. Li Yingjia had long taken up his position on the stage, waiting for Lin Zhongqing to arrive. At this moment, he was very pleased with himself, thinking that Lin Zhongqing was already a bird in his hand. All that remained was for the final result to be declared. Li Yingjia was extremely confident that he would be able to take down Lin Zhongqing easily with his strength. The more Li Yingjia thought about it, the more excited he was. He could almost see Lin Zhongqing bowing down before him now. However, the following events did not unfold as he had pictured. In the final minute before the arena battle would officially start, the person that appeared across from him was not Lin Zhongqing, but Qi Long. Right then, Li Yingjia knew that his plot had been countered by the opponent, and he screamed in anger, "Why is it you?" Qi Long laughed freely, saying, "Why can't it be me?" In Li Yingjia's eyes, Qi Long's hearty laughter was a taunt, mocking him for falling victim to his own cleverness. Who'd have thought that Lin Zhongqing would be your team member? I'd never expected you all to be willing to waste a member slot for that fellow. In Li Yingjia's plans, after he had defeated Lin Zhongqing, the first thing he would do would be to forbid him from joining any teams. Since Lin Zhongqing had been so unwilling to submit to him, then he would utterly destroy him and turn Lin Zhongqing into a lowly dog for Li Yingjia to kick and scold as he pleased. You yourself were willing to let a regular class person join your team. At least Lin Zhongqing is still a special Class A student. It's not at all shameful to have taken him in. Qi Long was rather perplexed by Li Yingjia's words. Right now, no matter how he looked at Li Yingjia, he just felt that there was something wrong with the other's brain. Really, what was he thinking? The members of a team were supposed to be the best partners to grow up with, and would be the most intimate companions who would fight right by one's side in the future. Therefore, every team leader would be more careful than careful, weighing their options again and again, when deciding whether to accept someone into their team. Li Yingjia's act of adding a weak member who would obviously drag down the strength of a team, all for the sake of revenge against someone who didn't want to join him, in Qi Long's opinion, this sort of behavior was illogical. It was definitely the action of a retard. Qi Long's words further ignited Li Yingjia's rage. There was only one notion in his mind now, and that was that he had fallen prey to Ling Lan's team's evil scheme. He believed that this was all a ploy set up by Ling Lan's group to eliminate their greatest rival, him, so that they could obtain the coveted status of kings of year 4738. It had to be said that Li Yingjia was really full of himself. He had always thought of Ling Lan's group as his competition, so the moment he found that the situation wasn't looking good for him, his first conclusion was that he had been set up. Dizzy with rage, Li Yingjia could no longer remain calm. The moment the referee teacher said start, he charged with bloodshot eyes towards Qi Long on the opposite end. Of course, this manner of approach was useless, already weaker than Qi Long in general. After losing his composure, the difference between Li Yingjia's and Qi Long's strength was even clearer. Within the span of a few moves, Li Yingjia was being dominated by Qi Long on every front. A slight smile appeared on Ling Lan's lips. This match was already Qi Long's. In a corner not too far from the arena stage, Wu Jiong, who had been observing the fight, sniffed coldly at this point and said, "Yi Su, let's go." "Yes," replied Yi Su, nodding. Even at their level, they could tell what the final outcome of the fight would be. Initially, They had been looking forward to seeing the fight between Ling Jie and Qi Long, but who would have guessed that Ling Jie would become mentally imbalanced and lose his calm. Hence, the fight had lost all meaning, making them lose interest in it as well. Wu Jiong and Yi Su had actually come to spectate for a specific purpose. They too had wanted to invite Lin Zhongqing to join their team. Although Lin Zhongqing was currently only ranked 15th in the class rankings, seemingly not too strong, the fact is that he had successfully moved up from the position of dead last to the upper segment of Class A in just short of 2 years. If Lin Zhongqing continued to improve at this rate, he would certainly be able to make a true place for himself among those at the top one day. Wu Jiong and Yi Su both thought highly of his future prospects, so they were willing to give one of their precious team member slots to Lin Zhongqing. Of course, Wu Jiong and Yi Su also believed that as long as Lin Zhongqing was willing to join them, if they negotiated politely with Ling Jie based on their family's status in the military world, the other would probably give way. However, Wu Jiong hadn't considered that Ling Lan would beat them to the punch. Wu Jiong felt a twinge of regret in his heart, thinking that he had lost this chess match by a slim margin. He had wanted to wait till Lin Zhongqing had utterly lost all hope before offering a helping hand. That way, he would have been able to gain Lin Zhongqing's gratitude, but unexpectedly, Ling Lan's group had stepped in halfway and hijacked his target. If he had only known earlier, he would not have waited to try and maximize his advantages. He should have just contacted Lin Zhongqing directly the moment he had found out about Ling Jie's trap. That punk Qi Long really moves too goddamn quickly. Actually beating us to the punch to get Lin Zhongqing, complained Yi Su, displeased, as he stared at Qi Long dominating the match. Qi Long. That punk is just a battle maniac, he wouldn't think that far. Without that person, Lin Zhongqing would never have chosen to join them. Gaze serious, Wu Jiong directed Yi Su's attention to Ling Lan who was standing in a corner. Ling Lan. Yi Su's expression changed subtly. He still remembered when he had first been defeated by Ling Lan in one move. That one incident had almost destroyed his confidence. Luckily, Wu Jiong had found him, and they had bonded while commiserating together over their losses to Ling Lan. The two of them began working together, and finally managed to build a team of their own, becoming one of the only 3 teams in their grade at present. This also allowed their reputation to stay on par with Ling Lan's team, taking on the role as a sort of counterbalance. As for Ling Jie's team, in their eyes, it wasn't even a threat. It was really only Ling Jie himself who blindly believed that his team was one of the strongest teams in the class. At the heart of it, Wu Jiong actually looked down a little on Ling Jie. He was a direct descendant of a top elite family, but though his combat ability was not bad, that brain of his was really below Wu Jiong's notice. He just kept doing a bunch of nonsensical things that did neither himself nor anyone else any good. Wu Jiong's group quietly disappeared from the combat hall. Meanwhile, on the stage, the results were quickly decided. Ling Jie, who could fight against Qi Long for up to several 100 moves typically, did not display any of the strength the top 5 of Class A should have this time. It hadn't taken even 100 moves before he was struck by one of Qi Long's fists and flew off the stage, sealing his loss. After Ling Jie lost, 2 options popped out on his communicator. One was to adhere to the wager and serve the other, while the other was to redeem himself by using battle points to trade for his freedom. Based on Ling Jie's personality, he would certainly choose to redeem himself, but before he could make his choice, he had fainted out of sheer anger. Because Ling Jie had lost the ability to choose, after 3 minutes, the Academy's mainframe automatically transferred that right to Qi Long, allowing him to make the choice on behalf of Ling Jie. If Qi Long chose the first option, he would have to send out an invitation for his team, while the second option would require the loser to forfeit a set number of battle points to redeem himself. Of course Qi Long was unwilling to take on this trash Ling Jie. He hurriedly chose for Ling Jie to redeem himself. And then, all he saw was the immense figure supplied by the AI. The countless number of zeros made Qi Long's eyes cross. It turned out that Ling Jie was worried that Lin Zhongqing would choose to redeem himself, and so had set it so that the price for self-redemption was 1 million battle points. This was an absolutely astronomical number. For context, despite Qi Long's battle achievements, in these 2 years at the Academy, he had only managed to earn slightly more than 1,000 battle points. In truth, Ling Jie had already proposed this self-redemption price right from the beginning when he had challenged Lin Zhongqing to a nemesis match. This way, no matter which option Lin Zhongqing chose, he wouldn't be able to escape his palm. If Lin Zhongqing chose the second option, he would use the debt of these battle points to force Lin Zhongqing to give up his studies and work non-stop in the virtual world by taking on missions to repay his debt. The Scout Academy's battle points can be traded using the credits earned within the virtual world. However, this malicious intent of Ling Jie's had now smashed his own toes, benefiting Qi Long. This was also another reason why Ling Jie had fainted. He knew what the price of self-redemption was, and even he could not bear the cost. Very quickly, a message was sent to Qi Long's communicator, informing him that a batch of battle points under Ling Jie's name had been transferred into his account. The mainframe also told Qi Long that the remaining deficiency would be automatically transferred to his account whenever Ling Jie earned more battle points in the future. In other words, even without taking Ling Jie in as a lackey, Ling Jie would have to work for Qi Long until the day he graduated from the Central Scout Academy. Just like that, Ling Jie was forced to take a great loss. On the other hand, Lin Zhongqing managed to get rid of a burden that had troubled him for close to 2 years. However, Qi Long very quickly received the remaining battle points from Ling Jie, clearing the debt. Qi Long knew very well that this was most likely the doing of Ling Jie's family. They must have applied pressure in the background to allow the direct transfer of credits into Ling Jie's virtual account so that he could trade them for battle points to clear his debt. Although the Academy had announced to the public that it was impossible to obtain credits from the outside world, when real power and authority came into play, the Academy would still give some face to the extremely resourceful large elite families. Qi Long was clear about the twists and turns involved in this, so he wasn't particularly surprised to receive the payment for Ling Jie's debt so quickly. He merely told Ling Lan and Han Jijian about the amount of battle points he received. In the end, Ling Lan decided that she would leave 100,000 points for emergencies, while the rest would be left to Han Jijian to handle. Hopefully, this large windfall would be able to give them a boost within the Scout Academy's virtual world. Of course, the greatest objective of Ling Lan's group was to free all the members of the team from the worry of purchasing developmental agents. Battle points were very useful. You could use them in the academy to buy the highest grade cultivation agents, which were extremely hard to find in the outside world, as well as high-grade gene agents. However, the price was extremely steep, 100,000 battle points for just one tube. Even if the children of the academy worked their butts off doing missions and pushed their hardest during the arena battles, they would still need at least 5 years before they would accumulate 100,000 battle points. Qi Long's current amount of battle points could only purchase 10 tubes of high-grade gene agent, and this number was only enough to supply Qi Long for 1 year of absorption. Ling Lan felt that buying these agents now was rather not worth it. They might as well try to think of a way to gain some interest on these battle points and earn more. The more they earned, the more agents they would be able to get. Han Jijian felt the same way and so accepted the duty graciously. He was filled with vigor, thinking that this sort of purposeful life right now was what he really wanted. Everyone left to do their own things, leaving only little Four to continue muttering by Ling Lan's ear. He was whining that he would have been a better candidate than Han Jijian to handle those battle points. In the end, Ling Lan couldn't take little Four's incessant whining, so she had no choice but to let him take the remaining 100,000 battle points she had saved for emergencies to invest. Of course, Ling Lan warned him beforehand that if he lost the battle points, she would pull down his pants and give him a good spanking, lifting the ban on domestic violence this once. Little Four naturally sniffed at this, thinking that Ling Lan's threat would never have a chance to happen. In his words, "Have you ever seen a god lose money?" "What? You said yes. Then you must definitely be a retard." Ling Lan definitely did not want to be called a retard, so, after she gave the 100,000 battle points to little Four, she gave the matter no more thought. Of course, Ling Lan was mentally prepared. If the battle points were really lost, then she would make little Four take a little risk and transfer some credits in from the outside world to repay the debt. As a boss, she needed to be accountable to her followers, after all. After Ling Lan had settled all the real-world matters, she continued to focus on training up her mecha control. Time was slowly ticking by, getting closer to the final deadline, but Ling Lan just couldn't break past the critical 3-minute line. In other words, Ling Lan had pushed till she could use her highest hand speed without making any control errors, but unfortunately, her time had stopped around 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Even in her best condition, her best results were only infinitely nearing 3 minutes 20 seconds, the distance to 3 minutes was just too far away. Once control hits a critical threshold, it was virtually impossible to improve the time needed by even just 1 second. Ling Lan could almost predict the failure of this mission already, the memories of numbing pain of her body being electrocuted reared up from the depths of her mind, and she couldn't help but tremble a little. Ling Lan became more and more anxious, which negatively impacted her training results in her following sessions. This feeling was just like when she had reached a bottleneck previously with her father's hand speed training. Ling Lan thought to herself, could this really already be her limit? Was she actually unsuited for piloting mecha? This mental state of Ling Lan was unsuitable for mecha control training. The picky learning space ruthlessly kicked Ling Lan out of the training area. Little Four, who had been busy earning battle points, sensed his boss's glum mood, and quickly put down what he was doing to come and ask her why. When he heard that she had encountered a bottleneck once again, he again suggested taking Ling Lan to the outside virtual world for a trip for a change of pace. Ling Lan felt that just staying in the mission space wouldn't solve her problem anyway, and her training results recently had just been getting worse and worse. She might as well go outside for a bit. Then, she recalled that it was only after she had first learned some mecha control in the outside virtual world that the learning space's mecha course had been unlocked. Perhaps the answer to her breakthrough would also be an outside virtual world. Just like that, Ling Lan and Little Four once again returned to the place where they had logged off the first time, inside the mecha training hall. However, at this time today, there were quite a few newbies training at the mecha training hall. Inside the room Ling Lan had selected, there were also 7 to 8 bestial mecha practicing their basic movements. There were powerful agile fierce bestial mecha, such as a panther, a tiger, and a lion, as well as tough offensive type mecha with sharp horns or protrusions, such as a porcupine, a stegosaurus, and a rhinoceros. Of course, there were also nimble scout type mecha, such as a wolf and a fox. They were all in the middle of practicing the basic movements of their mecha. Some were doing like Ling Lan previously, stumbling around. This was obviously their first time here, making them the newbies of newbie operators. There were also some who had trained for some time, who displayed a certain level of control, marking them as older newbies. The moment Ling Lan entered the room, most of the bestial mecha inside stopped moving or slowed down. This was because Ling Lan's mecha was the extremely rare rabbit mecha, highly uncommon on the market. On top of that, the resting state action Ling Lan had set was just too adorable. The rabbit was nibbling at the red carrot one held between its forelegs, head twitching slightly. Its cute appearance coupled with its cute actions naturally drew the crowd's attention. Ling Lan had set the resting action of the mecha this way on a whim. Originally, she had thought that this action would never be seen by anyone else, and so had purposely set it to be cuter for her own entertainment. But she hadn't known that her first visit to the mecha training hall had been a special circumstance. Back then, most people had been drawn away to watch the mecha fight in the battle stadium, so there hadn't been many people staying behind to practice in the hall. Thus, she had ended up being the only person in the room. Although Ling Lan was rather surprised that there were so many mecha training together here, she didn't really think too much about it. Though the resting action of the rabbit mecha was rather adorably silly, no one would be able to tell who was operating it anyway. Ling Lan did not think that she would be so unlucky to get a rabbit mecha again when she used her real identity to log on in the future. In the training hall, there was one cheetah mecha which completely ignored Ling Lan's arrival. His actions remained the same as he continued to go about his training systematically and meticulously. Ling Lan's attention was quickly drawn to the other, because he was controlling that mecha perfectly. Whether it was running, jumping, leaping, or pouncing, every movement was clean and precise. When executed in sequence, the actions were agile and flowed smoothly, bringing an aesthetic beauty where power merged flawlessly with speed. This even gave Ling Lan the illusion that the mecha before her was no longer a mecha, but actually a real live giant cheetah. Ling Lan's attention also drew Little Four's attention. He surreptitiously looked in on the operator of the cheetah mecha, and upon seeing that familiar figure, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, shaking Ling Lan from her mesmerized stupor. What happened? Little Four. Little Four said excitedly, boss, we've bumped into an acquaintance. Guess who the operator inside the Cheetah Mecha is? How would I know? This is only my second time in this virtual world, so I don't really know that many people. Could it be someone from real life? Mused Ling Lan, rubbing her chin. No, we met this person on our last trip, boss. You even talked to the other. Here's a hint, the other is very dangerous. Said Little Four with a cheeky grin, shaking his right index finger. Ling Lan figured it out abruptly. That hacker with Spectre abilities? He had been the only one who fit the definition of dangerous. Boss, you got it. It's him. Who knew his mecha control is also so good, but why is he still practicing basic mecha control here? Could it be that his age isn't as old as we thought, said Little Four, wondering. Back then, although the man had concealed his appearance, he had given off an impression of being a mature adult. Could it be that they had been fooled? What, is there an age limit for someone to learn basic mecha control? Asked Ling Lan curiously. Well, no, there isn't. It's just that most learners are around age 13 to 16, even the oldest wouldn't be as old as 18. That's why I find it a little odd. The feeling that man gave us is that he should already be over 20, right? Replied Little Four. But then he's a hacker-evolved Spectre, so it could be that he had manipulated his aura. If only boss had let me investigate his real appearance, then we wouldn't have been fooled. Little Four still seemed to hold some resentment over the matter. Leave it, let's avoid trouble if we can. He has nothing to do with us, why should we know so much about him? Ling Lan then reassured Little Four, still, this person's mecha control skills are really impressive. Looks like I should go reference the control methods of some mecha experts. Perhaps then I'll be able to find some inspiration to break through. Ling Lan felt that she had been building a car in a sealed room for too long. Training on her own day after day, she had taken many of the control moves for granted, becoming set in her ways. Especially after seeing the way the Cheetah Mecha operator controlled his mecha, Ling Lan deeply realized that she still had some unnecessary frills for some of her moves. She had overcomplicated things a little. Oh, it looks like he's going to take the basic movement assessment mission now. Let's go see. Little Four didn't wait for Ling Lan's response, dragging Ling Lan and her mecha along to follow the other into the assessment mission space. Is it alright for us to just enter like this? Asked Ling Lan somewhat worriedly as she glanced at the Cheetah Mecha who was preparing to take the assessment. After all, the other was an evolved Spectre who could kill brainwaves. If the other had already said it so that viewing was restricted, wouldn't their barging in here be taken as an outright challenge? If things took a turn for the worst, heads would roll. No worries, this type of assessment mission is open for public viewing. Anyone can choose to watch. Many people like to watch others take the assessment before taking the assessment themselves so that they can absorb some experience, said Little Four breezily. Little Four's answer let Ling Lan relax completely. She then took a look around, and noticed that she was the only one here observing. This made her suspect whether Little Four had just been shooting off his mouth again. However, seeing the other ignore her presence, Ling Lan decided that it wouldn't hurt. Even if Little Four had been lying to her, she had no way to go out anymore anyway because the assessment mission had already started. Inside the assessment mission, the entire space was filled with all kinds of messy and disorganized obstacles. The Cheetah Mecha was weaving among the obstacles, no trace of hesitation or awkwardness in its movements. All of its actions flowed naturally, no observable kinks at all. Just as Ling Lan was thinking that the other would easily pass the mission this time, the initially stationary obstacles began to move irregularly. This sudden change shocked Ling Lan, and also flustered the Cheetah Mecha operator. A rock column suddenly burst out of the ground. The Cheetah Mecha had just leapt into the air, and it looked like he was about to collide with the column. Right then, the Cheetah Mecha twisted so that its four limbs could spring off the rock column, and with this force, the mecha's body was sent leaping in another direction, nicely evading a collision with the column. Ling Lan's high-strung nerves eased slightly, but the following situation made her heart rise into her throat again. It turned out that the Cheetah mecha had not escaped from danger yet, though it had changed directions. A giant rock was hurtling towards him from the other direction. The operator of the Cheetah mecha was very calm. He controlled the mecha to shift movements in mid-air. The mecha's four limbs shuddered twice in the air and then stepped firmly on the giant rock. Borrowing this force, it bounced back, once again dodging a potentially dangerous collision. The Cheetah mecha changed direction repeatedly in mid-air, springing from one obstacle to another. It actually managed to stay in the air without having to set foot on the ground even once. Using multiple rebounds, he weaved his way nimbly through the air, jumping over wave after unending wave of obstacles. Without any real danger, he lasted till the final point, passing this assessment mission perfectly. Congratulations, XXX, for graduating the basic mecha controls course with a result of 1 minute 57 seconds. This record has been entered into the top 1000 of the elite leaderboard. A line of red text appeared suddenly on the screen of Ling Lan's mecha. This proved that the other's speed was indeed exceptional. Wow, amazing. This result of his actually placed him within the top 1000 of the elite leaderboard, and this is his first attempt too. Little Four's words stunned Ling Lan once more. Mind you, the other's control ability is something not even she, with the learning space she possessed, and the tenfold extra practice time she had because of it, could do. And the other had just accomplished it so easily. Could it be that he has suppressed his previous passing results? Ling Lan felt her own confidence take a big hit, and recalling that the other was an evolved Spectre, capable of manipulating data in the virtual world, she wondered if the other had applied some subterfuge here. I checked. He really didn't. Little Four's words informed Ling Lan that the other's result was a true one. This fired up Ling Lan's motivation. This time, she really felt the difference between herself and a true aberrant-level prodigy of this world. Having no true rivals that could match up to her in the Central Scout Academy had made her slacken, but this event made her draw taut the reins of hard work once more, setting her firmly on the road of the strong. He's really amazing. Who knows how well I can do? Competitive spirit flared in Ling Lan's heart. She had always been the boss at the academy, so suddenly having someone be better than her had made her eager to test herself. Why don't you try for yourself, boss? Little Four was obviously a troublemaker. Sensing her restlessness, he immediately started goading Ling Lan. It was true that Ling Lan wanted to know what level her basic control skills were at, so she went along with Little Four's suggestion and chose to take the basic controls assessment mission. Ling Lan felt herself being transported into a spacious area. This area was different from the assessment area of the Cheetah mecha previously. Every assessment map is chosen randomly. Word has it that there are over 100,000 maps, so it is virtually impossible to prepare for the assessment by researching the maps beforehand. This also guarantees that the result of every assessment is valid and reliable, said Little Four, explaining why. The map was different. Since the maps are different, then why do they still rank people based on time? Among these 100,000 maps, there must be some levels which are harder or easier than others, said Ling Lan doubtfully. The difficulty level of all the maps is equal. The controls being assessed on each map are about the same so that the operator's true abilities are reflected in the results. For instance, the operator of that Cheetah mecha earlier finished his map in 1 minute 57 seconds, then, he would also finish this map in almost the same amount of time. The deviation won't exceed 1 second, give or take. Ling Lan nodded to show she understood. She saw a timer appear on the screen of the mecha counting down to the start of the test. This method of informing was much more humane than that of the learning space. After all, the system here gave you some prep time, unlike the learning space, which would start whenever it felt like it. Every start would just sneak up without warning, leaving Ling Lan feeling helpless. Seeing 2 large letters, "Go," appear, Ling Lan controlled her rabbit mecha to bound off at flying speed. The fully engaged Ling Lan didn't know that, at this time, a familiar mecha had slipped into her assessment mission space. It was that Cheetah mecha, the evolved Spectre who Ling Lan had always considered extremely dangerous. It turned out that the Cheetah mecha had been fully aware of Ling Lan's presence during his assessment. However, Ling Lan's mecha had really just seemed so harmless, and its behavior of nibbling on a carrot had been so amusing, that the Cheetah Mecha's operator couldn't help but chuckle, curiosity towards the operator of such a cute mecha stealing into his mind. He saw that the rabbit mecha was simply observing quietly, and so left it alone. When his assessment ended, seeing the notification messages from the system, he was also very moved and satisfied. By the time his emotions settled and he was about to select the option to graduate and leave the mecha training hall, he unintentionally noticed that Ling Lan's rabbit mecha had chosen to take the assessment mission as well. Curious, he didn't choose to graduate, but instead chose the option to return for more training, and so was sent back to the mecha training hall. Then, he had entered this space to watch Ling Lan's assessment. Of course, this choice meant that he would have to retake the basic assessment again once more later on, but he didn't care. After all, for him, passing the assessment was really a simple matter. Little Four had noticed the other from the very moment he entered to observe, but Little Four chose not to inform Ling Lan. This was because Little Four didn't think the other could influence them in any way. Even if the other was an evolved Spectre, Little Four believed all along that the virtual world was his territory. No one would be able to harm Ling Lan under his watch. In order to let the rabbit mecha maneuver freely without any burden, Ling Lan shifted the carrot, which had initially been on the rabbit's back, to its mouth and clamped down to hold it between its teeth. After that, a giant rabbit could be seen hopping around nimbly within that vast space, dodging one obstacle after another. There was sufficient room for Ling Lan's mecha to prance around freely. This allowed Ling Lan to pay less attention to those obstacles. At this moment, Ling Lan was unleashing the fastest speed she could handle for the rabbit mecha to run. In other words, her hand speed had already reached its highest point at present. What great speed! Their hand speed is most likely already at a high level. Who knew Planet Azure had such an amazing youth? Is it an academy student? If it is an academy student, then who could it be? Is it a supreme prodigy who managed to beat the trial to remove their virtual access lock at only age 13? The Cheetah mecha operator wondered to himself in awe as he watched the rabbit mecha's speed. In his mind, he was going through the people he knew to try and figure out who the rabbit mecha operator could be among those on Planet Azure. Frankly, the Cheetah mecha couldn't be blamed for not considering the other planets. This was because the newbies in the mecha training hall were either the freshest of newbies, those who had just gained access to the extended virtual world, or students from the scout academies who had succeeded in their challenge. Either way, they were the type with no money who wouldn't be able to afford the exorbitant fees for a transfer. Therefore, if they wanted to learn about mecha, they would definitely go to the local mecha training hall for training, and not choose to transfer to another planet. Just like that, due to a misunderstanding, the Cheetah mecha operator was never able to find the operator of the rabbit mecha. Only when he went to military school later on did he manage to find some hints. Some of Ling Lan's high-speed turns left the Cheetah mecha operator in awe, but also with some regret. It looks like there are some minor flaws in accuracy, but at this speed, this performance is already impeccable. The Cheetah mecha operator's operator knew very well that, the faster the speed, the more difficult it was to control the mecha. Certain turning motions, which could be executed within perfect range at low speed, would become extremely difficult at high speeds. Typically, as long as a set movement can be completed at high speed, then it would already be considered an excellent performance. Ling Lan's performance in the first half was basically perfect, but the latter half of the assessment wasn't that easy. Just when Ling Lan was enjoying her run, the difficult section arrived. It turned out that she had reached the part with the irregularly moving obstacles. Even though Ling Lan already knew these obstacles existed, they came on so suddenly that she was still thrown for a bit of a loop. This was because these moving obstacles arrived so abruptly, and they moved without any sense of predictability. Ling Lan was in the midst of sprinting when she saw a large rock hurtling towards her from her left side with the corner of her eye. At that speed, Ling Lan knew well that it would soon smash into her mecha's waist. In a split second, Ling Lan decided. She rejected the option of an emergency stop, because she knew that once her mecha stopped, she wouldn't be able to increase its speed to this level again. This was because there was no longer any space here for her to slowly increase her mecha's speed. Her only option now was to break through with pure speed. Ling Lan's decision was the same as the Cheetah mecha's, progress by leaping from obstacle to obstacle. The thrusters on both sides of Ling Lan's mecha's waist activated at the same time. Borrowing the force of the thrusters, the mecha's speed was again raised by a whole level. But the large rock was just coming at her too quickly. Even though Ling Lan had increased the speed of her mecha by a hair with the help of her thrusters, she still only managed to push half of the mecha's body out of the path of the incoming rock. The rabbit mecha's hind legs were still within range of the rock's trajectory. Is he going to fail here? The cheetah mecha operator frowned, because at this moment, there was already no possible way for the rabbit mecha operator to dodge anymore. However, right then, the rabbit mecha's next move sent a sparkle through his eyes, and he couldn't help but yell out in admiration. The rabbit mecha had done something completely unexpected. With a sudden shake of its hind legs, the rabbit mecha had bent its hind legs back till a right angle one was formed between its waist and its hind legs. Because of this bizarre move, the large rock had just barely grazed by the rabbit mecha's hind legs. On top of that, the mecha's raised hind legs pushed off abruptly against the large rock passing by, making an extremely terrifying loud noise. And this push sent the rabbit mecha zooming forwards at 3 times its original high speed. If the instructors of the learning space had seen this move, they would have all exclaimed that this was the secret combat skill Rabbit Sky Leap. This move had been inspired by the abilities of a rabbit, but was actually unsuitable to be used in conjunction with the rabbit mecha. However, in this last scene, Ling Lan had been forced into a corner, and had involuntarily used this move. Of course, being able to execute the move so nimbly with the rabbit mecha was all thanks to the hard work Ling Lan had put into her basic mecha control training in the learning space. She had already absorbed those basic mecha controls into her very instincts. Thus, in that critical moment, she had been able to take out this move, helping her to escape this desperate situation. However, Ling Lan's crisis wasn't over yet. The added power of the Rabbit Sky Leap made the mecha's speed go beyond the limits of what Ling Lan could safely control. Meanwhile, the obstacles also became faster to match the increased speed of the mecha, becoming even more erratic and strange in their movements, leaving Ling Lan scrambling to stay in control. Seated within the rabbit mecha, Ling Lan was already drenched in sweat. She peered intently at all the images being displayed inside the mecha, dodging every obstacle that came from heaven knows where. Unknowingly, her hand speed had actually broken past her bottleneck, becoming faster and faster, at times even producing several afterimages, something which had never happened before. Warning, because the mecha used an irregular movement, some damage has occurred, some damage has occurred. Right then, the rabbit mecha's AI sounded out a warning. Ling Lan was currently fully immersed in her mecha control. She ordered calmly, check damage level of mecha. Mecha damage at 30%. Warning, still sustaining damage. Please decrease speed by 50% immediately, damage at 31%, please decrease speed by 50%. The AI repeated its warnings mechanically. How much longer can it hold on? Ling Lan didn't choose to decrease her speed. For one, the speed of the moving obstacles around her no longer allowed her to decrease her mecha's speed. And secondly, her current speed was from the rebound energy of the Rabbit Sky Leap. The mecha itself had no way to control this speed anyway. Reality made it so that Ling Lan had no choice but to continue moving at high speed. Estimated that after 2 minutes, the mecha shall enter breakdown condition. Warning, damage level at 31%, please reduce speed by 50% immediately. That's enough time. To prevent the warning sounds of the AI from affecting her control, Ling Lan simply turned off the AI's vocalization. Her expression calm, she once again controlled her mecha to evade the continuous ambush of the obstacles. It had to be said that Ling Lan's adaptive ability was at an abnormal level. This had always been one of Ling Lan's strongest innate talents, and combined with the study and training provided by the learning space, this talent improved even more, its effects becoming even more obvious. After dodging somewhat clumsily for the first few abrupt attacks, Ling Lan got used to the mecha's present speed. Very quickly, yet another horizontal wooden beam suddenly swept out from left to right. Ling Lan controlled the mecha to push off another obstacle once more to fly into the air, dodging it cleanly. This time, the movement seemed to flow easily, with no sign of the previous fumbling. Not only that, Ling Lan controlled the mecha with pinpoint accuracy to twist so it could step on the flying wooden beam, and pushing off it, she made the mecha fly forwards once more like a cannonball. That adaptive ability is really abnormal. Only after adjusting 3 or 4 times, he has already grasped hold of the mecha's new speed and the ability to leverage force. The Cheetah mecha operator was similarly amazed by Ling Lan's insane level of ability. Sure enough, Ling Lan's subsequent performance was just as the Cheetah mecha operator expected. The airborne rabbit mecha's leaps were never again as flustered as it had been at the start, moving with ease and grace to spare. In the end, Ling Lan safely completed the assessment mission. Congratulations, 40, for graduating the basic mecha controls course with a result of 1 minute 58 seconds. This record has been entered into the top 1000 of the elite leaderboard. A line of flashing green text suddenly appeared on Ling Lan's mecha screen. Right below it, an option appeared soon after, name, reveal/hide. Ling Lan immediately chose the option to hide, and then a line of red text appeared on the highest section of the mecha screen. It was just like the text which had appeared when the Cheetah mecha had completed his test. Congratulations, XXX, for graduating the basic mecha controls course with a result of 1 minute 58 seconds. This record has been entered into the top 1000 of the elite leaderboard. Slower than me by 1 second, and also on his first assessment as well. As expected, gifted mecha operators exist everywhere. Even here on this small planet of Azure, there is someone whose talent is equal to mine. A sense of threat welled up in the Cheetah mecha operator's heart. He would never forget the words his grandfather had once said to him: if you want to change your destiny, you will need to rely on yourself. The Cheetah mecha operator was just about to take the assessment again to graduate and officially leave the status of newbie behind, when he noticed that the rabbit mecha's operator actually chose to return to training like he had previously. The Cheetah mecha operator was extremely curious. He had chosen to return out of curiosity about the rabbit mecha's assessment results, but why would the rabbit mecha choose to return as well? The Cheetah mecha operator knew very well that it couldn't be because of him, for he hadn't even chosen the option to retake the assessment yet. Perhaps Ling Lan's superhuman control and adaptive ability had piqued the Cheetah mecha operator's curiosity, for he did not choose to continue and take the assessment. Instead, he backed out from the assessment space, prepared to go look for that rabbit mecha, and ask him why exactly he had chosen to return. After all, the rabbit mecha's result was extremely outstanding. A normal person would have been thrilled and chosen to graduate in a hurry so that they could go off and make a living in the real world of mecha. Ling Lan, who had returned to the Great Hall of the Mecha Training Hall, was reflecting deeply on how it had felt to control the mecha earlier during the assessment. Then, she sighed, saying, who knew that controlling mecha is not all about pushing the limits of speed. Sometimes, alternating the speed between fast and slow to control the rhythm is better. Congratulations, boss, on breaking past your bottleneck. At this moment, Little Four finally piped up to congratulate Ling Lan. Earlier, Little Four had been smothering his mouth with both of his hands, afraid that in his excitement, he would accidentally make some noise to disrupt Ling Lan's breakthrough and realization. If that had happened, he would have truly become a fiendish felon guilty of 1,000 years of sin. This time is all thanks to you, Little Four. Thank you. Ling Lan knew that this successful breakthrough had all been because Little Four had brought her to the outside virtual world and let her encounter Mecha. And then, she had seen the images of the Cheetah mecha during his assessment at the Mecha Training Hall. This series of events had all led to her epiphany and subsequent breakthrough. Ling Lan was just about to say something more when she saw countless red warning signs appear on her mecha's screen. Abruptly, she recalled that she had shut off the AI's vocal functions during the assessment mission. She hurriedly turned it back on, and then the AI could be heard blaring out warnings in a frenzy. Warning, mecha damage level at 67%. Please choose to repair immediately, please choose to repair immediately. Ling Lan stuck out her tongue. Who could have guessed that the rabbit sky leap skill would cause that much damage to the mecha? No wonder the learning space had emphasized again and again that the physical body must be extremely flexible to use this skill, otherwise the user could incur some latent injuries. Repair. Right now, Ling Lan didn't want to choose a new mecha just yet. After all, she still hadn't passed the learning space's standards for the basic controls of this rabbit mecha. Registering Ling Lan's order, the AI immediately displayed the contact numbers of the major mecha repair shops in the capital. All Ling Lan needed to do was call. As Ling Lan still hadn't graduated yet, she wasn't allowed to take the mecha out of the mecha training hall. So, she could only call for someone from one of the repair stores to come here and service her mecha. Ling Lan swiftly chose a repair shop closest to the mecha training hall, called its number, and secured an agreement for them to send someone to the mecha training hall to check her mecha in 5 minutes. As Ling Lan was waiting, a cheetah mecha appeared again in the great hall of the mecha training hall. It looked left and right, and when it saw Ling Lan's rabbit mecha in the hall, it suddenly ran over. When it was about 10 meters away from Ling Lan's mecha received the other's contact request. Ling Lan was extremely surprised. Why would this evolved Spectre come looking for her? Out of responsibility for her own safety, Ling Lan seriously tried to recall if she had done anything that might have offended the other. Coming up with nothing, she approved the contact request and accepted the communications channel he established. Then, she asked hesitantly, "What's up?" Against the mysterious ability of a Spectre, Ling Lan was still very wary. She would try her best to avoid offending the other as much as possible. "Excuse me, I just wanted to ask. Why didn't you choose to graduate earlier, coming back here instead?" The voice of the Cheetah mecha operator was still the same voice. It was just as Little Four had said, the operator of the Cheetah mecha was that evolved Spectre. "My mecha's broken." Ling Lan's reply obviously surprised the other. It was true that mecha would often get damaged with newbies piloting them, because some people with terrible control skills would ram the mecha into obstacles until they were almost unrecognizable during basic training. Just like when Ling Lan slammed into walls repeatedly at the beginning of her training. However, Ling Lan was obviously an expert at control, so she wouldn't make this kind of low-level mistake. So how did the other's mecha get broken? The doubts of the Cheetah mecha operator merely flashed through his mind, unsaid, but Ling Lan's reply still did not explain his decision to return. Even if you choose to graduate, you can still get the repair shop to come and repair your mecha, just at a different location. Oh, this is just one of the reasons. The main reason why I chose to return is because there are still many things wrong with my basic control. I still need a lot of practice to make sure there is no chance for error. The Cheetah mecha operator also had a hand in Ling Lan's breakthrough, the other just didn't know it, so, the grateful Ling Lan decided to reveal a bit of her secrets of evolution to him. As for whether the other believed her, that was not something she was responsible for. She was just going to act in a way that would give her peace of mind. Of course, Ling Lan also thought of building a good connection with the other. If the other really took her words to heart, and trained up his basic mecha control, it was very likely that he would be able to achieve the rank of special class mecha operator at the least. In Ling Lan's opinion, the other's innate talent with mecha was even better than her own. Didn't your result already make it into the top 1,000 of the elite leaderboard? The Cheetah mecha operator did not understand. Doesn't this result prove that your basic training is already very outstanding? Outstanding doesn't equal perfect. Besides, aren't there about 1,000 other people in front of me? I don't want to lose to them, said Ling Lan calmly. These were words spoken from her heart, although she wasn't sure what realm her father had achieved with his ultimate immersion into perfecting his basic control. She couldn't lose to any other random people out there, right? The Cheetah mecha operator seemed to have been shaken by Ling Lan's words. Only after a long while did he reply, so that's why. But we can still practice our basic control outside. We don't necessarily have to stay here in the training hall. There are too many distractions outside. People are very easily attracted by fresh new things. At that time, I'll definitely get distracted and won't be able to focus fully on training my basic control. So I might as well get rid of all these potential problems from the start. Here, there's nothing, so all I can do is train my basic control. I'm not a very strong-willed person, so I can only use this method to fix that. But big brother, you are different from me. Perhaps you can stand the loneliness and resist the temptations. Ling Lan started teasing the other, making the other unsure whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, 4 to 5 people accompanying a repair mecha walked into the training hall. Ling Lan knew that this was most likely the repairman she had made an appointment with, so she bade farewell to the Cheetah Mecha operator, and walked over to greet the group. The Cheetah Mecha operator sat within his cockpit, thinking. In the end, he found that what Ling Lan said was true. He also could not confirm that if given the choice to learn a new move, he would be able to resist the temptation, and choose to practice that instead of continuing to focus on his basic control. Ambitious. Actually planning to defeat all those other prodigies before him. How interesting. The Cheetah Mecha operator rubbed the control stick in his hands, a slight smile on his lips. Talking to himself, he said, since I plan to spark a revolution, then I will need to achieve the pinnacle of strength in this world. Then, starting now, I can't lose to anyone. How can I be satisfied with just being within the top 1,000? In one of the basic training rooms in the Mecha training hall of Planet Azure, 3 Mecha were practicing to dodge obstacles in the air and on the ground. A humanoid Mecha and an avian Mecha very quickly finished their own basic training, leaving only a rhinoceros bestial Mecha dodging awkwardly. He was only about halfway through his course. The other 2 Mecha who had already finished began to talk quietly between themselves. In an annoyed tone, the avian Mecha said, Lu Xiaolong is really too stupid. Even letting him choose to control the easiest bestial Mecha, he still needs over 15 minutes to complete the basic training course. The assessment contents will be several times harder than this, and a passing grade needs to be within 5 minutes. Heaven knows when he'll be able to get there and graduate. Originally, I had thought he was simple-minded and easy to order around, but now it looks like I made a mistake. Simpletons just can't handle Mecha control, said the humanoid Mecha sulkily, as if deeply regretting his oversight. Do we have to stay here together with this idiot? The other students who graduated from the Scout Academy with us have all already entered the real Mecha world. I even heard that quite a few of them have already upgraded their Mecha. The avian Mecha was rather anxious, feeling that he was being held back by that idiot on their team. At the beginning when we wanted to form our 3-man team, our plan was for Lu Xiaolong to be the shield right at the front. You would be in charge of aerial attacks, and I would cover long-range attacks. If we give up on him, we'll need to find a new team member in the Mecha world. The humanoid Mecha was considering what would be the most beneficial course of action for them. By the time we wait for that idiot to graduate, we would long have integrated with our new team member. Right now, I'm very worried about whether he can even coordinate with us. You should know that the middle to late stages require teamwork to complete missions. At that time, a team cannot have any notable weaknesses. The avian Mecha had already lost patience. He didn't think much of Lu Xiaolong's chances at all, thinking that he might hold them back then. Fine, we won't wait for him anymore. Let's go take the assessment first, but how should we tell him? The humanoid Mecha had always maintained his outward image of a nice guy. Watch me do it. When the idiot comes out from practice, I'll tell him. The avian Mecha knew the troubles of the humanoid Mecha, so he chose to volunteer. After waiting a good long while, the bestial Mecha finally finished his 1 round of basic training. Face beaded with sweat, he ran over to the 2 Mecha waiting for him, and said in embarrassment, Sorry, Dolly, I made you wait. The avian Mecha sighed softly and said, Xiaolong, looks like we need to go our separate ways. The bestial Mecha was taken aback, unable to figure out what the avian Mecha was saying at that moment. I discussed things with and think that we should go and take the basic assessment first. We'll then go out to the Mecha world to gather some resources, and then complete a team-building mission to fully establish a team. The avian Mecha laid out their plans. The bestial Mecha still didn't understand. Isn't the minimum requirement for the team-building mission 3 people? We've checked out the discussion forums at the Mecha world. There are professional gamers who specialize in taking on these kinds of missions. They help teams that don't have enough members to complete the mission, and when a proper member comes along, they'll quit the team to let the other in. The avian Mecha was cursing internally. Why did other have to choose to be so smart now? Actually knowing about the member requirement for the team-building mission. So that's how it is. That's great. I've been worried that I might be holding you both back. This past period of time, I've actually been thinking of telling you both to just go look for a new member and stop waiting for me. The bestial Mecha let out a sigh of relief. He was really very reluctant to part ways with these two good friends who were willing to accommodate his denseness. Hee, so you had already known that you were holding us back, eh? The avian mecha chuckled awkwardly. Internally, he was filled with regret. He regretted that he hadn't known the other had had these kinds of thoughts, otherwise, he wouldn't have had to find this sort of excuse. He was also annoyed at the other. If he had those kinds of thoughts, then why hadn't he said anything earlier? If he really considered them as friends, then he definitely wouldn't have wanted to hold them back. This Lu Xiaolong was clearly trying to cling to them and rely on them. Xiaolong, don't take this to heart too much. We're good friends, you know. You need to work hard here, don't let us leave you too far behind, said the humanoid mecha in a hurry, sensing the avian mecha's building rage. If the fact that they had abandoned a teammate were to become public knowledge, their team would definitely be unable to get a new member. Whether it was in the real world or on the virtual network, abandoning and betraying one's teammate was extremely looked down upon. He was unwilling to have such a sin staining his name. Clearly ashamed, the bestial mecha said, yeah, I'll work hard. I must pass this assessment as soon as possible to catch up to you too. The avian mecha operator's lips curled, thinking nothing of the other's promises. However, under the humanoid mecha's warning glare, he could only throw out some comforting words, you really don't have to rush. Wait for us to get even more resources in the mecha world, then when you join us, you will be able to get a newer and better mecha immediately. The bestial mecha said gratefully, thank you, Ka and Dolly. The humanoid mecha and the avian mecha immediately made preparations to take the assessment. The bestial mecha wanted to watch their assessments, hoping to gain some experience, but the humanoid mecha advised him otherwise, saying, you should observe the assessment of someone who's also using a bestial mecha. That would be much more useful for you. The bestial mecha felt that what the humanoid mecha said was right. So, he looked up the assessment venues of bestial mecha, and found that there were a few bestial mecha taking the assessment right now. He selected the one with the most recent start time, and clicked the option to enter and observe. Seeing the bestial mecha disappear from the training room, the humanoid mecha and the avian mecha each chose to begin their respective assessments, and were transported to their individual assessment mission spaces. Lu Xiaolong had just entered the assessment space, when he saw a rabbit mecha dancing and leaping gracefully among the irregularly moving obstacles. Lu Xiaolong's first reaction was to wonder if he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and found that the scene before him was real. Gradually, without knowing it, he was absorbed into the other's movements. The mecha before his eyes was no longer a mecha, but a real live rabbit, prancing freely in a forest. Suddenly, the scene stopped moving. Lu Xiaolong roused from his trance, and found that the rabbit mecha had already passed and ended its assessment. Abruptly thinking of something, he looked up at the top part of his screen. A line of red text was flashing brightly, congratulations, XXX, for graduating the basic mecha controls course with a result of 1 minute 18 seconds. This record has been entered into the top 100 of the elite leaderboard. Top 100 of the elite leaderboard. Lu Xiaolong felt as if his eyes were about to pop out of his head. Such great fortune had fallen upon him, he had never expected that a random choice had given him the chance to observe the assessment of someone at the level of a god. If he could only draw some inspiration from this experience, it would benefit him for life. However, Lu Xiaolong very quickly deflated, because he found that in his mind, other than the other's magnificent and graceful moves, there was nothing else. This had truly been an epic fail of an observation, he couldn't believe he had missed such a great opportunity. Head bowed in depression, Lu Xiaolong opened up the selection pane for bestial mecha assessments once more. Besides the rabbit mecha which had just finished, the other mecha's assessments were still in progress. Lu Xiaolong stared at the few names on his list, and just couldn't work up the enthusiasm to go watch any of them. Right at that moment, a new mecha suddenly popped out among the selections. Reflexively, Lu Xiaolong clicked on it. This time, it was a cheetah mecha. Lu Xiaolong had just raised his head, when he saw the cheetah mecha flying out to become a shooting ray of light, even leaving a phantom trail behind it. An expert. Although Lu Xiaolong knew his own control was nothing to talk about, his skills of appreciation were pretty amazing. He immediately sensed that he had gotten lucky once again. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the other arrived at the section with the moving obstacles. The feeling that he got from the rabbit mecha in the previous assessment engulfed him once more. Once again, he had the illusion that the cheetah mecha before his eyes was a live cheetah on the hunt. It nimbly dodged all obstacles in its way, heading unerringly towards its target. Lu Xiaolong didn't even look at the time. Once again, he was utterly absorbed in the cheetah mecha's agile movements, all the way till the end. Congratulations, XXX, for graduating the basic mecha controls course with a result of 1 minute 19 seconds. This record has been entered into the top 100 of the elite leaderboard. Unsurprisingly, when Lu Xiaolong turned back to his screen, a result infinitely close to the rabbit mechas appeared before his eyes. It was also a top 100 score. Later, I must definitely participate in the mecha lucky draw. Lu Xiaolong felt that his RP must definitely be off the charts for him to bump into two gods of mecha back to back. This luck could very well nab him a rumored mecha equipment in the draw. If only he could get to know those two gods, but unfortunately, those gods must have already chosen to graduate and leave. Feeling regretful, Lu Xiaolong didn't have any mood to observe any further, so he chose to leave the assessment area to return once more to his training room. But when he got there, the two gods that he had assumed had graduated and left were actually standing right there before him. "Ah, why are you two still here?" Lu Xiaolong's voice blasted out into the room. It turned out that Lu Xiaolong had forgotten to close the public speaker he had turned on when he had spoken with his friends. The rabbit mecha and the cheetah mecha had initially been practicing on their own, but hearing his voice, they both looked back simultaneously. Lu Xiaolong could almost see the confusion in the eyes of both mecha. This made him almost want to slap himself so that he could use pain to remind himself to be more aware of what he was doing. Didn't you both make it into the top 100 already? Why didn't you choose to graduate? Lu Xiaolong still couldn't restrain his curiosity, spilling his questions out in a rush. However, right after he said this, Lu Xiaolong immediately regretted it. Who knew if the two gods would find his questions annoying and choose to leave this room and go somewhere else? Then, wouldn't he have thoroughly lost the chance to get to know these two gods better? Sure enough, the rabbit mecha only turned to glance at the cheetah mecha, and then with a bob of its head, it turned away to continue practicing its basic movements. Sigh, as expected, gods weren't so easy to approach. Lu Xiaolong lowered his head and sighed dejectedly. Just as Lu Xiaolong was beating himself up mentally, a cool voice suddenly rang out by his ear. The basics are very important. We haven't mastered them fully yet, which is why we cannot graduate and leave. Lu Xiaolong jerked his head up and saw that it was the cheetah mecha who had replied. Gratefulness surged in his heart, so not all gods were cold and aloof. This cheetah mecha operator was obviously a friendly person. In reality, Lu Xiaolong was completely wrong. The cheetah mecha hadn't planned to answer Lu Xiaolong's question to begin with, but because the rabbit mecha had signaled him to do so with that glance and bob of its head, the cheetah mecha had no choice but to reply. After several consecutive months of hanging out together, even though they hardly spoke to one another, a strange sense of rapport had been born between them. With just a look or a small motion, they could just tell what the other meant. Thus, the rabbit mecha's previous glance and head bob had let the cheetah mecha operator understand completely what the other was asking. But, you are both already so strong. How could it be that you've still not mastered basic control? Lu Xiaolong just couldn't understand. If these results wasn't proof that they had mastered the basics, then did it mean that those of them who had graduated by just achieving the passing line were basically unfit to operate mecha? Are we strong? Aren't there about 100 other stronger people in front of us? The cheetah mecha operator's voice had a trace of self-mocking, as if unsatisfied with their current results. This statement by the cheetah mecha operator made the rabbit mecha turn to glance at him once more. Its gaze was clearly questioning, when had they become a group? This made the cheetah mecha operator snicker a little internally. It really was rather unbelievable, the two of them had only had one actual conversation. Their subsequent meetings had been coincidental when they happened to meet up in the training room. They really weren't that close, but there was just this indescribable rapport between the two of them. Of course, part of this serendipity was due to his own initiative. Ever since their only conversation, he had always used his spiritual strength to locate the other's position, and then pretended to have entered the same room to train by coincidence. However, he truly was fated to meet up with the other. Many times, the rabbit mecha arrived after him, but still somehow found its way into the training room he was in. At this moment, Little Four was laughing gleefully up at the heavens. What? You think the magistrates are the only ones allowed to burn down houses, while the common people are forbidden even to light lamps? One who can beat me, Little Four, in this virtual realm. Perhaps the heavens were being kind to him, the gods and spirits giving a peerless prodigy like him their blessing in the form of this assistance from an unexpected quarter. He hadn't dismissed Ling Lan's words, which was why he changed his original plan to graduate and leave, choosing to remain here in the Mecha training hall to hone his basic Mecha control instead. On top of that, he also put in more effort into training up the Scout Academy basics physical skills. He figured that since it was also a foundational skill set, basic physical skills should be similarly important. Reality proved that his assumptions were not wrong. In the end, he could thoroughly sense the benefits honing his foundations had brought to him. In the real world, his initially weak and sickly body was slowly recovering, while in the virtual world, his mecha control had broken through several limits, causing his results to improve in leaps and bounds. As intelligent as he was, he had long figured out that the rabbit mecha had intentionally revealed those things to him in their only conversation. Perhaps the both of them being mecha prodigies in their own right had sparked some mutual care, so the other had been willing to reveal some of his own secrets of mecha control to him. This secret was very likely an exclusive secret belonging to the other's sect. Otherwise, out of the many mecha operators out there, why were there so few who viewed basic control with such importance? Thus, he would carve this great kindness into his heart. Of course, he had no way to repay this kindness just yet. In fact, he didn't even dare to reveal his true identity to the other right now. Before he was fully in control of his own destiny, he needed to keep a low profile, otherwise it would be spitting on all that his grandfather had done for him. He knew very well that, due to that reading of his 4 Pillars of Destiny 2, his grandfather had hidden all information on his true potential, purposefully announcing his mediocrity instead. In the end, his grandfather had even used the excuse of his potential being too average to exile him to the distant planet Azure. All of this was to protect him, to keep him out of the crosshairs of the rich and powerful elite. But he was still indignant about it. He wasn't willing to just choose to escape passively, he wanted to become strong, and then stand at the pinnacle of this world, able to laugh at all the buffeting storms and winds. Yes, he wanted to master his own destiny, he wanted to change that prophesized destined finale. The Cheetah mecha was involuntarily drawn into his own thoughts. Meanwhile, due to the other's words, Lu Xiaolong had lost all of his initial urgency to leave the training hall. He believed that if the god had said so and was doing so, then it must really mean that the basics were very important. Without even having to think about it, he hurriedly sent a message to his 2 good friends taking the assessment. He told them not to graduate just yet, but to come back and train up their basic control more. After a few minutes, his good friends responded. His good intentions naturally weren't able to convince these 2 good friends who had already decided to abandon him. Their messages even suggested in a roundabout way that he was only doing this because he couldn't bear to see them leave, and was resorting to this sort of desperate measures. Lu Xiaolong may be a bit slow when it came to learning, but he wasn't an idiot, of course he understood the hidden meaning in their messages. Lu Xiaolong was extremely hurt. He really wished he could explain to his good friends, even hoping that they would be able to watch the assessments of the 2 gods, but he found that the 2 of them had shut off their communicators simultaneously, automatically rejecting all of his contact requests. He went through his contact list, trying to pass on a message through some of their mutual friends, but the response he received again and again was not to disturb them. Now that they were in the real mecha world, they weren't as free as when they were in the mecha training hall, they were really very, very busy. By this time, Lu Xiaolong had already sensed something was off, but he did not want to think too much about it, unwilling to doubt his good friends. Before him were 2 options. One was to stop worrying about the others and focus on his own basic training until he was satisfied, the other was to quickly pass the assessment, paying no mind to how badly he did, so that he could be reunited with his friends as soon as possible. He glanced at the two gods resting at the side after their practice, and after some thought, decided that he should try asking the Cheetah Mecha about this. Perhaps the god would be able to give him a good idea. The Cheetah Mecha operator saw the Rhinoceros Mecha approaching him once again, and couldn't help but frown. Honestly, he didn't really like interacting with strangers. This was primarily due to his cloistered life thus far in his manner. Subconsciously, he looked towards the Rabbit Mecha. The Rabbit Mecha's eyes suddenly blinked at him, as if telling him to be nice. The Cheetah Mecha operator smiled wryly. Alright, since the Rabbit Mecha operator wanted him to be nice, then he would be nice. He just wasn't able to refuse someone who had helped him. Little 4, isn't challenging the other's tolerance this way a bit overboard? Ling Lan was now rather worried that if the operator of the Rhinoceros Mecha really infuriated the Cheetah Mecha, he might be murdered right off by the other. Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. The rhinoceros won't die, replied Little 4. If I hadn't worked things out yet, I wouldn't have let him get so close to you. After all, he's an evolved Spectre. Otherwise, if by any chance he was out and about away from his boss, and his boss bumped into the other, wouldn't that be too dangerous? That said, from the looks of it, his temperament is not bad. Not at all as dangerous as we thought. Little 4 was very satisfied with the other's behavior thus far. This way, he can leave boss to him without any worry. Little 4 suddenly felt that something wasn't right. What did he just think about leaving boss to him? Oh fi, he must take that back. Anyone who dares to covet his boss must die. Death to all of them. Little 4 began sharpening his knife, his little eyes glaring with suspicion and animosity at the Cheetah Mecha operator. Of course, this behavior of Little 4's was immediately stopped by Ling Lan. Ling Lan was extremely speechless. What nonsense was this brat thinking of this time? Ling Lan suddenly found that having a shared mind may not always be a good thing. Lu Xiaolong told everything to the Cheetah Mecha operator in order, and Ling Lan and the Cheetah Mecha operator immediately knew what was up. Both of them were good at reading people, so they knew without a doubt that the poor Lu Xiaolong had been heartlessly cast aside by the two people he considered his good friends. Ling Lan cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Xiaolong, but believed that this was actually a good thing. At least now he wouldn't be used up by his friends before being cast aside. In that sense, this was much better. The Cheetah Mecha operator also thought the same. The two of them once again shared a look through their mecha, feeling as if they could clearly sense the other's thoughts. Once again, they marveled at the miraculous rapport between the both of them. There were just no words to describe it. Of course, the two of them weren't about to blurt out the answer directly. They were just passing acquaintances with Lu Xiaolong. They weren't close enough to be that blunt. The Cheetah Mecha operator thought for a moment before saying, I recommend you focus on training up your basic control. Although the time taken will be longer, this way will obviously be more useful to your friends. I'm sure you don't want to become a burden to them, right? Perhaps time will let the other figure things out for himself. Lu Xiaolong nodded energetically. What the god was saying was undoubtedly what worried him the most. If you don't have enough talent, then you'll just have to make up for it with hard work. So, don't think about simply passing. Make sure you master your basic control, otherwise you'll really become a burden to your good friends. Of course, the good friends he was talking about referred to true friends, and not those who had abandoned Lu Xiaolong. The Cheetah Mecha operator's words enlightened Lu Xiaolong. That's true, even if he forced a pass and went over now, he still wouldn't be much help to his friends. He might as well stay here and put in more practice to improve his basic control, and only move on when he truly had the ability to help them. Decided, Lu Xiaolong bid farewell to the two gods. Of course, before he left, he tried to ask for a way to contact the two of them, but was unfortunately turned down by the Cheetah Mecha operator. Lu Xiaolong did not dare to cling. He knew that it was already a great blessing to have received some guidance from a god just once. If he were greedy and tried to ask for more, that would be too shameless. However, he still told them his name, his parting words and tone filled with the hope that they might meet up again someday. Hopefully at that time, the gods would still remember him. Seeing the other leave reluctantly, Ling Lan couldn't hold back a sigh. Who knew you were so good with words? Is that so? Looks like I have talent in this area. Hearing the other's praise, the Cheetah mecha operator's mood improved immensely, and he began joking back. Yes. You should really develop your skills in this area. You shouldn't waste your talent. Ling Lan could hear the other's humor, and so she replied in kind with a laugh. Ling Lan had no way to know that because of this one statement, the other would truly change how he interacted with others. When the two of them met up again in the future, she wouldn't imagine the person she met then would be the same person as this Cheetah mecha operator she knew now. Since you've said so, I'll have to work on it then. The Cheetah mecha operator's reply was very serious, but Ling Lan did not notice, still thinking that the other was joking. There was a slight pause, and then the Cheetah mecha operator said in awe, "Your speed this time is faster than mine. Recently, I've gotten stuck in a bottleneck. I keep getting stalled at this time with no way to progress further. My hand speed has already hit a limit, maybe this is the most I can do." The Cheetah mecha operator's voice was somewhat sad, perhaps the time to leave had come. Then just train your hand speed. Ling Lan blurted. After several months of hanging out together with their mutual understanding, Ling Lan was also extremely reluctant to see the other leave. However, her words had barely faded when her guard went up. When did she lose all her defenses against the other? Train my hand speed. How do I do that? Exclaimed the Cheetah mecha operator in response, just as shocked by Ling Lan's words. However, he very quickly realized what he had done. His question had most likely stepped into the territory of the other's inherited secrets. How could he covet the other's training secrets? I'm sorry. I overstepped. It's fine. Ling Lan frowned silently. She actually felt somewhat bad, as if not telling him was a sin. What in the world was happening? If Ling Lan's mind weren't so steady, she might have already blurted out the training method without even knowing it. Little Four, can you sense anything off? In her mind, Ling Lan quickly called Little Four to the rescue. Nope, everything's perfectly normal. What's this? What a strange mental fluctuation. Exclaimed Little Four in shock. Actually matching up with the frequency of Boss's real brainwaves. Hold on, let me check my databases to see what this means. Is it harmful? Ling Lan asked anxiously. She could not afford to take any chances, the other was a very dangerous evolved Spectre, you know. Little Four had already pulled up the data by this point, and with some schadenfreude he said, "Oh, it's nothing much. It will just magnify a certain positive substance one infinitely. For example, if you think he's not bad, then under the influence of this fluctuation, you will think he's really nice. If you think well of him, then this feeling will directly extend to the point of considering him a close friend. If you have any bit of affection for him, boss, then you're done for. You'll immediately be at the step of loving him so much that you'd be willing to die for him." Little Four's words made Ling Lan roll her eyes at him. Was she someone that thirsty, that desperate? Was she really surging with so much lustful desire? Also, this ability can reduce the existence of a certain negative substance. For example, it can decrease an enemy's animosity, correct others' negative opinions of him, etc. In short, everyone who sees him will like him. He's doing it on purpose. Ling Lan's face was tiger fierce. If the other had used this ability on purpose, she would definitely put him on her blacklist. Although she had a good impression of him, who knew if this was all just the product of this ability? No, this is an ability he was born with. He doesn't know how to use it consciously. Little Four rubbed his chin and cackled, because he likes you so much, and hopes you will like him in return, that's why this ability activated now. Let me put it this way. This ability can only appear when he himself truly wants to treat the other well. So, congratulations boss, you are part of the group of people whom he really likes and wants to treat well. At this, Ling Lan relaxed. Little Four could even see the minor curve of a small smile on her lips. It looks like his boss was greatly gladdened by this. Little Four felt nostalgic. Ever since Boss had begun developing in the direction of becoming a slack face, he had rarely ever seen Boss smile anymore. He really missed it so much. Boss's smile at the start had been so beautiful, though it might not have been able to topple countries, it was certainly more than lovely enough to topple cities. As he continued to think about it, Little Four began to resent those instructors in the learning space. Why was it set up so that all the smiling teachers were those with black innards and perverse attitudes, while the strict and proper ones just had to have ice blocks for faces? Totally skewing the perspective of his boss, it should be known that boss truly loathed that forever outwardly smiling, but internally extremely perverse instructor number 5. Little Four's words naturally made Ling Lan very happy. It had already been several months since she had told the Cheetah mecha operator about the importance of the basics. After spending so much time together, she would have cultivated some emotions even if the other was a rock, not to mention that they were both living breathing human beings. Unknowingly, the Cheetah mecha operator wasn't the only one who had come to consider Ling Lan as a friend. Ling Lan herself had come to see the other as a dependable friend. Setting that aside, during this time, Ling Lan had also overcome many difficulties within the learning space's mission. Because Ling Lan had broken through her bottleneck, there was a resulting breakthrough in her hand speed once again. This made Ling Lan's passing time improve tremendously, clocking in at slightly less than 3 minutes 10 seconds. This was just less than 10 seconds away from the mission's passing condition of 3 minutes. Subsequently, Ling Lan attempted the tunnel mission again and again, each time fixing the control errors she made in her previous run. As Ling Lan's mistakes dwindled, her time needed for the course also got closer and closer to 3 minutes. However, when she hit the 3-minute 3-second mark, Ling Lan once again hit a wall. After several consecutive practices, she found that she couldn't progress any bit further. Ling Lan did not panic. Even though her time was so close to the designated time limit of the mission, she knew very well that rushing would not solve anything. Only keeping calm would help her find a way to overcome this in the end. Ling Lan started to think back on the movements of the Cheetah mecha. Back then, the Cheetah mecha's movements had been extremely fluid, and his speed had been very fast as well. However, his running and jumping rhythm had not been as intense as his speed would suggest. Instead of more frequent bounds, it was more like each bounding motion had used up the mecha's limits. In other words, he had pulled out every bit of the mecha's latent reserves. Even more astounding was the fact that he had used the reaction force of every landing to maintain and add on to his velocity, pushing it to the extreme. This had allowed the Cheetah mecha's speed to go beyond the limits the operator had given it, letting it access speed beyond the abilities of the operator. Meanwhile, she herself had similarly managed to push her rabbit mecha's speed to the limit, but could she also use the reaction force from this type of repetitive landing to increase her speed? Ling Lan knew the rabbit sky leap was the best stepping reaction force technique, she just wasn't sure how long the rabbit mecha in the learning space could hold out under the technique. Ling Lan experimented a few times and finally grasped the timing. She could only use it during the second half of the course, and it had to be after the 2/3 point, otherwise, if she used it too early, the mecha would disintegrate before she could pass the mission. Still, the advantage of the learning space was once again displayed. That is, mecha were indestructible inside it. After disintegrating, when she once again went back to the start, the mecha's condition would be back at 100%. It wasn't free, however. Ling Lan was naturally pained when she found that her honor points had been ruthlessly deducted by a whole 10 points, this was equal to the amount which she had used to redeem the rabbit sky leap skill. Under this repetitive testing, Ling Lan had used up almost 80 honor points before she finally pinned down the timing needed to use the rabbit sky leap in the mission. Even if the mecha did not disintegrate, smaller repairs still required honor points, it was just slightly cheaper. And then, in the final moments left, by luck, Ling Lan finally managed to break through the 3-minute limit, clocking in at 2 minutes 59 seconds. The cost was rather steep. This time, due to overwhelming speed, the rabbit mecha had almost disintegrated entirely. Luckily, she had managed to complete the mission before it could fully disintegrate. However, the learning space did not give Ling Lan any time to take pride in her achievement. At this moment, Instructor number 3 pranced onto the scene. He seated Ling Lan in the auxiliary seat, and then operated the rabbit mecha himself to run through the mission course once. Ling Lan could see very well that Instructor number 3's hand speed wasn't that fast, she could see every movement of his hands clearly. However, it was precisely this kind of control method that made the rabbit mecha move through the tunnel as if it were dancing. At times, it even left trails of light behind it, flashing through the tunnel like a bolt of lightning. As Instructor Number 3 controlled the mecha, he explained the reasoning for this type of control method to Ling Lan. Ling Lan compared it against her own control method and recognized her deficiencies. Right then, she finally understood why the instructor hadn't taught her how to control the mecha at the beginning, instead leaving her to figure things out for herself. It was because some elements of mecha control needed to be personally experienced before one could understand why it had to be done a certain way. Only by doing so could one understand what was wrong. Most importantly, everyone had their own control habits, and the best control method was the one which suited oneself. The whole way through, Ling Lan gained new insight on controls, while Instructor Number 3 breezed through the course, finishing it in 2 minutes and 11 seconds on the dot. Regarding this, Ling Lan was very curious. How did Instructor Number 3 manage to achieve such a terrifying completion speed when his hand speed had been slower than hers? Of course, when Ling Lan asked this question, Instructor Number 3 just asked her in return, was his hand speed really slower than hers? Ling Lan looked in astonishment at the reading from the hand speed monitor that the mecha's AI had gathered, finding that Instructor Number 3's hand speed had actually been the same as hers. But why did it look like his hand speed was slower then? She had not even noticed the appearance of any afterimages. Ling Lan knew that when her hand speed reached a certain level, this phenomenon would appear. You focused all your speed on a particular time period. Not only does this tire out your hands and mind, but even the mecha itself would also be extremely worn out, said Instructor Number 3, patting the body of the rabbit mecha, gaze affectionate. It was as if the mecha before his eyes was not a mecha, but a living thing which needed to be protected and cared for, and not controlled barbarically. Ling Lan was surprised by the instructor's actions, but at this moment, she still could not comprehend this mental state of a mecha operator. She could only think back on the speed the instructor had used when controlling the mecha, and found that he had maintained an even speed throughout the course. This was rather strange. Mind you, within the tunnel, every scene was different, and there were even some unpredictable scenarios. How in the world had Instructor Number 3 managed that? Among the control commands of the mecha, there is something called preset control mode. You should use it appropriately. Instructor Number 3's words enlightened Ling Lan. She knew very well what preset control mode was. The resting motion of her mecha was a type of preset control. It's just that that motion was a fixed preset control. She just had to program the motion into the mecha beforehand, and then use the specially trained buttons to execute it. Ling Lan did not have to question Number 3 any further on how to input these preset control commands. This was because Ling Lan already knew that, other than the fixed preset control mode, there was also an instantaneous preset control mode. The latter mode would accept extremely brief input, and would only be effective for one usage. This was a type of control method which was extremely well suited for emergency battle. However, many people had forgotten that mecha came with this function, because this instantaneous preset control mode required a lot from the operator. Many people did not possess the ability to handle this type of control method, so most mecha operators still found it easier to just depend on their own adaptive ability and control the mecha directly. Instantaneous preset control mode needed the mecha operator using it to have a certain level of predictive ability, the so-called awakened sixth sense of this world. Meanwhile, in the learning space, this ability was named animal instinct, and was a lower average standard innate perception ability. In fact, Ling Lan's innate talent of profound insight was the best among the other innate talents in the same category. As such, the instantaneous preset control mode was extremely appropriate for Ling Lan. This was why Instructor Number 3 had made it a point to bring it up. During this time, Little 4 had gradually siphoned in data he had collected from the real world into the learning space, giving the instructors within it a general understanding of the technological environment Ling Lan was living in. Thus, they knew that this world was extremely behind with regards to awakened perception abilities at the moment, and even in terms of mecha control, this world was n levels worse than that of their own world. So, the instantaneous preset control mode, which was familiar to all the residents of the learning space, was rather neglected in this world. Here, with the exception of those who had awakened the sixth sense, other common mecha operators would be utterly clueless about this function on their mecha, and even many instructors of mecha control may not remember the existence of this function. This was another reason why Instructor Number 3 had stepped up to demonstrate mecha control in person. Ling Lan understood what Instructor Number 3 intended with his guidance. In contrast with the instructor's control, she could clearly see that she was still lacking in many areas, whether it be awareness, control, or prediction. Ling Lan knew this was all because her basics were still below standard, so she didn't choose to learn a new control method, merely continuing to train her basic control. The only exception was that she began including the usage of instantaneous preset control mode in her training. Of course, this was extremely difficult. Many times, Ling Lan's attempts ended in failure, but Ling Lan still continued tirelessly in her attempts to learn it. In this manner, several months passed. Ling Lan's life fell into a regulated routine. At dawn and at dusk, she set aside 2 blocks of time to train her basic physical skills. Whether it was the scout academies or the one taught by the learning space, she wouldn't allow them to fall behind. At the same time, she also didn't forget to train her hand speed. By this time, she had already broken through the limit of 3 marbles 1, and was now able to train with 4 marbles at a time. However, just like when she had been training with 3 marbles, she could not sustain the activity for long. Still, Ling Lan wasn't anxious, she remained patient and practiced every day, improving bit by bit. It was a victory as long as she could sustain activity for just a little bit longer than the day before. Meanwhile, during the day, she would attend classes at the academy if there were classes, and if there weren't, she would enter the virtual world to practice her mecha control there. Of course, Ling Lan would habitually check to see if that Cheetah mecha was at the mecha training hall. Anyone would have a lasting impression of the first stranger they met in the virtual world who also helped them out. Of course, there was another reason Ling Lan was looking for the other. Every time she saw the other's training movements, she would somehow gain some measure of insight from it. In return, the other seemed to be of a similar mindset, and so, the two of them often ended up training together. Without planning it in advance. Although they still did not speak much to one another, they knew each other very well, just like old bosom friends. By the end, they could even tell with just a look or emotion what the other wanted to do. Meanwhile, Little Four was also very busy. One of his duties was to find time to fake Ling Lan's virtual appearance to help his boss complete some of those Scout Academy daily missions. Ling Lan couldn't very well stay offline for so long, right? Besides that, Little Four also had to help boss to maintain her relationships with Qi Long and the others. There were times when he even had to pretend to be Ling Lan to join them in clearing some group missions. Luckily, Little Four had grown up with Ling Lan and had hung around her all this time, so he was extremely familiar with Ling Lan's mannerisms and tone of voice, managing to carry it off without raising any suspicion among her companions. On top of that, Little Four still had to prevent the Cheetah mecha operator from getting too close. Little Four firmly believed that someone being so nice for no reason, must definitely be hiding some evil intention. The Cheetah mecha operator was treating his boss so well, so he must have some nefarious intentions. Little Four had to protect his boss. Of course, all this was just Little Four's opinion. Ling Lan completely disagreed. From what she could sense, the Cheetah mecha operator was extremely mature, and he was also an operator who was deeply obsessed with mecha control. Moreover, the other did not even know whether she was a boy or a girl, so what sort of nefarious intentions could he have? Of course, Ling Lan's words drew Little Four's derision. He mocked her, saying that she was just fooling herself. Just think about it, all of the newbies in the mecha training hall were basically all youths of about 16 years of age. Why would a mature adult be here? And youths were the hardest people to figure out, who knew what kind of insanity they would involve themselves in next. Neither one could convince the other, but Ling Lan did not take any of this to heart. She continued to, coincidentally, meet the Cheetah mecha. Little Four was the main contributor to this. He felt that it was still safest to keep someone dangerous close where he could watch him, and train together. In silence. At times, Ling Lan would feel as if she had gained some breakthrough and enter the mecha training hall to take the basic assessment again. At those times, there would always be a Cheetah mecha watching from the side. Similarly, every time the Cheetah mecha retook the assessment, as long as Ling Lan was online then, she would also choose to watch from the side. With all of this, Ling Lan felt that the Cheetah mecha should be considered one of her friends now. Which was why she had been so happy when she had heard what Little Four had to say about the other's ability. In her mind, only when both parties felt the same could a relationship be called a true friendship. Thus, Ling Lan decided to tell the other her secret of training hand speed. It actually isn't much of a secret. Back in the real world, you just need to place some marbles in your palm and move them around quickly without letting them fall, that's all. Ling Lan's words caused the Cheetah Mecha to be extremely taken aback. He had never expected Ling Lan to just reveal her inherited secret just like that. He could not help but be worried for her, saying, "Aren't you afraid of drawing the displeasure of your teacher's sect? Don't reveal this kind of secret so easily in future." Displeasure? It shouldn't. Ling Lan lifted her head as she thought about it. She did not think her dad would be so stingy and mind that much, so she said, "Don't worry about it. I'm only telling you about this, because you're my friend." Ling Lan's words touched the Cheetah Mecha operator. He suddenly had the urge to tell the other about his true identity, but the words had barely touched his lips when his grandfather's words echoed by his ear, "Little Lan too, you must remember, while you're studying at the Scout Academy of Planet Azure, even if you meet a friend you find extremely dependable, you still cannot let them know your real identity or what you really look like. Only when you're fully 20 years old, after you've officially become an adult." The Cheetah Mecha operator clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Only by doing so could he push down the shame and guilt he felt to the bottom of his heart. After a long beat of silence, he finally managed to eke out 2 words, "Thank you." Ling Lan knew nothing about the struggle within the Cheetah Mecha operator's heart right now. She was in a great mood, because she believed that with the help of the training method to increase hand speed, the Cheetah Mecha would definitely continue to stay here and train his basic control. With a friend by her side, training wasn't as boring as it could be. In the following period of time, inside the Mecha training hall, a rabbit mecha and a cheetah mecha were often seen training their basic control together, taking assessments together, studying control techniques together. They became known as the famous rabbit-cheetah duo of the Mecha training hall. The rabbit-cheetah duo's skillful and almost flawlessly perfect movements attracted the respect and admiration of all the Mecha newbies who walked through the Mecha training hall's doors. Gradually, they gained reputation among the newbies. Every one of their assessments would draw countless spectators. These spectators were witness to the birth of Ling Lan's and the others' increasingly high ranking on the leaderboard. They saw off batch after batch of old newbies, and welcomed group after group of fresh newbies. Due to these newbies both young and old, talk of the rabbit-cheetah duo spread even further and became even more legendary. In the end, rumors about them spread far and wide throughout the entire virtual world, saying that 2 experts of mecha control were unwilling to graduate from the planet Azure Mecha Training Hall, because they wanted to surpass the old time and make a new record. Of course, this rumor was greeted with scorn by most people. Almost everyone thought that the rabbit-cheetah duo were obviously chasing a pipe dream. They would never be able to break the old record. This was because the current best record of the basic control assessment was set 10 years ago, by none other than the God-class operator Ling Xiao. Of course, back then, Ling Xiao still hadn't become a God-class operator yet. Still, even so, his result wasn't something an average person could break. After repeated studies by specialists, they confirmed that Ling Xiao's result had already achieved the pinnacle of basic mecha control. Only if someone were to use mecha of special class and above, combined with the control skills of an ace operator or better, then there might be the low possibility of surpassing it. Because the mecha used for basic control assessments were the most primitive 3 types of mecha, the crudeness of the mecha had also limited Ling Xiao's performance. But is this possible? Everyone knew that all the Mecha training hall provided were the most primitive mecha. No one could get their hands on any better mecha. So, there would never be a scenario where, using the same type of mecha, someone would be able to break Ling Xiao's record. Ling Lan did not know that they had swept the whole virtual world into animated discussion. After she and the Cheetah Mecha operator had thoroughly studied and experimented with their bestial mecha, they had then switched to avian mecha, and had finally chosen humanoid mecha. When they had become fully proficient in the basic control of all 3 main types of mecha, Ling Lan used a humanoid mecha in the learning space to pass the tunnel mission. After she passed, the long-absent Instructor Number 3 appeared once more, and this time, he immediately told Ling Lan to Make preparations. Tomorrow, she would officially begin following him to learn the beginner-level techniques and movements. When Ling Lan heard this, she almost raised her arms and cheered. She laughed loudly 3 times 3 to celebrate her progress to the next stage. It should be noted that continuous training in just the basic controls was really boring and hence tiring. If she had been alone, she might have already gone ahead long ago and graduated to the real mecha world to seek out newer and more interesting pursuits. But when she saw the Cheetah mecha operator practicing the basic mecha controls with such a serious attitude, Ling Lan had no choice but to carry on and persist. Damn it, how could she, a mature older woman, lose to this little green spring onion of a youth before her? A certain pretty boy youth who had just logged off was cheering himself on at the same time. To be the strongest mecha operator in this world, he could not lose to anyone else. Since the rabbit mecha could train so tirelessly in the basic controls without complaint, then he must be able to do it. 2. He must hold on and persist. It had to be said that, at times, some misunderstandings were extremely beautiful. The two of them felt that the other's attitude was very serious and very tenacious, and so they both did not want to lose to the other. In this way, the two of them persisted together through mastering these extremely dry and boring basic mecha control exercises. The next day, Ling Lan rushed to log on to the virtual world in her excitement. She swiftly chose her rabbit mecha and was loaded into the mecha training hall, prepared to seek out the Cheetah mecha operator to tell him the good news. Hell yeah, she could finally say bye-bye to basic control training. However, she was quickly pinned down by horror. If the mecha could faithfully mimic what Ling Lan felt at that moment, we would see the rabbit mecha shiver from head to tail, all its hairs standing on end. Apparently, Ling Lan had unwittingly turned on the mecha's viewing screen, only to be faced with 2 large black holes staring at her unblinkingly. Those black holes were really just too dark, too dim, and too vacant, causing pins and needles to break out all over Ling Lan's scalp. Hells, why did you have to lie down right in front of me, raged Ling Lan, immediately jumping up to kick and punch at the other. And so a rabbit was seen waving a carrot around violently, whacking a cheetah lounging lazily on the ground before it. This love-filled scene caused all the surrounding newbies to turn and look, extremely curious. What was this legendary rabbit-cheetah duo doing now? Helplessly, the cheetah used its claws to block the rabbit's tantrum, and said somewhat dully, "Stop being angry, I have something to tell you." He had something to tell her too. Blankly, Ling Lan pulled back her carrot and placed it in the rabbit's mouth for safekeeping. Then, she plopped down beside the cheetah, and waited patiently for the other to speak. The cheetah was silent for a moment, before saying gloomily, "I just wanted to tell you that, I have to take the assessment and graduate today." Saying this, the cheetah was telling Ling Lan that this time, he would choose to graduate and leave the mecha training hall, and head off into the real mecha world. The cheetah mecha operator actually felt as if he were doing a great wrong to the rabbit mecha operator. If it had not been for the rabbit mecha operator, he would not have ever been able to obtain such great improvement in his mecha control. After this period of training, he now fully understood the reason why basic control was so important. He was very grateful to Ling Lan, and this gratefulness just added to his guilt for leaving first on his own. So coincidental. She was just thinking of leaving, and now the other actually needed to leave as well. In that instant, Ling Lan had the sudden feeling that the synchronicity between the two of them was really rather abnormal. I actually wanted to say that too, that I wanted to take the assessment and graduate. Due to surprise, Ling Lan paused for a few seconds before finally spilling the words that she had wanted to say to the Cheetah mecha operator. However, this odd pause of a few seconds made the Cheetah mecha operator misunderstand the situation. He thought that Ling Lan was intentionally lying to him just to comfort him. Mind you, to break Ling Xiao's graduation assessment record, it was still somewhat difficult at their current skill level. The Cheetah mecha operator had always thought that Ling Lan had been staying behind in the mecha training hall because she needed to complete the mission of breaking that record. At one point, he even suspected that this was a mission assigned by Ling Lan's mentor's sect. So, when Ling Lan suddenly changed this stance of hers, saying that she wanted to take a final assessment and graduate as well, in the Cheetah mecha operator's eyes, this was obviously for his sake. That made him feel touched and ashamed at the same time. Such a great teacher and good friend, but because of his promise with his grandfather, he was not able to reveal his true identity and appearance to the other. The guilt in the Cheetah Mecha's heart just grew and grew, and his reluctance to leave just became stronger and stronger. Sorry. A torrent of emotions, and in the end he could only condense them into this most common of words. I'm speaking truthfully. Ling Lan was somewhat speechless. Dearie, you're really overthinking this. Due to some issues in the real world, I need to leave the Mecha training hall to go to the real Mecha world. I'm really very sorry. Honestly, I'm not lying, said Ling Lan moodily. Why wouldn't he believe her? I know. Thank you. The Cheetah Mecha operator abruptly cut off what Ling Lan was saying, thanked her sincerely, and then before Ling Lan could respond, he had already chosen to enter his graduation assessment. Seeing the Cheetah Mecha disappear in an instant, fleeing under duress from his own perceived guilt, Ling Lan almost flipped the table in anger. Hells, that bastard. Couldn't he have listened to her properly before leaving? A long while later, Ling Lan, who had regained her composure, suddenly burst into laughter. For the first time, she found, so the Cheetah Mecha operator had had such an obstinate side to him. Also, that fellow had really just been too good at letting his imagination run away with him. Still, Ling Lan could feel the stirrings of regret in her heart. After all, the Cheetah Mecha operator was the first person in this world who had given her the true feeling of a friend, but unfortunately, the two of them just hadn't met at the right time. Both of them were hiding their respective identities, and so, in the end, they could only become strangers with the greatest rapport. Little 4, go take a look at his result. This time, Ling Lan did not want to go and disturb the other's assessment, especially since she knew that the other already harbored some guilty feelings towards her. Ling Lan felt that it was a bit of a pity, honestly, she really wanted to part on good terms with the Cheetah Mecha. Very quickly, Little 4 had returned to tell her the Cheetah Mecha's final assessment result. His time was just 2 seconds away from Ling Xiao's record, and this result was enough to leave his mark on history as the overall 5th place. In the end, Little 4 told Ling Lan that the other's brainwaves had truly disappeared from this mission space. In other words, he had indeed left the Mecha training hall's world to enter a different virtual space. Little 4 asked if Ling Lan wanted to continue tracking the other to see where he landed in the other virtual space, but after some thought, Ling Lan declined. It was just as she had thought earlier, the two of them had met at an inopportune time. How would they have been able to continue maintaining their friendship when they were unable to face each other with their real identities? What a shame. If he's around, boss, your mecha control would definitely improve even faster. Little 4 would forever consider things from a perspective which benefited Ling Lan most. You should know that, if it's truly gold, it will definitely shine one day, said Ling Lan enigmatically. What the heck did boss mean? Little 4 was immediately struck by a wave of dizziness. He hurriedly ran a search on boss's statement, and instantly understood. So boss had meant that the other would never be able to escape from the palm of boss's hand. 133T boss owns 1. Flower shower 2. Ling Lan ignored Little 4's mistaken comprehension, immediately choosing to take her final assessment. She entered the mission space belonging to her, and cheered herself on mentally, I mustn't lose to that punk. Countless runs of the assessment had let Ling Lan and the other experience almost every assessment map. This time, the map selected was coincidentally a map Ling Lan had run before. Ling Lan closed her eyes softly, and she could clearly visualize every obstacle of the assessment mission in her mind. The mecha sounded the last few alerts to signify the start of the assessment. When only 2 seconds remained on the countdown, Ling Lan abruptly opened her eyes, and a radiant spark of light flashed across her eyes. Finally, the start sound rang out, and Ling Lan's rabbit mecha could be seen rushing out like the wind. Among the irregularly moving obstacles, it was leaping and dancing freely, just like an ephemeral shadow, a play of light, sometimes visible sometimes not. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit, Ling Lan's expression was exceptionally relaxed, her eyes were half-lidded, and the movements of her fingers did not give off any sense of urgency like they used to. Instead, her movements seemed almost casual, sometimes creating afterimages without conscious thought. This made her hands seem like they were performing a graceful dance, choreographing an absolutely beautiful piece of her own. Subconsciously, Ling Lan also used instantaneous preset control mode. Her understanding of this map made it the obvious thing to do, so she included the preset controls without any fuss whatsoever. With that, Ling Lan had entered a sort of heavenly realm of control, causing little Four to be both shocked and overjoyed at Ling Lan's great luck. This situation clearly proved that boss Ling Lan's control skills were about to ascend by yet another level. Perhaps, this time, she would finally be able to achieve the lowest hand speed required by her dad. Congratulations, you've successfully created a new record. The secondary world shall now commence a worldwide notification. Please select whether to publicize your name or to remain anonymous. Seeing that Ling Lan was still immersed in the insights she had gained in that control session, Little Four quickly helped Ling Lan choose to stay anonymous. Even though no one would be able to trace it back to Boss's real identity if they chose to publicize the name of her avatar, there would still be some risk involved. Little Four constantly took Ling Lan's words to heart, so he now knew to make sure to protect himself well first in all endeavors. Once Little Four had made the selection, within the virtual world, everyone who was online could hear a voice from the main system. Congratulations, XXX, for successfully creating a new basic mecha control graduation result record. Each generation brings forth new talent. This stable world has finally welcomed a new era of change. When everyone heard this, a great furor broke out. Those who knew about the Rabbit-Cheetah duo were all guessing whether it was one of them who had broken the record. Some people even logged off right then in their excitement, rushing to use their communicators in the real world to contact their friends who were still inside the realm of the Mecha training hall to find out more. However, the response they received was that their friends did not know anything either. Of the few who had been coincidentally browsing the assessment name list at the time, none had seen any sign of the Rabbit Mecha or the Cheetah Mecha. It turned out that, to ensure confidentiality, Little Four had removed Ling Lan from the list of observable assessments the moment she started her assessment. In other words, no one would have been able to see Ling Lan's assessment. Thus, the only one who knew the truth was the Cheetah Mecha. Frankly, when the Cheetah Mecha operator had heard this system announcement, his first reaction was that it must be the Rabbit Mecha. Following that thought, he chuckled wryly and said to himself, "So you could have graduated and left a long time ago. Hanging out at the training hall for so long, you were probably just waiting for me. But in the end, I still let you down." In low spirits, he immediately chose to leave the Mecha world. In a private manner, a majordomo was patiently waiting for his young master to log off. However, as time passed and the login pod remained closed, he suddenly thought of something and leapt forward to pry open the login pod forcefully from the outside. All he saw inside, though, was a pretty young man crying silently. "Why are you crying, young master? Did something happen?" The majordomo was flustered. His young master was an extremely strong child. Previously, when his body was in a bad condition, even if the pain was unbearable, he would still face others with a smile, never crying or showing his pain. The pretty young man opened his eyes. His typically bright and steady gaze now seemed a bit lost and confused. Just as the majordomo was about to ask, the pretty youth suddenly spoke. "Majordomo, why did Grandpa insist that I can only tell others my real identity and appearance after I turn 20? Just why?" If it weren't for this promise, he would not have chosen to leave the Rabbit Mecha operator. Then, he wouldn't have to feel this heartache, so losing a friend was such a painful thing. The majordomo opened and closed his mouth several times, but in the end he could only recite that old fallback, "Young master, you'll find out later on." Later on? Hee, sometimes, what's missed is missed, gone forever. "Majordomo, do you know? Just earlier, I've missed what should have been my most important best friend in this life," said the pretty boy 3 amidst bitter laughter, his tears spilling over silently once more. His expression was pained, and it was overshadowed with a deep sadness for not being able to control his own destiny. It was only at this time that he was truly acting like the 13-year-old kid he was. Ling Lan had broken her dad Ling Xiao's basic control graduation record. This greatly surprised Ling Lan. Despite her joy, she knew very well that this was the result of a fortuitous accident. If it weren't for the fact that she had been familiar with this assessment map, she would not have been confident enough to use the instantaneous preset control mode. And then, to stumble by chance into the extremely rare celestial realm, her results were actually about the same as the Cheetah mecha operators. At most, her best performance would have just beaten his by 1 second. All we can say is that as a time traveler, she had been given a direct hack by the god of time travel. Still, this hack had caused Ling Lan's control ability and hand speed to ascend by yet another level. Ling Lan couldn't help but sigh in awe at how unfairly intense the celestial realm hack was, actually pushing her abilities up by 1 level immediately. In order to fully absorb and master her new hand speed as well as the control realm brought on by the celestial realm, Ling Lan immediately chose to isolate herself. She headed straight into the learning space to soak in her new insights. The celestial realm did not bestow this increase in ability to a person directly, it only temporarily brought out a person's best possible state at that moment in time. To really obtain these ability gains, it all depended on one's effort in understanding and reflection, to seriously learn these new limits and make them one's own. Otherwise, as more time passed, the insights given by the celestial realm would drift away with the wind, leaving no trace behind. At that time, one's control ability and hand speed would revert to its original state. Ling Lan spent over a month taking in these insights within the learning space, but outside, only a few hours had passed. When Ling Lan finally stepped out from the virtual login pod, the aura of her body had changed slightly. The initially frigid and somewhat pressing air around her had diminished a little, no longer feeling as cold as before. Over the past few years, as Ling Lan's combat ability grew stronger and stronger, the endless killing missions in the learning space had caused the killing intent around her to become thicker and thicker. If Little Four hadn't tried his best to help her suppress this blood-soaked killing intent, her classmates who were slightly weaker wouldn't have been able to approach her at all. And even if Qi Long and the others got close, they would only be able to stand up straight with difficulty, they wouldn't be able to move. Of course, if that had happened, Ling Lan would certainly fall under the suspicion of the academy teachers and the monitoring military personnel. After all, the students in grades 1 to 3 shouldn't have had any real battle experience, only starting from the 4th grade would they be sent out on hunting assignments. How could a child who had never seen true bloodshed possess such a thick blood-red killing intent? However, as Ling Lan's killing intent grew even thicker and thicker, Little Four also found it harder and harder to hold it back. In the end, a little bit of it escaped, but fortunately, at that time, Ling Lan was going through her icy slack phase period. Therefore, even if she emanated a cold aura that chilled the hearts of others, it was still somewhat explainable. This had let Ling Lan safely avoid the suspicion of the military monitors once more. Little Four was the first to sense the ebbing of Ling Lan's icy air. He instantly threw confetti into the air in celebration. He had been so worried that if the killing intent continued to increase, he would not have been able to hold it back any longer. It had been on the brink of happening, but now, they had dodged a bullet once again. In a great mood, Ling Lan indulged herself with a great feast. Her title of glutton had never changed, and she was even eating more than before. However, by now, Ling Lan's mum, Lan Luofeng, had already gotten used to the sight of her daughter guzzling down food like a black hole. This was normal. The day when Ling Lan ate less, now that would be a catastrophe, a sign that the Armageddon had arrived. Several days passed, and Ling Lan, having received some great news, was rather distracted. She actually began to drift off inside the learning space, mind busily calculating the passing rate of time outside compared to time inside the learning space. This, physically here but mentally elsewhere, behavior thoroughly enraged Instructor Number 3, who had been in the middle of teaching Ling Lan some F-Grade 1 mecha moves. He immediately kicked Ling Lan out of the mecha training space, sending her to stare blankly alone in the great hall of the learning space. Hells, if she didn't want to learn, then he didn't want to teach either. Instructor Number 3's Tsundere 2 side was triggered. However, there was a legitimate reason for Ling Lan's inattentiveness today. It was because in the Central Scout Academy, a course that she had been anticipating for a long time was finally here, outdoor hunting. This outdoor hunting wasn't just running around in a forest, using slingshots to shoot at wild chickens and wild ducks, that sort of boring thing. No. It was a full 3 months of wilderness survival training on some random primitive planet. Of course, they were still only 10-year-old kids, so the academy would not throw them straight off into some terrifying hellhole to hunt. At most, they would only be sent to an area with some elementary-class wild beasts with low combat ability for training. At Ling Lan's current level of strength, handling those low-level beasts with trash strength was really not much different than killing wild chickens and ducks to her. But, that was not the main point. The main point was that they were going to another planet. This meant that Ling Lan would finally be able to take a ride on a spaceship like in the stories she had read. This was the true reason for Ling Lan's excitement. Darling, did you get that? In short, our country bumpkin Ling Lan could finally ride a real starship to take a trip into space. So, she just had no way of staying calm. It's just like when we were in primary school, and the teacher had announced a field trip for the first time, we would have been so worked up and excited that we would not be able to sleep the night before. The moment Ling Lan saw she had been kicked out of the Mecha learning space, without even thinking about it, she immediately exited the learning space. She lifted the communicator by her pillow to look at the time. It's still too early, only about 4 a.m. in the morning. But Ling Lan just couldn't sleep anymore. She climbed out of bed, put on her communicator, and checked her luggage once more. Weapons, 2 magnetic alloy daggers. To the outside world, Ling Lan had always been a right-handed weapon wielder, but in truth, she was better at wielding weapons with her left hand than her right. This dual-wielding ability had been trained under Instructor Number 5. Number 5 had said that, a trump that is hidden will always be one's strongest trump card. Rumor had it that this time, the academy would actually give everyone a beam gun as an emergency backup. The students had all begun learning how to use beam guns since they were in 3rd grade. Ling Lan's shooting skills were not bad, but they definitely weren't top tier. On this front, both Han Jijian and Lin Zhongqin were clearly better than her. Their sheer natural talent in shooting was astounding. Thus, this time, she also brought along an extremely covert weapon, a bracelet specially prepared for her by Chamberlain Ling Qin. Ling Lan carefully placed the bracelet on her right wrist. She looked at the metallic sheen of its deep black color, common-looking yet serving a suitably decorative purpose, and nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed that ultra-strong, unbreakable, ultra-thin rope that Chamberlain Ling Qin had used during in that ambush several years ago. It was an indispensable tool for killing people, crossing distances, and rock climbing. With this at hand, Ling Lan would be able to handle certain difficult situations with ease. Of course, Ling Lan's bag was mostly filled with nutrient solutions of varying flavors, the results of her research, recovery fluids, and first aid medications. At this time, she was somewhat annoyed. Why couldn't the learning space come with some storage functions? If it did, then she would have been able to bring enough of all the things she might need, and wouldn't have to fret about what she should and shouldn't bring. Because all these things would have to be with them at all times, if they brought more than what they would be able to bear, their hunting ability would decline sharply. At that point, they wouldn't be the ones hunting anymore, rather, they would be hunted by the wild beasts instead. Ling Lan also did not forget to bring some changes of clothes. At this moment, she was atypically glad that she was a fake man. Because she had been injected with suppression shots, her body was in an undeveloped state. Thus, she didn't have to worry at all about menstruation or any of the other host of embarrassing issues related to puberty. And from that, she also wouldn't have to worry about being endangered by these problems in the outdoors either, things like attracting attacks from the wild beasts due to the stench of blood. Just like that, after much study and much cutting down, she finally completed her packing. By this time, the sky was already fully bright. Ling Lan took a quick shower, and then walked out of her room in high spirits. When Ling Lan arrived at the classroom of Grade 4 Special Class A, she found that she was one of the last few to arrive. It looked like she wasn't the only one who was excited. "Boss Lan, over here, over here." An energetic voice rang out from a corner of the classroom. Without even having to lift her head, Ling Lan could already tell who it was. The only people who would yell out to her so passionately, other than Qi Long, there was only Lin Zhongqin. Qi Long's voice was louder, however, so his voice was still quite distinctive. After following Qi Long around for 2 years, Lin Zhongqing had lost almost all of his initial gloomy personality. Instead, he was as enthusiastic and full of smiles as he had been at the start of school, when he had served her for 1 month. However, Ling Lan knew very well that this was just a facade Lin Zhongqing was holding up against the outside world. Inside, it wasn't that simple. Still, Ling Lan did not caution Qi Long and the others about this. It was up to them to decide their own relationships, whether good or bad, only they themselves would know. Ling Lan lifted her head to look, and saw Lin Zhongqing standing by his seat, waving at her. Ling Lan walked over with an indifferent expression. As a girl, she really had no clue how to interact with these little boys, and so could only use this sort of macho-cool image to handle the situation. In any case, this group of kids seemed to be eating it up. "Boss Lan, I've bought you breakfast," said Lin Zhongqing, smiling, as he passed over a box on the table. Ling Lan swept a look over the scene, and saw that Han Jijian and Luo Lang were both sitting at their own places with identical boxes, eating delicately. Seated on top of his desk, Qi Long was also holding a box, and was wolfing down its contents unreservedly. Looks like Lin Zhongqing hadn't just prepared breakfast for her. Ling Lan accepted the box and opened it. It turned out to be the golden soup dumplings 3, which were extremely hard to get within the academy. It looked like Lin Zhongqing had gone to the canteen super early to line up just to get these. He had truly put in a lot of effort. Ling Lan used her chopsticks to prod at the soup dumplings in her lunchbox, and said coolly, "It's been tough on you." 4. Though Ling Lan had said this almost casually, Lin Zhongqing's face was painted with a trace of pleasant surprise. Even the ravenously eating Qi Long behind him raised his head in surprise, surreptitiously using an elbow to nudge Lin Zhongqing lightly, congratulating him for finally getting acknowledgement from Boss Lan. He used a full 2 years, only to get this simple sentence. Lin Zhongqing's mind was a mixed bag of emotions. For a moment, he actually wasn't sure whether he was happy or resentful. Right then, a classmate suddenly rushed into the classroom, obviously emotional, shouting, "Big news! Big news!" Wu Jiong and Yi Su had been chatting at one side. When they heard this cry, they jerked, and quickly turned to look at the student who had shouted. "It's likely that our outdoor hunting course this time may be cancelled." The moment the student entered, he shared the bad news with everyone. This caused all the students to become anxious. They had already waited for this day for so long. Could everything be cancelled at the last moment? What happened exactly? And where did you hear this news? Seeing that Qi Long had no intentions of asking, Wu Jiong had no choice but to speak up himself and ask. Qi Long was the spokesperson for Ling Lan's group. Since Qi Long did not ask, that meant Ling Lan's group had no interest in the proceedings. But just because Ling Lan's group had no interest did not mean that Wu Jiong himself was not interested. "I heard that the 7th grade Virtual World Barrier Crossing Award was taken away by the Academy of Another Planet. When the dean found out, he was really angry, so he called an emergency meeting now with all the teachers." The student informant had a dejected expression on his face. He too had been eagerly anticipating the extracurricular activity this time. "Now it looks like there won't be time for them to take us hunting outdoors." The student informant had answered so readily and in so much detail, because the one who asked had been Wu Jiong. He was the team leader of one of the 3 major teams in Class A, after all. If the student could gain Wu Jiong's favor and thus get the opportunity to join his team, then he would be set. Although there were quite a few other established teams in Class A, there were only 3 teams which the currently still teamless students really wanted to join. As Li Yingjia's team was now full, his was out, but the few remaining slots on the other 2 teams were being eyed closely by those students. Ling Lan's team was very strict in their requirements, due to having only 1 final slot left. Everyone knew that, to enter Ling Lan's team, the difficulty level was scarily high. Not only did one's talent have to be exceptional, one also had to be some sort of an all-rounder. Those who knew their own limitations decisively put their sights on Wu Jiong's team. At the very least, Wu Jiong's requirement for joining was not as high as Ling Lan's team's. And furthermore, his team had 2 slots remaining, so no matter what, the chances for success were naturally much higher. This caused Wu Jiong's team to receive much more attention than Ling Lan's team in Class A. Which Planet Scout Academy managed to pull that off? Asked Yisu, extremely curious. It was Planet Azure. The student informant's answer stunned all the students in the class. Planet Azure was a third-rate planet. The resources they had there were N levels worse than theirs here. Could it be that an unparalleled prodigy had appeared there? When Li Yingjie, who had initially been unconcerned by the discussion, heard the term, Planet Azure, his face paled drastically, as if thinking of something. He hurriedly asked, "Do you know who the people who crossed the barrier were?" A team was necessary to pass the barrier mission, which was why Li Yingjie asked this question. The student informant shook his head regretfully. "I only overheard these few things when I passed by two teachers discussing the issue on the way here. I heard that the Planet Azure students pushed through the barrier before 5 a.m. this morning, successfully becoming the first team to pass the barrier mission this year. After that, I didn't dare to stay back and listen anymore, so I'm not clear on who those people are. For the details, the teachers would probably know." The other students also began noisily discussing the matter. Right then, a clear voice rang out from the classroom door, "That's right, I indeed do know." It turned out that their special Class A homeroom teacher Cheng Yuanhang had arrived. "Good day, Teacher Cheng." Seeing Cheng Yuanhang enter the classroom, all the students obediently returned to their seats. They then stood primly at attention and greeted their teacher. Cheng Yuanhang indicated for the students to sit down, and then he announced, "I have two things to tell you all. Firstly, do not worry, the original plans for outdoor hunting will not change. We will be leaving today as planned." Cheng Yuanhang's words caused the entire class to cheer in unison. Mind you, they had been waiting a really long time for this day. However, this time round, your hunting quota and difficulty level will be much harder compared to that of the previous years. All of this will depend on your performance on the field. Even the smallest quota must be more than half times more than the previous year's quota. Cheng Yuanhang's following words raised a furor among the Class A students. What was the meaning of this? In other words, your class's outdoor hunting duration will be extended to 5 or 6 months. Added Cheng Yuanhang. This drew a new wave of indignant objections from the students. Yes, they had wanted to experience the thrill of some bloody sport, but they had never wanted to remain butchers for so long on a primitive planet. "Teacher, why did you all decide to make things this way?" asked Yisu angrily. This way of doing things was obviously a little unfair by academy standards. In the academy, it was permitted to raise objections, as long as you backed it up with logic and, of course, strength. "Why?" Cheng Yuanhang's expression darkened. He slammed his palm onto his desk, the loud noise instantly silencing the clamoring students in the class. The classroom became dead silent. "Ever since our Central Scout Academy was established, we have never once lost the 7th grade Virtual World Barrier Crossing Award, but this year, we lost it. Before we could pass the barrier mission, the Scout Academy of the distant third-rate planet Azure broke through it. This is a disgrace for our Central Scout Academy, and also a disgrace upon you all." At this point, Cheng Yuanhang's tone eased slightly. "Have you all considered the reason why we failed? Is it because we have been blinded by the glories of our past, so we did not see the relentless pursuit of the other Scout Academies? Today, at the group meeting of the Academy teachers, what the Dean said was right, we thrive by strife and die by leisure. If we do not wake up, our Central Scout Academy will lose its former glory, and become eliminated by the changing of the times. So, we've decided to take this experience to heart and no longer take it easy. So, congratulations, from now onwards, you all shall receive the full force of our education. We won't let you all have time to think of any nonsense. We will make sure to squeeze out every bit of latent potential you have in you." Cheng Yuanhang's words caused a chill to settle deep in the bones of the students. It felt as if a great calamity was upon them. Ling Lan propped up her chin with one hand, a trace of a smile on her lips. She had long felt that the academy was setting their overall standards too low for the students. This was also one of the reasons why her strength just kept getting further and further from that of these children. Luckily, Qi Long and the others had been hanging around her, and so had not been held back by the academy's education standards. Still, Ling Lan also understood the academy's caution. After all, at this age, the children were still growing. If they went overboard with training, it may cause long-term damage to their bodies. The academy did not dare gamble with that. So that's why we will be getting additional training on all fronts. Wu Jiong understood now. He threw a glance at the pleased look on Ling Lan's face, and somehow understood a bit better why the other was so exceptional. His training load was probably much more than theirs. If that was really the case, then he too would not lose to the other. Yes, from now on, the Central Scout Academy shall increase the mission load of every grade by 2 times or more. If the 7th grade of next year loses again, then we'll continue increasing the load, declared Qing Yuanhang with a cold smile. This was the Academy's decision. If they wanted to have better days, then they would have to hope that next year's 7th grade would do better. Teacher Cheng, do you know exactly which people were on that team which passed the barrier mission? Li Yingjie could hold back no longer, speaking up to ask what he was most concerned about. Qing Yuanhang stared at him with a half-smile. Li Yingjie felt as if his thoughts had been read by the teacher, but he really wanted to know the answer. If his elder cousin brother was among those people, that would mean that his hopes of replacing his cousin as the first inheritor in line was almost impossible. You don't have to concern yourself over this. All you need to do is work hard to complete the assignments given by the academy. Qing Yuanhang did not give a straight answer, instead advising Li Yingjie to focus on his own issues. I only want to know whether there is someone called Li Mulan one among them, asked Li Yingjie doggedly. Qing Yuanhang's brows furrowed. He glanced at the somewhat emotional Li Yingjie, and thought for a moment before saying, there was indeed one person with the surname Li. Li Yingjie's face drained of color in an instant, but then Qing Yuanhang continued to say, but I remember that person was called Li Lanfeng too. Li Lanfeng. It's fine if it's not him. Li Yingjie's face regained its usual complexion. If it wasn't the name that he feared it would be, then it didn't matter who broke past the barrier. Alright, if there are no questions, everyone follow me to the plaza to assemble, said Qing Yuanhang, seeing that the students were mostly settled. With that, he brought the grade 4 Class A students to the central plaza of the Central Scout Academy. Along the way, jet rollers filled the skies. Everyone was riding their jet rollers to follow their homeroom teachers to the central plaza. Ling Lan thought to herself, perhaps this was why jet rollers were prized so highly in the academy. When it came to this sort of mass movement, it would have been rather inefficient without the help of jet rollers. At this moment, there were already quite a lot of people at the plaza. All the grade 4 students would be going out to hunt today, only the areas they were assigned to were different. Ling Lan abruptly noticed that the quiet skies directly above the plaza were filled with countless small shuttle-like spaceships. This scene made Ling Lan feel once again as if she were inside a science fiction world. Well, fine, her whole existence right now was totally a science fiction. Ling Lan saw something that wasn't usually here around the plaza. There were several large hovering platforms. Right then, on some of the platforms, there were already some students who had arrived earlier. From the platforms, the students were boarding those little spaceships one by one. Once everyone was inside, the doors of the spaceship would close, turning it into an airtight elliptical shuttle. Then, with a whoosh, the spaceship would zoom off. That instantaneous burst of speed was definitely as high as 0.5 machine. Qing Yuanhang brought them to a platform relatively taller and wider than the rest. The moment all the students were on the platform, a large red-painted spaceship flew over and stopped before them. On the body of the spaceship, the words, Central Scout Academy Special Class A, were actually painted on it. Ling Lan's sweat dropped. Did Class A even have its own exclusive spaceship? Looks like the Academy had really invested a lot in making sure the students felt the distinction of being strong. The interior of the spaceship was very large. There were 3 round tables in the center, and positioned angularly around each of the tables were 6 padded armchairs. The other seats were all scattered haphazardly around the 3 large round tables. Clearly, the Academy also wanted to emphasize the elevated status of the strong even within the class itself, pushing the concept of survival of the fittest to the very max. The students lined up and boarded the ship in an organized fashion. Those students who entered first but were not from the three major teams all consciously left the seats around the three tables open. Ling Lan was the first member of the three major teams to enter. With one look, she gleaned what this arrangement was all about. Without any reservations, she sat in one of the armchairs around one of the tables. Qilong and the others of her team followed her lead and sat around the same table. This was their position. Within the Scout Academy, there was no such thing as giving way out of modesty. To do so would just invite contempt. Wu Jiong, who entered soon after, looked at Ling Lan seated on the right, and with a smile, he moved to sit at the round table to the left of Ling Lan's. Yi Su and the other members of his team followed him. It had to be said that the positions Ling Lan and Wu Jiong had chosen were the best of the three tables. Their tables were positioned closest to the big screen, while the position of the other table was obviously not as good as theirs, its line of sight being partially blocked by them. The spaceship screen displayed the scenery outside. The passengers could enjoy drinks while viewing the scenery outside. Ling Lan, who was extremely curious about everything, would naturally be unwilling to get a lesser seat. Han Jijian seemed to be very familiar with spaceships. He tugged on the arm of Lin Zhongqing, who was also staring around in awe like a country bumpkin, indicating for him to follow him. From who knows where, they found some iced canned drinks, and together they brought the drinks over to the rest of Ling Lan's group. This caused the other children to look on in envy, but they did not dare to follow suit. Having never set foot on a spaceship before, they really were unsure where they could get those drinks, and there were no service staff or customer service etc. on hand to help them. If they messed up and caused some trouble by any chance, that would be troublesome. Ling Lan used the pad of her index finger to rub gently in a circle around the top of her can, luxuriating in the chill given off by the body of the can. Although the weather now wasn't extremely hot, being able to enjoy a cool refreshing drink like this was still a true pleasure. Ling Lan glanced at Han Jijian, who was currently talking with Qilong. Sensing her stare, Han Jijian turned to look and saw Ling Lan looking at him. So, he raised the drink in his hand and gave it a slight shake in her direction. Moreover, his expression was somewhat teasing in nature. Ling Lan's lips quirked. "Your family's intelligence is very accurate, eh?" A light flashed through Han Jijian's eyes, and his lips split into a quick grin. Shamelessly, he said, "Boss, isn't this all just to serve you better?" Ling Lan couldn't help but laugh. She held on to the can in her hand, and raised it to knock lightly against the other's canned drink, signaling her acceptance. The two of them lifted their heads in unison and took a drink. Their eyes met, everything that needed to be said was conveyed in silence. Ling Lan knew very well that, with these actions, Han Jijian was telling her which stratum he came from, the intelligence agency. What a scheming brat. If Little Four had not gathered detailed information on all of them early on and passed it to her, Han Jijian's subtle hint this time might have really just flown over her head. Is it because some things just can't be said out loud? Especially with his special family background, Han Jijian was clearly much more black-bellied one than before. Looks like cultivating him into the team's brain would not be a problem. Han Jijian was satisfied, the smile on his lips deepened. This once again proved that Boss Ling Lan was an intelligent person that only needed a small hint to understand everything. This time, by bringing out the drinks, firstly, he wanted to tell Ling Lan about his family's situation, and secondly, it was out of a small selfish wish to test Ling Lan. Originally, Han Jijian had acknowledged Ling Lan as boss largely because of his childhood friend Qilong. Because Qilong was determined to follow Ling Lan with all his heart, as his best mate, Han Jijian could only bite the bullet and follow him. As they grew up year by year, Han Jijian asked himself more than once, could he really follow Ling Lan with all his heart like Qilong, acknowledging him as his boss? Han Jijian knew very well that if he could not be truly sincere in his loyalty, forcing it would eventually lead to a split one day. Due to a conflict of interest. If that happened, both sides would be hurt, so he might as well make things clear now and rebuild their relationship. Perhaps then, their relationship could be more permanent. Han Jijian did not deny that Ling Lan's strength was extraordinary. In terms of combat, he had never seen anyone else as talented as Ling Lan. It was like he was a peerless prodigy born for the sole purpose of fighting. This was also the reason why Qilong was so deathly loyal to Ling Lan. As a battle maniac, of course he would idolize this unparalleled combat genius. But Han Jijian knew that he wasn't like Qilong, he wasn't that obsessed with combat. Compared to fighting, he much preferred studying all kinds of space campaigns. The various unusual space strategies drew him in completely, and he was also deeply interested in starship command. Thus, Ling Lan would not be able to receive his submission with just combat ability alone. Han Jijian liked to use his head, so he hoped to find someone who could outthink him to submit to. However, in these past few years, Ling Lan's cool attitude towards Lin Zhongqing made Han Jijian feel that Ling Lan was not a simple person. Han Jijian understood that Ling Lan must know that Lin Zhongqing was not simply what he appeared to be, which was why she was treating him so coldly. Han Jijian had sensed Lin Zhongqing's duplicity because of his experience from staying by his father all those years before he came to school. Still, as long as Lin Zhongqing did not do anything to harm them, he also would not be mean and expose him. In any case, the matter of Lin Zhongqing proved that Ling Lan was definitely not a simple-minded person. This made Han Jijian extremely happy, even starting to feel that following Ling Lan just like this wasn't too bad after all. However, it still wasn't enough to secure his full loyalty. In order to resolve this matter as soon as possible, he intentionally arranged this hint-laden scene. If Ling Lan did not catch the hint, of course Han Jijian would not give up so easily, he would give Ling Lan 3 chances. If Ling Lan did not sense anything for all 3 times, then he could only regretfully tell Ling Lan about his position. Unexpectedly, Ling Lan's response was so rapid that he was rather shocked. This truly proved that he and Qilong had not chosen the wrong boss. At the very first hint, Ling Lan had got it, even using doublespeak to point out his background. He was thoroughly convinced now. This proved that Ling Lan was very likely much more astute than he had thought. The final clinking of cans was his promise to Ling Lan that he, Han Jijian, would only recognize Ling Lan as boss in this life from now on, with no more reservations. Ling Lan had not known that Han Jijian had been struggling over this issue. Frankly, she had never taken Qilong's and Han Jijian's acknowledgments as boss too seriously, thinking that these were just the playful words of children. What she didn't know was that the children of this world all matured way too early, they took their promises extremely seriously, and would never break them easily. Ling Lan's and Wu Jiong's teams each took 1 round table. When Li Yingjie finally showed up near the end, he saw that the 2 best spots had been taken by Ling Lan and Wu Jiong, and glared angrily at them. But in the end, he could do nothing but sit down sulkily at the round table behind them. Who asked him to arrive so late? There was really nothing he could say about not getting a good spot. Cheng Yuanhang swiftly did a head count, confirming that all the students of his class had boarded the ship. Only then did he inform the spaceship pilot to depart for the spaceport. This leg of the journey took about 1 hour. Ling Lan was slightly disappointed in the scenery along the way. It was okay at the beginning, when they could look down at the entire Central Scout Academy campus. Ling Lan was once again awed at just how vast the academy was. It was so unbelievably amazing, almost as large as a special class city. But once they were high up in the air, other than white clouds there were just more white clouds. In the end, Ling Lan lost all interest in looking at the scenery, instead half reclining in her armchair with her eyes closed to rest for a bit. They arrived at the spaceport not a second over their estimated arrival time. All of the students got off the spaceship in an organized fashion, and saw that they were now in an endlessly large spaceport. Standing at its center looking out, one would feel as if this spaceport was vast beyond imagining. There were over 10,000 starships stopped by the gates of the port. From one gate to another, walking would require around 1 hour. If one goes to the wrong gate by mistake, it would be difficult to change to the right gate in time. Of course, the federal government was smart, so they made sure that countless transit trains dedicated to the various gates would appear here. Their teacher led them to board the hover train dedicated to gate 117. The transit was quick. Ling Lan and the others arrived at their destination within 5 minutes. When they got off this time, Ling Lan saw that a colossal and fearsome-looking cone-shaped starship was parked at gate 117. The missile heads bared to the outside proved that this was a weaponized starship, definitely not a leisure cruiser for citizen usage. The scars left on its body by missiles just drove the point home that this was no simple starship. Ling Lan cast a curious look at the teacher Qing Yuanhang at the front, wondering how he had found such a fearsome starship. Mind you, this kind of battle-experienced starship couldn't possibly belong to the Scout Academy. Qing Yuanhang led the students into the starship. At the main door, a strong man stood ramrod straight. Although he wasn't dressed in military uniform, Ling Lan could still clearly sense the stamp of the military on him. It was as if the unsatisfied bloody killing intent freshly back from the battlefield still lingered around him. "Old Lien, I didn't think it'd be you. We'll be troubling you this time." Qing Yuanhang was extremely warm towards the other, and his tone had a clear thread of respect. "Ha! Little Qing, what are you saying? As long as I'm free, I just love accepting assignments from your academy. Many of my brother subordinates are from your place, you cultivated them well," said old Lien with a boisterous laugh, clapping a hand on Qing Yuanhang's shoulders. That said, he pulled Qing Yuanhang aside subtly, and asked quietly, "Give me some hint. Of the students you've brought this time, how many are you satisfied with?" Speechless, Qing Yuanhang glared at him, "Don't even think about it. They're still kids." As if having been caught harboring some ulterior motives, old Lien chuckled awkwardly. He did not dare to say anything further, hurriedly turning to order his subordinates in a loud voice to bring Qing Yuanhang and his students to their waiting room. Seeing the students disperse, Qing Yuanhang surreptitiously pulled old Lien aside, and indicated for the other to look in Wu Jiong's direction. "That Wu Jiong comes from a military elite family. You should know his grandfather, that support pillar of the military Wu family." Old Lien stuck his tongue out, gasping in surprise. "Who'd have guessed that is his grandson? He should probably be the most talented one of your bunch then." "He's not," said Qing Yuanhang curtly. He pointed out Qi Long and Ling Lan, and said quietly, "That boy with the silly grin, the one that's speaking so brashly, his talent is definitely no less than Wu Jiong, perhaps even better. He's called Qi Long. In fact, his father isn't a simple character either. Qi Yaoyang, you should know him, right?" "Of course I know. That's the strongest ace operator of our 3rd Division Mecha operators. I heard that he's about to advance to become an Imperial operator this time, but who knows if that's true." Old Lien was rather tongue-tied in his shock. The backgrounds of these kids were frankly quite frightening. Well, it's about time for him to ascend. At the beginning, he purposely held back and delayed his advancement just so he could be deployed successfully. After these past few years, he probably won't be able to hold back any longer. As Qing Yuanhang had a direct line to the academy dean, his information was generally quite reliable. Although we'll lose a great warrior on the battlefield, the Federation will gain an extra measure of deterrent power. I wouldn't want to see something like what happened to Major General Ling Xiao happen again. As old Lien said this, his expression was overcast with shadows. Till now, he just could not understand, for that inconsequential battle, why had they sent out an IN Mecha, the Federation's ultimate weapon, so randomly? Even more hilarious was the fact that a God-class operator, so prized by the Federation, had actually been killed so easily by the enemy. Nation's trap. Had the personnel of the Federal Intelligence Agency all gone to eat sh*t? Every time he thought of the matter, rage would burn hotly in his heart. He really wanted to *ck up those idiots who had come up with this strategy. If the premier head of state hadn't immediately apprehended those people for questioning, the Federation soldiers would very likely have stormed into the military to drag out all those involved and put a bullet into their brains before being appeased. Stop bringing up sad history. What happened with Major General Ling Xiao is a thorn in all the hearts of us people in the Federation. Qing Yuanhang's expression dimmed. Even though 10 years had passed since that incident, the citizens of the Federation still could not accept this cruel reality. Qing Yuanhang looked towards Ling Lan in the distance, and his complexion improved. Rallying his spirits, he said, "Those 2 kids I mentioned, though their talent is great, and their strength is also sufficient, still, they aren't the strongest in my class. This 1 in a million prodigy could perhaps remedy their pain one day." These words of Qing Yuanhang's flustered old Lien. "Ah, they still aren't the best." He clapped a hand onto Qing Yuanhang's shoulder roughly, and said with envy, you little punk, how are you so lucky? The first time taking a class, and you get such exceptional young prodigies. Qing Yuanhang said proudly, don't you see what class I'm leading? It's Special Class A, which has gathered all the top talent within the Federation. There was a radiant light in his eyes. Thinking back, when the dean had first told him the news, he had almost been overwhelmed with joy and surprise. Already said you have the devil's own luck, huffed old Lien. Qing Yuanhang pretended he heard nothing, turning to point at Ling Lan, who was currently motionlessly observing the layout of the starship, and said, there, that's the one. He's who I'm referring to. His name is Ling Lan. What do you think? Not bad, right? Old Lien peered intently at Ling Lan for a moment, and then could not help but rub his chin excitedly. He nodded and said, not bad. I like that alert gaze of his. A very level-headed little fellow, isn't he? No matter how curious and excited he is, he's still putting his own safety first. It's obvious that he's trying to memorize our military formations. It's not just that. This kid's combat ability is also a level beyond the others. Putting it bluntly, this kid, other than lacking some physical strength, on all other fronts, the men below you, will most likely be no match for him. Qing Yuanhang had full confidence in Ling Lan's capabilities. His tone was sure when he said this. How could this be? Old Lien could believe that Ling Lan's talent was exceptional, but he definitely could not believe this claim of Qing Yuanhang's. He felt that Qing Yuanhang was just praising his own wares. Think about it. A little brat of not even 10 years of age, no matter how insanely talented he was or how quickly he picked up combat, should still be unable to beat the battle-experienced veterans under him. Don't believe me? If there's a chance, just let your subordinates try him, suggested Qing Yuanhang with a half-smile. He was obviously telling old Lien that they were the real deal. Real gold did not fear the test of fire. Old Lien descended into a thoughtful silence. He pulled at his jaw, looking at Ling Lan with a contemplative gaze. On the starship, 6 people were assigned to one room. So, Ling Lan's team directly applied to stay together. Besides Ling Lan's team, all the other teams also chose to do the same. It wasn't long before the starship disengaged from the navigation frame, and officially departed. Very quickly, they left the spaceport behind for the endless starry skies. This time, their space journey would take 7 days for them to arrive at their destination. At the beginning, the students were still in an excited state. Eagerly watching the starry skies go by, time seemed to pass rather quickly. But after 2 consecutive days of the same thing, their excitement slowly waned and they calmed down. The monotonous scenery could no longer hold the children's attention. The students, who were used to the hustle and bustle of campus life, began to feel bored and restless. As if sensing the children's boredom, the starship captain suddenly announced that a sparring match would be held between the students and the starship's crew. This reignited the students' excitement. Besides sparring with other students and sometimes the teachers in the academy, the students had really never fought any other adults before. Every child had their dreams of becoming strong. They too wanted to know how wide the gap was between them and grown adults in terms of combat ability. Qi Long was a pure battle maniac. Hearing this news, he immediately dragged Ling Lan and the others to the combat room to watch the fights. Of course, he also intended to go fight a match for himself. There was an extremely spacious combat room inside the starship. Ling Lan noticed that the walls of the combat room were made of highly resistant metal composite steel plates. Anything below 1 ton 1 of strength would not leave a mark on them. This was definitely a room which could let fighters fight as hard as they liked. Cold sweat beaded on Ling Lan's forehead. It looked like the crew members of this starship were all battle maniacs, otherwise they would not have specially used such an expensive and precious metal just to make a combat room. By the time Ling Lan and the others got there, in the combat room, there had already been quite a few students who had sparred with the starship's crew members. Although the Class A children were considered exceptional among the students of the same grade at school, compared to these crewmen, they were really all too green. It only took a few moves for the students to lose. Even the one who performed the best was not able to last more than 10 moves. This kind of one-sided fighting was not at all exciting in the crewmen's eyes, causing the spectating crewmen to yawn non-stop. The captain must be really bored to monkey around like this, actually getting us to fool around with these little brats. Just watching Lil, Jean and the others fighting like this is really uncomfortable. As they were afraid to hurt the children by accident, every crewman that went up to fight had to be exceedingly careful with their strength. These people observing were depressed just watching this. Being used to battles with real knives and guns, these fights were truly just like child's play to the crewmen. They had no interest at all in playing along, which was why they were rather put out at being forced to do this by their captain's command. These words drew the indignation of the surrounding Central Scout Academy students. However, after these few rounds of sparring, they too knew that the gap in strength between them and the crewmen was just too large. Even if they rushed forwards, they would just be delivering themselves up for bullying. The students of Special Class A had always been a privileged lot in the academy. The academy had instilled the notion in their minds that they were the best of the bunch, so their pride was naturally stronger than the other students by far. Against this sort of terrible defeat, they were of course unwilling to just admit defeat, they wanted to get some dignity back. The ones you have beaten aren't even the strongest in our class. Wait till you've defeated those strongest few before saying anything more, said one of the students huffily. These words were soundly approved by all the students in attendance. That's right, the strongest person in our class isn't here yet. Don't look down on us. Defeat him first before talking big. The angry words of the children made the crew members burst out into laughter. One of the crewmen even moved to point at one of the skinnier crew members and said, "Quan, later, why don't you be the one to meet their strongest fighter?" "Me? But I'm a JMC, combat isn't my specialty," said Quan softly, scratching his head. It was general knowledge that JMCs were the crew members with the weakest combat ability on board the starship. "That's why you're perfect. At least then we'll be able to see them hold out for about 50 moves, giving them some face too." These crewmen were all old shipmates who followed no restrictions or taboos, their unfiltered words were definitely not polite, immediately causing many of the Scout Academy students to almost combust from anger. Ling Lan had just been quietly watching the proceedings, when suddenly, a voice rang out by her ear, "Even now, you're still holding back." It turned out that Wu Jiong and his team had arrived, just in time to hear these words. Right now, veins were popping out on his forehead, and his eyes were lit with the flames of rage. It looked like he was pretty angry. "You could go up and give it a try," suggested Ling Lan. She was not so impulsive that she would rush forward just because of some words. It's not like being insulted would cause any additional hairs on her head to fall off. Wu Jiong said darkly, "Aren't you the one who's the strongest of us all?" Ling Lan could tolerate to this extent. Didn't he have any pride of being strong at all? Wu Jiong just could not figure it out. If they could be defeated by someone who's not the strongest, wouldn't that be even more exciting, said Ling Lan lightly with a quirk of a brow. Wu Jiong cast a searching look at Ling Lan, and then a mocking smile appeared on his lips. True. That said, he readied himself to move forward when a hand suddenly reached for him. Wu Jiong reflexively tried to dodge, but found that he had no chance. That hand had sealed off all the room he had to dodge. "It's not yet time for you to go out." Ling Lan was the one who had stopped Wu Jiong. "Lin Zhongqing," Ling Lan suddenly turned to yell out. Startled, Lin Zhongqing blinked for a moment before replying in a hurry, "Boss, what's up?" "You go and test that person," ordered Ling Lan. "Use only the Scout Academy's foundational combat arts." "All right." Although Lin Zhongqing did not know why Ling Lan refused to let him use any secret arts, since the boss had said so, he would follow through even though he did not understand. "To fight with our strongest top rank, a JMC is unqualified." Lin Zhongqing's voice cut through the crowd, causing the Class A students to cheer after they got over their surprise. They had seen that Ling Lan, Qi Long, Wu Jiong and the others of their team had all come. Moreover, Lin Zhongqing was part of Ling Lan's team. His coming forward must have undoubtedly been approved by Ling Lan. Wu Jiong watched as Lin Zhongqing walked onto the combat area, and asked Ling Lan worriedly, "Will he be fine?" Facing a JMC who isn't specialized in combat, as long as Lin Zhongqing keeps his head, he won't lose. Ling Lan could tell at a glance that crewman Quan was not a real combat expert. Although Lin Zhongqing's skills and techniques were very common, his foundational combat arts were very solid. Against this kind of person with weak combat basics, he shouldn't have much difficulty. I'll take your word for it. Wu Qiong had faith in Ling Lan's judgment. After all, in terms of combat, within their class, if Ling Lan claimed to be second place, then no one would dare to claim first place. Oh. Go, Quan, go. The crew of the starship began to make a ruckus. Under the egging of his companions, Quan finally walked onto the combat area. In his mind, he thought that even though he couldn't beat his comrades in arms, dealing with these bunch of brats would still be no problem. The two of them bowed to each other, and then the fight started. After several moves had been exchanged, the initially loud voices of the crewmen became softer and softer, until their attention was fully absorbed by the fight. That rotten brat's basic combat arts are pretty good, very solid. He's also quite calm and careful, not using any so-called secret techniques or ultimate moves to break up the integrity of his basic combat arts. Quan just can't find any openings. Quan's attacks have all been resolved. The offense and defense of the basic combat arts were very balanced, so unless the opponent was someone whose combat realm greatly exceeded Lin Zhongqing's, it would otherwise be very difficult for them to crack these basic physical skills built through solid training. Your student, this counterattack is perfect, eh? Humph, these little bastards will now have to tuck away their proud peacock tails. In the captain's room, old Lien was staring intently at the screen. Seeing his own crew performing so disgracefully, he was extremely angry. Old Lien had naturally seen the interaction between Ling Lan and Wu Qiong, and was very satisfied at their fighting spirit. However, when he saw Ling Lan send Lin Zhongqing out to fight, knowing that Lin Zhongqing was not part of the top tier of Class A, he had begun to wonder whether that little fellow was being overly confident. Although that Quan was indeed the JMC of his ship, and his skills were the bottom of the heap among his crew. But still, any member of his crew was no ordinary crew member. Every single one of them had been baptized in the flames of countless merciless battles, all of them seasoned warriors who had clambered up from beneath a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Old Lien believed that even the weakest among them, Quan, should be an impossible opponent to defeat for the students from Class A. Unexpectedly, he was being harshly slapped in the face by the reality before him. Sitting at one side, Cheng Yuanhang pretended not to see old Lien's complexion, which was rapidly changing colors. Instead, he calmly took a sip of the tea he held in his hands without saying a word. However, the subtle smile on the corner of his lips showed how pleased he was at the moment. Lin Zhongqing, fighting. Lin Zhongqing, go, go. The students of Class A were all pumped up, cheering enthusiastically for their fighting classmate. Even Li Yingjie, who had never gotten along with Lin Zhongqing, also kept a stern face throughout, hoping that Lin Zhongqing would put up a good fight and take back some face for Class A. Right then, Quan was beginning to feel somewhat anxious for being unable to take his opponent down. A very small opening appeared in his thus far steady combat arts. Is this a chance or a trap? Lin Zhongqing's mind jolted. At this moment, he felt as if he could hear Ling Lan bark out by his ear, attack his right flank. That spot was precisely where the opening was. Lin Zhongqing had no time to think, his body just obeyed that command, sending out a powerful punch with all the strength it possessed. Bam! The sound of a fist meeting flesh. This move of Lin Zhongqing's came swiftly, the opponent was flustered, and unable to dodge, he was hit directly. Quan was seen staggering several steps back. Subconsciously, his right hand was pressed onto his right flank. His face was white as a sheet, and there was a pained expression on his face. It looked like Lin Zhongqing's punch had landed soundly, and he had taken the full brunt of it. Expression changing, a crew member with a red cross stitched on the right arm of his uniform jumped out from the crowd. Lifting the emergency healing apparatus on his waist, he quickly scanned the other's body and then said anxiously, "There's internal bleeding. Quick, send Quan into the recovery pod. This guy should be the ship's doctor." The ship's doctor's words spurred several muscled crew members into action. They hurriedly carried Quan to the recovery pods. The initially flippant crewmen's expressions had turned serious. They found that this group of little brats before them were not as simple as they had thought. The combat room lapsed into a short silence. Seeing that the starship's crew were finally taking them seriously, Ling Lan sent a pointed look at Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing received Ling Lan's cue, and spoke up once more, "I'm not fully proficient in combat arts yet. If I injured that big brother, please forgive me. However, if all the crew members on this grand ship are all of this level, then there would be no need to continue the spars any further." Lin Zhongqing's words caused the crewmen's faces to pale and flush erratically. This was obviously a comeback targeted at their previous cocky remarks. "So what you're saying is, the other students in your class are even stronger than you?" An icy voice rang out from behind the crew. The crew anxiously moved aside to give way, all of them calling out, "Sir One." Ling Lan's eyes narrowed. A man dressed in Federation military uniform appeared, his entire demeanor emitting a piercing cold air. He looked to be around 35 to 36 years old, one of the youngest among the crewmen, but the other much older crewmen all seemed to treat him with extreme respect. Perhaps even some fear. From the pressure exerted by the other, Ling Lan could just tell that this person was probably the strongest one among all these crew members. The other's aura also affected Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing felt as if he was being pressed down by an invisible force, so heavy that his knees wanted to buckle, but the pride in his bones would not allow him to disgrace the academy, disgrace his class, and disgrace Ling Lan's team. A flash of white teeth, and he borrowed the pain from biting his own cheek to recover the prideful look on his face. Then, he replied, "With my strength, I can only squeeze into the top 10. As for the top 5, I don't even have the right to touch them with a finger." "Is that so? Now I really want to see how strong this top 5 of your class whom you can't even touch really are." The military instructor cast his gaze over the surrounding crewmen, searching. This made the crew members stand up straight reflexively and throw out their chests. Team Golden Scales. The instructor's gaze finally landed on one of the teams. "This time, your team is up." "Yes, sir." The 6 men of Team Golden Scales could not conceal their surprise. They had not expected the instructor to send them out. This nomination also flabbergasted the other crew members. They would never have expected the instructor to go so far, actually sending out the team members of their ace mecha team. Were these little brats really that strong? "Can you call out your class's top 5 now?" After arranging the roster for the starship's crew, the instructor turned his head to ask Lin Zhongqing, tone indifferent. Lin Zhongqing reflexively turned to look at Ling Lan. One of the fingers of Ling Lan's low-hanging right hand gave a light flick. Standing beside Ling Lan, Han Jijian suddenly felt himself being pushed out gently by a surge of energy. His body took 2 strides forward involuntarily, coming to stand in front of Ling Lan and the others. It was as if he had seen Lin Zhongqing's question, and stepped out by himself to explain. Han Jijian was a smart child, he instantly understood who the one who had pushed him forward was. Steadying himself, he immediately introduced the top 5 of their class to the instructor, Qi Long, Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, Luo Lang, and Ling Lan. Wu Jiong looked at Lin Zhongqing and Han Jijian standing in front of them, and quietly asked Ling Lan, "How shall we arrange this? To win, or purely for sparring?" Ling Lan threw back this question. "What do you mean?" Wu Jiong frowned. "If we want to win, then we should follow the methods of Tianji's horse racing too. If we just want to spar to learn something, then it's best to have roughly equal matchups." It was now up to Wu Jiong and the others to choose. Ling Lan was frankly unconcerned whether they won or lost, her gaze met that of the instructors. She had no interest in the Golden Scales team. It would probably be more meaningful if she could fight against that instructor. Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie discussed the matter for a moment, then decided that they wanted to win. Having a strong thirst for victory, they were unwilling to accept defeat. Qi Long and Luo Lang did not have an opinion, they were willing to just follow whatever Ling Lan decided. Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie's choice made Ling Lan's brows furrow gently. This fear of losing a fight was not a good thing. Still, Ling Lan did not say anything, only nodding to show that she understood. There was a total of 6 members in the Golden Scales team. With a glance, Ling Lan could already tell which few were weaker and which few were stronger. Her eyes flickered in thought, and then she called Qi Long to call Han Jijian back for a discussion. In the end, the few of them decided to request for the Scout Academy to have the right to freely choose their opponent. After all, they were the weaker side, it was very normal for them to have some conditions. Han Jijian conveyed Ling Lan and the others' request to the instructor, and he agreed to it without any hesitation. Li Yingjie was the first to go up. The opponent Ling Lan selected for him was the weakest one among the Golden Scales team. The instructor's brows lifted slightly, watching Li Yingjie's fight intently even in his surprise. As expected, Li Yingjie's ability wasn't bad, actually able to fight on even ground with that crew member, not at all disadvantaged. The principles of Tianji horse racing, is it? Interesting. A hint of a smile appeared on the instructor's lips. These kids really had a strong desire for victory, it seemed. Still, this wasn't a bad thing. If they didn't have these kinds of intense feelings, then they wouldn't be passionate. Youths, would they? Li Yingjie's basic combat arts were obviously weaker than Lin Zhongqing's, and the opponent was someone n times stronger than Lin Zhongqing's opponent. Several times, he was almost defeated because the opponent had caught hold of the openings in his movements. Fortunately, Li Yingjie's inherited family martial arts and secret techniques were all high-grade material. Every time he felt that something was not right, he would use a Li family life-saving technique. This helped him to avoid many sure-hit attacks. Just like that, the two fighters exchanged over 100 moves. The member of the Golden Scales team felt that this was a great loss of face, being unable to take down such a small brat like this. He lifted his head to look at the instructor, a plea in his eyes. The instructor's brows were locked deeply, and he shook his head without even having to think about it. Of course he knew what the other was asking for, but that movement was the last resort of Mecha. Moreover, beating a mere student with that would be meaningless. Unable to get approval from the instructor, the team member seemed to lose all fighting spirit. Li Yingjie grasped an opening he revealed in his negligence and sent the other stumbling back 3 steps. Catching his balance, the team member was enraged. To reclaim his lost face, the stance of his 2 hands shifted abruptly, his 5 fingers clenched lightly as he faced Li Yingjie from a distance. The instructor's countenance changed, and he yelled, "Stop!" The team member was jerked back to awareness by this loud yell. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, and he immediately pulled back his hands to stand to one side. "This match, we forfeit," said the instructor coldly. L-19, return immediately and go into isolation for 3 days. Yes. L-19 replied, head bowed. Due to the height difference, Ling Lan could see the complicated expression on his face, which also held a trace of thankfulness. L-19 very quickly left the combat room, it looked like he was going to shut himself up in isolation immediately. Ling Lan saw that no one accompanied him, looks like the discipline of the crew was extremely strict and clear-cut. This was not something any ordinary contracted starship could do. A trace of understanding appeared on the curve of Ling Lan's lips, she pretty much knew what kind of existence this starship was now. Their initial plan was for Luo Lang to be the second to fight, but after some calculation, Ling Lan decided to switch the positions and let Wu Jiong fight first. Of course, Ling Lan also told Wu Jiong who the second weakest opponent in the lineup was. With regards to the change in fighting order, though Wu Jiong was a little confused, he did not have any objections. Before he entered the combat area, Ling Lan said lowly, hold up first for about 10 moves, wait till the opponent's charge wanes before fighting back. Li Yingjie's victory had been very random, and could be considered a concession by the other side. But nevertheless, it was still a loss for their opponents. This would naturally stoke the indignation of the remaining members and cause them to yearn even more for victory. They desperately needed a victory to reclaim their face. Ling Lan speculated that this time, the opponent would no longer give them the opportunity to initiate attack. The opponent would most certainly attack fiercely so that they could take this match cleanly and quickly. If the students could not hold up against this starting wave of attacks, then there would be no shot at victory. Thus, Luo Lang, who wasn't good at handling this sort of berserk attack mode, was not suitable to come out now. It was likely that he would become flustered just after a few moves from the opponent, and would quickly be defeated and sent off the field. Ling Lan was unconcerned with the outcome of this sparring competition, but she also did not want Luo Lang to just lose without learning anything. Therefore, she needed to first crack this rush attack strategy of the opponents, to make them believe that snatching the attack initiative was useless. But Wu Jiong was different, he specialized in handling this kind of rush attack. Ling Lan believed that he would definitely be able to withstand the initial rush, and this was why Ling Lan wanted him to fight second. Wu Jiong wanted to win, while Ling Lan did not want her followers to learn nothing from the experience. This way would cover both bases. Of course, in order to make sure Wu Jiong would be able to win the match, Ling Lan still gave Wu Jiong a reminder, making sure he was prepared. Wu Jiong nodded to indicate that he understood. Although the two of them were considered competing rivals within the class, this did not mean that he didn't trust Ling Lan's judgment. The two fighters got into position and bowed to one another. Wu Jiong's opponent was a big man of about 30 years of age. One look at the other's hulking body and the thick strong muscles on his arms, and it was obvious that the opponent was definitely a power-type fighter. Wu Jiong mentally raised his guard, Ling Lan's reminder resurfacing in his mind. At first, he had been planning to observe a bit more, but he now immediately made the decision to defend first before attacking. Sure enough, as Ling Lan predicted, the opponent this time was no longer as careless and casual as the opponent who had fought Lingjie. The other was approaching this fight very seriously, with no thought of giving a handicap. The moment the fight began, he charged forwards like a thunderstorm, bringing forth a flurry of punches and kicks, each movement fierce and powerful. Because Wu Jiong was mentally prepared, this ferocious whirlwind attack mode did not faze him much. He kept calm and dodged each attack carefully. He was like a leaf floating on the surface of a raging sea, riding the waves without fear. No matter how fierce the other's attacks were, he could always find some way to hold on without losing any ground. He weathered a round of the other's attacks with much difficulty, and then, perhaps the other had pushed himself too far in order to keep the momentum of his attacks going, for the force behind them suddenly slowed obviously. Wu Jiong, who had long been ready to counterattack, leapt forward. Without having to think twice. A set of advanced military-use combat arts belonging to the Wu family was unleashed from his hands, and he stole the attack initiative from his opponent. This sudden change caused the team member of the Golden Scales to scramble to switch gears, and the course of the battle turned. Seeing this, the instructor's brows furrowed lightly. He was now almost certain that the other side was using the strategy of Tianji's horse racing. Who'd have guessed that they would be able to accurately pick out the two weakest members of Team Golden Scales? Furthermore, the student who had fought in the first match as well as the one fighting now was most likely part of the top 3 of the 5-student lineup. The instructor had yet to finish this line of thinking when the scene on the field changed. Charging in close, Wu Jiong struck both of his fists out at the same time. This short and swift attack was too fast for the opponent's defense, and he was hit full-on by Wu Jiong's attack. Wu Jiong's attack this time used 2 1-inch punches, so though it looked like 2 light hits, it really wasn't. The opponent was obviously misled, and the force of the 1-inch punches caused him to stumble back quite a few steps. Gaining an advantage, Wu Jiong did not show any mercy. He stayed close to the opponent and his fists pummeled the other's abdomen in a frenzied rain of attacks. This was a height issue, Wu Jiong could only attack that spot. The opponent had no choice but to move to block these attacks. The abdomen was one of the weakest spots on the human body. Though Wu Jiong's frame was small, his strength was not insignificant, so the opponent had to be careful. He could only keep retreating to dispel the force of Wu Jiong's attacks. Then, suddenly, Wu Jiong's frenzied attack stopped. He pulled back his strength and leapt backwards to return to his starting position, putting some distance between him and his opponent. He then bowed to the other and said, "Thank you for the concession, uncle." The man abruptly realized. He looked down at his feet, and sure enough, without knowing it, he had retreated till he had stepped out of the defined boundaries of the combat area. In other words, he had been forced out of the ring by Wu Jiong. According to the rules, he had indeed lost the match. The man could not help but chuckle wryly. What an impressive scout, it is truly my loss. The man then marched over to stand in front of the instructor, lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, sir, I've lost. L18, return and enter isolation for 3 days." The instructor sighed softly and assigned punishment again. Losing to a scout was an embarrassment for an adult. By giving out some punishment, it may help to ease the shame. The man saluted the instructor gratefully, and then turned to leave. It looked like he was also going off on his own to isolate himself immediately. Isolation was not necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes, cooling off for a bit may perhaps reap great benefits. Many people had earned their advancements and improved their abilities through isolating themselves and reflecting. Still, after 2 consecutive men going off to isolate themselves without objection, Ling Lan's lineup of 5 shared a knowing glance. There was only one message in their eyes: this starship was most likely a military vessel in active service that was currently disguised as a mercenary vessel. Consequently, the planet they were headed to this time was most likely not the publicly known primitive planet as stated in their communicator notifications, but instead a secret planet sealed by the military. After gaining 2 victories, the Scout Academy students were on cloud 9 and were getting a little carried away. They actually began shouting out to win all the following matches. In contrast, there were still some students who kept their head, who felt that the following matches would not be as simple anymore. In particular, Qi Long and Luo Lang's expressions were currently extremely grim. This was because their boss had told them personally that he had already chosen the strongest 2 fighters from the Golden Scales team for them. In Ling Lan's words, they were being served up to be tormented. Luo Lang was the 3rd to go up. The opponent he chose was a young man of about 22 to 23 years of age. He had a refined look about him with a bashful smile on his face, making others feel as if he was very harmless. However, Ling Lan told Luo Lang with absolute certainty that this man was not as harmless as he seemed. He was the 2nd strongest among the 6 people of the Golden Scales team, and was a vicious character who wasn't beneath using underhanded tactics to win. As Ling Lan was saying this, his face clearly expressed a hint of pity, as if declaring that Luo Lang wouldn't have a good time of it in this fight. The instructor really thought that the other side would follow the flow of Tianji's horse racing all the way, and so choose their 3rd weakest team member. Unexpectedly, the other chose the 2nd strongest of the Golden Scales team this time, and it was the one with the belly full of plots and schemes to boot. The instructor couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself that Ling Lan and the others were most likely going to be disappointed this time. This was because this young man, even the instructor himself, found him hard to deal with. He just laid too many traps in his fights, setting out too many lures. Even he could not help but fall for some of them a few times. That man was truly the most difficult person to handle within the Golden Scales team. Could it be that they thought that this team member appeared weaker? The instructor took a closer look at that black-bellied punk of the Golden Scales team, and found that he really did give off that kind of vibe. Had the children really fallen for this trap? Or did they have some other motive for choosing him? The instructor's gaze once again honed in on Ling Lan's side, trying to glean some hint from their bodies. When he noticed that these scouts were only as tall as their chests, he was abruptly taken aback, and then he couldn't help but chuckle lowly to himself. Unknowingly, he had begun to consider the students on an even playing field as himself. The other side was clearly just some kids of about 10 years old. How could they figure out who was stronger or weaker in the Golden Scales team from appearance alone? Perhaps the first 2 matches they won were just a coincidence. Luo Lang, once you go up, don't think too much. Don't worry about whether the other has any openings or not. Just focus on using your basic physical skills properly, and deal with any blows as they come. Not having the heart to see Luo Lang lose terribly, Ling Lan chose to give him a small suggestion. Luo Lang nodded, and said gratefully, "Got it, boss." Even knowing he was going out to be tormented, it would still be nice to not lose too badly. Luo Lang understood deep down that he was definitely no match for his opponent. Although the other did not look that old, he must have already been through countless battles and must have struggled through many life-or-death scenarios. In reality, his battle experience must exceed Luo Lang's by several multiples, being a battle-seasoned veteran soldier. Luo Lang considered it great luck that he would be able to spar with someone like this before going on the hunting assignment. Perhaps seeing how L-18's rush attack was ineffective, combined with Luo Lang's serious face, which had no sign of arrogance from the previous 2 wins, the opponent chose to give up on the rush attack strategy. He began to circle around Luo Lang, testing him. As he circled, he would intentionally reveal some defense holes, small openings etc., trying to entice Luo Lang into attacking first. However, due to Ling Lan's warning, Luo Lang just ignored all these openings. He too was extremely careful. Before figuring out the opponent's true strength, he would not move recklessly. They faced off just like this for several circles, and then, as if feeling that it would be useless to continue on like this, the opponent attacked. The Scout Academy's basic combat arts, though said to be equally balanced in terms of offense and defense, at its heart, each of its attacks was built on the foundation of defense. In other words, the defensive strength of the Scout Academy's basic combat arts was extremely solid. It could perhaps even be said to be perfect. Because Luo Lang took Ling Lan's warning to heart, no matter how the opponent tried to rush him, lure him, mislead him, or pull him in with faked openings, he remained steady. He resolutely ignored all temptation, using only the basic combat arts he was well versed in to counter each move the opponent made. He held fast to defense, and never launched any attacks of his own. However, this situation was soon broken. When Luo Lang was faced with the exact same opening for the nth time, his heart wavered. He began considering whether this opening was a true opening or not. Luo Lang could not be blamed for wavering, because this opening was somewhat different than the other openings he had seen previously. Many times before, he had almost missed it completely, it was that well concealed. In contrast to the other openings which had disappeared after he ignored them once or twice, this opening had appeared again and again countless times despite his ignoring it. And whenever it appeared, it would be extremely subtle and easy to miss. But regardless of how insignificant it was, an opening was an opening, it had still been noticed by Luo Lang. Of course, Luo Lang did not choose to attack impulsively straight away. Instead, he carefully observed to try and find the reason why that opening would appear. He had not forgotten boss Ling Lan's words, so he decided to watch for a bit longer. The moment he confirmed that this was a true opening, he definitely would not go easy on his opponent. Luo Lang carefully observed the opponent's movements and assessed the strength behind the other's blows as he blocked them. Finally, he gained some insight. The opponent was left-handed. So his left hand could exert much more strength than his right hand. Yet, everyone knew that combat arts typically favored right-handed attacks, while the left hand was mostly used for blocking techniques. Perhaps for this reason, the opponent had modified the combat arts he had learned into right-handed blocks and left-handed attacks. Of course, this modification had its pros and cons. The advantage was that it was easier for right-handed opponents to mess up their blocks and face his attack directly, and the disadvantage was similar, in that he may also end up making an error in defense. To resolve this problem, the opponent had come up with a plan. He was a smart man, and did not want something he modified to be unusable, so he chose an extremely challenging route of development. He made it so that he would be able to shift between blocking and attacking seamlessly. In other words, both his left and right hand could be used to attack and defend. If he became proficient in this, although it could not be said that he would be unrivaled, fighters on the same level would find this move of his extremely hard to crack. But fortunately, it seemed like the opponent still had not merged his set of moves completely. Because of this, there was a momentary lapse whenever he shifted between offense and defense, and this gap would be the best moment for Luo Lang to attack. After coming to this conclusion, to avoid any accidents, Luo Lang continued to exchange several more moves with the opponent to confirm. Finding everything as he expected, he decided not to wait any longer and attacked. Since this was an opportunity, he definitely would not miss it. When Luo Lang moved to strike at the opponent's opening during that lapse, the observing Ling Lan sighed in her heart. This opening was really just too perfect. Luo Lang still was not able to resist its temptation in the end. It was a trap. Sure enough, as Luo Lang threw his punch at what was obviously a flaw, the flaw suddenly disappeared. It was as if that weak point was just something he had imagined, having never existed to begin with. Luo Lang only felt his attacking right arm be grabbed by a powerful large hand, and then he was dragged forward by the other before he could pull back. Luo Lang found himself falling forwards as he lost his balance, and at the same time, he felt a heavy strike to his abdomen. And then, he was flying backwards, a mouthful of blood spewing from his mouth. Not only that, in Luo Lang's vision, the opponent had once again raised his fist and was hurtling towards him to attack. At that moment, Luo Lang's heart was filled with helplessness and regret. He had not held fast to boss's warning, and fell for the opponent's trap. The result would be a tragic one. It looked like the other was going to give him a good beating now. His only hope was that he wouldn't be too badly injured. He still had to attend the hunting course after all. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared in the combat area, catching the opponent's follow-up punch in one hand. Ice in her tone, Ling Lan said, "This match, we admit defeat." However, blood-red killing intent surged from her body. Only for an instant, but it was enough to send chills down the backs of everyone present. Ling Lan's gaze shot like cold lasers into the opponent's eyes, and cold fear rose in his heart. This follow-up fist, I'll be taking it. That said, Ling Lan's right hand, which was gripping the other's wrist, twisted, and with a crisp crack, the other's hand was cleanly broken. "Stop!" A cry rang out at the same time as the sound of this break, and then, fuming, the instructor could only say, "You go too far." Ling Lan looked at him coldly, and said, "Too far? That last attack had already caused serious damage to my companion. And this additional punch wasn't going too far." The instructor flushed to his ears. "How would you know if that extra punch of his would further injure your companion? The Golden Scales team have absolute control over the level of their strength." "Absolute control? What great absolute control?" Ling Lan let loose a few dry laughs. Yes, indeed, Ling Lan was thoroughly enraged. Luo Lang had already been injured by the opponent, but the other still chose to follow through with another punch. This obviously had some malicious intent behind it. And when Ling Lan stopped the attack by gripping the other's wrist, she could sense the power behind the attack. Although it would not kill Luo Lang, it was certainly enough to force Luo Lang to stay in a recovery pod for 3 to 5 months. In that case, Luo Lang would have no choice but to be absent for the hunting course this time. Mind you, the first hunting course was extremely important, and may even affect the distribution of cultivation resources. These were all things Luo Lang could not afford to miss. And this was also one of the reasons why Ling Lan could not forgive the opponent. Therefore, in her wrath, she had broken the other's wrist in warning. Ling Lan's connotation-laden words and her mocking laughter put the instructor in an awkward position. Although this soldier under him was both talented and strong, he was rather petty. The 2 consecutive losses for their team irked him, making him feel that they, the Golden Scales, had lost face. So, even when he had won, he had not stopped, wanting to teach these scout brats a good lesson, but he unexpectedly kicked a steel plate instead. L15, after your injuries are healed, go into isolation for 3 days as well. Reflect on your actions. Extremely embarrassed, the instructor bellowed at L15. Although L15's wrist had been broken by Ling Lan, his expression remained calm, as if it was not his wrist that had been broken. Only the thin trails of sweat running from his forehead proved that he was actually holding back the pain. Upon hearing the instructor's verdict, he used his other working hand to salute and responded, "Yes, sir." As he left, he swept a dark look at Ling Lan, who was still standing in the combat area. A trace of lethal animosity flashed through his eyes, but it only lasted for an instant. He swiftly returned to normal, as if that dark emotion had just been a hallucination. "Boss, he actually dares to think of harming you. I'll destroy him." Catching sight of this, Little Four was sent jumping in anger. He pulled up his sleeves in preparation to go fight for his boss. Ling Lan huffed exasperatedly, "You want to destroy him? How?" Little Four abruptly realized that he had no real hands and feet, and so had no way of helping his boss to destroy that fellow. He was so shocked that he went off to crouch in a corner to draw circles in gloomy silence. But he quickly recovered when inspiration flashed through his mind. He jumped up and said to his boss excitedly, "Boss, quickly go and get a mecha of your own in real life. Then I'll be able to help you." He could totally replace the mecha's AI and command the mecha to go PK1 that fellow. Ling Lan could not bear to see Little Four disappointed, so she nodded and said, "Okay, I'll hurry, and then you can help me to handle those bad eggs that want to harm me." Only with this was Little Four pacified. No one noticed the cold and sinister look L15 directed at Ling Lan, everyone was filled with admiration for L-15's stoicism under such intense pain. Of course, most of the attention was on Ling Lan standing in the middle, and those gazes were filled with shock and disbelief. On the other hand, the Scout Academy students all had a matter-of-fact look on their faces, proving that Ling Lan's ability was indeed typically at this level. This made the crew members no longer dare to look down on the students. By this time, the instructor had regained his composure. He looked at Ling Lan and said coldly, "You should be the strongest one among them, right? Judging by your strength, none of the Golden Scales team members will be a match for you. There's no need for the remaining matches then." He looked at strongest member of the Golden Scales team, the team leader, a 25 to 26-year-old stern-faced youth, and his face revealed a trace of regret. Since the other had managed to break L-15's wrist in one move, then L-13 would most likely be unable to hold out for more than a few moves. Of course the matches should continue. The one to fight next isn't me. It'll be the other top 5 candidate from our class, Qi Long, declared Ling Lan loudly. Qi Long rushed forward to stand by her side. "Boss, I'm here." Ling Lan patted Qi Long's shoulder, and then turned to say earnestly to the team leader of the Golden Scales, "Big brother, please guide this companion of mine well." The team leader looked to the instructor for instruction, and the instructor nodded helplessly. Since they had already agreed to this sparring competition from the start, he couldn't very well refuse now, could he? In the captain's room, Qing Yuanhang, whose expression had changed slightly when Luo Lang was injured, saw Ling Lan's forceful retaliation and promptly returned to normal. In contrast, old Lien's face was dark and grim, feeling that he had greatly lost face from this. Who would have guessed that the young man he had placed so much hope on would turn out to be such a sore loser? "Old Lien, that one must be a top talent among your ranks here, right? It's normal for him to be a little arrogant," counseled Qing Yuanhang kindly. "Humph. Compared to your class's Ling Lan, he's just a pile of crap," huffed old Lien. His heart was itching. If he could get this unparalleled genius for his ship, then he would have hit a jackpot. "I've already said not to even think about it. The 1st Division Special Ops team already have their eyes on him." Qing Yuanhang told this information to the other bluntly, in hopes that the other would not waste his time and back off. Some talents could really only be appreciated from afar and not obtained. Old Lien let out a regretful sigh. This starship of theirs was still too low-level to think of obtaining this kind of peerless prodigy. This was also why L-15, despite his pettiness, was still the bearer of their hopes here. Meanwhile, on the field, Qi Long and the Golden Scales team leader, L-13, were already locked together in an intense battle. L-13's combat style was also the forthright and supremely aggressive type, very similar to Qi Long's combat style. Early on, Ling Lan had sensed this in their presences, and hence paired them up to fight. However, in the end, Qi Long still lost to L-13, the team leader of the Golden Scales. Yet, Qi Long wasn't too disappointed. From the very start of the match, he had already known that no matter how talented he was, or how solid his combat foundations were, he wouldn't be able to match up to these battle-seasoned veteran soldiers in terms of combat experience. Both fighters had honest and hearty dispositions. After clashing in battle, the Golden Scales team leader had a really good impression of Qi Long. Therefore he extended an invitation to Qi Long, while they were traveling together. As long as he was free, Qi Long could come seek him out for a spar any time. It had to be said that human relations really depended a lot on chance encounters. Qi Long and L-13 were undoubtedly destined to meet. This was a great surprise that pleased Ling Lan. Ling Lan knew very well that Qi Long's combat arts had reached its first bottleneck stage. To break through it, there were 2 ways. One of them was to wait for the right timing, for that opportunity of sudden insight. This way, the bottleneck would naturally be resolved on its own. The other method was to increase battle experience by throwing oneself into countless fights, especially against experienced combat experts. In those fights, one could seek inspiration bit by bit to spur a breakthrough. Of course, these 2 methods all needed a certain degree of luck. Still, compared to the vagueness and uncertainty of the first option, the success rate of the latter method was clearly higher. Ling Lan naturally hoped that Qi could walk the second path to seek his breakthrough. Unfortunately, although Ling Lan's strength was high among Ling Lan's party, because everything she mastered were ultimate killing moves, she was not a suitable candidate for this sort of energy-draining, drawn-out spars in search of inspiration. On the other hand, the others in the group were weaker than Qi, and so had no way to place the intense pressure needed on Qi to spur his breakthrough. On this, Ling Lan was extremely helpless. The lack of suitable candidates around had caused Qi to stagnate indefinitely at his bottleneck, just waiting for the fluke of sudden insight. As for those combat instructors in the academy, due to the sheer number of students they had to instruct, they just didn't have the time to provide these guidance spars for Qi. Of course, there was still one more good candidate, and that was Qi initiate instructor. The more Qi learned, the more he could sense how strong his initiate instructor was. But unfortunately, after mentoring him for over a year, his initiate instructor had become very elusive. They did not even know where to begin looking for him. Thus, they could only patiently wait for the instructors to come to them. Moreover, Qi bottleneck had only appeared recently, so his initiate instructor would have no idea that his student had already encountered his very first bottleneck. Ling Lan's mood was exceedingly great. She had not expected to help Qi resolve this issue with just one unintended spar on this starship. L-13's combat level was clearly higher than Qi and even more perfect was the fact that his combat style was extremely close to Qi The success rate for breaking through a bottleneck was undoubtedly higher with the help of an opponent with a similar combat style. At this moment, Ling Lan's lingering resentment towards L-15 was naturally lessened by her good mood. In her mind, she decided that as long as the other did not cross her in future, she would definitely leave him alone. Just when everyone thought the sparring matches were over, something unexpected happened. Ling Lan actually spoke up to ask the instructor, "Sir, why don't we have a match?" At these words, the instructor turned to stare intently at Ling Lan, and then said, "It would be my pleasure." Ling Lan's clean and efficient interception of L-15's attack had shaken the instructor, and he was actually a little chilled by the ruthless way Ling Lan had broken L-15's wrist. A tendril of fear had even risen in his heart when a little of Ling Lan's bloodlust had leaked. The instructor knew well that Ling Lan's strength was considerable, perhaps not much weaker than his. Thus, he too wanted to fight a match with Ling Lan personally so that he would be able to properly gauge this child's true strength. The Central Scout Academy was known as the focus grounds for aberrant prodigies. This child, who was clearly the strongest of this batch of prodigies, how strong was he exactly? Ling Lan's words made all the students bubble over with excitement. Who would have guessed that Ling Lan would challenge the starship's instructor? Everyone knew that the starship's instructor would certainly be one of the strongest few on the ship. All the spectators self-consciously went silent, eyes trained on the two in the combat area. Ling Lan and the instructor faced one another from a distance, each at their respective corners. It was as if the fight hadn't begun yet, but all the spectators knew that wasn't true. This was because the demeanors of both combatants were extremely serious, and there was a vague sense of a formless pressure slowly gathering between them. Even the spectators could feel the pressure pressing down on them mentally, making them back away involuntarily. Very quickly, the audience in the combat room had stepped back about 10 or so meters from the combat area. At that point, only the stronger people on the starship managed to stand their ground. Meanwhile, of the academy students, the only ones who could stand in this area were Qi and Wu Jiong. Li Yingjie and Luo Lang were one step behind them, while Yi Su and Lin Zhongqing were behind Luo Lang and Li Yingjie by a half step. This was a reflection of their true strength. The outermost circle was mostly Scout Academy students. This made the students grit their teeth, silently determined to train even harder. They definitely could not disgrace their special class A. All of them looked with faces full of hope at Qi and the others standing right at the front, and told themselves that one day they would also stand beside them. As for Ling Lan standing in the ring, that wasn't human anymore. They wouldn't try to match an anomaly. The forces of Ling Lan and the instructor's presences clashed, both trying to suppress the other. The instructor put in all his strength from the start, but found that Ling Lan was standing there like a mountain buffeted by winds, impossible to budge. The instructor took a deep breath, and knowing that his strength had accumulated till its highest point, it was time for him to strike. The spectators were still patiently waiting when suddenly both combatants rushed at each other at the same time, each throwing a punch. Both punches did not look that heavy, almost seeming somewhat casual. They did not have any of the flourishes of combat stances, but were merely simple punches. One might say they were fast, but they were not that fast either. All the spectators saw were two fists traveling on the same straight line, getting closer and closer to one another, to finally connect. A loud "bam." What seemed like two very casual punches actually created such a deafening sound upon contact. On top of that, the formless energy caused by the backlash from the crashing of fists pushed the spectators back once more. Qi Long, Wu Jiong, and the others were forced to move back another 3 to 4 steps, a heavy weight on their chests, as if they had been struck. Wu Jiong and Yi Su exchanged a shocked and doubtful glance, while Li Yingjia's complexion paled. Qi Long and Luo Lang both remained unperturbed, while Lin Zhongqing's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Meanwhile, some of the more average starship crew members had even been sent tumbling by this force. This punch of Ling Lan's shocked all the crewmen, and they completely lost any last bit of disdain they had for the students. In the captain's room, seeing this scene, old Lien's expression changed drastically and he choked out, "How can this be? He has actually attained the Qi Jin stage." The development of physical skills was expressed by 6 major stages: foundational, manifestation, refinement, Qi Jin 2, domain, and God realm. Except for the foundational and manifestation stages which had 10 levels, the other 4 stages were a kind of plane. How strong the embodiment of each plane was depended on how well an individual understood the plane. Meanwhile, the differentiation between the 10 levels of the foundational and manifestation stages were in terms of punching power, speed, and reflexes. Once all those attained particular numbers, a bottleneck would form naturally, and if one broke through that bottleneck, one would enter the refinement stage of physical skills, which was the proof of joining the ranks of the physical skills masters. So, there was a saying in this world, of physical skills, those below refinement, are all mediocre. Generally, in the scout academies, students below the age of 13 would all be in the ranges of the foundational physical skills stage, while those above 13 were basically all at manifestation stage. Of course, very few talented children might be able to enter the manifestation stage before 13 years old. Qi Long's talent was truly astounding, to already touch the fringes of the refinement stage. All he needed was to break through his bottleneck to enter it officially. Thus, the fact that Ling Lan had managed to enter the Qi Jin stage at this age caused even the steady and experienced old Lien to be gobsmacked, his expression filled with disbelief. In truth, Qing Yuanhang had also been shocked by Ling Lan's display of strength. He had known that Ling Lan was very strong, but he had never imagined he was this strong. Of course, this was also Ling Lan's fault for not displaying her strength before this. Every time she was matched up against Qi Long or Luo Lang, she would just forfeit and end the match. And then, her previous matches were all one-move events, which did not really allow anyone to figure out her real strength. But today's match finally let him know why Ling Lan refused to fight during regular combat practice. Within the Central Scout Academy, other than those last few aberrants in the upper grades that may be able to put up a fight against him, if Ling Lan fought with any other student, it would definitely just be one-sided bullying. Shaken from his thoughts by old Lien's words, Qing Yuanhang put a confident look on his face and said stubbornly, "Why can't it be? In our Central Scout Academy, prodigies are everywhere." Old Lien glared at him angrily, "If you have that many prodigies, why don't you send some our way?" The new soldiers dispatched to them every time were all the extremely mediocre type. Qing Yuanhang shrugged and said helplessly, "You know as well that I'm just responsible for cultivating them. The ones in charge of dispatching them are your upper ranks of the military. Besides, those crazily talented prodigies would first be taken away by the military schools. And once they come out from there, they're all junior officers. Can your starship hold them?" In the end, old Lien's starship was really too low in level. At these words, old Lien sighed heavily. Indeed, covert teams like theirs which existed in the gray areas, really didn't have any way to possess those prodigies with their endlessly bright futures before them. In the combat area, Ling Lan could sense from where their fists met that the opponent's strength was waning, and knew that the other was at the end of his rope. A thought flashed through her mind, and she started to pull back her strength, matching the others as it decreased. In the end, the two of them were pushed back by the rebound of their respective strengths, falling a few steps back. The two of them separated once more, and once again faced one another from a distance of several meters, as if waiting for the next move to begin. Unexpectedly, the instructor actually closed his eyes, as if reflecting on the feelings he had received from the previous move. But very quickly, he opened his eyes again, and holding back his emotions, he said, "What is your name?" Ling Lan. Although Ling Lan's expression was blank, perpetuating her image of a slack face, her brows could be seen to lift slightly, showing that she was in a great mood. "Thank you, I'll remember this kindness. Also, this match is my loss," said the instructor loudly, and he nodded to Ling Lan. Winning or losing wasn't the point here, the main point was that he had learned something from this encounter. Ling Lan gave an exemplary scout salute and then turned to walk back to rejoin the other students. To their confused faces, she said, "The spars are over. Let's go back." The Class A students glanced at one another, uncertain whether Ling Lan had won or lost this match. Although the starship's instructor had said it was his loss, it wasn't obvious at all from the scene before them. Furthermore, Ling Lan also wasn't displaying any signs of happiness or excitement. Could it be that this was just the instructor being modest to leave some face for the students? "What are you thinking? We still have far to go. We need to work hard once we get back." Ling Lan's words enlightened the Class A students. Looks like the opponent had really left some face for them. Under Ling Lan's lead, the Class A scouts gradually trickled out of the combat room, while the crew members began to gather around the instructor. Some of the stronger crew members still had shocked expressions on their faces, still unable to believe that a child was able to match up to their instructor in terms of strength. Of course, there were also some weaker crew members who were indignant, and they broke the cold atmosphere to ask, "Sir, why didn't you teach the other a proper lesson? Why still give him face? He injured our L-15. Give face?" "Yes, face was given, but it was he who gave me face." The instructor's expression was dark, and he laughed coldly and said, "What a bunch of blind idiots. All of you, go into isolation for a day." Even though he did not mind losing, it still did not feel great to have it constantly brought up by others. The instructor's punishment caused all the present crew members to wail in misery. In particular, those crewmen who had not said anything at all felt like they had been caught in the backlash for no good reason. They could only send fierce dagger glares at those few idiots who had spoken, but did not dare to object. This was because they understood the instructor well. He was a man that meant exactly what he said. If anyone dared to beg for mercy, the punishment would just be doubled. The crew members automatically headed towards the designated isolation rooms of the starship. Seeing the instructor following closely behind them, one of the crew members said fawningly, "Sir, you don't have to monitor us. We will go to the isolation rooms on our own." "I'm not monitoring you all. Rather, I'm also going into isolation for 7 days, replied the instructor coldly. "Whatever for?" exclaimed the crewman, shocked. "If one does something wrong, one must accept the punishment. The same goes for myself." Leaving this statement behind, the instructor entered an isolation room. The crew members looked at one another in confusion, unsure what exactly the instructor had done wrong. When the instructor reappeared once more, the calm indifference on his face let everyone know that the instructor's strength had increased again. The initially exposed sharp edges of his power had now been sheathed, becoming almost undetectable. If he did not move to attack, it would be very easy to overlook his existence. That's right, after isolating himself for 7 days, the instructor finally progressed from the middle stage of Qi-Jin to the late stage of Qi-Jin. As for whether he would be able to enter the peak stage of Qi-Jin, or even complete the entire Qi-Jin stage, well, that depended on fate and chance. On whether there was the possibility of obtaining sudden insight. Old Lien had once asked the instructor how he had attained a breakthrough this time. It should be known that after entering the refinement stage, every increase in ability required a certain degree of chance and lucky coincidence. The instructor replied that this was due to that sparring match between him and Ling Lan. The force of the other's presence had let his initially stabilized plane to once again sense the possibility of a breakthrough. This was an opportunity for him, and luckily, he caught it. There was one thing the instructor did not say, however, and that was that he suspected that, in this fight, Ling Lan had given him this helpful push on purpose. If that were true, Ling Lan's strength was very likely already at the later stages of Qi Jin. The instructor did not dare to dwell on the idea, otherwise he would start to think that them adults were all idiotic, actually unable to match up to a 10-year-old child. Thus, he buried this notion deep within his inner mind. Still, regardless of whether Ling Lan had done it on purpose or if it was an accident, he would inscribe this kind favor onto his heart. The sparring matches this time broke the ice between the scouts and the crew of the starship. At times, when either party had some grievance to air, they might argue verbally, and if one side found themselves losing and wanted to settle the matter with a fist fight, naturally no one would object. In this manner, by and by, the relationship between the two sides actually got better and better. Among the crew, aside from the small few who were especially petty, the majority of the men now viewed the scouts with affection and care. Qi Long, in particular, often sought out the team leader of the Golden Scales team, L13, for a fight. Every one of their fights was loud and vigorous. At first, some of the crew and the scouts would still cheer for their own companion, but they soon learned to ignore them. This was because these two people were the type to seek torment in their fights. They were never concerned with winning or losing, but only wanted to fight till their muscles were sore and their strength was depleted, only crawling out of the combat room with difficulty after their bodies were covered in bruises and other injuries. Both sides quickly got used to the self-tormenting fighting style of the two, and so in the end, no one was interested in cheering them on anymore. Still, self-destructive though the two may be, the effects of their fights were pretty good. Ling Lan could clearly sense that Qi Long's combat ability was gaining more and more of the presence of the refinement stage. His breakthrough was within reach, all that was needed now was a catalyst. Meanwhile, the time L13 spent sparring with Qi Long wasn't just fruitless work on his end. In contrast to Qi Long, who was still looking for a catalyst to break through, L13, who had just entered the refinement stage, used these spars to settle fully into the plane of refinement, no longer stuck in a fake refinement stage as he had been before the spars. Ling Lan naturally knew that there was one person on the starship who hated her deeply, and that was the one who had had his wrist broken by her, L15. Ling Lan was a cautious person, so she made Little Four monitor the other around the clock. Through this, Little Four unexpectedly found that L15 did not really trust L13 very much. When he found out that L13's strength had increased, the flashes of envy, jealousy, hate in his eyes when no one was looking revealed his true feelings. Although these flashes were mostly just present for an instant, L15 quickly reverting to his default bashful and harmless appearance, face filled with well wishes, how could they escape the being known as Little Four? An ultimate cheating device capable of comprehensive 360 degrees monitoring with no blind spots. No one would be able to evade his eyes unless Little Four himself chose to neglect this person. When Little Four told Ling Lan about his discovery, Ling Lan sighed deeply once more. As expected, those who liked to smile were all nothing good, their bellies full of bad water. They were truly detestable. This further cemented Ling Lan's distrust of those who smiled all the time, those who were courteous in all respects with great popularity, who gave others an impression of being a good guy. Ling Lan felt that these types of people were definitely hiding something behind their smiles, so she needed to be extremely careful when dealing with them. In this way, a week of raucous bickering and fighting passed. Although L15's heart still held all kinds of jealousy and hate, seeing that he now had no way to target Ling Lan and the others, he could only behave, not doing anything stupid to try and harm them. This week, after going through several spatial leaps, the starship arrived safely at their destination, a primitive planet they told outsiders was a wild and untamed planet. After the final spatial leap, the communicators of Ling Lan and the others had lost their locative functions. According to the starship's notification, this was because this area was one with magnetic interference, so all the locative systems on the communicators would be affected and lose their functionality. However, there was a much more advanced navigation system on board the starship, so they did not have to worry about completely losing their way. Of course, Ling Lan knew very well that the starship's crew were lying, because Little Four told her that they had already entered an unknown planetary sector, an unlabeled location on the Federation star maps. As expected, a secret location. The planet we're going to is probably not as simple as we imagine it to be. Ling Lan quietly raised her guard. The starship entered the atmospheric layer of the primitive planet. Due to the starship's alert, Ling Lan and the others were already seated with their seatbelts buckled. The starship shuddered violently for about 10 minutes or so before finally stabilizing. Ling Lan knew then that they had successfully penetrated the planet's atmosphere, and would soon land. Sure enough, after just a short while, the starship notified them to gather their things and disembark. Ling Lan and the others put on their backpacks and grabbed their luggage. The moment they stepped out of the ship's doors, they were stunned by the scenery before them. This was because they found that right under their feet was a small city. It turned out that the starship had parked directly on a mountain peak right in the middle of a small city. The Federation had used some advanced technological method to cut this mountain at its waist, creating a large platform of several 100,000 square units too, which provided plenty of space for the starship to land securely. On the platform, many soldiers dressed in military uniform were directing the scouts off the ship and getting them into lines to ride the mountain top's cable car down to the city at the foot of the mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Ling Lan could finally see what the city looked like. The small city was extremely crude and simple. The houses were short and squat, appearing very much like the military barracks of Ling Lan's previous world. The strangest thing was that the outermost circle was not a thick and sturdy wall, but was instead an extremely tall railing made out of vertically erect posts. Was it because there was no danger here? Was that why they decided to put up a circle of posts just as a show of defense? At the foot of the mountain, there were also soldiers to welcome them, who then brought the 50 students to an emptied camping ground. Right then, several thundering cracks sounded from not too far off, and when Ling Lan and the others turned to look, they saw a savage beast the size of an elephant stampeding towards them. Ling Lan swiftly put down her backpack and pushed her hand into one of the bag's outer pockets to grab hold of her superior alloy short blades. The moment danger was upon them, she would be able to kill the beast immediately with the sharp blades. Meanwhile, Qi Long, Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, Luo Lang, and Yi Su were only a step behind Ling Lan in reacting. Almost simultaneously, they all got ready for battle. Perhaps due to Ling Lan and the others' calm handling of the situation, the other students also did not panic even though their reactions were slower. Several seconds later, they were all ready to fight. The senior officer of the military camp was observing them silently. Seeing their response, he nodded in satisfaction. The scouts this time round are much better than those from last year. Their mental fortitude are all not bad. Especially those who reacted the fastest. They aren't much worse than the soldiers under us here. The civil officer that looked like an advisor standing beside him said smilingly, according to the captain of the Final Three, these scouts are all pretty good, with some even being abnormal prodigies. Don't listen to that fellow's bullshit. In his eyes, anyone with a little bit of talent are all abnormal prodigies. His judgment is really quite terrible, sneered the senior officer. When the advisor heard what his superior said, he just smiled and stopped commenting. In truth, he had felt that the captain of the Fei Qiong seemed different than usual when he was saying this. Something had been off about him, and his eyes had contained a kind of envy-jealousy-hate within them. Still, since his superior didn't like this topic, then he wouldn't speak any more on it to avoid displeasing his superior. Who asked his superior to be at odds with the captain of the Fei Qiong? Meanwhile, at this time, on the Fei Qiong which had already departed, old Lien cackled evilly to himself. Sure Yunfei, this old man just won't tell you how great these kids truly are. Whether or not you find that abnormal prodigy will all depend on your luck. He had no interest in helping an old foe increase his sex strength. The savage beast slammed into the railing, and just when everyone thought the railing was certain to break, what actually happened stunned them. Unexpectedly, the seemingly flimsy railing was actually very sturdy, and was even equipped with terrifying electrical power. When the beast crashed into the railing emitted a piercing zapping sound, sparking off arcs of electricity. Very quickly, the wild beast had been electrocuted into a pile of ash, falling onto the ground right outside the railing. Only then did Ling Lan notice that there were many similar piles of ashes right outside the railing. Looks like there were quite a number of wild beasts besides this one before them which committed suicide in this manner. Han Jijian couldn't help but exclaim, "An electric barrier fence." This cry caused expressions of realization to dawn on the scouts' faces. Only electric barrier fences would have such power. It looked like the wild beasts on this planet were really not that simple, otherwise there would be no need to use the Federation's strongest protective measure. Ling Lan was not the only one to realize this. Many of the other students also thought of this, and their faces started to reveal traces of anxiety. They could already sense that the hunting course this time would not be as straightforward as they had imagined it to be. All students of the Central Scout Academy. At this moment, a clarion voice was transmitted into the ears of all the students. Welcome, everyone, to Planet Wild and Savage 1. This time, you 50 students will be having your hunting course here. I sincerely hope that all of you will be able to complete this course, but even before completing the course, my biggest hope is that every one of you will be able to survive the hunt. This speech made the students anxious and doubtful. They did not know why a simple hunting course would involve their lives. You did not hear wrongly. This course may very well cost you your lives, because the wild beasts you will be facing won't be those tame animals you are used to. Instead, you will be facing beasts of a minimum level of H-class. When the students heard that the lowest level they would be hunting would be H-class beasts, there was an instant uproar, and disbelief was written all over their faces. The Federation had once announced to the public that there were all kinds of fierce beasts in the universe. Beasts below J-class were still within controllable range, in other words, the damage they could cause was not significant. But from J-class onwards, the beasts left the category of wild beasts and went straight into savage beast level. Of course, J-class beasts were still the weakest of the savage beasts. Their strength was roughly at the level of foundational combat stage level 2 to 3. Anyone with combat talent who had learned combat arts for 3 to 4 years would be able to handle them. However, starting from I-class, it was different. The strength of the savage beasts then approached the foundational combat stage levels 5 and 6. H-class monsters were even at foundational combat stage levels 8 to 9, in other words, they were already half a step in the manifestation stage. Meanwhile, the students were mostly all at foundational stage level 8 to 9, with only a few at the manifestation stage. Against these H-class monsters, they would have no advantage whatsoever. The students were bewildered by this. Could this kind of situation still be considered a hunting class? This was basically asking them to gamble with their lives. Moreover, this was still only talking about the lowest class of monster here. If they were unlucky, they might even bump into a G-class, or perhaps even one of a higher level. Wouldn't it be over for them then? Right then, that clarion voice once again rang out by the students' ears. Whether or not to continue with the course, the choice is up to you. There's still time for you to quit now. On your right-hand side is the place to register to drop out. Now, you all have 3 minutes to choose. At that moment, to the right of Ling Lan and the other students, a soldier with an AI in one arm waved a hand at them, signaling for those who wanted to drop out to come find him. This sudden choice caused the scouts to fall into indecision and uncertainty, unsure what they should do. At this time, Wu Jiong pulled Yi Su over to go towards Ling Lan to discuss the matter. To one side, Li Yingjia's gaze wavered for a moment, but then, with a clench of his teeth, he followed them. Ling Lan, what do you think? Asked Wu Jiong. Ling Lan was rather surprised. She had never thought that Wu Jiong would come and ask for her opinion. Still, despite her surprise, she told Wu Jiong her decision honestly. Continue with the course. Are you not afraid of the danger? Asked Wu Jiong. Then, feeling as if his words were not enough to convey what he meant, he added, I'm talking about your team members. That day, Ling Lan's spar with the instructor had let Wu Jiong know that Ling Lan's strength was just too far beyond them. Perhaps this hunt would be no danger at all for him, but the same could not be said for Han Jijian, Lin Zhongqing and the others on his team. Indeed, the hunt this time is very dangerous. It's very likely that what they said may happen. But this danger brings opportunity with it, as well as an increase of strength. Ling Lan stopped here, turning to look at Qi Long and the others beside her, before continuing, I also believe that Qi Long and the others will protect themselves well, and then become even stronger, finding the opportunities that belong to them. That said, Ling Lan nodded solemnly and said, they are just that strong. This last statement was said forcefully, with conviction, showing that Ling Lan's confidence in Qi Long and the others was absolute. This statement also drew the brilliant smiles of Qi Long and the others, a sign of how touched they were by it. In that instant, their hearts pulsed with the intense emotions of being understood and accepted. Ling Lan's trust caused their initially unsteady hearts to settle immediately. Wu Jiong cast a long look at Ling Lan, and then nodded and said, that's true. Although the hunt this time is very dangerous, it is also a chance for us. Of course we can't give up this course. Ling Lan nodded at Wu Jiong's words, saying nothing more. After hearing what Ling Lan and Wu Jiong had to say, Li Yingjia's initial doubts also disappeared. He told himself that he definitely could not lose to Ling Lan, Wu Jiong, and the others. What they could do, he could do too. No one knew that Wu Jiong was actually a little disappointed at this point. He had questioned Ling Lan with an ulterior motive. He had hoped that Ling Lan would respond in an uncaring manner so that Qi Long and the others would begin to harbor a grudge in their hearts against him. He had not expected Ling Lan's response to make Qi Long and the others even more loyal to Ling Lan instead. At this point, he knew that trying to get Qi Long and the others to leave Ling Lan and work with him instead was no longer a possibility. This also meant that his chances of overcoming Ling Lan were almost nil. Yes, ever since the first year, Wu Jiong had never thought of admitting defeat. He had always wanted to beat Ling Lan. When he saw that beating Ling Lan on his own was not a feasible path, he had then chosen to challenge him with a team. He shifted his goal to the 7th grade, when they turned 13 and would challenge the virtual network barrier. However, Ling Lan's team was also very strong, possessing the two combat talents Qi Long and Luo Lang. Still, Wu Jiong was not discouraged. He did not think that Qi Long and the others were really completely loyal to Ling Lan. Qi Long, especially, had always been the top rank of their class. Was he really content to just be a puppet in Ling Lan's hands? Thus, this time, he had specially asked a trick question. If Ling Lan had expressed blithe unconcern for his team members, he would be able to leverage this to spark Qi Long's dissatisfaction and cause the dissolution of Ling Lan's team. When necessary, a team's member may choose to build their own team, and then the other members may choose once again whether to follow this member or the original leader, prompting a reorganization of the team. This was a failsafe to handle unresolvable conflicts within a team. But the final outcome disappointed him. The friendship among Ling Lan's team was truly like steel. Everyone knew their positions well, and there was no sign of the dissatisfaction he had thought there would be. Frankly, Wu Jiong would think this way because he did not understand the position Ling Lan held in Qi Long and the others' hearts. The one who admired Ling Lan the most in Ling Lan's team was no other than Qi Long himself. It should be said that Ling Lan counted as half an instructor to Qi Long. Many times, when Qi Long encountered any difficulties in his combat skills, Ling Lan was the one who would enlighten him. Thus, Qi Long might not submit to others, but he would definitely submit to Ling Lan. Meanwhile, Luo Lang had always been nipping at Qi Long's heels. He and Qi Long could actually be considered rivals. Whenever Qi Long was stuck, he was also stuck, and when Qi Long improved, he would also improve accordingly. If Ling Lan was half an instructor to Qi Long, then she was also half an instructor to Luo Lang. Therefore, Luo Lang had never considered leaving Ling Lan. His only hope was to one day step over Qi Long to become Ling Lan's #1 follower. Little Four jumped out indignantly here. Damn it, boss's #1 follower is me. The subsequent several 100,000 E's have been removed, unidentified entity found to have trespassed, please ignore. The one who had always harbored doubts towards Ling Lan was instead the inconspicuous Han Jijian. Having just average combat ability in the class, he really liked using his brain to solve problems. Thus, he would not be convinced by those who were all brawn and no brain, no matter how strong they became. Under certain creative strategies, he could still cause them to lose terribly. Later on, only after finding out that Ling Lan was actually very black-bellied himself, a large part of the credit here goes to little 4, Ling Lan really wasn't as complicated as Han Jijian thought her to be. Did Han Jijian become truly convinced and recognized Ling Lan as his boss? As for Lin Zhongqing, who entered the team last, he had pretty much sold himself to the team to become a member. Before gaining Ling Lan's full acknowledgement, all he was thinking about now was how to obtain boss's sincere acceptance, so the notion of leaving Ling Lan had never even crossed his mind. The 3 teams of Class A simultaneously decided to continue with the course. Seeing this, the other students who had still been hesitating all said they would remain as well. In fact, Ling Lan was the one who gave them the courage to remain. On the starship, Ling Lan's even fight with the instructor made them believe that as long as it wasn't a monster above G-class, Ling Lan should be able to defeat the beasts with no problem. Although Ling Lan treated others coldly and his icy slack face did not seem very friendly, they believed that at critical moments, Ling Lan would definitely offer assistance. The 3 minutes were soon up, and seeing that none of the students had chosen to leave, the senior officer was very pleased. This group of brats are pretty good. Their wills are strong, unlike those from the last few years, which always had a few who chose to leave. In that case, we need to avoid any carelessness and stay alert. We really can't let anything bad happen to them too. Don't worry, sir. Our ace mecha squad is already fully prepared. Whenever the scouts are out hunting, they will be secretly protecting them from the skies. They'll definitely not let anything go wrong with the children, said the advisor with a smile. That's good then. They are the best batch of this year's talents at the Central Scout Academy. Although it's too early to tell whether there are any aberrant prodigies among them right now, no matter what, they are the treasures of our federation. We mustn't lose any of them. The senior officer's expression was serious. Every time these children came here, the pressure on him was unbelievably heavy. If any one of them died in an accident while hunting, it wouldn't end well for him. After some thought, he still felt insecure, so the senior officer added this command: let the special ops team on the ground follow them as well, to ensure protection from both the air and land. Roger that, sir, I'll arrange it immediately, responded the advisor. He then hurried to pass down this newest command so that the special ops team could prepare to set out immediately. Meanwhile, in the camping grounds, that clarion voice rang out once more: next, the students who hear their names, please come up to retrieve your chip, as well as your combat uniform and firearm. With that, a troop of soldiers brought out a whole bunch of things in front of them, and began calling out their names one by one. Everyone went up to the registration point to collect the items mentioned, Ling Lan and the others included. The chips would be their identity cards in this military camp. Credits that could only be used inside the camp could be saved within them, and could be used to buy things in the camp. Other than free accommodation, everything else in the military camp needed to be purchased using these credits. In other words, to live more comfortably, they would need to find a way to earn these credits, and hunting was just one of the ways. This was just another way of telling the students that only the strong had the right to live a better life, the principle of survival of the fittest being. Emphasized here once again. Ling Lan followed the usage methods of the chip and inserted it into the communicator on her wrist. Then, she saw the previous system of the communicator being shut down, and the new system was activated. On the chip, there was no name, just a number. Ling Lan's number was 017717. She peeked at Qi Long beside her, and saw that his number was 017709. It looked like these numbers were just randomly assigned by the computer to each of their 50 classmates, with no underlying pattern to be found. The chips were preloaded with 1,000 credits. This surprised Ling Lan, who had thought that there would be nothing inside. Unexpectedly, the camp was giving them some time to adjust, not being as merciless as she had assumed they would be. As long as they found a way to earn credits before these 1,000 credits were used up, then they would be able to survive within this camp successfully. Considering the fact that they were here for a hunting course, then it was likely that the beasts they hunted could be exchanged for credits. The only question was how much. Of course, Ling Lan was sure there were other exchange methods as well, she just didn't know them yet. Still, Ling Lan wasn't anxious. After all, they would be staying here for no less than 3 months, perhaps even longer, so there would be plenty of time for her to slowly figure everything out. Ling Lan put on her combat uniform. The clothes fit her almost perfectly. The academy had probably sent their data over to the military beforehand so they would be able to get the correct sizes for the children. After obtaining these items, the originally anxious students felt a little more secure. The combat uniforms had a certain degree of defensive ability, able to withstand 2 or 3 attacks from an H-class savage beast, which would give the students a little more to bank on when protecting themselves. Meanwhile, the firearms provided were all beam handguns, only meant for defense. The firearms were there just in case the students found themselves surrounded by savage beasts and needed the firepower to blast a bloody trail through the beasts to escape. The hunting course required them to use cold weapons with their own hands to kill the savage beasts. This was also why Ling Lan had brought 2 high-efficiency alloy blades. Ling Lan could handle the short blade type of cold weapons well with both hands. In particular, her right hand was so proficient with them that it could be said that it was godlike. However, Ling Lan's left hand was actually most proficient with the tri-edged trench knife. But since almost no one in this era knew how to use the tri-edged trench knife, Ling Lan had no choice but to shelve it for now, otherwise she would not be able to explain how she had learned how to use it. Ling Lan placed one of the high-efficiency alloy short blades into the outer pocket of her combat uniform by her hip. The other she stuffed into the back of her belt. The one on her belt was prepared for her left hand. In a critical moment, she would be able to draw out the blade in time to hack at a savage beast. From the start, Ling Lan had been a dual-wielding combatant. She had just projected the appearance of being a right-handed fighter to the outside world to hide her true strength. After finishing her preparations, Ling Lan took a look around. She saw that the expressions on the students' faces were casual and relaxed after changing into their combat uniforms, and could not help but frown. It was true that the combat uniforms could withstand 2 or 3 attacks from an H-class savage beast, however, this just meant that the other's attack would not break the combat uniform, the force behind the attack would still not be completely negated. 3 to 4 layers of the power behind the attack would still be conveyed to the body, so if the body was not strong enough, the victim would still have their bones broken or incur some internal damage from the force of the attack. Therefore, they could not relax just because they had the uniforms. In Ling Lan's opinion, they should avoid being hit if they could help it. Otherwise, each hit would bring either death or injury. Ling Lan gave a serious warning to Qi Long and the others, dousing their excitement from obtaining the combat uniforms. Their expressions turned grim instantly, knowing that they had relaxed too soon. It was just as Ling Lan cautioned, even though the combat uniforms would increase their chances of survival, that did not mean it was foolproof. Everything still depended on their own capability to work hard and survive this cruel hunting exercise. Once everyone was ready, Ling Lan raised her head to glance at the sun. Even after half a day, it had not shifted in position, still hanging high up in the sky. Ling Lan found a soldier on duty in the camp and asked him about the planet, and found out that the switch between day and night here was different from that of the star system they lived in. A day here consisted of 120 hours, and the nights were just as long. The watch soldier also told Ling Lan that the mass of this primitive planet was just too large, which was why one self-rotation required that much time. As for how they decided when to eat or sleep, the decision was up to them. After all, every person had different adaptability, and the rest time they needed varied as well. Ling Lan then asked about the departure time for the hunt, and was told that a car would bring them to the hunting grounds from the campsite in an hour. As such, Ling Lan decided to first go and fill up her belly, lest she have no strength to hunt later due to hunger. She also asked about the food matters of the students, and learned that there was a special large canteen set up to provide meals for the campground staff. There, one could eat whenever they wanted, though the food needed to be purchased with credits. Ling Lan did not continue to inquire further after that. Instead, she led Qi Long and the others straight to the canteen. Wu Jiong's team, which had been keeping an eye out on her movements, knew what she was planning, and decided to follow her lead. The 2 teams ate a meal of the simplest and cheapest fast food, which costed them 50 credits each. Ling Lan noticed then that the camp really was not giving them much time to prepare at all. If they could not find a way to earn money after 3 days, they would not be able to afford any more food. While they ate, Han Jijian suggested that they first head to the credit exchange area to learn how they could earn more credits. He felt that they needed to learn the trading methods here before they went hunting, especially with regards to the exchange rates for the beasts. They wouldn't want to kill a savage beast after much difficulty just to find out that it wasn't worth much credits. That would be such a waste. Ling Lan agreed that that was wise. So, everyone sped up to finish their meal, cleaning their bowls out within a few minutes. Then, they hurried to the credit exchange point to inquire about the various ways to trade for credits. There, they found that only the path of hunting had been left for the students. It looked like the camp was worried that the students might put too much priority on surviving that they would forget the main purpose of their trip. Thus, they might as well fix the credit exchange method of the students from the start. Fortunately, the items they would be able to get from most of the savage beasts were all worth quite a lot. As long as they caught something every day, they definitely would not starve. Ling Lan then spent another 100 credits to buy a copy of this planet's catalog of savage beasts, saving it into her communicator. Although Ling Lan's heart ached a little at the loss of this 100 credits, she felt that it was money well spent, because the data on the savage beasts on the catalog was very comprehensive. Their physical characteristics, attack methods, strengths and weaknesses, and even their skills were detailed very clearly. Besides that, the catalog also contained a detailed listing of the exchange prices of all the different parts of the various savage beasts. This way, they would be able to target the more valuable savage beasts when hunting, gaining much more for the same amount of effort. After preparing all this, Ling Lan then brought her team back to the assembly point for the students. As Wu Jiong's followers had not known what Ling Lan's group was planning, they had eaten at a slower pace. By the time they finished their meal and got out, they had already lost sight of Ling Lan's team, and so could only slink back sullenly to the assembly point. Thus, they were already there before Ling Lan's team. Not long after, a stout officer led a squad over to them. Looking at the little bean sprouts in front of him, he chuckled and said, "Hi, darling brats. I'm your leader for the activity this time. Please call me leader." Seeing the scouts' attention all on him, he continued, "Later, I will be taking you all to the hunting grounds. Remember, listen to my commands. Don't act on your own, or else don't blame me for not warning you when you die." The officer's words caused the students' hearts to leap up into their throats once again. "Also, do you all have any teams? Team leaders, raise your hands," asked the officer. Among the students, 6 hands, including Ling Lan's, were raised. The officer's brows creased. He had not expected there to be so few teams in this term's batch of students. Initially, he had thought that in teams, the students would be able to coordinate and work together better, increasing the safety of the hunt. However, the current situation was not as good as he had hoped. Helplessly, he raised his right hand and shouted, "Those with teams, leaders, bring your team members over here to my right-hand side. Team leaders stand first in line, all teams in a row." Very quickly, Ling Lan and the others had lined up by the officer's side. Qi Long stood in for Ling Lan as the leader at the front. Just like that, the 6 teams made 6 lines, and it became clear that Ling Lan's team was the one with the most members, 5 people. Meanwhile, the other teams had either 4 or 3 people, with one team even having only 2. This scene caused the officer to smile wryly, thinking to himself that the scouts this year were really such oddballs. In the past, the scouts who came were all mostly already in their own teams, and all those teams basically had all 6 members. But this term, not only were there very few teams, the teams were not even filled yet. He found it annoying just looking at the sparse teams. "Why are there so few team members?" asked the officer unhappily to all the team leaders. "My team is actually full, but the other 2 members are not in Class A." Li Yingjie was the first to respond. "Still in the process of choosing. No final decision yet." This was what Wu Jiong had to say. The ones I like have already joined other teams, and the ones who haven't joined a team yet, I don't see any I like," said Qi Long with a grin, scratching his head, adding a touch of goofiness to his demeanor. "I want to take in more people, but they don't want to join me," said one of the team leaders with a long face. Who asked everyone to have their eye on Ling Lan's and Wu Jiong's respective teams. Ditto +1. Another team leader had a similarly long face. Ditto +2. The final team leader was also part of the long face clan. The officer was unsure whether to laugh or cry at the humorous words of the last three team leaders. He then turned to ask the other students, "What about you all? Why didn't you choose to join a team, or make your own team?" All was silent, so the officer pointed at one of the students at random. "You, answer." That student truly bemoaned his bad luck, actually being called on to answer. Sullenly, he replied, "If I made my own team or joined another team, then I would lose the chance to join Ling Lan's or Wu Jiong's team. We all do not want to lose these final 3 chances. Alright, so you all have your considerations." The officer stared doubtfully at Qi Long and Wu Jiong, uncertain what sort of charisma they had to make the other students so tenacious. However, there was no way to continue on like this, so the officer grinned sardonically and said, "I don't care about these messy considerations of yours. Here, my word is law. Right now, I command you all to quickly get into temporary teams of 5. Give me the name list in 3 minutes. If you still don't have a team, then I will randomly assign you one." The officer swept his gaze at Qi Long. "Since your team is already full, I won't make any changes. You all can wait over there." The officer pointed out a direction, signaling for Qi Long and his team to move there. Qi Long and the others were very happy that they could remain with boss Ling Lan. This gave them a lot more confidence. The students reacted swiftly. It took only 5 minutes for 10 teams to form. To ensure his team's combat ability, Wu Jiong chose a classmate ranked in the top 10 to join his team, while Li Yingjie had managed to secure the 13th rank for his team. The other students teamed up according to how well they got along with one another. Seeing that the students were all ready, the officer waved expansively and shouted, "Depart." The scouts charged aggressively towards the entrance of the camping grounds, and there they found a huge vehicle which greatly resembled a fully enclosed armored car of Ling Lan's past world, but was 5 or 6 times bigger. The officer indicated for the students to get into the vehicle. Ling Lan felt the vehicle start up and move. Along the way, she even felt the body of the vehicle being crashed into by some large force, causing several loud bangs. Seeing the anxious and curious faces of the students, the officer in the same carriage explained, "This is just the savage beasts attacking. Don't worry, this area is mostly just beasts below G-class. They won't be able to do any damage to this transport car." "Won't any higher class savage beasts appear?" asked one of the students. "I've lived here for 3 years and that has never happened. The savage beasts on this planet are all territorial, so the savage beasts normally won't leave the area they live in," explained the officer. Seeing that everyone was still anxious, he then shared the greatest trump of the camp. "We have heavy artillery on the transport car, capable of killing savage beasts below E-class." At that, the students released relieved sighs, and waited calmly for the transport car to bring them to the hunting grounds. After traveling for not even half an hour, the transport car stopped. The car door swung open, and Ling Lan and the others disembarked under the officer's direction to find that there was a temporary outpost here. The officer pointed at the thick forest in front of them and said in introduction, "This is the H-class hunting area which has been specially set up just for you all. Right now, mark down the coordinates of this location. You must not go beyond the radius of this coordinate by 10 kilometers. He then pointed at the temporary outpost behind him and said, "This is a temporary rest area provided for you all. The fence around the perimeter is also an electric barrier fence, definitely capable of withstanding multiple attacks by H-class savage beasts. Inside, there is also an exchange station. Also, if you want to return to the main camp, either you walk back, or you'll have to buy a return ticket. And each return ticket requires 500 credits. The officer's mouth split into a grin, and he said with some malicious glee, "So, please work hard and earn money." That said, without waiting for a response from the stunned students, he leapt onto the transport vehicle, which then zoomed away from the area, leaving the students with nothing but faces full of dust. Slow on the uptake, the students only realized they had been abandoned by the heartless officer after the vehicle was no longer visible. They broke out into angry curses, yelling loudly of the other's despicable shamelessness, actually leaving without teaching them anything. Han Jijian ignored the uproar beside him, turning to ask Ling Lan, check out the outpost or just go hunting straight away. Ling Lan said impassively, the outpost won't run away, we can always check it out when we get back. We need to get a better idea of this area before nightfall so we can create a hunting plan tonight. Ling Lan's decision gained everybody's agreement. Or, we should say, since Ling Lan had decided so, no one else in the team would have any objections. Thus, the 5 of them swiftly put on their backpacks and headed towards the forest ahead. Seeing the movements of Ling Lan's team, the other teams put a lid on their anger and began moving as well. Some teams chose to enter the temporary outpost to check it out, while other teams followed Ling Lan's team to enter the hunting area, getting ready for their first hunt. At this moment, several kilometers in the air above Ling Lan and the others, a mecha battle squad was monitoring the area. Seeing some of the scout teams begin to hunt, their captain gave the following orders to his subordinates. Each person is responsible for one team. Don't let them come to any harm. Roger that, Captain. M1702, choosing the first team. M1703, choosing the second team. M1704, choosing the fifth team. M1705, choosing the. Meanwhile, in a different direction, on a mountain slope several kilometers away, a bestial mecha squad was also monitoring the area. Little ones, have you chosen your targets? Boss, don't worry, we've all chosen. Pity there aren't any Lolas, can't push any of them down. Shodas are just as good for that, you sleazy uncle. Don't look at me that way, it's just my fatherly love overflowing. Che. This group of people, though noisy and flippant in their unfiltered speech, were nevertheless precise in their movements. Controlling their bestial mecha, they made their way skillfully through the forest, surreptitiously tailing the respective scout teams they had chosen to protect. Qi Long was the spearhead of Ling Lan's team, with Han Jijian in the middle, Luo Lang and Lin Zhongqing at both flanks, and Ling Lan at the back of the formation. Han Jijian's combat skills were the worst among them, so before they figured out the true strength of the savage beasts in this area, Ling Lan had no choice but to use this safest formation. It was extremely calm the whole way through, they didn't encounter any so-called savage beasts. After walking 300 to 400 meters into the forest, Ling Lan's gaze suddenly flickered and her head twitched minutely towards the left. She could clearly sense that a savage beast was approaching from that direction. A few seconds later, Qi Long also sensed it. He quickly gave a warning, it looks like a savage beast is coming. Everyone watch out. Hearing this, everyone tightened their grips on their weapons, focused intently on the direction they were in charge of defending. No one knew what the first H-class savage beast they encountered would be like and where it would attack from. The wait wasn't very long. Within a few seconds, a burly gray figure leapt out from the short shrubs on their left side. Its chosen target was the one standing closest to it, Luo Lang. Long prepared, Luo Lang swung the high-frequency blade at the figure in a hurried arc. Perhaps Luo Lang's counterattack was too swift, catching the opponent by surprise, for it was struck dead on by Luo Lang's attack. A wailing howl rang out, and the gray silhouette twisted in the air to land nimbly on its feet. The powerful attack by Luo Lang had not damaged it at all. At this time, everyone could finally see what it really looked like. It was about the size of a large dog, and was covered in a coat of long gray hair. Its head was like a rabbit from Ling Lan's past world, but was 4 or 5 times larger than a rabbit's head. Meanwhile, its tail was not short and small, but thin and long, with countless scales on it instead of hair. With a subconscious flick of its tail, a crisp crackling sound rang out, and there were now several thin gouges in the tough packed earth. It was obvious that its tail was immensely powerful. Flash Rabbit, Speed-type H-class savage beast. Attack methods, mouth, claws, tail. Strength, immense speed, almost undetectable. Thick and tough skin, unable to be injured by normal strength. Weakness, predictable attacks. Very impatient. Exchange value, skin and fur, 10, 100 or more, depending on the integrity of the item. Claws, whole, 20 each. Tail, whole, 100. Ling Lan read out the information on the Flash Rabbit immediately. Her memory was amazing, almost to the extent of having a photographic memory. Of course, even if she forgot, Little Four had already saved all the information on the savage beasts and would have reminded her. Listening to Ling Lan's recitation, Qi Long's gaze shone brighter and brighter. This was all money. Looks like it will be our first quarry. Lin Zhongqing was equally as excited. The Flash Rabbit was the weakest among all the H-class savage beasts. As such, there were not many things of value on it, only 3. However, this did not beat the fact that it was the easiest savage beast to hunt. Not only could it allow them to practice on it to familiarize themselves with hunting, they would also profit from it somewhat. This was a great thing. In that case, Lin Zhongqing, will leave this quarry to you, said Ling Lan calmly. In their team, Lin Zhongqing was the nimble and speedy type. Thus, hunting a Flash Rabbit as practice was perfect for him, very likely to trigger some insight. The objective of hunting was not simply to take down a quarry, but also to learn how to hunt game that was most suited to one's abilities. This was the first lesson of hunting, known as Know Thyself, Know Thy Enemy. Under Ling Lan's planning, every member of Ling Lan's team experienced hunting solo. After a week, Ling Lan felt that the others had already gotten used to hunting, and were able to work together well with great rapport. So, she decided not to move around with them anymore. Ling Lan had only been following them around this week primarily because she wanted to protect them, afraid that they might encounter some unexpected scenarios. It wasn't that Ling Lan didn't want to go off on her own to the areas with higher-class savage beasts, but Little Four told her that. There were mecha convoys from the camp scattered around watching over them, both in the air and on the ground. However, with the passage of time, the number of mecha gradually decreased. Thus, Ling Lan could only bide her time at the temporary outpost. Still, she had the learning space, so it wasn't a complete waste of time. However, these actions of Ling Lan drew the contempt of the mecha operators protecting the students from the skies. Just take today for example. After sending Qi Long and the others off at the gates of the temporary outpost, Ling Lan ambled back to the living quarters and lay down to sleep. This lazy and unmotivated demeanor of hers instantly infuriated the mecha operator in charge of this area. Hells, this punk is such a goddamn rascal, not going out to hunt again, said the mecha operator angrily to his teammates. By this point, the mecha operators were no longer protecting the teams individually, but was keeping track of them through radar monitoring. Any hunting team that entered the range of the area they monitored would fall under their protection. This particular mecha operator's protection range just happened to include the temporary outpost. Every time he saw Ling Lan remaining at the outpost on his own, sleeping sweetly without a care in the world, his mood would take a deep nosedive. He felt that Ling Lan was not living up to all of their expectations. Could it be that his credits haven't been used up yet? One of his teammates asked him distractedly as he gathered information on the hunting teams within their protection range. Many of the children just did not have the guts to go out and hunt unless absolutely necessary. If that was the case, I wouldn't be so angry. I just have to wait for him to reach that critical point. But he just goddamn won't ever run out of credits because his teammates are actually willing to provide for him without any complaint. Extremely disgruntled, the mecha operator's voice was deep and sullen. Even though they returned every single time covered in injuries, they would still just smile and give the quarry they hunted to that brat, and let him exchange it for credits and continue to remain in the temporary outpost. The operator was somewhat envious, but his heart also ached for those children. For the sake of such an unmotivated and useless teammate, were their actions worth it? Ho! Looks like that punk's interpersonal skills are pretty good then. Being able to get his teammates to provide for him willingly was also an accomplishment. The other mecha operators could not help but exclaim in awe. Could it be that the punk has an impressive background? Of course, someone would think of this. Maybe this was the reason why those children didn't dare to not support him. I asked the captain, and he said that he doesn't have any notable background. It's just that his father died long before he was born in a battle with the Twilight Empire. Very early on, the mecha operator in charge had already asked the captain to investigate the child's data, and found that his background was very average. Even more average than those of his teammates, Qi Long and Luo Lang. Perhaps those children pity him for being an orphan of a martyr. Giving him some consideration because of that would be normal, someone speculated. That's not the way to be considerate. They are here to see blood. If this brat never sees blood, then how will he grow? Don't they know that this is actually harming him? The mecha operator in charge was somewhat distressed at the waste of talent. What are you worrying for? If he doesn't want to grow stronger, what can we do? The other's words had barely faded when he suddenly gasped in shock, and asked doubtfully, "Look up there, what's that?" When he had been browsing through the images, a light had seemed to flicker at the top of the screen. He adjusted the image, and found that countless bright spots had appeared on it, and could not hold back a shout. All of the mecha in the air immediately pulled up their images as well, and saw that there really were countless bright spots descending from the atmosphere. What's going on? Why didn't the camp control tower give us a report? Could it be an enemy attack? No way. Just when those aerial mecha operators were at a loss, Ling Lan, who had already entered the learning space and had started practicing her physical skills, sensed a strong signal calling her from the outside. She decisively ended her training and returned to the great hall of the learning space. There, she saw little Four with an anxious face, who rushed to say, "Boss, I just did an aerial scan, and discovered a mysterious force invading this planet." Ling Lan's face changed. She quickly returned to the real world, leapt up from her bed, and rushed out. Standing in the square of the temporary outpost, she lifted her head to look up at the sky, and could vaguely see several glimmering lights in the skies above. "Little Four, lock onto one of those bright spots and zoom in," ordered Ling Lan. A close-up of the scene right by a bright spot abruptly appeared before Ling Lan's eyes. The bright spot turned out to be a giant elliptical metal object. Its outer shell was smooth and glossy, and it looked just like a large egg made of metal. There was no way to tell what it was. Its speed of descent was not very quick, just as if there was a reactionary force pushing against the planet's gravity. Ling Lan's brows furrowed, suddenly thinking of something. She yelled out quickly, "Little Four, could you check to see into outer space? From here, I'll need to hack into the radar here." "Boss, hold on for a few seconds." That said, Little Four left. Ling Lan counted under her breath, and when she reached 9, the image before her suddenly shifted to an image of the space right beyond this planet. In space, there was nothing. All was silent, just as if those unidentified flying objects had just appeared in their vision from thin air. The other side might be using some cloaking system to evade radar scanning, and so were not discovered, explained Little Four. "Let me try to change their radar scanning system." This so-called cloaking was not true concealment, it was just recognizing an opponent's radar scanning system and preparing a corresponding countermeasure. So, a minor modification to the scanning system would solve the problem. Little Four's words had yet to fade when Ling Lan saw two massive interstellar motherships suddenly appear in a corner of the initially boundless starry sky. Beside them were 4 escort starships. Right then, those elliptical metal objects were being launched in a never-ending stream from the mothership's launch port. The 4 escort starships were positioned at 4 corners, carefully guarding the 2 motherships in the center. Searching for their emblem. The starships within the image began to rotate, until, on one side of one of the ships, a blood-red sun was revealed. The Twilight Empire. Ling Lan's gaze narrowed, her mind swiftly registering the severity of the matter. Immediately, she said, "Quick, transmit the images to the camp's control tower." Already done. Little Four had instantly transmitted those images to the control tower. Ling Lan's gaze filled up with killing intent. The Twilight Empire, that was the main culprit in her father Ling Xiao's murder. She had originally thought that she would only get the chance to get revenge and kill the people of the Twilight Empire once she grew up, but unexpectedly, this opportunity had presented itself here at this mysterious planet. Of course, Ling Lan also knew very well that their appearance here most likely meant that some problems had also emerged within the inner workings of the Federation, just like back when Ling Xiao had been killed. Only this time, she wondered who their target was. When the control tower received Little Four's transmitted images, they instantly sounded the alarm. The entire camp leapt into action under the blaring cacophony of the alarms. All the resting soldiers rushed out, grabbing their weapons and their mecha. Meanwhile, the mecha operators in the air still observing those unidentified bright spots in the atmosphere had also received the warning of an enemy attack from the control tower. Warning, this is an enemy attack. Warning, this is an enemy attack. Get ready for battle. The cold voice of the captain came through the public communications channel. Yes. All of the mecha were fully armed, and they watched suspiciously as those countless flying objects drifted down towards their planet. The moment the captain gave the command, they would charge. In the meantime, the hunting students had also received the notification to return to the camp or the closest outpost. When the opponent had drifted down to a certain altitude, the flight-capable winged mecha or humanoid mecha all flew up into the sky as well, waiting in formation. Meanwhile, in space, the commanding officer of the mothership who had supervised the launching of the metallic giant eggs, was closely watching the feedback images of the situation below. When he saw that the opponent had already noticed them and were prepared to attack, he instantly pounded the table in anger. Baka 1, how did they discover our concealed airstrike strategy? Which bastard ratted us out? Originally, they had wanted to overwhelm the opponent with the element of surprise, but was unexpectedly faced with this sort of direct face-off. His heart started to twinge in pain. The sneak attack this time involved their empire's most exceptional mecha column. If any accidents happened and they were lost here, it would definitely be a severe loss. This commanding officer naturally didn't know that the reason the opponent was prepared was due to Little 4, this intelligent bioentity from the miraculous planet Mandora. Attack! When the control tower gave this command, all the airborne mecha launched the first wave of attack. The metallic eggs right at the bottom were instantly caught in the explosions of this intense firepower. Losing the anti-gravity deceleration, they dropped like stones, hurtling downwards at full speed. The mecha in formation paid no mind to these falling eggs. Everyone knew that at that speed, even if there were protective fittings inside, the people inside would still be at death's door even if they didn't die. These images were transmitted back to the motherships in space, causing the commanding officer to yell, "Baka Baka," non-stop, yet he was helpless to do anything. Now that things had developed into the current situation, it was no longer something he could resolve. "Sir, can we let them break out of the shells and act now?" The advisor beside the officer wiped away the sweat on his forehead, and reminded him with a bow. Since there was already no chance of a sneak attack, they might as well fight outright, pitting strength against strength. Sanokuin's 2 suggestion is good. Give out the order to act. The commanding officer finally calmed down. High 3. Once the order went out, all the falling metallic eggs cracked open by themselves, revealing the black mecha hiding within each one. The sight of those black mecha, along with the crimson sun emblazoned on their chests, instantly drove all the Federation's mecha operators into a collective rage. Curses, it's mecha. The bloody Twilight Empire. Damn it, kill them all, avenge Major General Ling Xiao. It wasn't clear which mecha operator said this, but it summed up the burning animosity of the mecha operators well. Major General Ling Xiao's death due to one of the Twilight Empire's evil plots was a major grudge for all mecha operators of the Federation. They too had once thought of charging onto the battlefields against the Twilight Empire for revenge, but they were soldiers, and so had to submit to the military's arrangements. They had been assigned to develop this mysterious planet, but the rage in their hearts had not disappeared. Now, suddenly seeing the hated killers appear before them, almost all of the mecha operators were about to go on a rampage. Everyone present on the field knew that this would be a death clash, a fight till one side or the other was dead. The artillery in the hands of the Federation mecha operators needed no command, firing wildly in an endless barrage. A great battle was about to start. In the sky, the sounds of rocket fire filled the air. The Twilight Empire mecha naturally did not just lay back and admit defeat. Even if they had no choice but to dodge while they were still trying to gain control of their mecha, they would still raise up their firearms when necessary to return fire. The entire battlefield was shrouded in the smoke of artillery. With every round of fire, several mecha would be destroyed and fall, some of the Federation, more of those from the Twilight Empire. Those mecha plunged from the skies wreathed in thick smoke and blazing fire, crashing loudly onto the ground. Even Ling Lan, who was quite far away from the heart of the battle, could still feel the violent tremors from the ground, almost losing her footing. On the ground, those mecha would explode a second or even a third time. Shrapnel went flying, wisps of flame scattering everywhere. The immense explosive force broke the surrounding trees at their waists, some trees even being uprooted entirely. Yet even more trees were set alight by the errant sparks, quickly becoming engulfed in flames. Under the barrage of artillery, the initially tranquil primitive forest descended into a sea of smoke and fire. The savage beasts within seemed to sense the looming threat, and began to make a commotion. The descending twilight mecha were getting closer and closer to the Federation mecha soldiers in the air. At this point, the camp control tower gave a new order: all aerial mecha squads, move out immediately. This command proved that the battle had already entered the most intense close combat stage. The outcome of this battle now would be determined entirely by whose nation's mecha operators were stronger. From the start, this world had been a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. Only by being stronger than the opponent could you have the right to continue surviving. All the Federation mecha operators who received the order operated their mecha to fly towards those incoming Empire mecha. In the skies of this planet, blue-white mecha and black mecha clashed, battling it out with one another. The Supreme Commander of the camp looked at the starships hovering in space on the screen before him. Rage spiked in his heart, and he threw the phone receiver in his hand roughly at the ground, where it instantly broke apart. Raging, he said, "God damn it. If these bastards weren't here, how would I have let these despicable mecha land so easily? Damn. Now we can only rely on the mecha teams to hold them off with force." On the other end of the phone receiver, the technician soldier silently wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He was thankful that he had managed to react quickly enough to shut down the functions of the receiver moments before the commanding officer had smashed it, saving the eardrums of his teammates. It turned out that the secret headquarters on this planet was equipped with anti-aircraft artillery. However, due to the threat of the starships in outer space, the Supreme Commander did not dare to use them. This made him feel extremely frustrated and was the main source of his rage. The commanding officer could almost confirm that the Twilight Empire was just using these mecha to try and entice them into firing their anti-aircraft missiles. After finding out that the opponent was the Twilight Empire, the commanding officer knew that even if the opponent had found the coordinates to this planet, they still would not know the detailed location of the Federation's secret headquarters on the planet. If the opponent had known for sure where the headquarters was, they definitely would not have first let the mecha descend for a sneak attack. Instead, they would have just opened fire with the starships, directly blowing up their main command center right from the start. This way, without any proper command, the Federation warriors would definitely not be able to muster up any effective resistance. The Empire would have been able to easily assume control of this planet. If he had not discovered the opponent's starships, he might very well have already given the command for the camp to fire their anti-aircraft missiles. He could almost see the final outcome then. Those few starships of the Twilight Empire would then have figured out where they were hiding, and sent all their firepower on board towards them, completely destroying this location, vaporizing every last bit of them, leaving no bodies behind. At this thought, the commanding officer felt a lingering frisson of fear in his heart. Luckily the radar had worked in the end, managing to detect those concealed starships and motherships. This also made him instantly aware of the opponent's scheme, saving him from giving out a wrong order. The commanding officer collected his emotions, and turned to ask the chief of staff beside him, when will the reinforcement teams arrive? Although he had seen through the opponent's dangerous scheme, the situation right now still wasn't looking good. The crew closest to us is at the Misri corridor area. Even if they rush over at top speed, it is estimated to take about 10 hours, reported the chief of staff. Hold out for 10 hours, is it? The Supreme Commander frowned, considering whether it was possible to hold out for 10 hours with his current forces. Commander, there's more bad news I have to tell you. The Chief of Staff had received the latest updates from the other staff officers, and he now looked somewhat ill. The forces just sent word that just now, a Twilight Empire fleet was seen in the vicinity of planet Chiming. The Supreme Commander hurriedly tapped on the star map on a screen and compared the distance between the two locations. He could not help but curse. This was because the distance from the Mystery Corridor and that from Planet Chiming were roughly the same. In other words, 10 hours later, the opponent would also receive reinforcements. Contact military headquarters immediately. Tell them to send even more fleets over. No matter how long it'll take them to come, we will hold out till the end. That said, the Supreme Commander turned and left the control tower. This surprised the Chief of Staff, who had begun making arrangements for his commands. He asked, "Commander, where are you going?" "Where?" "To fight. Am I supposed to just sit here and wait? My soldiers are all battling courageously right now." With an angry glare, the commander stalked onto the control tower's elevator platform to go down, not giving the Chief of Staff any time to stop him. Nimbly, he climbed into his own mecha, and after activating it, he piloted it to fly up to the aerial battlefield. Behind him, his bodyguard mecha team followed swiftly. The commander they were supposed to protect had already chosen to battle, of course they could not stay back. Ahem, this fellow, that's so irresponsible. The Chief of Staff looked at the back of the commander who had leapt into battle, and muttered unhappily to himself. Still, he could only complain a little in protest, against the formidable commander whose very nature was that of an extreme battle. Maniac, all he could do was resign himself to his bad luck and clean up after him. Baka. The opponent actually chose not to use their anti-aircraft missiles but fight in close quarters with Mecha? Are they that confident in their own Mecha operators? What do you all think? In space, the commanding officer on the mothership saw that their plans had failed once again. Their originally perfect strategies, all failing, this caused him to be extremely displeased and angry. "Commander, don't worry. Among the mecha operators executing the air strike this time is a team of our Empire's ace mecha escorts. As long as they land successfully, the opponent's mecha operators will definitely be no match for them." The staff officer beside him quickly offered reassurance, boosting the commanding officer's confidence. They will definitely complete this Operation Decapitation. There were many strategies. They too had thought of all kinds of unfavorable contingencies. As long as the ace mecha troop landed successfully, they would carry out Operation Decapitation, seek out the opponent's command center and destroy it so that the opponent would have no organization, and hence lose all form of effective resistance. Yoshi won. I hope they don't disgrace our great Twilight Empire. Once more, the commanding officer felt as if he had the situation well in hand. On the planet, right now, there were the sounds of countless firearms being fired. The temporary outpost was also ringing with the warning blares alerting the troops of an air attack. Some on-duty soldiers were directing non-combatants to the nearest air raid shelter, but their main responsibility was to help those students at the outpost who were scared shitless. "Bastard, stop running around recklessly. Come back quickly." A soldier on duty at the outpost was currently gathering all the students hiding all around the outpost. When he saw Ling Lan standing at the entrance of the outpost looking around randomly, he instantly yelled at him anxiously. Suddenly, from God knows where, a bomb fell. The soldier leapt frantically at Ling Lan. Then, he felt his body being tugged aside by something, causing him to tumble in another direction, dropping straight into a trench dug by the camp. Boom! The bomb exploded on the other side. But because they were inside the trench, they were completely uninjured. The soldier raised his head, bewildered, and saw a small figure crouched in front of him. "Big brother, thank you for saving me." That charming young Shota had a serious expression on his face, but the immense gratitude he held in his eyes was unmistakable. Although the soldier was still wondering how he had suddenly changed course in mid-air, the two of them had indeed been saved by the shift in direction. As such, he could only scratch his head in confusion and say, "As long as you're all right. As long as you're all right." Then, realizing something, he asked, "Why didn't you go to the air raid shelters?" The camp had informed the students the coordinates of all the air raid shelters at the first moment, letting them choose the nearest air raid shelter to hide at. Fearing that the students would be scared stiff by this sort of ruthless battle scene, they had then sent some on-duty staff to check up on them, which was why this soldier had appeared here at the outpost. "I wanted to go, but was still checking the directions, confirming the coordinates." Ling Lan gave a perfectly normal reason. In the midst of an unforeseen event, it was very easy to lose one's direction in the chaos. The soldier had already seen scouts in this sort of situation an nth number of times, and so merely pointed at a direction and said, "You just walk in this direction, and then look at the coordinate numbers on your communicator, and you should be able to find an air raid shelter." "Thank you, big brother. Then I'll be leaving first." Ling Lan gave him a grateful scout salute, and then jumped out of the trench, quickly disappearing into the distance. The soldier pulled on his helmet and carefully moved forwards in a low crouch. He needed to continue checking the next location. After moving stealthily in this way for several tens of meters, he abruptly realized that the other's movements had been much more agile than his. Ling Lan did not choose to go to that air raid shelter. Instead, she secretly hid at a random blind spot within the outpost. With Little Four's help, she contacted Qilong. "Qilong, where are you guys now? Boss Lan finally got hold of you." "We can't go back anymore," said Qilong, chuckling drily. "What happened?" asked Ling Lan in surprise. "The road we need to go back is now a battlefield." The sound of violent hacking and slashing could be heard from Qilong's end. The sound was so loud that it almost covered Qilong's voice. Mecha combat. Ling Lan could immediately tell what the sound signified. Yes, and not just. Boom. 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 Loud explosions rang out on Qilong's end. "Boss, we need to retreat quickly, otherwise we'll be chopped into pieces by the winds of their swords." Heavy panting could be heard via the communicator. It looked like Qilong and the others were running for their lives trying to escape that frightening battlefield. Ling Lan was extremely anxious, hating the fact that she wasn't there with them. "We can't go any further. Any further and it's the F-class Savage Beast area." Han Jijian's voice rang out on the other side of the communicator. "You all already entered the G-class Savage Beast area?" A bad feeling rose in Ling Lan's heart. "Yup, the battlefield spread too quickly, so we could only keep dodging backwards. But luckily, those G-class Savage Beasts have also been frightened away by the battlefield." Qilong's voice held a trace of relief, because if that had not been the case, they would not have been able to run so deep. "Into the forest. Stop running. Those savage beasts have already become even more dangerous," said Ling Lan frantically. The sound of running footsteps slowed and finally came to a stop. Then, Qilong's voice came through once again, a note of puzzlement in it. "Boss Lan, what did you say?" "They're about to go berserk from this sudden battle." Ling Lan had already received Little Four's warning. He had found that within the range of his monitoring, the savage beast's eyes had already turned red, as if they were about to go berserk at any moment. "Can you all go around the battlefield?" Ling Lan followed up with this question. "No, the battlefield has already spread to cover the entire G-class Savage Beast district. No matter which way we go, we'll have to pass through F-class territory," responded Han Jijian. He had been keeping a close eye on the situation, so he knew very well that right now, the battlefield had engulfed almost all of H-class and G-class areas. Therefore, if they wanted to avoid the battlefield and get back to the temporary outpost, they could only go through F-class Savage Beast territory. Han Jijian felt very helpless. With their capabilities, their chances of passing through F-class territory safely was exceedingly low. They would only have one chance in 10 of surviving. It wasn't that much different from just cutting through the Mecha battlefield directly. "Boss, please don't worry. We'll act according to the situation. Right now, we'll first go look for a good place to hide. Boss, you should also go to an air raid shelter as soon as possible and hide." Qilong told Ling Lan their decision. He knew that in this type of situation, even if Ling Lan was strong, he would not be able to help them. In this kind of large-scale, destructive mecha battle, Scout Academy students like them who only knew low-level combat arts were just ants. Qilong and the others did not want Ling Lan to be in any danger, even somewhat glad that he had not come with them to hunt and gotten stuck here as well. "Alright, find a place as soon as possible to hide then. Oh, and keep your communicators turned on. I'll contact you guys periodically." After giving her orders, Ling Lan cut the call. Ling Lan's brows were deeply furrowed. She knew very well that on that battlefield, the Federation mecha operators were fully engaged in battle and had no mind to care about the students anymore. In other words, whether Qilong and the others lived or died was entirely up to their luck now. God damn it. I need to find them. Ling Lan made her decision in an instant. She was not someone who would abandon her comrades. Ling Lan knew that if the battle continued to spread outwards, Qilong and the others would be forced to enter the territory of even higher-level savage beasts. Little Four had already cautioned more than once that the savage beasts there were already in a state of violent frenzy, their combat abilities were definitely not at their normal baseline. Undoubtedly, the longer Qilong and the others lingered there, the more precarious their situation would be. With a decision in her heart, Ling Lan quietly zipped out of the outpost. The soldier on guard at the entrance, who was waiting for straggling students, only felt his eyes blur for a moment, as if a shadow had flown by at the edge of his vision. But when he looked around, he saw nothing. Am I seeing things? Looks like the surrounding smoke still managed to affect my vision. The soldier could only explain it this way. He threw all thoughts of that passing shadow to the back of his mind and stopped worrying about it. Ling Lan rapidly dashed through the hunting grounds of the H-class savage beasts. In the dim lighting of the dense forest, she moved through the trees as nimbly as a monkey. With several quick dashes, she zipped from one tree branch to another. Her speed made her seem just like a shadow, leaving afterimages between the tree trunks, and her landings were so soft that they made no sound. After traveling for about 2 kilometers, Ling Lan abruptly came to a stop. Her brows lifted slightly, but very quickly, she leapt up nimbly, and dashed into one of the shrubs to hide without making any noise. Ling Lan had just hidden herself when, not far from Ling Lan's position, 2 large mecha collided heavily in the air and simultaneously lost control and fell. They crashed forcefully into the forest undergrowth about 200 meters away from Ling Lan. The great tremors caused by the crashes stirred up a tornado, which whipped out to decimate the surrounding trees. The tornado only died off when it was about less than 10 meters from where Ling Lan was hiding. Ling Lan seemed to have expected this, for she was not affected at all. All throughout, she kept a lid on her presence, crouched within the shrubs, motionless. The instant she went into hiding, Ling Lan had entered hunting mode, her mind was as still as ice, perfectly melding her presence with her surroundings. Even if Instructor Number 1 from the learning space came here now, before Ling Lan made a move, it would still be very difficult for him to find Ling Lan's hiding spot. Perhaps the 2 mecha had been rendered useless by the crash, for the operators could not get them to stand up again. Almost simultaneously, the hatch of the cockpit on both mecha opened. 2 mecha operators leapt out from their respective cockpits at the same time. Clang! The clear ring of cold weapons clashing, proving that the 2 mecha operators had crossed blades again in an instant. The 2 of them were pushed back by the other's attack, each stumbling backward several steps before regaining their footing. They gripped the short swords in their hands and faced each other from a distance, waiting for the next chance to attack. The distance between the 2 of them was about 10 meters. The mecha operator dressed in a blue and white combat uniform on one side was from the Federation. Ling Lan could tell due to the Federation logo on his chest, a big golden 5-pointed star. On the other side was the mecha operator of the Twilight Empire, dressed in a combat uniform the same black as the Empire's mecha. The entire uniform was a dark inky black, the only spot of color being the blood-red sun on his chest. The mecha operator's combat uniforms were a type of one-piece outfit, even coming outfitted with a fully sealed helmet. This set of combat uniforms were definitely the best defensive equipment in this world. Ordinary blades would not be able to pierce through it. Of course, the short swords equipped on the bodies of these mecha operators were made of a special type of metal. Although the swords could not pierce through the combat uniforms, 3 stabs at the same spot would weaken the uniform enough to penetrate it and deal damage. The 2 of them faced off for a few seconds, unmoving, and then, their figures flashed as they moved almost simultaneously. Clang! 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 Over 10 times the weapons clashed. The 2 men were fighting evenly, but the consecutive attacks were wearing down the stamina of both of them rapidly. Soon, the 2 men were starting to breathe unsteadily. They had originally been fighting in their mecha for half a day up in the air, using up a lot of their energy already. And now, on the ground, they were engaged in a life-or-death close-range battle. Whether it was in terms of mental or physical strength, they were at the end of their ropes. It was all down to who could hold out for a breath longer. The patiently waiting Ling Lan had already quietly picked up a twig about a finger length and slipped it between her fingers, poised as she waited calmly for the two men to launch into their next attacks. Finally, the two men lifted up their swords again, and charged towards the other at the same time. Chance! With barely a thought, Ling Lan's wrist twitched, and the twig in between her fingers flew like an arrow towards the Twilight Empire mecha operator. Ling Lan naturally knew that the twig would not be able to penetrate the other's combat uniform on its own. Thus, her target was the only weakness of the combat uniform, the neck. Even though, on the surface, it seemed like the mecha operator's entire body was shielded by the combat uniform, in truth, at times, from a particular angle, a tiny unshielded gap would be revealed. For example, when a mecha operator lifted his head a certain way, an almost imperceptible gap would appear at the join between the helmet and the combat uniform. Ling Lan, who was lying flat within the shrubs, was viewing the scene from a downward angle, and so managed to catch sight of this tiny gap. All this time, Ling Lan's cool observation was so she could find this opportunity for a one-hit kill. And Ling Lan's patience finally brought her this opportunity. The small and thin twig struck silently and abruptly. Also, the Twilight Empire mecha operator never would have imagined that there would be another ruthless hunter here, so his full attention was on the Federation mecha operator opposite him. He wasn't guarding against other sources of killing intent. He suddenly felt a stab of pain at his neck, and the hand which he had planned to use to parry the opponent's short sword stilled for a moment. But this short pause was enough to make him miss the correct timing to parry, and he could only watch as his chest was pierced forcefully by the other's short sword. Panicked, he tried to back away, but then he discovered something even more frightening: he could not control his body at all. What in the world had happened? They had clearly been evenly matched, both unable to overwhelm the other. Why would he lose control over his body in these final moments? The mecha operator of the Twilight Empire fell over with a face filled with disbelief. Till the end, he still could not figure out how he had died, causing him to be a muddled ghost even in death. Of course, the reason for all this was Ling Lan's undetectable attack. It had just been too strange and unexpected. Because the twig had been so small and thin, it had only caused a small droplet of blood to well up at the area on the neck which it had shot into. Thus, the Twilight Empire mecha operator had never even noticed that he had suffered a sneak attack. The Federation mecha operator saw that his opponent was completely dead. Only then did he let out a breath, relaxing fully. Similarly, he had not noticed anything odd, just feeling glad that the opponent had run out of stamina before he had. This was why he was the one who lived and not the opponent. Hiding at one side, Ling Lan was just thinking whether to go out and meet the other to obtain an update on the battlefield situation when a frisson of alarm coursed through her heart. Without even thinking about it, Ling Lan pushed off the ground forcefully with both arms, sending her whole body flying backwards rapidly. At that moment, a terrifying light energy beam poured down from the skies, accompanied by a horrified voice screaming, "Dodge!" A Twilight mecha in the air had noticed the surviving Federation mecha operator on the ground, and had decisively raised the gun in his hand to send a powerful light beam blasting down on the other. Not too far from this spot, another Federation mecha had also happened to see the opponent's movement, and had tried to lift his own gun to stop the other, but it was too late. The resting Federation mecha operator standing there had no chance of reacting, directly being engulfed by that massive light beam. A loud boom, and the earth was blasted apart, causing an approximately 20-meter wide pit to appear. Right then, that Federation mecha operator standing there had disappeared without a trace, only leaving behind blood-soaked dark rust-colored earth as proof of his existence. Bastards! I'll kill you! The other Federation mecha operator's anguished voice rang out, interspersed with countless blasts from his gun. In the air, yet another pair of Federation and Twilight Empire mecha became locked in battle, outcome uncertain. Less than 10 meters away from the deep pit, Ling Lan was lying flat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, not daring to make a single move. Luckily she had sensed the danger back then and had run away in time. Otherwise, if she had still been hiding in her original spot, that hit just now would have turned her into a puddle of bloody water just like that Federation mecha operator. Even so, she had still been struck heavily by a broken tree which had been thrown her way by the blast, incurring some internal damage. Ling Lan knew very well that in this kind of grand mecha battle, fragile physical bodies just could not stand up to the potential damage. She was already considered unbelievably lucky for surviving this round. Boss, the mecha discarded by those two earlier may perhaps still be usable. Right now, Little Four was also very nervous. Ling Lan was stuck on her own on the battlefield. This situation was just too dangerous. They needed to have a mecha of their own to be able to stand up to the enemy. After searching for a long while, Little Four had found that the mecha which had fallen at the very start of this still seemed somewhat intact, so there was a chance it could still be used. Let's wait for a moment. Let those two mecha leave first. Ling Lan circulated her chi to start healing her injuries as she consoled Little Four. By now, there was nothing but flat ground around those two mecha which had fallen, no available cover whatsoever. If she just rushed out like this, she would definitely be noticed by the two mecha battling it out in the sky. Ling Lan absolutely did not want to be like that Federation mecha operator earlier, consumed by fire, saying a thorough goodbye to the world, leaving no trace behind. Little Four knew that Ling Lan was right, and so said nothing further. However, the notion of getting a mecha of their own once again reared up in his heart. That way, he would be able to control the AI of the mecha and help his boss. Ling Lan's internal injury was not too severe, but if not treated well, there would still be the possibility of future problems. Especially since they were still in a dangerous position right now, any damage would mean a decrease in combat ability, so the most important thing now was to make sure her injury was fully healed. Consequently, Ling Lan left the safety of her surroundings up to Little Four, putting her full attention into recuperating. Very quickly, Ling Lan shut out all thoughts of her surroundings, entering a deeper dimension of chi circulation and healing. When Ling Lan opened her eyes once more, her body felt light, the tired feeling in her muscles as she had rushed here was gone along with her injury. Ling Lan knew that this was due to the deeper level of chi healing, replenishing the vital energies of her body till its optimum state. Ling Lan's spirits were light as she looked up subconsciously. There was nothing there, the two mecha fighting there before she began healing herself were gone. Frowning lightly, Ling Lan asked, Little Four, why didn't you wake me? Who knew how much time she had wasted? If she had known that those two mecha were gone, she would have woken up earlier. Little Four did not think he did anything wrong. Righteously, he said, you need to be well so we can find Qi Long and the others more efficiently. Ling Lan had nothing to say in response to Little Four's words. After all, Little Four had done so for her sake. If she did not heal her injuries fully and forced herself to go and look for her companions, and then, if by any chance there was any danger, she may have dropped the ball at a critical point. That was definitely being irresponsible. Thus, Ling Lan cast aside the issue and began sneaking cautiously towards the two fallen mecha. As she moved, she asked Little Four, when did those two mecha leave? They never left. For a moment, Little Four had no idea what Ling Lan was saying. Then where are they? Little Four's words scared Ling Lan so much that she immediately dropped flat to the ground and stopped moving. Could it be that the two mecha were hiding in some unseen corner? Why didn't this little rascal tell her about this sooner? Oh, they're just laying about 1,000 meters away. Little Four's words let Ling Lan's heart settle back in her ribcage. Little Four brought up the image of the scene 1,000 meters away in front of Ling Lan's eyes. Through it, Ling Lan could see that the two mecha had apparently perished together. 1,000 meters away, there was yet another deep pit, and at the bottom of it, the two mecha were tangled up with one another. The beam sabers in the hands of both mecha were deeply buried in the other's cockpit. Thick crimson liquid was gushing out endlessly from both cockpits. The mecha operators inside were extremely unlikely to have survived. Little Four, monitor the surroundings, including the area above, ordered Ling Lan, after letting out a heavy sigh. Almost every second on the battlefield, a life was ended. Ling Lan hoped she did not become the next to perish. Thus, she needed to get a handle on the surrounding situation so that she would not be caught off guard by an enemy hiding in a corner. Under Little Four's comprehensive monitoring, Ling Lan safely arrived at her destination. Little Four swiftly checked the two mecha and found that they were both viable for repair. After some consideration, Ling Lan decided to take control of the Federation mecha. Although she also considered using the Twilight Empire mecha to sneak into the ranks of the Twilight Empire and attack them from within, the battlefield was a chaotic mess. Both sides were already in a battle frenzy. If she were accidentally killed by the Federation, that would be such an ironic waste. Ling Lan quickly climbed into the cockpit, and Little Four instantly took over the control rights of the AI. Then, the first thing he did was to urgently shut the cockpit hatch, and then activate the mecha. The mecha's screen lit up in a flash, and then countless combinations of zeros and ones appeared, scrolling up in an endless stream from the bottom of the screen, finally covering the entire screen. "Boss, please wait patiently. I'm upgrading the AI and repairing some of the broken driver routines." Little Four's voice suddenly came out from the mecha's sound systems. Ling Lan waited for roughly 3 minutes, and the countless zeros and ones finally disappeared from the screen, condensing down to form two large words, Polar Light 1. After a brief moment, the two words slowly faded from the screen. At the same time, the screen brightened, and Ling Lan felt the enclosed feeling she had at the start fade away. She could now see the limitless blue skies, and several columns of black smoke drifting over from who knows where. This mecha is part of the Advanced Mecha Polar Light series. Seeing the words, Polar Light, Ling Lan immediately knew what level of mecha she was about to operate. Who'd have guessed that her first time piloting a real mecha would directly skip basic mecha, lower mecha, and intermediate mecha, jumping straight to advanced mecha? Other children probably wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. As expected, anything is possible on a battlefield, thought Ling Lan to herself. The Polar Light series, its strengths are its speed and its long-range attacks. In contrast, it's a bit weaker in terms of close-range combat, said Little Four regretfully. It should be noted that whether in terms of physical skills or mecha control, Ling Lan's skills in close-range combat were much stronger than her long-range attacks. Little Four, there's no such thing as strengths and weaknesses for mecha. Whether it's strong or weak depends entirely on the ability of the operator. A small smile hung on the corners of Ling Lan's lips. Even if this was the weakest mecha, when it came to close-range combat, she had the confidence to utilize it well. Also, I've found the instructional channel for the Polar Light controls. Boss, do you want to view it? This was an advanced mecha after all. Some of its controls were somewhat different from those of a basic mecha. Okay, just speed it up. Ling Lan had already scanned the control buttons. Most of it was almost the same as with basic mecha controls, with only a few new additions. What Ling Lan was interested in was this section of the video. Very quickly, Ling Lan had absorbed the newly added things. There was nothing too strange about them, mostly just the launch buttons of some artillery weapons. Ling Lan wasn't someone who used those much anyway, so this just made Ling Lan even more confident. What a shame that other than two small high-frequency blades and a beam saber, this mecha has no other close-range weaponry. Little Four was full of contempt for the dullness of the high-frequency blades and the soul-piercing function of the beam saber. They're enough for me. Ling Lan nimbly controlled the mecha to grip the beam saber in its left hand. That length and piercing function really made it feel like a tri-edged trench knife. Ling Lan was very pleased. Little Four, run an immediate check on the remaining artillery left and the power levels. Ling Lan was not an impulsive person. Everything she did, she hoped to do it with all the information at her disposal. Head, anti-aircraft missiles 2, left arm, beam shield energy sufficient, able to support 2 hours of continuous combat. Beam saber energy insufficient, only able to sustain for around 40 minutes. Right arm, 57mm high-energy beam rifle, able to fire 18 beam shots. Additionally, in the chest area, 2 inlaid rockets were still unused. Driver energy blocks, main energy block with 20% remaining, 2 secondary energy blocks still left unused. Little Four reported the status items of the mecha to Ling Lan one by one. If we fly, how long can we sustain movement? If I fight at full strength, how long can the mecha hold out? Ling Lan then threw a few possible scenarios at Little Four. Purely flying, will be fine within 10 hours. If you combine flight with full-out combat, 30 minutes should be okay, replied Little Four conclusively. Got it. Ling Lan now had a baseline. She then operated the mecha to fly swiftly at low altitudes, rapidly making her way towards Qilong and the others. Ling Lan was not flying at max speeds, however, because she did not want to be noticed and targeted by the enemies in the air above. In a dark and dense forest area closest to the battlefield, a team of 4 scout students were carefully moving through the trees, trying to go around the whole battlefield by skirting the edges of the forest. They could clearly hear the violent sounds of artillery and explosions not far away, and every once in a while, they could feel the sudden tremors of the ground when a mecha crashed from the skies into the ground. Each time, they would be frozen in terror, afraid that some stray artillery or even mecha would just fall directly on them. You guys, still okay? Qilong swiped off the sweat on his forehead, and turned back to ask his teammates behind him. Don't worry about us. Right now, the most important thing is to not go the wrong way. Han Jijian's brows were furrowed as he continued to keep track of their coordinates. Due to the spreading of the battle, they were getting closer and closer to the active territory of the F-class savage beasts. Even if they had not received Ling Lan's warning, they could feel the chill from within their bones. The situation was already getting worse and worse. The few of them once again made their way carefully through the forest. After a distance, Qilong, who was in the lead, abruptly waved his hand. The boys behind him immediately dashed away to hide in the bushes or behind trees, beam handguns in their hands. If an F-class savage beast appeared, they would pull the triggers without hesitation. Taking the initiative would give them the upper hand. Qilong alone was left in a half-crouch, his beam gun pointed right at the spot which he had found suspicious. Sweat dripped down his forehead to glide down his cheek. He did not dare to lose his concentration. An F-class savage beast was equivalent to a human at the refinement stage. This wasn't something he, as someone who had barely stepped into the refinement stage, could match up to. He had already thought things through. If an F-class savage beast actually appeared, even at the cost of his life he would create an opportunity for his teammates to escape. Qilong. A deep and hoarse voice came from behind the shifting shrub. Wu Jiong, it's you. Qilong relaxed instantly, almost dropping bonelessly to the ground. He had really been too nervous before this. Hearing the two of them speak, Lin Zhongqing and Luo Lang were about to come out of hiding when Han Jijian, who was covering Qilong's back, signaled them to watch and wait. The two of them instantly put up their guard again, gripping their guns tightly as they continued to remain hidden. Wu Jiong finally climbed out from the bush. His protective vest was a little damaged, and there was an open wound on his cheek. After Wu Jiong came out, his teammates Yi Su, Qin Yi, and the others also revealed themselves, walking out from various corners. One of them was being supported by Qin Yi. The lot of them were all in roughly the same condition as Wu Jiong, extremely disheveled. Wu Jiong saw that Qilong was alone, and his expression shifted slightly. Where are your teammates? And where's Ling Lan? Qilong answered, they're here. He turned to wave behind him, and Han Jijian and the others walked over. Then, Qilong said, Boss Lan is at the temporary outpost. There's only the 4 of us here. He pointed at Wu Jiong and asked, how did you all become like this? Wu Jiong grimly spat out a gob of spittle. Pa! Our luck was just too bloody terrible. A bomb blew up not too far from where we were hiding. Luckily, we had hidden behind a large 1,000-year-old tree, so the tree blocked most of the explosion. But still, being the closest to the explosion, Chen Yu was heavily injured. It's lucky we had enough emergency healing agents on hand, otherwise Chen Yu would have really been in danger. Now, at least he's alive. Chen Yu was the Class A student who had temporarily joined Wu Jiong's team for this hunting period. His results in class had always been average, and he was normally extremely untalkative, and so was very easily overlooked by others. But for some reason, Wu Jiong had chosen him at first glance. Do you have enough medical agents? We still have some here. Qilong asked in concern. Hearing Qi Long mention this, Han Jijian hurriedly took off his backpack, prepared to take out some first aid agents. Thank you, but that's not necessary for now. Chen Yu's injuries are stable, but to heal it as soon as possible, we need to get back to the outpost immediately to get him into a recovery pod. Wu Jiong declined Qi Long's offer, but his complexion did not look any better. This was because they needed to get through the battlefield as quickly as they could to get Chen Yu back to the outpost for treatment, or else his injuries might get worse if left untreated for too long and end up giving him trouble in the future. But how they could pass through the battlefield was a huge problem. At this moment, he truly hated how helpless he was. He lifted his head to look at Qi Long and said, "We're preparing to go back to the outpost as soon as possible to get treatment for Chen Yu. What are you guys planning?" "We also plan to do the same," replied Qi Long. "Boss just contacted us, saying that the savage beasts here are about to go berserk. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it'll be. Cutting through the battlefield is impossible. The two sides are fighting too fiercely. The artillery is flying everywhere, no one knows whether they'll hit us," said Wu Jiong. "Not just that. If any enemy sees us, they would also shoot a beam projectile at us without mercy. They've always been passionate about getting rid of us so-called promising seeds," added Han Jijian, mockingly. So we can only stick to the forest and go around the battlefield this way," Qi Long told Wu Jiong their original plan. "Just as I thought. Wu Jiong had the same plan as well. Still, it's just as dangerous. We're basically rubbing the edges of the F-class savage beast territory as we travel. If we happen to meet an F-class savage beast, we'll be wiped out," cautioned Han Jijian. "Damn it. Staying here is not an option, we might as well try our luck," muttered Yi Su in frustration. "Agreed." The others all chimed in as well. They were the genius students of the Central Scout Academy, the cream of the crop. From youth, their education had always taught them to face trouble head-on and create chances for themselves. They were certainly not people who would just do nothing and wait for death. The two teams were in agreement. In fact, Luo Lang and Lin Zhongqin even helped Yi Su, Qin Yi, and the others by taking their backpacks so that they could care for Chen Yu better. This cooperation helped the two teams move a little faster. Right then, Qi Long suddenly signaled for everyone to stop. Under Wu Jiong's suspicious gaze, Qi Long excitedly took a call on his communicator. "Boss, how did you manage to contact us?" Not long after the battle started, the communicators had lost the communication function. Qi Long and the others knew that this was due to the fighting. The camp control tower was afraid that the enemy would hack their signals and so had chosen to cut satellite transmissions. But surprisingly, even under these circumstances, Ling Lan still managed to contact them. This was absolutely freaktastic. And so, in Qi Long's mind, Boss Ling Lan's image just became even more impressive. Hearing Qi Long's question, Ling Lan knew that this was all thanks to Little Four. Still, Ling Lan did not explain herself. After simply asking Qi Long for their current coordinates, she told Qi Long that she was on her way over. If they were not in any danger, they should stay as close as possible to the coordinates they gave until she got there. Hanging up his communicator, Qi Long's face once again revealed his trademark wide-toothed grin, adding some goofiness to his demeanor. However, everyone present knew that this was just Qi Long's facade. He had never been silly when he needed to be astute. "Good news?" Wu Jiong asked, seeing Qi Long in such a great mood after answering the call. "Yup. My boss will be here soon," said Qi Long gleefully. Hee, it was truly great to have a boss. Even if the sky fell, there was someone to hold it up. It's too dangerous. What can he do even if he comes? Han Jijian's first reaction was to object, feeling that Ling Lan must have gone mad. He felt that this was not an action Ling Lan should take, this was definitely not the choice of a rational type leader. Still, it could not be denied that a tendril of warmth was spreading through his heart, and his initially flagging spirit suddenly lifted significantly. Brothers united, we can even cut through Gold One. With Boss leading us, I have nothing to fear. Also, Boss said that he's already at G-class territory, heading here. Qi Long did not have as many considerations as Han Jijian, he just felt that with everyone together, he would even be willing. To venture into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. That's great. Since boss is coming, then let's just wait here, said Luo Lang, equally excited. At the same time, he had noticed that a large part of Han Jijian and Lin Zhongqing's stamina had been used up during this forced march. It was just that they were in a hurry to get back, and was surrounded by danger, so they hadn't dared to stop and rest. Qi Long looked at Wu Jiong, and Wu Jiong looked at the tired faces of all his team members. He felt that it was indeed about time to get some rest, so he nodded and said, "Let's rest for a moment." The two teams found a relatively secluded spot, and with Qi Long and Wu Jiong as sentry on each side, the others huddled together in the middle and began consuming the compressed biscuits and nutrient solutions they had on them. Very quickly, they had eaten their fill and rested. If it were not for the sounds of explosions and mecha fighting not too far from them, they could almost believe that the battle had just been a bad dream. Not good. Hide! Wu Jiong and Qi Long shouted almost simultaneously. The two teams reacted quickly. They immediately threw down the food in their hands, all of them moving to the respective nearest cover to hide. At that moment, a blue and white mecha fell from the sky, crashing forcefully into the forest about 100 meters from them. In an instant, the area had become a large pit, trees fallen with broken branches scattered everywhere. 3 powerful energy beams immediately followed, striking the cockpit of the mecha with precision. The cockpit was devoured by the beams instantly, melting away to become a gaping hole. 3 black Twilight Empire mecha lowered their beam cannons in unison. "Seeking death, idiot 2, sneered one of the mecha operators gleefully. Honestly, this Federation mecha which had been destroyed was really very unlucky. He had been on his way back to restock on ammunition, but had unexpectedly stumbled upon this 3-man team of Twilight Empire mecha. Although he had tried his best to escape, he still did not manage to evade their combined attack in the end and was killed. Stop dithering. Our brave warriors are fighting courageously. We need to find the enemy command center as soon as possible and carry out Operation Decapitation. The earlier we finish, the more brave warriors we can save." One of the other mecha seemed to be the squad leader of the 3-man team. The moment he said this, the other 2 mecha immediately responded respectfully, "Hi." Just as the 3 men were about to pilot their mecha away, one of the mecha seemed to spot something as he zoomed out his screen. What, that could be 3. Kota-kun. Did you find something? The small team leader was startled by his subordinate's cry of surprise, and quickly asked him to report. "Hee, no worries. I just found some fun little mice." The mecha operator called Kota-kun suddenly let out a burst of maniacal laughter, somewhat excited and perverse. At that moment, the squad leader also caught sight of the few little mice that Kota had noticed. He knew of his subordinate's little penchant, and so grumbled at him good-naturedly, "I'll give you 1 minute to deal with these little mice. Shikamaru-kun, let's go." The squad leader could leave so easily because he did not think that these few little mice would be any trouble for Kotu, so there was no need for all 3 of them to be there. Might as well let Kotu enjoy himself. The 2 of them very quickly sped off in their mecha, leaving Kotu behind alone. When they left, they did not notice that from another direction, close to the ground, a white and blue mecha was skimming its way towards the area. Kotu controlled his mecha to lock onto the group below him. From a distance, he raised his mecha's right arm, aiming his beam gun right at the people staring at him fearfully from below. Qi Long, Wu Jiong, and the others naturally knew they had been discovered by the other. Their faces paled, and they shouted desperately for their comrades to run, but in fact, they knew deep down that no matter how fast they ran, they would not be able to outrun the impact of the mecha's beam gun. Wakaka. Pitiful worms, say farewell to the world just like this. Kotu saw the terrified faces of the children below and began to laugh wildly in excitement. This was the type of expression that excited him. It was like the high from taking drugs, irresistible. This was also the reason why he had always loved torturing and killing children. With this twisted mentality and a crazed smile, Kotu decisively pressed down on the launch button in his hand. Energy began to gather at the muzzle of his beam gun, about to burst forth at any moment. A loud boom. From a distance, a beam struck his mecha's beam gun before he could shoot. Because of this beam, the beam gun exploded instantly, blowing off the whole right arm of Kota's mecha. The arm dropped to the ground below. Federation Mecha. Qilong, Wu Jiong, and the others had thought they were doomed, but unexpectedly, they were saved at the last second. They all turned to look for the source of the beam, and saw a blue and white mecha flying swiftly from a distance, heading straight for the Twilight Empire mecha. In the air. That's great. We're saved. There was an expression of great relief on all the children's faces. Han Jijian was the only one who was still somewhat level-headed. Take advantage of this chance and run. There had been 3 Twilight mecha, while only 1 Federation mecha was coming here. If the other 2 Twilight mecha hurried back, Han Jijian did not think the Federation mecha had good odds of surviving. The mecha had saved them, so Han Jijian also did not want him to die, but reality forced Han Jijian to first prioritize their own survival. Qilong and the others knew Han Jijian was right. They cast a reluctant look at the blue and white mecha, and then gathered everyone and moved deeper into the forest. Good luck, Federation Mecha Operator. Everyone was silently cheering on the Federation Mecha Operator in the sky. Baka. Kota was livid. He had only wanted to have some fun and kill off a few mice, but just a slip in attention had allowed the opponent to blast off his mecha's right arm, losing him his beam gun. He glared hatefully at that incoming blue and white mecha. It was a standard advanced mecha, with only the Federation's logo on its chest, nothing else. From this, he could tell that the other was just a regular advanced mecha warrior. In the Federation, mecha of ace level and above would have their own personal symbol on the chest other than the Federation's logo. The higher one's level, the larger one's personal symbol would be. When one became a God-class operator, the Federation logo would no longer be displayed, leaving only one's unique personal symbol behind. Take Ling Xiao for example. On the chest area of his mecha, there had only been a fiery phoenix on display. His initial plan to contact his squad leader abruptly stopped. He had really been thinking of calling his squad leader over, but seeing that the opponent was just a regular advanced mecha warrior, his pride would not allow him to press the connect button. If he had to call for help against this kind of opponent, it would truly be a disgrace. Kota felt that he could not afford to lose this face. He was the elite of the Empire, an ace operator. How could he lose to a common advanced mecha warrior of the enemy nation? Kota decided in an instant that he would avenge himself. Even if he only had his left arm remaining, with his control skills, it was enough to torment the opponent till the other yearned for death. Kota controlled the mecha's left arm to pull out the beam saber behind its back, in preparation for close-range combat. Boss, the opponent is actually choosing to engage in close-range combat. Little Four was thrilled. Compared to long-range attack, Little Four had much more confidence in Ling Lan's close-range combat. That's pretty good luck. Little Four, engage full horsepower, charge. Ling Lan commanded decisively. Initially, she had been controlling her speed, wary of the other sniping at her mecha. Thus, she had been fully focused, ready to push her mecha into irregular flight. This decision of the opponent actually eased her mind greatly. Mind you, irregular flight was very taxing mentally, and was also a high-level movement that Ling Lan only learned recently. If forced to use it, Ling Lan would have only been able to do her best despite her average proficiency with it. Got it, boss. Leave it to me. Little Four's reply was accompanied by a burst in speed. Kota had thought that he would have some time to adjust, but unexpectedly, the opponent's speed suddenly increased by several folds, and the opponent appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Even worse, the other did not seem to have any intentions of slowing down, instead choosing to barrel straight at him, as if determined to bring him down and perish together. Kota naturally did not want to die together with the opponent. His first reaction was to dodge. He activated the emergency thruster on one side, forcibly shifting his mecha to a side, narrowly missing the other's charge. But before Kota could relax, the blue and white mecha about to pass by suddenly stopped strangely. At the same time, its mechanical arm bent and pushed out savagely. The crook of the black mecha's neck was struck by a forceful elbow. A loud bang. This strength behind this elbow was considerable. It immediately sent the black mecha spinning, and the initially airborne mecha began plunging towards the ground. God damn it. A moment of negligence made him lose the initiative and take on a passive role in this fight. Kota tried desperately to regain control of his mecha, hoping to slow the speed of his descent and recover the mecha's balance to counterattack. He finally managed to stop his mecha's descent with much difficulty, but the blue and white mecha did not stop attacking with just that elbow. The opponent actually descended as well, flying upside down to meet him head first, sending an iron fist hurtling his way. This attack once again disrupted the mecha's balance. The mecha dropped sharply, and just when Kota was trying his hardest to pull up his mecha, he was flabbergasted to find that the opponent's blue and white mecha was falling even faster than him, actually overtaking him in an instant. This was all because the blue and white mecha had engaged both main thrusters at the same time, boosting its speed so the mecha could descend faster. Qilong and the others, who had just run away to a safe distance, were hiding and watching the battle. Seeing this development, their hearts jumped into their throat. Could it be that there was something wrong with the Federation mecha systems? Or did the mecha operator make an operation mistake? The blue and white mecha was about to smash into the ground when, barely 2 meters from the ground, the mecha's thus far inert secondary engine for reactionary propulsion activated, its 12 jet spouts all opening up. A powerful surge of air blasted out, actually blowing the leaves and broken branches on the ground into the air, twirling on the whirling winds. This blast of energy was enough to stop the falling mecha cold. At the same time, the blue and white mecha's 2 mechanical arms lifted high above its head, all 10 fingers spread wide, and slammed heavily onto the ground. Meanwhile, in the air, its 2 legs spun fiercely, kicking out towards the spot where the black mecha was about to fall into. And so, a mecha spun gracefully into an intermediate difficulty Thomas Flare 1, kicking the black mecha back up into the air. This time, due to this large force, the black mecha no longer had any way to deflect, and was sent flying by the blue and white mecha's kick. Amazing! Qilong and the others were utterly stunned by this sight. They had not expected that a mecha could pull off human combat arts, and it was even more impressive and exciting than seeing a real person pull it off. The blue and white mecha pushed off its hands and flipped to stand upright. Without hesitation, it used its left hand to pull out the beam saber on its back, while its right hand grabbed the high-frequency blade on its thigh, and pounced ruthlessly at the black mecha who had hit the ground and was now lying there immobile. Arg, baka, die. Kota shook his concussed head. Seeing the blue and white mecha rushing at him with its blades, he immediately fired all the artillery he could on his body to try and stop the other. Perhaps out of fear, he actually began cursing vehemently within the cockpit. Facing the black mecha's barrage of fire, the blue and white mecha's rushing figure suddenly started folding and overlapping, even creating multiple layers of ghost images. The artillery all landed around the blue and white mecha, releasing countless light and flames, but not a single one hit the mecha. Isn't that the irregular flicker that only ace operators would know? Asked Wu Jiong, astonished. Qilong nodded excitedly. Yes, it is. The one controlling that mecha must definitely be an ace operator. Qilong was currently looking at the formidable blue and white mecha with a face full of admiration. He wished that he could be the one piloting that mecha. The desire in his heart was raging. I want to operate mecha, several 100,000 more operate mechas emitted. Impossible, how could it be a regular flicker? When Kota saw this, his eyes popped wide open in disbelief. A wave of regret crashed into his heart, he felt as if he had been tricked. Despicable Chinks too. In his final moments, he reflexively pressed the button to connect to his squad leader. But it was too late. The blue and white mecha's beam saber stabbed viciously into his cockpit. The immense beam energy immediately destroyed his upper body, leaving the cockpit filled with blood. The squad leader, already 3 kilometers away, saw Kota's communication request, and hurriedly accepted. Kota-kun. Kota-kun. The other end was silent, but for the strange sound of dripping water. Not good, something happened to Kota-kun. Let's go back. The squad leader had a bad feeling about this. He instantly made his decision, calling for another team member to go back with him to check out the situation. Ling Lan resolutely ignored her discomfort. She gritted her teeth and controlled the mecha to pull out its beam saber from the Twilight mecha's cockpit. Ling Lan's discomfort was not because this was her first kill in real life, but because her current small body found it a little hard to bear the reaction force from operating mecha. Little Four noticed Ling Lan's condition and understanding the reason behind it, he asked her anxiously, "Boss, are you alright?" Little Four knew that operating mecha would definitely cause reaction force to reflect back on the operator's body. He had already done his best to lower the reaction force incurred to the minimum, hoping that his boss would not be harmed by it. However, Little Four never expected that Ling Lan would perform so outstandingly for her very first time operating real mecha. In particular, those final movements to evade the artillery had been beyond her usual standards, evolving the irregular dash of advanced mecha operators straight to the irregular flicker only ace operators were capable of. The irregular dash and the irregular flicker were actually the same skill. The reason there were two names for it was that depending on the operator's skill proficiency, the resulting effect was visibly different. The irregular dash was an advanced mecha control technique, one of the compulsory techniques advanced mecha warriors and special class mecha operators must learn. On the other hand, irregular flicker was a skill exclusive to ace operators. In other words, only an ace operator would be able to execute irregular flicker perfectly. This was also why Qilong and Wu Qian would mistake Ling Lan for an ace operator. Frankly, Ling Lan's current control capabilities were only at the level of an advanced mecha warrior. At most, she could be said to have stepped half a foot into the ranks of special class mecha operators. Without a doubt, the appearance of the irregular flicker was the result of an accidental cross-limits burst of skill. Of course, this cross-stage display of skill had also dealt heavy damage to Ling Lan's body. Although Little Four had already tried his best to minimize the damage, Ling Lan's body had still incurred a certain degree of damage. "I'm fine. I've been through worse pain than this. This is nothing," Ling Lan reassured Little Four. Even though her complexion was so pale that it was worrying, her spirits were still at regular levels. It was as if the pain of her body did not exist. Honestly, from the moment she had decided to pilot the mecha, she was already mentally prepared to get hurt. Mind you, for a child not yet 13 years old, no matter how solidly built the child was, their bones just could not handle the feedback force from operating mecha. This was also one of the reasons why the Federation banned children below 13 years old from learning how to operate mecha. Of course, Ling Lan's reassurance to Little Four was also the truth. This little bit of pain she felt now was nothing compared to the excruciating pain of her illness from her previous life. In comparison, the pain she felt now was not even worth mentioning. Besides, Little Four, you've already helped me neutralize most of the reaction force, protecting me well. So I'm fine. Thank you, Little Four. Ling Lan thanked Little Four sincerely for his hard work. If not for him, her body might be in even worse condition. "Boss, I definitely won't fall for your candy-wrapped missiles." Little Four was beaming, a smile blooming on his face, stretching from ear to ear. Still, he did not forget to clarify his stance. As a principled intelligent entity, how could he be so easily bought? Ling Lan ignored the currently tsundere Little Four, quickly scanning her surroundings instead. Very quickly, she had found Qilong and the others' hiding place. Seeing the lot of them unharmed, she instantly relaxed. Ling Lan efficiently hung the mecha's beam saber back on its back and slipped the high-frequency blade back into its place at the mecha's outer thigh. Just as she was thinking to go greet Qilong and the others, Little Four's expression suddenly tightened and he warned, "Boss, the two Twilight mecha who left earlier are coming back. They're about 2 kilometers away from us." Ling Lan felt a weight settle in her heart at these words. Although she already knew this was a possibility, finding out that the opponent was really coming still made her a little nervous. "Hide properly. Don't come out." Ling Lan threw down these words and purposefully flew the mecha in another direction, preparing to distance herself from this area. Ling Lan did not want the following battle to hurt Qilong and the others, otherwise her coming here to aid them would be meaningless. Qilong and the others hiding in the dense forest heard a cold voice ring out by their ears. They were startled, and dispelled all thoughts of climbing out from their hiding place. They laid flat in their respective hiding places, not daring to make any movement. It's the Twilight Mecha. The two Mecha who left earlier have returned. Everyone make sure to stay hidden. Wu Jiong's hiding spot happened to allow him to see the Mecha flying swiftly by in the skies above. He immediately hissed out a warning. Qi Long and the others now knew why the Federation Mecha had warned them not to move before flying off. He's trying to save us by drawing those two Mecha away. There was a complicated expression on Lin Zhongqing's face. It was a combination of gratitude and respect, and also a trace of bewilderment. He's an ace Mecha operator, he'll definitely be able to defeat those two Mecha. Luo Lang clenched his fists, trying to convince himself while convincing Lin Zhongqing at the same time. Will he? Don't tell me you didn't see the numbers on the arms of those three Mecha. Yi Su's spirits were low. As children within a militant system, they were well informed about their own nations and their enemy nations' mecha details. At least, they knew more than the time-traveling outsider Ling Lan. Yi Su's words caused everyone to fall silent. Only Lin Zhongqing remained confused. He looked at Qi Long and then Han Jijian, hoping that they would explain things for him. As a poor commoner, he did not really know much about this military information. However, the typically talkative and outgoing Qi Long was uncharacteristically pensive and uncommunicative. His face revealed his puzzlement as he thought deeply about something. Han Jijian cast a confused look at him, but found that Qi Long's attention wasn't here at all. So, he took over to explain, the Twilight Mecha operators' levels can be determined by the serial number on their arms. Those few Mecha earlier all had an X at the beginning of their serial numbers. That means they're from an Ace Mecha team. Ace? Lin Zhongqing caught hold of the key point. Han Jijian smiled bitterly and nodded. With that, Lin Zhongqing understood, and his face drained of all color. Would their savior lose his wings one here? The children's hearts grew heavy with worry. Squad leader, I found Kotakuen's mecha. There's a large hole in Kotakuen's cockpit. Looks like it's been shattered. From my observations, this should be the result of a stab by a mecha's beam saber. Mecha operator Shikamer discovered the area Kotakuen had perished on his scanner. The zoomed-in pictures his camera picked up was very clear. It was very obvious how his teammate had died. Bakuiro too. A vein popped out on the squad leader's forehead as he gritted his teeth and cursed. He was irritated that someone had actually managed to kill his subordinate right under his nose. This made him feel extremely humiliated. Squad leader, there's a mecha over there, it's Federation. Mecha operator Shikamer had already widened his search range, and soon picked up the low-flying Ling Lan on his radar. That fellow must be the one who killed Kotakuen. We must kill him to wash away our disgrace. After him. Livid, the squad leader immediately turned and set his mecha on the path towards that mecha. Behind him, Shikamer reacted swiftly, hurriedly following with his mecha. Ling Lan's mecha was not flying in a concealed manner, and its speed was not very fast either. She was doing this intentionally so those two mecha would chase her and get further away from the hiding place of Qi Long and the others. Ling Lan knew very well that she would have to risk her life to fight against two ace mecha. During that time, she wouldn't be able to spare any mind for the surrounding situation. To avoid harming Qi Long and the others by accident, the further she could get away from them, the better. The image Little 4 transmitted to her let Ling Lan know that the two mecha were following her as she had hoped. Then, Ling Lan abruptly increased her speed by many times. The two main engines of the mecha roared in unison, and the mecha drew a lightning-quick line through the air, flying over 1,000 meters in an instant. Shikamer-kun, speed up. The opponent has noticed us. The squad leader saw the Federation mecha trying to escape and knew that the other had noticed them on his tail. Hi. The two Twilight mecha increased their speed at the same time, and like two feral dogs locked on Ling Lan's scent, they chased after her. As Ling Lan was controlling her movement speed, not pushing her mecha to its limits, after around 10 seconds, the enemy had already caught up to her. Shikamaru-kun, high-altitude snipe. Once Ling Lan entered sniping range, the squad leader immediately gave the order. He dearly wished that his subordinate would be able to destroy that hateful mecha operator with one shot. Hi. The mecha operator Shikamaru was a sniping expert to begin with. He controlled his mecha to fly steadily and lifted the sniping rifle in his mecha's hands. The moment he managed to lock onto Ling Lan flying in front of him, he pressed the firing button. "Boss, we've been targeted." The opponent had just locked onto Ling Lan's mecha when Little Four issued a warning. Ling Lan's fingers danced frenetically. Very quickly, sweat began to bead up on her forehead and the tip of her nose, condensing to slide down her face and drop. Her mecha was suddenly seen to wriggle like a fish in water, drawing a strange curve, allowing it to dodge Shikamaru's shot by a narrow margin. Irregular flight. Damn it! Mecha operator Shikamaru was extremely put out for missing his target. He also knew how to execute irregular flight, but to be able to calculate the trajectory of a shot so accurately, this was the first time he was seeing this. What Shikamaru did not know was that it wasn't the mecha operator who managed this feat, but Little Four substituting for the mecha's AI. Of course, this was also only possible due to Ling Lan and Little Four's close rapport. Otherwise, if they were unlucky, they might very well have been hit and perished along with the mecha. Although Ling Lan managed to evade multiple snipes by the mecha operator Shikamaru, she was held back at the same time. When the squad leader chasing them got within 100 meters of Ling Lan, he sneakily raised the beam cannon in his hands to aim at Ling Lan, who was still busily dodging Shikamaru's attacks, prepared to lock onto her and shoot. "Boss, the other mecha is also about to attack," cautioned Little Four anxiously. Troublesome. Ling Lan was confident that she could successfully dodge all the snipe attacks of one mecha, but if two mecha attacked at the same time, Ling Lan wasn't sure if she could remain unharmed. That said, Ling Lan's control hand speed actually increased by one level. Right then, the outlines of Ling Lan's fingers were no longer visible, nor was it possible to see which buttons were being pressed. At most, on the control panel, one could only see the countless afterimages of her fingers, just like blossom after blossom of flowers blooming, beautiful and ephemeral. Translator, Ryuxinji Editor, MJN 0898. Just when the squad leader was about to lock onto Ling Lan's mecha, the mecha's waist twisted into a very bizarre position, and its initial forwards flight trajectory suddenly took a 180-degree turn. It should be known that for a mecha to change directions, they either needed to curve and make a U-turn in the form of a semicircle, or they could choose to stop their engines and turn their body around before starting their engines again. The first option would maintain a mecha's speed, but require time. The second was immediate, but the mecha would lose the speed it had built up. However, this control of Ling Lan suppressed the weaknesses of the two options and kept most of their strengths. This was a control method unique to the Mandora star system that Ling Lan had learned from Instructor Number 3 in the learning space. Of course, according to what Instructor Number 3 said, this control method was actually still a very basic and flawed one. This was because the mecha of this world were really a bit too crude and simple, meaning many of the more advanced control methods just could not be executed. The squad leader saw the opponent twist bizarrely, successfully changing directions and maintaining its high speed, and charged fiercely towards him. "What is this?" the squad leader shouted. This completely went against the principles of mecha control. If Little Four had known that this move would cause the opponent to be so shocked, he would definitely be extraordinarily smug and laugh up into the skies, because this was a product of their Mandora star system. They had a saying back there which reverberated throughout the entire galaxy, and that was, "When Mandora moves, who stands a chance?" Perhaps Ling Lan's control had exceeded the squad leader's expectations. Unprepared, he easily let Ling Lan get close to him, and the two looked about to collide in the very next second. Still, he was the squad leader of an ace mecha squad after all, as well as being an ace mecha member. His mental fortitude and his experience were obviously much better than the other two, his adaptive ability especially was well seasoned. The squad leader did not react like Ling Lan's first opponent, Kodu, who had panicked and chosen to dodge. Instead, he calmly turned off his engine thruster. Without the support of the engine thruster, the mecha began plummeting towards the ground due to its own weight. But after it had dropped about half the body height of the mecha, the squad leader started up the engine once more. At the same time, the upper body of the mecha bent backwards, and its left hand raised a high-frequency blade high to stab at the cockpit of the Federation mecha who had already leapt to his original position. Of course, even if he managed to hit his target, it would not inflict a fatal injury on the opponent. At most, the opponent would just be struck dizzy for a moment. Yet, that was what he was aiming for. As long as a pause appeared in the opponent's control, he would have the time to counterattack. However, that would be the best-case scenario. It was also possible that he would not stun the other even if he managed to hit his target, which would instead let the opponent have the opportunity to attack in close range, resulting in a mutually damaging encounter. But whichever the case, he would not be the loser. He still had a teammate behind him, so even if he and the opponent were both damaged in this encounter, his teammate would be able to eliminate the opponent. The squad leader knew very well that in this situation right now, he could not afford to retreat. The moment he retreated, he would lose the initiative to attack and would be forced into a defensive position. With just one face-off, he could clearly tell that the opponent was a mecha expert. The opponent definitely would not let any opportunity slip by, he would definitely stick to him like an ulcer to the bone one and launch a barrage of attacks on him as he dodged. When that happened, he would really be in danger. The moment he failed to avoid due to any negligence, he could very well lose his life. The squad leader really hoped that the opponent would give up attacking and choose to evade his strike. This way, the situation would be reversed, and the one with the attack momentum would be him instead. The situation was not as advantageous to him as he imagined. The opponent did not choose to evade, but also wasn't struck by him either. The Federation Mecha raised his right hand in that brief instant and used a similar high-frequency blade to parry his attack. An explosive clang. Two sharp blades collided violently. Not just that, the opponent's left hand had pulled out the beam saber behind his back at some point, and after blocking with his right hand, the beam saber in his left hand swung ruthlessly at the waist of the squad leader's mecha. If the squad leader were to be hit by this savage blow, even if his mecha was not chopped in half, the internal driver pathways would definitely be disrupted, which would cause the mecha to malfunction, perhaps even becoming immobile and useless. The right hand of the squad leader's mecha was equipped with a beam cannon. The beam cannon was large and heavy, but very powerful. As long as it hit, its attack was capable of melting a mecha straightaway, achieving a one-hit kill effect. All this while, countless Federation mecha had been killed by beam cannons. Its efficiency was extraordinary. In terms of long-range attacks, this weapon was fearsome. However, every weapon had its weakness. The beam cannons was for an enemy to get close. The moment the enemy got close, the heavy bulky beam cannon would become nothing more than a burden, preventing a mecha from moving nimbly, just like the predicament the squad leader was facing right now. The squad leader was undoubtedly a decisive person. He immediately chose to discard the beam cannon. The large beam cannon dropped from the sky, crashing heavily into the dense foliage below. Without the extra weight of the beam cannon, the now nimble mecha arm rose up to meet the opponent's beam saber. A dull clang, beam saber and mecha arm collided once again. The two of them were thrown backwards. The Twilight Mecha had activated the beam shield on its right arm in that instant, rendering Ling Lan's beam saber attack ineffective. The squad leader's prompt response let him tide over this crisis safely, but the initially ready-to-fire Shikamaru began to falter. While the two mecha were tangled up together, he did not dare to fire his cannon, since he might hit his own squad leader as well if he wasn't careful. This was also one reason why Ling Lan had chosen to fight in close quarters with the squad leader. Otherwise, no matter how proficient she was at irregular flight, she would still be hit eventually by one of the two mecha's attacks. Right now, her stubborn insistence on sticking to a close-range fight had tied the hands of the other mecha, temporarily easing her crisis. But Ling Lan knew that this was just a temporary reprieve. The opponent definitely would not let this passive situation continue. They would definitely find a chance to attack. On her end, she would need to find a way to eliminate one of the mecha before her opponents found that chance. As such, Ling Lan's choice was to start by first targeting this mecha, which was obviously the main attacker. The two mecha jumped apart immediately upon contact. The Federation mecha's two side engines roared once more, stopping this rebound in its tracks before pushing the mecha forwards once more to hack at the opponent with its right hand. Ling Lan now had to ensure that her mecha remained within a body's length of the Twilight Mecha, or else she may draw the other mecha's long-range snipe attacks. Baka. The squad leader had yet to catch his breath when he saw the opponent attacking once more. He hurriedly controlled his mecha to meet the attack with his own blade, a curse spilling from his mouth. Remember, a proportion of the reaction force when controlling mecha to fight would be fed back onto the mecha operator's body. Therefore, mecha operators had the habit of stopping for a moment to rest after taking action, before moving on to the next move. It was very easy for the body to get injured when executing consecutive moves. In the cockpit, Ling Lan's complexion was becoming increasingly paler. The load on her body had already exceeded her limits. Little Four was even worried whether his boss would collapse in the next second. This kind of high-frequency attack was really too taxing on the body. Although the battlefield of the mecha and the hiding place of Qi Long and the others were significantly far apart, the two teams in the forest were still somewhat flustered by the intense sounds of collision and the blasts of artillery. Qi Long, it's too dangerous for us to stay here. Why don't we continue moving? Let's go around the battlefield to the nearest air raid shelter to hide. Wu Jiong felt that instead of waiting here blindly, they might as well take the risk and continue moving forwards. Perhaps they would stand a better chance that way. Wu Jiong's words caused everyone's expressions to shift. Han Jijian and the rest of Ling Lan's team looked to Qi Long, waiting for him to make the decision. When Ling Lan was not around, they would defer to Qi Long. Ling Lan's purposeful cultivation of Qi Long as the team leader had been acknowledged by everyone in the team. So, even if she wasn't there, the team would not lose direction. After some thought, Qi Long said seriously to his team members, "I'll be staying here to wait. What do you all think?" Including Han Jijian, the team members were all taken aback by Qi Long's words. "Why?" asked Han Jijian. Qi Long must have his reasons for choosing to stay. They wanted to know the reason before making a decision. Qi Long raised his head to look at the mecha fighting in the skies in the distance. His gaze was complicated, but he soon regained his composure and turned to face the group, saying, "Boss Lan said that he would come. I need to wait for him." Han Jijian and the others abruptly remembered. The situation earlier had been too precarious. The near loss of their lives at the hands of the Twilight Mecha had driven this point from their minds. All of them nodded their heads to show that they wanted to wait for their boss together with Qi Long. They believed that since boss Ling Lan had said he was coming here, then he would definitely come. Wu Jiong cast a long look at Qi Long and his team, somewhat admiring and somewhat envious. He admired the strong bond of friendship among Ling Lan, Qi Long, and the others of their team, which held up even in the face of death, and also envied their great luck, actually having a boss who would be willing to brave lethal danger to come save them. "Then we'll leave first." Wu Jiong turned to look at his teammates behind him, gaze lingering on the injured Qinyu. They could not afford to wait. Qi Long watched as Wu Jiong left with his team, until their figures disappeared. Then, he turned to say to his companions, "Let us go." "Where? Aren't we waiting for Boss Lan?" Luo Lang was bewildered. "I want to see our saviors battle up close," said Qi Long, looking to the battlefield in the distance. "Perhaps I will be able to find the answer I want." "No, I don't need it." Qi Long's words were somewhat contradictory. Han Jijian was the one who understood Qi Long best. His expression shifted and he asked, "Did you notice something?" Han Jijian was puzzled, but he did not continue to question Qi Long, merely indicating for Luo Lang and Lin Zhongqing to follow. Since Qi Long did not want to talk about it, then he would not ask. He believed that as long as he followed Qi Long, he would be able to find the answer. The two mecha had been tussling for several moves. Well, it was more of Ling Lan attacking fiercely while the squad leader defended himself passively. Seeing that the situation was not looking good for his squad leader, Shikamaru finally fired. His marksmanship was very accurate. Even though Ling Lan was fighting the other at such high speeds, she was still shot. The mecha's external shell received light damage. The beam's effect is minor. Initial estimations suggest that the other is using a miniature beam gun. Little Four ran a quick scan of the mecha and reported his findings. It turned out that the waiting mecha operator Shikamaru had finally thought of a way to attack Ling Lan without harming his squad leader. He had decisively set aside the powerful beam cannon, hanging it back on his back, drawing out the miniature beam gun strapped to his waist instead. The beam gun's power was noticeably weaker than the cannon's, and its range was extremely short. But its advantage was that he did not have to worry about hurting his teammate. Even if he shot his teammate by accident, based on the mecha's innate defensive ability, as long as he did not strike the same place twice, the mecha would not take any significant damage. He chose to use this beam handgun to snipe, primarily just to harass the Federation mecha operator. Though the shots were weak, they would distract the opponent and prevent him from attacking fiercely. This way, his squad leader would have a chance to counterattack. However, if the opponent decided to just ignore his attacks due to the limited damage of the handgun, he believed that, if given a chance, he would be able to hit the same spot multiple times to deal heavy damage. Without a doubt, his choice trashed Ling Lan's hopeful plans, allowing him to rejoin the battle without worry. Looks like I'll need to come up with something to finish off this mecha in front of me. Ling Lan knew that the scales of victory were slowly tipping in favor of the opponents. She could afford to wait no longer. A number of options flashed through her mind. Operator Shikamaru pressed on his trigger once more, and a beam shot out from the muzzle of the beam handgun. The beam scored a direct hit on the right side of the Federation mecha's waist. The sound of an explosion rent the air. A thick plume of smoke started pouring from the back of the mecha's waist. Yes. Shikamaru couldn't help but mentally give himself a pat on the back. This shot, his luck had actually been so lucky that it had cleanly taken out one of the opponent's side engines. This would create problems for the opponent's mobility system. Sure enough, because of this incident, the Federation mecha's engine suddenly sputtered and died, causing the entire mecha to plummet. The squad leader, who had been having a frustrating time fighting the opponent, was startled, but he soon recovered and was overcome with joy. Chance. Who knew his subordinate Shikamaru-kun would be so reliable, directly blowing up the opponent's engine? This was the moment for him to counterattack. His exhilaration let him forget all about the aches of his body. He controlled his mecha to pounce like a ferocious tiger dashing down a mountain at the Federation mecha. Earlier, he had constantly been on the defensive. Now it was finally his turn to beat on the other. Of course he would not miss this great opportunity for revenge. In the distance, the operator Shikamaru was just about to continue sniping when he saw his squad leader leaping at the opponent. His finger on the trigger paused. Let squad leader vent some of his anger first. In his mind, the Federation mecha which had already lost one of its main side engines was definitely no threat to his squad leader. Moreover, he also believed that his squad leader would relish the chance to torment the other a little to release the pent-up frustration from being suppressed. Previously, as a dutiful subordinate, he could not get in the way of his squad leader's fun in bullying the opponent. The opponent fell for it. Seeing the squad leader leaping at her, Ling Lan was overjoyed. This had all been a bet. She was betting on this mecha's thirst for revenge, and betting on the other mecha's non-interference, and she had won. Although Ling Lan was unbelievably hyped, her hands remained steady. She controlled the head of her mecha perfectly, turning it to look up at a very specific angle. Calculating attack trajectory, perfect. Little Four's voice had barely faded when the anti-aircraft missiles in the mecha's head area were launched by Ling Lan. These two missiles came so suddenly, the opponent would never have expected the supposedly panicking Federation mecha operator to have the mind to launch anti-aircraft missiles. The squad leader knew that he would not be able to dodge, but still, he wasn't too worried. This was because this type of anti-aircraft missile was not very effective against mecha, due to the resilient outer shell of the mecha that was capable of resisting the explosive power of the missiles. The squad leader just assumed that this was the desperate final attack of the Federation mecha operator in the throes of death, that even though the opponent knew this attack was useless, he had still fired the missiles. Before the missiles would hit the squad leader's mecha, they suddenly turned upwards. Abruptly, he found that his main screen was shaking and then thick smoke smothered the entire image. He could only see black smoke on his main screen. The opponent's mecha was concealed. He reacted quickly, immediately replacing the image of the main screen with the images sourced from other cameras. Squad leader, watch out. The panicked voice of his subordinate Shikamaru came through the communications channel. Reflexively, he controlled the mecha to cross its arms and defend. He had just completed this move when he felt his mecha being struck by a tremendous force, and then his whole mecha was thrown up into the air. What was happening? The squad leader was alarmed, finding that things were already out of his control. From a distance, Shikamaru had the clearest view. The two anti-aircraft missiles fired by the Federation mecha had initially been heading for the squad leader's mecha's shoulder area, only to suddenly shift directions near the end to strike the head. In other words, the opponent had been aiming for the mecha's main camera from the start. The two anti-aircraft missiles were no ordinary missiles, but had been installed with a guidance system. This proved that the opponent's attack was not a hastily cobbled final struggle, but a pre-planned strike. The opponent used the low-powered anti-aircraft missiles to disrupt the squad leader's main screen. The thick smoke caused by the explosions were probably also part of the opponent's plan. Then, once the squad leader's vision had been obstructed, the opponent had launched the extremely powerful inlaid rockets from its chest, sending the squad leader's mecha straight into the air. Angrily, Shikamaru raised the beam handgun in his hands, prepared to blast the opponent's mecha to smithereens. But then a shocking thing happened. The engine that should have been damaged by him suddenly roared loudly once more, and the powerful force of its thrust sent the Federation mecha up towards the squad leader's mecha in the air. On top of that, the Federation mecha's following action made him yell out in shock. He saw the opponent swiftly sheath the high-frequency blade in its right hand back to the mecha's outer thigh, and then, grabbing its beam saber with both hands, it stabbed straight at the squad leader's cockpit. "Quick! Activate your beam shield and defend!" Shikamaru screamed. The squad leader was a leadership figure after all. He managed to activate his beam shield in that instant. The beam saber and the beam shield collided violently. Ling Lan could only feel a large rebound force feeding back into her hand. "Little Four, hold steady, don't get repelled." Ling Lan pushed the mobile force of her mecha to the max, pushing against the rebound, while Little Four desperately worked to make sure that the mecha's systems would not break down under the combined pressure. In the sky above, a white and blue mecha with a beam saber gripped in both hands could be seen flying past rapidly with its beam saber pushed up against the cockpit of a black mecha, drawing a straight line through the air. Baka! Baka! At this moment, the squad leader, who had finally regained the view of his main screen, started hacking desperately at the Federation mecha with the high-frequency blade in his left hand. Once, twice, thrice, leaving mark after mark on the opponent's mecha. Within the cockpit, Ling Lan could not endure it any longer, throwing up a mouthful of blood. The hacking of the other mecha caused the mecha to shudder to a certain extent. The consecutive tremors worsened the injuries already borne by Ling Lan. Under the roiling of her chi and blood, she actually ended up spewing blood. "Boss, are you alright?" Little Four was panicking. "It's fine. I can take it. How much longer can the beam saber hold out?" In this contest between beam saber and beam shield, both sides were expending energy. Whoever ran out of energy first would be the one to disappear. Right now, Ling Lan was betting on the opponent's beam shield expending more energy than her beam saber. There's less than 10 seconds left. Little Four was extremely anxious. "I'll risk it." A feral glint flashed through Ling Lan's eyes. In crucial moments, she could even be ruthless to her own self. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. *T. There's no more energy. Little Four's voice had barely faded when Ling Lan felt the force blocking the beam saber in her hand melt away, and the beam saber pierced through something. And then, all that was left of the beam saber was its hilt. Was this a success or a failure? Ling Lan's doubt lasted for a mere instant. Her fingers never stopped, still dancing rapidly, creating those layered afterimages. The Federation mecha discarded the depleted beam saber from its hands and grabbed the Twilight mecha with its right hand. With it as a fulcrum, the Federation mecha spun in a circle to hide behind the body of the Twilight mecha, successfully dodging the sneaky snipe attack by Operator Shikamaru. "Shikamaru-kun, the Empire's mission is in your hands now," said the squad leader to his distant subordinate, as he looked at the blood gushing out from the hole in his chest. "Squad leader, what are you saying?" The distant Operator Shikamaru had not managed to see what had happened in the end. The beam saber and beam shield had run out of energy at almost the same time. Use your beam cannon. That's an order. The squad leader felt that his life was slowly fading. With his last breath, he gave this command, and then triggered the mecha's self-destruct mechanism. Even if I die, I will pull you down into hell with me, bellowed the squad leader with the final bit of his energy. Squad leader. Shikamaru now understood what had happened. In those final moments, the beam saber had likely lasted a second longer than the beam shield. In that 1 second, the saber had pierced through a vital point of the squad leader. This was why the squad leader wanted him to switch to the beam cannon. He did not have long to live. Squad leader, the Empire shall not forget your sacrifice. Mecha operator Shikamaru's eyes were ice cold. He threw away the beam handgun in his hand, and once again lifted up the beam cannon from his back. Getting into position, he aimed right at his squad leader's mecha, as well as the Federation mecha hiding behind it. Not good. The other mecha has switched over to its beam cannon. This whole time, Little Four had been monitoring the Twilight mecha sniping them from a distance. Does he not care that his comrade will die? Ling Lan's first thought was that the other had gone mad. No. Ling Lan abruptly felt a deep apprehension crawl into her heart. The warning bells in her mind were ringing. Without even having to think about it, her fingers flew. In this kind of life-or-death juncture, she did not think about the so-called limit of her finger speed. In her mind, there was only one thought: she needed to be fast, faster, even faster than faster. Because she was fighting with the god of death for the time to survive. This time, the control panel no longer had those layered afterimages. Instead, Ling Lan's fingers disappeared into thin air. Ling Lan's mecha suddenly dipped, the entire mecha somersaulting, then it bent both knees to kick out abruptly, sending the Twilight Empire mecha in its hands flying. The Twilight mecha flew like a missile, hurtling straight for the sniping mecha in the distance. Meanwhile, riding the reaction force of the kick, Ling Lan's mecha flew backwards. Almost at the same time, Ling Lan activated the mecha's engines to full power, adding on to her momentum to push her mecha's large body further away from the kicked mecha. From around 300 meters away, the Twilight mecha responsible for sniping pressed the trigger of the beam cannon. An extremely powerful energy beam shot out from the mouth of the cannon. An intense explosion rent the air. The force of the explosion was so strong that it sent out powerful shockwaves which could be felt from even 2 to 3 kilometers away. Meanwhile, close to the heart of the explosion, stretching out 500 meters, all the trees and plants had been ravaged by this great explosion. In particular, 100 meters around the centermost point, there was not a speck of greenery left. All that remained was turned up black dirt and a large pit of about 50 meters wide.